Listening to the fisherman's questioning, he immediately said that cousin, you sit down first. Am I not going to tell you about this next? After saying this, he turned his head and said to Bai Tianli beside him. Are you full? If you're full, uncle, go out. We're going to talk about something next. And Bai Tianli immediately said to him when he heard it. I said, what are you going to discuss with Ji and you? Are you afraid I will hear? Zhuang Zhihei didn't say a word. After hearing this, he reached out and took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it. Bai Tianli said, don't ask too much. Didn't you see a dress at the Yellow Sea building 2 days ago? Did you like it? Then you go buy it now. Bai Tianli didn't speak when he saw it and reached out to take the money, opened the door of the box and walked out. I heard Zhuang Zhihei say as soon as he left. I said, cousin, I know if you like that Li Dongmai. The fisherman nodded and Zhuang Zhihei said, okay. Since you like him, go after him. As far as I know, Li Dongmai lives in a shanty town in this city. The home conditions are not very good. Most of today's girls love vanity like him. You just need to send him some brand name bags, mobile phone, cosmetics, and the like. Still can't take him down. The fisherman shook his head and said, I tried it. That Li Dongmai is not that kind of girl at all. After listening to the installation, and then he said, anyway, there is no background in his family. Even if it's not soft, then it's hard. Find a way to ask him out and then put medicine on him in the drink, and then he will be able to let him go. After listening to this, the fisherman shook his head and said, cousin, no, this method may work for other girls, but I know it. His words are completely unhelpful. Don't look at his poor family conditions. This girl has a very stubborn personality if it is really like this. I am afraid that even if I get his people, I will not get his heart. The installation in a large piece of paper said, cousin, I really admire you. Your realm is really high. Can't you see? You want to have both body and mind. Well, I just like the spirit of yours. Evil smile. And then listened to him and continued to say, as long as you can help me deal with this matter, my uncle will definitely help you catch Li Dongmai. And you want to deal with this Yu Yang, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 90, Writing a Love Letter. Besides, isn't that Yu Yang the head of the underworld? Once he commits to my hands, I will definitely let him never turn over. Etc. After the installation and finished, the fishermen were on the side, but they were very happy. Said quickly, cousin, you are powerful. I heard Zhuang Zhihei continue to say. As long as you do me a favor later, let me soak into that Qi Mengru successfully, everything else is easy to say. The fisherman thought to himself when he heard it, it seems that this Qi Mengru can't escape out of my cousin's palm. This fisherman usually don't look outside, is also a playboy, but he disguised very well when he was in school. This device box usually in the school run rampant and do anything. As long as all the female students in the class are more beautiful. Basically, he will not let go when he sees Qi Mengru. He was deeply attracted by Qi Mengru's beauty and he thought, I must get him. He once met Qi Mengru at the door after school. He wanted to go up and talk to Qi Mengru, but Qi Mengru ignored him and drove away. When he saw this time the fisherman asked him for help and he had an idea in his heart. He immediately said to the fisherman, I said, cousin, I like that Qi Mengru. The first time I saw him I thought about getting him. I didn't expect that this girl didn't know how to lift her up. I am thinking of writing a love letter this time for you to take over and put it in the hole in his desk before he knows it. Yu Ming almost had no fun listening to it. I thought, to your level you still write love letters. Not to mention the ugly words written. Because he still has the device and so he didn't say anything, he said it right away. No problem, cousin, then you can write it. After listening to the device box you will immediately tell me what level of study I have, cousin, so be it. I'll finish writing it in a while. You can help me take a look. If you think you can, then you can take it to me. The fisherman nodded and agreed, and then Zhuang Zhihei immediately called the waiter and asked for a pen and paper. I wrote a love letter, and when he wrote the love letter on the paper he handed it to the fisherman and said, cousin, what do you think I wrote? When the fisherman saw the device and wrote the word, he almost didn't come out with the word. The writing is simply too ugly. If you don't look carefully you can't recognize what it is written. He didn't say anything after reading it, nodded and said, well written, well written. The installation and listening also laughed and said, so it's settled. You will take this love letter back and quietly put it in his desk hole later. Remember, you must not let him know. It will definitely benefit you when this is done. The fisherman nodded again and again. Don't think that Yu Ming's father is the mayor. You don't think that Zhuang Ji and his father are just a director of the Public Security Bureau, but this device box is a normal life experience. Even more than this fisherman, this device box also has such a number one in society, so Yu Minkai came to Zhuang Zhihei to help him. When the fisherman folded the love letter and put it in his pocket, the two of them continued to eat in their jacket pockets. I heard the device box say to the fisherman, I said, cousin, what do you think of Biley who was beside me just now? The fisherman nodded and said, yes, it's a beautiful device, and I said to Yeel, cousin, do you like it? I'll give you 2 days later if you like. I'll send his phone number to your phone right away if you want. The fishermen felt hot and dry all over their body when they heard it and thought to themselves, I can't get that Li Dongmai for the time being. It's okay, first find such a one. It's quite good to vent, but thinking of this, although he was happy in his heart, he refused. I said that my cousin is better off. Besides, it's your woman, how can I? It's a good thing you say it's right to install, and say it right away. I said, can you not install it, boy? I just saw you look at him with greed in his eyes. It is what it is, I despise you the most. I said no, but I had already thought about it in my heart. The fisherman did not say anything after listening, then his phone vibrated. The device box has sent the number to his mobile phone. The installation, and patted the fisherman's shoulder with his hand and said, I said that my cousin is fine if I think about it. You can call him, don't forget about me, I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he got up and left the box. The fisherman thought that you should have a little more social experience. If I hadn't been able to fight Yu Yang, I wouldn't have come to you. Thinking of this, he reached out from his pocket and took out his mobile phone to look at the number on it. He thought at that time, anyway, Li Dongmai can't get it now. I might as well ask her out tonight. While thinking of him, he went back to the classroom to see that no one was there. That is, he walked to Chi Mengru's seat, took out the love letter from his pocket and put it in Chi Mengru's table hole. And then he turned back to his seat. After a while, other students in the classroom gradually came. Chi Mengru and Yu Yang also came to the classroom, and the two took their seats. Chi Mengru reached into the table hole to get the book, and he found that there was a letter in the table hole. He didn't care, since he came to Huanghai No. 1 middle school to study. There are often boys who write love letters to him and secretly put them in the hole of his desk. After he saw it, he threw it all into the trash can. When he looked at it today, there was a love letter in the hole of the table. He stretched out his hand and took it out to open it and looked at it. At that time, her eyebrows were upside down, her almond eyes were wide, and she turned her head to look at Yu Yang beside her. I thought to see that the words above were written by Yu Yang. This kid seems to have eaten the courage of an ambitious leopard and dared to write a love letter to me. Thinking of this, he shouted at Yu Yang, Yu Yang, look at the good deeds you have done. Yu Yang, who is next to him, is also confused. Yu Yang, thinking to himself, what is wrong with this eldest lady? The other students in the classroom were also very curious when they heard Chi Mengru's sudden rage. All looked over. Yu Yang is also very strange, said. I said, what happened to you? I didn't provoke you, and then looked at Chi Mengru's angry face and said with a pale face, you also said, you see what this is? After speaking, look at the love letter in his hand and slap it on the table in front of Yu Yang, saying, you see, isn't this what you wrote? Chapter 91, Misunderstanding. Yu Yang thought to himself, what is written on it? How could he be so angry? Thinking about it, he reached out and picked up this love letter. When I opened it, Yu Yang was a little dumbfounded. Yu Yang hurriedly said, I said, can you not get angry casually? But you know, did I write this? Chi Mengru said angrily, you said. On this word you say, who can write? Our entire class. Who else would it be if you didn't write it? The other students listened and wondered in their hearts, what did Yu Yang write to Chi Mengru? How could he be so mad at him? Will it be a love letter? Oh my god, Yu Yang is too daring. Dared to write a love letter to our school beauties in the back row. Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao also stood up when they saw it and came to Yu Yang and said that brother Yang was good. Are you writing a love letter to our school beauties? Come and read, let us listen and let us learn the experience of picking up girls. Yu Yang turned around and said. I said, can you two not make fun of this love letter? I didn't write it. When Chi Mengru heard it, she grabbed the love letter and threw it on the ground, looked at Deng Haitao again and picked it up as soon as she bowed. Just listen to Mengru say that you said that this love letter was not written by you, then who wrote it? Yu Yang said after listening to it, also a little anxious to say, I don't know, I didn't write it anyway. Deng Haitao coaxed next to me and said, brother Yang, did you write this love letter? Before Yu Yang could speak, I heard Fan Yongchun say something behind Deng Haitao. To read this love letter in front of all the students in the class. When Deng Haitao heard it, he said to Yu Yang, I said, can brother Yang read it? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, he said, whatever you want, since I didn't write this love letter anyway. Deng Haitao agreed. Speaking of that, then I will read this love letter aloud. After speaking, watch him unfold this love letter. Read it. Just listen to Deng Haitao read, dear. Miss Chi Mengru, when I saw your first sight I fell in love with you deeply. After reading this he paused for a while, pointed at Yu Yang with a large piece of paper and said, Brother Yang is a cow, you see what this small word is used. At this moment I heard a classmate call Deng Haitao to read quickly, and then listen to Deng Haitao read it. I always toss and turn every night. You are the goddess in my heart. Dear Miss Chi Mengru, I love you. The following inscription is when Zhuangji and Deng Haitao read it in class 5 of senior 3 and he also found something wrong. At the same time other students in the class also heard that this love letter was indeed not written by Yu Yang. After reading it Deng Haitao said to Yu Yang, isn't this love letter written by you, Brother Yang? Yu Yang shook his head and said, I didn't write it. At this time the fisherman did not dare to speak while sitting in his seat, he never dreamed of it. This love letter written by Zhuang Zhihei can be read out in front of the whole class. The fisherman thought I'd better keep quiet at the moment lest they know that this love letter was put in by me. At this time some other students in the class whispered in a low voice. Speaking of that Zhuang Zhihei, it seems that Chi Mengru is also unable to escape the clutches this time. Chi Mengru was also startled after hearing it. He knew that this device box was not a good person and he rejected him because he had pursued him before. I did not expect that this kid is still haunted, even this time he wrote me a love letter. Thinking of this he looked at Yu Yang next to him, thinking that I had misunderstood him just now. Thinking of this he wanted to apologize to Yu Yang but he felt embarrassed. At this moment I heard Yu Yang whispering to him, I said it, didn't I write it? At this moment I heard Yu Yang say, I won't write a love letter to you like me, the jade tree is close to the wind and the wind is unrestrained, may not have such a taste. Chi Mengru was unhappy when she heard it. She turned around and stared at Yu Yang with both eyes. Speaking of what you said, you liked Miss Ben, your taste is very low, am I not beautiful? After listening Yu Yang squinted at Chi Mengru and thought that Chi Mengru is really pretty but she has a bad temper. Thinking of this he deliberately wanted to be angry like a dream, turned around and said to Chi Mengru, is it right that I like you? Do you think that the love letter was really written by me? Chi Mengru blushed after hearing what Yu Yang said and glared at Yu Yang fiercely. Under the table he stomped on Yu Yang's feet with his feet. After Yu Yang finished speaking he was prepared and hurriedly retracted his foot. Chi Mengru stepped in the air and just kicked the leg of the table. This time Chi Mengru frowned in pain, looked back at Yu Yang with two eyes and said, you big badass big pervert. After he finished speaking he turned around and ignored Yu Yang. Yu Yang looked at it and wondered if the joke just now was a little too big. Chi Mengru's kick just now hit the leg of the table. Seeing that he was in severe pain at the time, don't kick your foot. Thinking of this he wanted to ask Chi Mengru how his feet felt but he was afraid. Chi Mengru quarreled with him again. Li Dongmai, who was in front of them, also turned around and looked at Yu Yang and Chi Mengru with a smile. I thought to myself, what is the relationship between Yu Yang and Chi Mengru? It felt like they were happy friends. Yu Yang looked at Li Dongmai and looked at him. He also smiled at Li Dongmai. The fishermen in the other row were pissed off after reading it. I thought, he has never smiled at me like that. Yu Yang, I will let you know sooner or later. My woman is something you can't provoke. Just then the class bell suddenly remembered. Everyone is ready to start the class. The first class happens to be Guo Waner's class. Guo Waner stepped onto the podium, put the textbook on the table and said to the students below. All the students will say hello to the teacher in English for a while. After he finished speaking he said to Yu Yang, classmate Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang heard Guo Waner's call he hurriedly stood up and heard Guo Waner ask. Yu Yang, how is your English learning recently? When Yu Yang listened to learn English his head felt as big as a bucket. He has studied for so long and only remembered a few words, such as calling the teacher hello in English, and say hello to others. When he heard Guo Waner ask him today he said it right away. Recently I learned to call the teacher hello and say hello to others in English. Chapter 92, Going to the concert. Guo Waner said after listening, okay, you sit down first, and then listen to Guo Waner continue to say, then let's come and say hello to the teacher in English together. First the monitor fisherman shouted to stand up and then the whole class stood up collectively and shouted hello teacher in English, and then Guo Waner said again in English, please sit down. Followed by class, and Yu Yang came to class every day for the next few days, but never missed class again, and it was Friday in a blink of an eye. As soon as he got home from school Yu Xiaoying said to Yu Yang and Chi Mengru that he had to get up early tomorrow morning. The two agreed and went back to their rooms to sleep after dinner. It was just 5 o'clock in the morning on the second day Qi Mengru got up. Yu Yang was still sleeping. Qi Mengru came to Yu Yang's door. Hearing that there was no movement inside, he thought this stinky boy must be still sleeping, so he patted the door hard with his hands, shouting, "It's time to get up, it's time to get up." This Yu Yang just fell asleep at this time and heard someone knocking at the door and taking pictures of the door. The voice was so loud that he thought something had happened. He suddenly woke up and heard Qi Mengru's voice. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" While he was talking, he reached out and took the clothes from the side. "Put on your clothes in 3 strokes or 2. At this moment I heard Qi Mengru say outside, "It's getting late, it's time to get up." Yu Yang's eyes twitched twice after hearing this. Said, "My eldest lady, you don't bring such fun, it's early in the morning. You're shouting so loudly here, I thought something was wrong. It seems like it's only after 5 o'clock. Even if you go to the concert you don't have to get up so early." Yu Xiaoying, who was in the next room, was also awakened by Qi Mengru. Yu Yang also got off the bed and opened the door. Yu Xiaoying also came out from the next room. Said to Qi Mengru, "I said, Mengru, why did you get up so early in the morning?" Qi Mengru heard it. Qi Mengru heard that, "Cousin, I'm not going to see Yao Wenyu's concert, aren't I happy? I originally just wanted to wake up this stinky boy Yu Yang, but I didn't expect to wake you up too." Yu Xiaoying laughed and scolded, "You girl, you shouted so loudly, can I not be woken up by you?" Qi Mengru made a face at Yu Xiaoying after hearing this. "Speaking of cousin, you're awake anyway, so let's go to the back, the 3 of us. How about playing?" Yu Xiaoying and Yu Yang looked at each other. Showed a helpless expression. Yu Xiaoying had to say, "That's fine." Yu Xiaoying turned to Yu Yang and asked, "Yu Yang, do you want to play with us?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that he was awake, "Let's play together." So the 3 of them went downstairs and went to the back of the house to play basketball for a while because Yu Yang couldn't. During the whole process he just acted as a spectator and watched Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru play there. He was watching when Qi Mengru suddenly said, "Yu Yang, come and play." Yu Yang just watched for a while, he has already learned. He deliberately said to Qi Mengru, "Then I won't." Qi Mengru said to him, "It's alright, just play casually." Although he said so, but Yu Yang saw a hint of slyness in his eyes. Qi Mengru thought in her heart, "I let you bully me. You kicked me on the desk 2 days ago at school. It made my feet hurt for a day or 2, and this time I finally encountered something that you can't. Let's see how I treat you." He made up his mind, so he called Yu Yang. Unfortunately, this little trick of his has long been seen through by Yu Yang. The trace of cunning in his eyes has long been seen by Yu Yang. Thinking of this, Yu Yang secretly smiled and thought to himself, "I'd like to see what tricks this eldest lady is going to play." Thinking of this, he came to Qi Mengru and said, "I'll stay for a while. If you don't know how to play, don't tell me again." Qi Mengru thought, "It would be better if you couldn't play. I just wanted to see you deflated. I thought so in my heart, but he said it was all right just to play casually. Come without mother-in-law, start now." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, well, after that he stretched out his hand and took it from Yu Xiaoying. "Next to him," said the bat. "It's getting late, we should leave after having breakfast in a while." As soon as Qi Mengru heard that, yes, then he started playing basketball with Yu Yang. Watching Yu Yang put the bat at the basketball, and then the basketball went into the basket. Qi Mengru took a look. How big is the little mouth, thinking that this kid said he wouldn't know what's going on. Is this a coincidence? Thinking of this, he firmed up his thoughts. It must be a coincidence to him, and he immediately said that there will be another game. How could he know that with Yu Yang's abnormal memory he could even learn martial arts, let alone such a simple basketball? When playing the second game, Qi Mengru lost without any suspense. Angrily he threw the bat to the side and said, "You are fooling me." Yu Yang said with an innocent expression on his face, "I'm not cheating." Qi Mengru said angrily, "You haven't cheated yet. This basketball is so good," and he said that he can't. "Yu Yang, when I heard about it, I want to say that I just learned. Do you believe it?" As soon as Qi Mengru heard that, "You went to the grave to burn newspapers to fool the ghost. Who do you think you are? Just learned, how can you play so well?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, "I just learned it," and Yu Xiaoying next to him heard it. "Okay, stop arguing. It's getting late, we should have breakfast too," and then set off. Qi Mengru stopped talking when she heard this and glared at Yu Yang. Snorted. Ran away. Yu Xiaoying first shook his head and said to Yu Yang, "Oh, I said you too. Why are you just like that little kid?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about Miss Dao Xiaoying, "I told the truth, I really just learned to play basketball." Yu Xiaoying looked at Yu Yang curiously. Asked, "You are really Yu Yang who just learned it?" "Speaking of right, I just learned when I saw the 2 of you fighting." The two came to the living room while talking. After the meal the three of them are ready to go. Chi Mengru is still angry that Yu Yang lied to him just now. Chapter 93 The situation at the concert. Chi Mengru was driving his Porsche sports car with Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying sitting in the back. Chi Mengru was full of anger all the way and didn't say a word to Yu Yang. Huanghai City is also 20 to 30 miles away from Huanghai City, so it is very quick to arrive. Yu Yang and the others went straight to the concert venue as soon as they arrived in Huanghai City. When Yu Yang and the others arrived at the location, they saw that this person was crowded and motionless. The concert starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. When Yu Yang and the others arrived, it was only around 8:30. Soon when it was time for the concert to begin, Yu Yang, Chi Mengru and Xiaoying walked into the theater. There are too many people. Yu Yang and the others managed to find a seat. I heard Chi Mengru say to Xiaoying that it would be better if my cousin could get his autograph later. Yu Yang listened with disapproval. Don't you think you're a singer? What if you really want his autograph? But he never dared to say this. He could only think about it in his heart. If he said it, Chi Mengru would have to talk to him again. Soon the lights on the stand dimmed and a young girl slowly walked out in the background, and then look at the bottom of the cheers. Some people even stood up waving the light stick in their hands and shouting, "Yao Wenyu, I love you." Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying also stood up, shouted with the others. At this moment the one in the stands bowed to the audience and said, "Thank you all for taking your precious time to watch my concert." When he spoke again, all the people in the stands fell silent. Just listen to him and then say thank you. Fans has been supporting me for a long time and I am very grateful here. After speaking there was another burst of cheers from the audience. At this time Yu Yang looked at the man on the stage next to him. Yu Yang was taken aback seeing that this person is good on the surface. In fact, Yu Yang has seen on his face that his face is a bit wrong. Yao Wenyu, a very famous female singer on stage. Yu Yang is staring at Yao Wenyu, Chi Mengru next to him. As soon as she turned her head and just saw it, she heard Chi Mengru snort and say, "Cousin, you see someone's eyeballs are about to fall out." Yu Xiaoying looked back at Yu Yang. He didn't say anything, turned around and said to Chi Mengru, "I said, Mengru, why are you angry when people see Yao Wenyu?" As soon as Chi Mengru heard this, he was a big pervert. How could he know that all the conversation between him and Yu Xiaoying was overheard by Yu Yang? Don't look at so many people at the scene. They both spoke in such a low voice. It's not very far away, so Yu Yang heard everything they said. So Yu Yang turned back to Yu Xiaoying and said, "Miss Xiaoying, Yao Wenyu was ill. I didn't give him a pulse. I don't know what kind of disease he had. Anyway, his body is very weak and he may faint at any time." Chi Mengru heard the word, "Che, who are you deceiving? Who said his face was wrong? Isn't his face very good?" At this time Yu Yang also put aside his joking thoughts and said solemnly, "This is a person who does not know medical skills and he will not be able to see it at all. When he came to power just now, I could see that he was not in good health." Yu Xiaoying didn't look like Yu Yang was playing with him, and immediately said that his concert would not be available. "Can you go up and help him take a look?" As soon as Chi Mengru heard that cousin don't listen to him, he was just making excuses for him to stare at others just now. He also said that people are sick. Is he a genius doctor? After saying this he suddenly froze for a moment, thinking to himself that this kid really seems to be a genius doctor. Thinking of this he couldn't help turning around and looked at Yao Wenyu on the stage again and thought, is he really going to faint like Yu Yang said? Just then Yu Yang spoke, "If he didn't have an attack I would rashly go up and say that he was sick before being kicked out." Yu Xiaoying thought to herself, yes, this is the same principle. Oh, what should I do? At this moment Chi Mengru turned around again and said to Yu Yang, "I said the big bad guy, can you help him heal? If you help him heal, I don't care about the things you played with me in the morning. You see that he sings so nicely and he looks so beautiful. Will you help him heal?" Yu Yang said immediately after hearing it, "If he stayed for a while, really. If he faints I will definitely help him with treatment." Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying can feel relieved after hearing what Yu Yang said. At this time Yao Wenyu on stage has already started to sing the first song of the concert. Soon half of the concert time has passed. Chi Mengru whispered in her heart, "Is what Yu Yang said just now true or false? He said that Yao Wenyu would faint and the concert was almost over soon. This man is fine. As his dream thinks it must be this kid is deliberately teasing us again." He just thought of this. Yao Wenyu on stage at this time just finished a song. I saw him swaying on the stage just after the song was finished and fell on the stage with a plop. All of a sudden there was a big chaos off the stage, and on the stage just saw several people running up in the background and asked what's going on. What happened? I heard someone shout again, hurry to the hospital, hurry up and call 120. Chi Mengru was also taken aback when she saw it. She looked back at Yu Yang and thought that this kid really got it right. And then look at Chi Mengru grabbing Yu Yang's hand and saying hurry up and save him. Yu Xiaoying was also beside him looking at Yu Yang nervously. Looking at Yu Yang, he calmly said to his dream Ru Yil, "You've been holding me, how can I go?" Chi Mengru heard it. Jing exhaled and let go of Yu Yang's hand. At this time Yu Yang looked up and saw that there were exactly 2 people on the stage, is about to come to Taiwan Yao Guiyu. Looking at Yu Yang again, he hurriedly pushed aside the crowd in front of him with his hands, took a few steps forward and came to the front of the stage shouting at the stage. Thanks to Yu Yang and the others, this row is relatively close to this table, or else such a big theater Yu Yang and others would probably have been carried away long ago. When he shouted, everyone on the stage stared at him in unison for a moment. Yu Yang took 3 steps and 2 steps to come to the stage and in front of Yao Wenyu. Squatted down and without saying a word reached out and ran towards Yao Wenyu's wrist and grabbed it. The few people next to him reacted and hurriedly asked, "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Yu Yang said without raising his head, "If you want him to be okay, you all shut up for me, I'm a doctor." Chapter 94 Bet. Everyone stopped talking after hearing this. At this time Yu Yang had already grabbed Yao Wenyu's wrist, followed by Yu Yang immediately stretched out 3 fingers on Yao Wenyu's pulse. At this moment I heard someone in the crowd say, "Cut, what kind of garlic is it? Don't you want to take advantage of others because of their beauty?" When everyone heard this, they looked at this person in unison and saw a person squeezed out of the crowd. It depends on the height of this person, can be about 1.7 meters. With a face full of disapproval, and then he turned around and said to the crowd, "What are you still doing? Is it just letting this liar do whatever he wants here? Don't hurry, jong him to the hospital." Everyone sees that they know this person. I heard someone say, "I said Lu Chengyi is not a joke. How do you know this guy is a liar?" After a long time of trouble, this Lu Chengyi is also a star, but this guy has acted in several TV series. This famous, he may not know who he is. I don't know how high and thick the sky is. Once when filming he was facing the big director. Pointing fingers was later given a meal by the director. He is not only like this but also when it is filming it is cheap to stand for actresses. For example, when filming a kiss scene he had to hug someone for a kiss. Sticking his tongue into people's mouth while stirring. There was another time when he made another TV series, he just changed 4 directors. Then slowly this guy's reputation in the entertainment circle is getting worse and worse, and there are fewer and fewer people who cooperate with him. Today he saw Yu Yang and said he was a doctor and wanted to treat Yao Wenyu. This guy has long been interested in Yao Wenyu, but Yao Wenyu has since debuted. There has never been any scandal. This guy thought to himself, today if I expose this guy's true colors in front of everyone and then send him to the hospital, maybe I can win his heart. So he just stood up to speak. Unexpectedly after he finished speaking, since no one paid attention to him. Because many of these people present knew him and thought that you were such a person yourself, and treat others as if you were the same. Look at this young man is not a liar. Everyone can't pass this. Lu Chengyi can be anxious thinking you don't go over here. I think here he walked to Yu Yang's side and said that the kid is still pretending to be garlic. At this time Yu Yang had exhausted the wheat for Yao Wenyu and he already knew it. He took out the silver needle from his arms and gave Yao Wenyu the distortion. At this time Lu Chengyi happened to walk beside him. After he finished talking to Yu Yang ignored him. This kid was in a hurry. As soon as you lift your foot and hit Yu Yang's head, it's a kick. If this kick is for Yu Yang, you must have kicked. Yu Yang stunned, but the people next to him were horrified when they saw it. Thought to himself, what does this kid want to do? Since stop this person. Rescue Yao Wenyu. At this time it was too late to stop. Someone shouted at Yu Yang, be careful. It's too late and it's too fast. Lu Chengyi's foot is about to kick Yu Yang's head. At this moment Yu Yang didn't look back and he reached out and grabbed Lu Chengyi's ankle. Yu Yang pierced Yao Wenyu with one hand and grabbed Lu Chengyi's ankle with the other hand and heard Yu Yang say something. Get the hell out of here, and then watch Yu Yang send his hand out. Lu Chengyi was so happy he stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground with a plop. When everyone saw it they thought, where did this guy come from? It seems that there are still 2 hits. You see, he just grabbed Lu Chengyi's ankle without even turning his head. Just rushed. This time this guy is not simple. This time Lu Chengyi was hit so hard that he almost didn't break his butt into 8 pieces. This kid took a long time to get up from the ground, pointed to Yu Yang and said, good boy, you are so bold. Do you know who I am? At this time Yu Yang had already finished distorting. Yao Wenyu put away the silver needles, stood up and said to Lu Chengyi that I don't care who you are. As long as you dare to provoke me I still beat. When everyone saw this relief in their hearts they thought that Lu Chengyi usually relied on himself to have a little reputation. I don't care about anyone, he's kicked on the iron plate today, Lu Chengyi said in a hurry when he heard Yu Yang say this. I'll tell you boy. You don't have to be crazy with me for a while now. If people are cured by you I see what you will do. Yu Yang watched Lu Chengyi say that if I said he would wake up in 5 minutes what would happen to you? As soon as Lu Chengyi heard that it was good, would you dare to make a bet with me? Yu Yang asked with great interest. Oh, what do you want to bet on? Lu Chengyi heard it. So if I lose I'll give you 100,000 yuan. I have to kneel down to recognize the master. Yu Yang said happily. The first one you mentioned is okay, as for the second one, if I win you will accept me as a master and I will not accept you as an apprentice. When Lu Chengyi heard it he pointed his finger at it. Yu Yang said don't be crazy about you and me. It's been 2 minutes now, you haven't said what if you lose. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it's easy, if I lose I'll crawl out from here you see, and I will pay you another 200,000. Lu Chengyi did so as soon as he heard that it was good. Lu Chengyi thought to himself. This kid still seems to be young and he talks so much, if I can't wake up after a while how will you end? At this time Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying also squeezed to the front of the table and just heard what Yu Yang said. Qi Mengru nervously pulled Yu Xiaoying and said, cousin. Is this kid talking too much? If he really loses where will he get so much money to pay others? Also said to climb out from here, then how embarrassing it will be. Yu Xiaoying patted Qi Mengru's hand and said, Mengru, you don't have to worry. I believe that Yu Yang dared to say that he must have a bottom in his heart. And soon there was only 1 minute left. Looking at Yao Wenyu lying there, still no reaction at all, Lu Chengyi looked at the watch thinking that this kid is going to lose this time. Thinking of this he proudly said to Yu Yang, boy, the time is almost up and now he still has no reaction at all, just wait and climb out from here. Also don't forget what you just said, and there are 200,000 quick money. After listening to this everyone was thinking in their hearts, why are you still hoping that Yao Wenyu won't wake up? Looking at Yu Yang after listening to Lu Chengyi's words he said calmly, what's the hurry? Isn't there 30 seconds left? After listening to Lu Chengyi sneered and said yes, then I will wait. At this moment someone next to him suddenly shouted love and woke up, and Lu Chengyi came out with sweat when he heard it. He didn't expect that this kid really cured Yao Wenyu. Chapter 95. Yao Wenyu woke up with a confused expression on her face, thinking how could I lie on the ground so well? He only remembered that he was singing on the stage, singing and singing he seemed to faint. He didn't remember what happened next. When he woke up he was lying on the ground. At this time someone next to him has come to help him up from the ground. Yu Yang looked aside and hurriedly said that his body is still relatively weak. Move a chair and let him sit there first. This time Yao Wenyu's agent moved a chair to him and let Yao Wenyu sit down. His agent, surnamed Zhang, is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Yao Wenyu asked him what happened to the agent just now, followed by his agent, and told him what happened just now, and then pointed to Yu Yang and said, you see, this is the one who saved you just now. Yao Wenyu looked up and looked at Yu Yang. Before meeting Yu Yang, this young man looks like a normal person and can be about 1.7 meters tall. Immediately after him he wanted to stand up and thank Yu Yang, but he just stood up. I felt my legs go weak, my body swayed a bit and I almost fell down because my manager was there to support him. Yu Yang said at a glance, your body is still very weak. You sit there first and don't move. Yao Wenyu raised his head, looked at Yu Yang embarrassedly and said, thank you for saving me just now. Yu Yang heard that it was all right. But I have 2 friends over there who like you very much. They are your loyal fans. Can you sign their names? Yao Wenyu hurriedly said, of course, of course. Yu Xiaoying saw more firm his previous thought. It seems that this Yu Yang is indeed a genius doctor. If he can agree to go he will cure my friend's grandmother. But also gave him a heart attack. When they saw Yao Wenyu woke up, the 2 of them also came to Yu Yang's side, just arrived next to Yu Yang. I heard Yu Yang asking Yao Wenyu if he could sign the 2 of them. Qi Mengru said to Yu Xiaoying, still this big bad guy is good. I haven't patronized to see the beauty anyway, I still remember the things to sign for us. At this time Yu Yang wanted to find Lu Chengyi to match his promise just now. It means that the sheep turned around and saw that Lu Chengyi had already retreated very far. After a long time of trouble Lu Chengyi wanted to play tricks, Lu Chengyi thought. While they are all around Yao Wenyu, I will hurry away or else I will lose 100,000 yuan in vain. Am I not enough to support it? Thinking of this, he quietly stepped back and prepared to leave. Lu Chengyi thought, I made you happy for nothing. I didn't expect that. At this time Yu Yang just turned around and saw him retreating back. Yu Yang knew what abacus he was playing. At a glance just heard Yu Yang yell, stop for me. When everyone heard this, they turned their heads and looked at Lu Chengyi. At this time Lu Chengyi had retreated to a place closer to the gate and he wanted to run away as soon as he turned around. At this time everyone saw an afterimage passing by. Immediately afterwards Lu Chengyi fell to the ground with a thud and someone pressed him to the ground. This person is Yu Yang. Yu Yang just saw Lu Chengyi want to run. Yu Yang's fire came up at that time, thinking that this kid wanted to default on his debt. He looked at Lu Chengyi, turned around, he knew this kid wanted to run. Looking at Yu Yang, he stretched out his hand and pulled away the person in front of him, caught up with Lu Chengyi in 3 strokes and 2 strokes and took a foot on Lu Chengyi's A. This Lu Chengyi threw his mouth and gnawed mud. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and held him down. He said, you kid just finished the bet, do you still want to pay back? Lu Chengyi heard that. Good boy, what do you think? At this time everyone also found Lu Chengyi. Everyone turned around in unison and looked at Lu Chengyi with contempt. Among them someone whispered, Bah, what's the matter? What about stars? Look at what quality this is. After the bet you still want to repay the debt. At this time Yu Yang asked if you would give the 100,000 yuan. Lu Chengyi made up his mind and wanted to cheat, so he said, what 100,000 yuan? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, you dare to rely on my account. Lu Chengyi stared at him. Yu Yang thought to himself, I'll take your account, what can you do? Yu Yang said, good. At a glance you really have a kind of kid. Speaking of which, look at Yu Yang. I don't know when there is a knife in his hand. Directed at Lu Chengyi's hand is a knife. All of a sudden just given Lu Chengyi's hand to the ground. This knife is just right pierced from the neck of the hand. Everyone took a breath of air when they saw it, thinking that this kid is too fierce. Lu Chengyi was hurt and screamed, ah. Hurriedly shouted at Yu Yang that I will give it to me, can't you? I'll give it now. You now report to me an account and I will have someone call you right away. Yu Yang didn't have a bank card at this time. He asked for an account number. He turned around immediately and shouted at Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, come over. Yu Xiaoying saw that Yu Yang called him from a distance and he hurriedly came over. He saw that Yu Yang pressed Lu Chengyi to the ground, and gave his hand to the ground with a knife. Yu Xiaoying thought to herself, how did this person offend Yu Yang? After a long time of trouble, what Yu Yang and Lu Chengyi said on the stage just now, he and Qi Mengru didn't hear from a distance away. Yu Yang looked at Yu Xiaoying strangely. He immediately said that, Miss Xiaoying, if there is anything I will tell you later. You now hold your bank card number. After listening to Yu Xiaoying, she did not ask any more questions, took out a bank card from her bag and reported the account number. Yu Yang had already pulled out the knife from Lu Chengyi's hand. It hurt Lu Chengyi, the sweat beads rolled down. Almost didn't faint this kid in pain. When he heard that Yu Xiaoying broke his account, he also hurriedly picked up the phone. He picked up the phone with the other hand and after getting through he immediately reported the account number to the person on the other end of the phone. Followed and listened, he said to play 100,000 yuan in this account. Not more than 5 minutes Yu Xiaoying's mobile phone text messages thought about it. Yu Xiaoying picked up the phone and saw that there was an extra 100,000 yuan in his bank account. At this time I saw Lu Chengyi hung up the phone and said to Yu Yang, the money has arrived, can I go to the hospital? Yu Yang turned around and asked Yu Xiaoying, has Ms. Xiaoying's money arrived? Yu Xiaoying nodded and Yu Yang released Lu Chengyi. Chapter 96, Continuing Treatment. Yu Yang just waved his head and said, let's go. Only then did Lu Chengyi stand up, thinking of Yu Yang, I would definitely want to settle the account with you. He walked out the door while thinking about it. At this time Qi Mengru also came over and asked Yu Yang, I said, big villain, what happened to you just now? Yu Yang turned around and told Lu Chengyi about the bet he had just made with Lu Chengyi. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were very angry after hearing this. Qi Mengru heard who should let him default on the debt. At this moment Yao Wenyu's agent came over and said to Yu Yang, little magician, how is Yao Wenyu's illness? Yu Yang turned around and said, his disease is caused by long-term fatigue. The follow-up, the disease must continue to be treated. His agent was anxious when he heard this and immediately said to Yu Yang that the little genius doctor, can you continue to treat him? Yu Yang was reluctant from the bottom of his heart because he was not related to Yao Wenyu and they did not know each other. This time he can help out completely depends on Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru. He just wanted to refuse when he heard someone say next to him, "I ask you to continue to treat me. If I am not in good health I will definitely have to leave the music scene." Yu Yang saw a pretty girl standing in front of her at first glance, and she could see that the girl was about 1.56 meters tall and so petite and exquisite. A pair of big watery eyes stared at him. With tears in her eyes she was about to fall, and this girl was Yao Wenyu. After a long time of trouble Yao Wenyu was supported by them and sat on a chair just now. After a while he felt better, so he stood up, walked off the stage and walked over to Yu Yang. As soon as he listened to his agent's request when Yu Yang continued to treat him, Yu Yang was silent at the time. When he saw that Yu Yang stopped talking he knew that Yu Yang might not agree with him before he spoke. I heard him say after a pause, "I like to sing very much. If I can't sing a song, I will really feel bad. I don't want to leave this stage." To say this soon Gai Yuan is going to kneel to Yu Yang. Yu Yang was afraid of girls crying. He saw Yao Wenyu's eyes full of tears, so pitiful, and even knelt down for him. His heart softened at that time. Yu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand to support Yao Wenyu and said, "It's not that I don't give you treatment, because I am this time came with my 2 friends. I'm still in high school. I can only stay here the most and have to go back to Huanghai City tomorrow. And your disease cannot be cured once or twice." At this time Chi Mengru spoke by the side, talking about the big bad guy. "You promise him to help him cure it. You can see that this sister sings so well. I believe that you can help him cure it. It's okay to go back to the Yellow Sea. You can let him go back with us." Yao Wenyu glanced at Chi Mengru with grateful eyes, turned around and said to Yu Yang, "Yes, as long as I can cure my illness, whatever you want will do. You leave me with your contact information. When I finish the matter here I will go to Huanghai City to find you." Yu Yang nodded and left his mobile phone number to Yao Wenyu. Yao Wenyu took out his mobile phone and hurriedly saved Yu Yang's mobile phone number in his mobile phone. Followed by him and asked, "What is your surname?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, "My surname was Yu Yang." Yao Wenyu saved Yu Yang's name on the phone after listening to it and called Yu Yang's phone again and said, "You can save my mobile number too. Don't look back and you will call it a harassing call." Just like that Yu Yang also took out his mobile phone and saved Yao Wenyu's mobile phone number in his mobile phone and listened to Yao Wenyu continue to ask, "Are you going back to the Yellow Sea tonight?" Before Yu Yang could speak, Chi Mengru was talking. "We will stay in Huanghai City for 1 night tonight and we will not go back to Huanghai City until tomorrow afternoon." Yao Wenyu said happily after hearing that. "Okay, when you find a place to live send me the address and I will come back tomorrow." He healed me. After speaking he asked Yu Yang again, "By the way, I don't think you are very old this year. How old are you?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, "I was only 19 years old." As soon as Yao Wenyu heard it, "Then we are the same age and I am 19. I don't know which of us has a bigger month." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "It must be my month older than yours. I am your brother Yao Wenyu," and he almost lost his joy, thinking to himself, "It's interesting to see this guy." So he said, Okay, I don't have a brother yet." "Then you are my brother." Chi Mengru heard that I said Yao Wenyu, "Don't be deceived by him. This kid is very bad." Yu Yang is not happy when he hears it next to me when I say that you did this. "Why am I bad?" Chi Mengru pointed at Yu Yang next to him, made a face and said, "You are bad or bad, you are a big pervert." Showed Yao Wenyu next to him covered his mouth and snickered, thinking that these two are quite interesting. Yu Xiaoying was also very speechless next to her, thinking to herself. The two actually quarreled again after a while. At this moment Yu Yang said to Yao Wenyu that, "My 2 friends want your autograph, don't know if it's okay." Yao Wenyu nodded again and said, Of course." Chi Mengru thought after listening to Yu Yang's words, "Oh, I forgot such an important thing." Soon Yao Wenyu signed the names for Yu Xiaoying and Yu Yang. Yu Yang said to him, "Then we will go first." Yao Wenyu followed and said, "Then when you find a hotel and stay you must send me the address." Yu Xiaoying hurriedly said it as soon as she heard it. "Don't worry Yu Xiaoying," and the 3 of them went out. When the 3 of them got outside and got into the car, this time it was Yu Xiaoying who drove the car. Yu Yang sat in the co-pilot seat. Chi Mengru was so happy when he got in the car. She said, "Finally got Yao Wenyu's signature. But the big bad guy, you have done a good thing today helping Yao Wenyu to be cured." Yu Yang was not happy when he heard it, turned around and said, "What do you mean by that? Why did I do a good thing today? Could it be that I did something bad before?" Yu Xiaoying said, "While driving the car I asked you two to stop quarreling when you're not doing anything." The 2 of them glared at each other and stopped talking. Soon a few people found a hotel and stayed in. On the second morning Yu Yang was still sleeping when the phone on the bedside suddenly remembered. Chapter 97, The Big Satyr. Yu Yang reached out and took the phone from the side, picked it up and said, "Hello, who is it?" I heard a sweet girl on the other end of the phone. "Brother, you just asked someone to be your sister yesterday, why did you forget it today?" Yu Yang only then heard it. This voice is Yao Wenyu. Just listen to Yao Wenyu on the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry I didn't bother you so early, did you get up yet?" "I'm downstairs." Yu Yang hurriedly said when he heard it. "Then you come up first, wait a moment," and I opened the door and said. He hurriedly took the clothes from the side and started to wear them. Yao Wenyu said sorry as soon as he heard it. "Maybe it bothered you so early." Yu Yang was fine as soon as he heard it. Yao Wenyu went on to say, "Then I hang up first, I have already entered the elevator." Yu Yang hurriedly said okay, see you later, and hung up the phone. And then he put on his clothes and started to wash his face and brush his teeth, just finished cleaning up. Heard someone knock on the door. Yu Yang hurried over to open the door to take a look. "Just look at Yao Wenyu standing outside the door." "Pretty," Yu Yang said quickly. "Please come in." Yao Wenyu walked into the room. Yu Yang closed the door and watched Yao Wenyu put the thing in his hand on the table, turned around and said to Yu Yang, "Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you breakfast and I don't know if you like it or not. I bought some fried dough sticks and soy milk. Eat it quickly, it will cool down for a while." This Yao Wenyu's heart is really delicate. He can guess it. Maybe Yu Yang is still sleeping and hasn't even eaten breakfast, so he bought another one for Yu Yang after breakfast. Yu Yang said at a glance, "Thank you, Yao Wenyu, you're welcome." Yu Yang pointed to the sofa next to him and said, "Please take a seat." "Have you eaten breakfast?" Yao Wenyu said, "I've already eaten it. You should eat it first." Yu Yang said, "That's fine. Then I eat first and then continue to acupuncture for you." Yu Yang picked up the soy milk fritters and ate there. While he was eating, Yao Wenyu went to the bed and folded the quilt on his bed, then sat on the bed and waited for Yu Yang to finish the meal for him, acupuncture. Yu Yang looked at him and hurriedly said, "How embarrassed you are," and asked you to help me clean up. Yao Wenyu and said it's all right, and soon waited for Yu Yang to finish eating and said to Yao Wenyu, "Your illness is not enough with acupuncture, you have to cooperate with massage to get better faster." This time Yu Yang did not tell lies. Yao Wenyu nodded and said after listening, "Well then you massage me now." Yu Yang said good, and then listened to Yu Yang said and went to bed to lie down. Yu Yang said this he didn't mean anything, but when Yao Wenyu heard this it was a bit ambiguous. His face turned red. He was stunned when he thought about where he was standing. Yu Yang asked at a glance, "What's the matter? What are you doing? Is he there?" Only then did Yao Wenyu react and cursed herself inwardly. Yao Wenyu, what are you thinking? The boy in front of you is just treating you." Thinking of this he didn't dare to look at it. Yu Yang hurriedly lay down on the bed. Just like that Yu Yang started to massage Yao Wenyu. After a while, when the massage was finished, Yu Yang took out the steaming bag and said casually and took off his clothes. Yao Wenyu was thinking about how big his mouth was at that time. Why did he make me undress? Waiting for Yu Yang to get the silver needles ready to see Yao Wenyu standing there watching him not move. Yu Yang asked a little strangely, "What happened to you?" Yao Wenyu asked in a low voice, "Why do you still need to take off your clothes?" Yu Yang realized that Yao Wenyu had misunderstood. Yu Yang saw Yao Wenyu's shy look, her face was flushed. Yu Yang deliberately wanted to tease him and listened to Yu Yang. "Taking off your clothes can better stick to the acupoints. Do you think I want to take advantage of you? If you think so, then you better not look to me," he said while pretending to be angry and was about to come and put away the steamed buns. Yao Wenyu said in a panic, "I was wrong just now, please don't see the villain. Continue to help me heal." Yu Yang smiled inwardly after hearing this but said with a faint anger on his face, "We are doctors who have no other thoughts in mind when treating patients. Since you don't believe me, why do you want me to help you heal?" Yao Wenyu burst into tears after hearing this, said, "Am I wrong?" After speaking, tears fell down. Yu Yang took a look. "I thought that this woman is made of water. It seems that it is not false at all. If you cry, you will cry." He really cried when he saw Yao Wenyu. Yu Yang thought to himself, "Is this joke a little too big?" Thinking of this he said hurriedly, Well, I will continue to help you cure your disease, but today, as if you change someone else's disease, I will definitely not help him cure it." Yao Wenyu immediately became happy again and said, "Thank you so much." Yu Yang thought to himself that this has changed too fast. The pear blossoms who were crying just now are so pitiful. This time he smiled again and there were still tears on his face. If it weren't for this he really couldn't see it. He cried just now. If this is going to act, it is definitely a good material. Yu Yang naturally knew why he was happy again just looking at the speed at which he changed his face. "It's too fast." Yu Yang thinks it's not very happy here said. Hurry up and take off your shirt and then do acupuncture for you. This Yao Wenyu thought to himself, he also gave him acupuncture at the concert last time, why didn't he need to take off his clothes? Why is it necessary this time? But he thought so in his heart. This time he didn't dare to ask. For fear of making Yu Yang angry, he really stopped treating him. How could he know when Yu Yang helped him with acupuncture at the concert last time? Just pierced a few points on his head so that he could wake up immediately, and then a few points of acupuncture points to allow him to recover. This Yao Wenyu naturally does not know. Soon Yao Wenyu took off her shirt and lay on the bed, her blushing blood dripping from her face, and she never dared to look back at Yu Yang, buried his face in the pillow. Look at Yu Yang holding the silver needle with 2 fingers and start acupuncture for Yao Wenyu. He has just tied all the silver needles, sitting on the sofa next to him. I waited for a while to pull out the needle. Even if the acupuncture was completed, it was at this time that the door was suddenly pushed open and a head came in from the outside. This one saw Yu Yang sitting on the sofa, lying on the bed, a woman without a top. At that time he rushed in and said at a glance, "Yu Yang, you big pervert, I really didn't see it. You actually brought women into the room to mess around. This is not someone else, it is Chi Mengru." Chapter 98 Misunderstanding Yu Yang. Chi Mengru's room was next to Yu Yang's room. After he woke up in the morning, he picked up his phone and saw that it was already past 7 o'clock. So he put on his clothes and opened the door. He came out of the room. He wanted to go to Yu Xiaoying's place to see Yu Xiaoying. "Have you woken up yet?" Just walking to the door of Yu Yang's room, he heard someone talking in Yu Yang's room and vaguely heard it was a girl, and his dream was light, thinking that this kid won't bring any women into the room to fool around at night. Thinking of this, he tiptoed to the door of the room, put his ear to the door and listened to the movement inside. At this time Yu Yang was giving Yao Wenyu acupuncture. At this time Yao Wenyu was lying there and didn't speak. Chi Mengru suddenly couldn't hear the voice inside. He was so curious, he thought to himself, what was this stinky boy doing inside? He thought about it and pushed the door open with his hands involuntarily. It turned out that when Yao Wenyu just entered, when Yu Yang was closing the door, he did not give the door to Guan Yensha. This door is not locked, so this Chi Mengru pushes the door can be opened. As soon as the door was opened, Chi Mengru stuck his head in and waited for him to look into the room. Yu Yang was sitting on the sofa and lying on the bed alone. "The dream is as good as I thought. I can't see that this kid seems to be really misbehaving. Even dared to bring the young lady back to fool around at night." Thinking of this, he suddenly broke in and pointed at Yu Yang with his hand. "You big pervert." Yu Yang looked up and saw Chi Mengru standing in front of him, staring at him and pointing at him, scolding him as a big pervert. Yu Yang was a little confused at the time. When Yao Wenyu, who was lying on the bed, heard that someone had entered the room, he did not dare to raise his head, buried his face in the pillow and did not dare to move. When he heard Chi Mengru scolding Yu Yang as a big pervert, he knew that the person who came in must have misunderstood something. He wanted to talk but was embarrassed. Yu Yang was scolded by Chi Mengru when he saw how good he was. Yu Yang immediately said to Chi Mengru, "I said, what happened to you?" As soon as Chi Mengru heard it, "What happened to me? Where did the woman come from in your room? No shirt yet. You kid seems to be really not good at learning." Yu Yang heard Chi Mengru's words and screamed at the moment. "I said, my eldest lady, can you read it clearly? You see who this is?" Yao Wenyu was lying on the bed, and when she heard Chi Mengru come in, she scolded Yu Yang badly. Yao Wenyu thought, listening to this person's voice seems to be the girl who was with Yu Yang yesterday. Yao Wenyu does not know what is the relationship between Chi Mengru and Yu Yang. Yao Wenyu thought, I can't let this girl misunderstand. Yu Yang thought he couldn't care about it. "I'm sorry." He hurriedly turned his head around and waited for Chi Mengru to take a look. I thought to myself, how does this person look so familiar? Chi Mengru looked suddenly. Exclaimed, "Ah, are you not Yao Wenyu?" Yao Wenyu nodded lightly. Yu Yang took a look next to him and said to Chi Mengru, "I said, can you figure out the situation next time?" Chi Mengru ignored Yu Yang and said to Yao Wenyu, "I said, Sister Wenyu, what are you doing? Is it because Yu Yang bullied you?" Yao Wenyu almost lost his joy when he heard it. Yu Yang said unhappily from the side, "I said, what happened to you? You see clearly. Don't you see the silver needle on him?" Yao Wenyu also hurriedly said, "Yes, Yu Yang, he will give me acupuncture again." At this time Yu Xiaoying also came in from outside. As soon as Yu Xiaoying walked into the room, she said that I was like a dream. "What are you doing in Yu Yang's room so early in the morning?" Looking at Chi Mengru again, she came to Yu Xiaoying, took Yu Xiaoying's hand and pointed Yao Wenyu on the bed, said about her cousin, "Who do you think that is?" Only then did Yu Xiaoying notice, and when he saw it he thought that this person was not Yao Wenyu. What is he doing? Then listened to Yao Wenyu. Said hello to him. Said Yu Yang is now giving me acupuncture. Yu Yang next to him said at a glance. Well, it's time to pull out the needle. After he finished speaking he walked over to the bed, pulled out all the silver needles on Yao Wenyu's body and put them in the real bag, and then put the needle pack away. He just collected the ginger needle bag. Qi Mengru came to him, grabbed Yang's clothes and said, hurry out and wait for others to get dressed. And then you come in again. Just listen to Yu Yang said to Yao Wenyu, I'm going out first, you put on your clothes. Qi Mengru said with satisfaction after hearing this, it's more or less the same. Yao Wenyu didn't look happy either. I thought to myself, what is the relationship between these two? At this time Yu Yang had already walked out of the room, and after closing the Zhongmen Yao Wenyu put on his clothes. Qi Mengru then went over to open the door and let Yu Yang in. At this time Yu Xiaoying was talking on the side. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast together. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Sister Xiaoying, I had already eaten it, he bought it for me. Yao Wenyu also hurriedly said at the side, thank you, I also had breakfast. I have to go first and I will get Liangping City to hold the next concert in a while. After speaking he pointed at Yu Yang and said with a sweet smile. This time, but thank you so much. Talking he took out a stack of cash from his carry-on bag and probably could have won 5,000 like this. This little money is the cost for you to help me see a doctor. After saying this I looked forward to Yu Yang and his face sank at that time. Just listen to Yu Yang said. I'm not helping you see a doctor to collect your money, but I think these two people around me like you very much, and they asked me to help you heal. Since you also recognized me as your brother, then how can I still receive your money? Hurry up and collect the money, otherwise I will not help you to cure your disease. Yao Wenyu was afraid that Yu Yang would not see a doctor for him. When Yu Yang said that he should see a doctor, he hurriedly put the money back into the bag. And then nervously looked at Qi Mengru next to Yu Yang with two eyes. He couldn't stand it anymore and said to Yu Yang, I said, big bad guy. You see, you scared Sister Wenyu. Then listened to Yu Xiaoying next to him. Yao Wenyu, you don't have to take his words to heart. This guy also said that the fierce mouth, in fact his heart is pretty good. Since he does not want to receive money, then you put the money away. Let him help you heal with peace of mind. And then he turned around and said to Yu Yang, he didn't apologize to others, you see, you scared them. Yu Yang saw that Yao Wenyu was at a loss at this time. I thought if I want to say no to him he must cry again. If he really wants to shed tears without anyone else, just Miss Qi will have to stop with me. Thinking of this he said to Yao Wenyu with joy. Don't worry, I will help you completely heal your disease. When you have time, go to Huanghai City to find me. Yao Wenyu was relieved after hearing this. Just listen to Yu Yang continue to say. I will give you some prescriptions to go back and take the medicines according to the prescriptions. Let me help you with acupuncture again after a while. Your disease can basically be completely cured. As he spoke he took a pen and paper and wrote a prescription and handed it to Yao Wenyu. Waiting for Yao Wenyu to reach out and take the prescription, stack it and put it in the bag, said with a smile at Yu Yang, then thank you brother, I have to go back first. Lie down, and smiled with two dimples on his face, not to mention how good-looking Yu Yang's bones were crisp when he saw it, hurriedly waved at him and said. You are welcome. Qi Mengru looked beside him. Yu Yang stared at Yao Wenyu and glared at Yu Yang fiercely. Speaking of Sister Wenyu, the two of us will take you downstairs. Chapter 99, Lu Chengyi's Revenge. After speaking he and Yu Xiaoying went to see Yao Wenyu downstairs, and Yu Yang was left alone in the room. Yao Wenyu turned around when he was leaving, said to Yu Yang thank you, and then took out a pair of sunglasses and put it on his face. And then Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying walked out of the room. The two sent Yao Wenyu downstairs and watched him get into the car before they turned around and came back. Waited until the two returned to the room. I heard Yu Xiaoying say it's getting late, we should go back. When Qi Mengru next to her heard it, I said, could my cousin go down to eat something? I'm already hungry, the front chest is attached to the back, this big bad guy just let him eat so many things by himself and he didn't say leave some for me. Yu Yang ignored him and said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying. Indeed, you see it's already noon now. We should go back to the Yellow Sea to eat something. Yu Xiaoying nodded and said, well, let's go down to eat now and go back in a while. So the three of them walked out of the room. Qi Mengru said to Yu Xiaoying. Cousin, you look at someone like a pig, eat so much in the morning and now you are hungry again. Yu Yang heard it. You're just like a pig, you don't even know what time it was just now. It's almost 11 o'clock now. Of course I'm hungry. When Yu Xiaoying listened to it, the two of them had a tendency to quarrel again. He rubbed his temples and said to me whether the two of you could do it. Don't just quarrel there at every turn, you see how old you are and you can't stop walking while walking. The two shut up after hearing this. Soon the three of them went downstairs and found a small restaurant and walked in. Yu Yang looked up. Just saw a middle-aged woman sitting in front of him. Yu Yang looked at him and thought to himself why this person was so familiar. It seemed that at this moment the woman turned back and saw Yu Yang. At the same time Yu Yang also recognized this person. This woman saw that it was Yu Yang. She stood up from her seat and came to Yu Yang. Speaking of the little genius doctor, why are you here? There was a middle-aged man across from the woman. The man also stood up. This woman is not someone else's good friend of Chen Lu's business, called Lin Xiaomei. Some time ago their friends gathered. Chen Lu took Yu Yang to go. Among them is this Lin Xiaomei. This Lin Xiaomei was suffering from stomach problems at the time Yu Yang wrote him a prescription. He went back and took the medicine according to Yu Yang's prescription. After eating it, the stomach problem was really cured. He was grateful to Yu Yang in his heart, so let's not mention it. He didn't expect to meet the man behind him here today, officially her husband. Surnamed Chu, called Chu Gorui. When this man heard Lin Xiaomei's call, the man in front of him was a little genius doctor. He knew that. It turned out that Lin Xiaomei told him that this is the little genius doctor who was in front of him. He has such medical skills at a young age, it seems that he will be amazing in the future. Thinking of this, he also hurried over and said, "Little genius doctor, thank you for curing my wife's illness last time." Lin Xiaomei quickly introduced the little genius doctor. This is my husband, surnamed Chu, called Chu Gorui. This Chu Gorui held Yu Yang's hand in the past. Very enthusiastic, Lin Xiaomei asked, "How did you come here?" "I really didn't expect to meet you here," Yu Yang said. "I came to see Yao Guiyu's concert with my two friends." Only then did Lin Xiaomei and her husband Chu Gorui notice that there were two big girls standing behind Yu Yang. Lin Xiaomei thought to herself, what is the relationship between these two and the little genius doctor? Since the little genius doctor accompanied them to the concert. At this moment I heard Yu Yang ask, "Is there any business for you to come here?" Also came to see the concert. Lin Xiaomei hurriedly said, No, I came here today to do business. You should have come to eat, right? Let's do it quickly, let's eat it together. Later a few of them changed to a larger table and a few people sat down to eat. Just listen to Lin Xiaomei said, "Little doctor, your medical skills are really amazing. I took the medicine you gave me last time while wearing it, but I didn't expect my stomach problems to really get better. If you go to open a hospital, then definitely make money." Yu Yang said after listening, "I do have this idea, is that I know nothing about this matter. If you want to open a hospital, at least you have to find a house first." At this time Lin Xiaomei's husband Chu Gorui was talking beside him. Speaking of the little genius doctor, "If you really want to open a hospital, I can help you." Yu Yang said after listening, "That's really great, thank you." As soon as Chu Gorui heard about the little genius doctor, "This is nothing. You cured our little beauty last time and I haven't thanked you yet." Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Don't always call me a little genius doctor. You are all older than me and you are also a friend of Sister Lu. You just call me Yu Yang." Chu Gorui and Lin Xiaomei listened, nodded again and again and said, "It was good, just listen to you." Soon a few people finished their meal. Chu Gorui hurried over to pay for the meal. Just heard Lin Xiaomei ask Yu Yang, "When will you return to the Yellow Sea?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "I will go back in a while." "When will you go back?" "Lin Xiaomei will go back as soon as she hears that we will go back, so let's go together." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "That's fine, but we have to go back to the room to get things before we can go." Lin Xiaomei said nothing after listening, "Our car is also in another place, we will drive over and wait for you." After speaking, Yu Yang, Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru went back to their rooms and packed their belongings, and then came downstairs. At this time Lin Xiaomei and Chu Gorui also drove the car over and waited here. Yu Yang and Lin Xiaomei greeted each other again and then got into the car. Yu Xiaoying drove the car in front of Chu Gorui and Lin Xiaomei and the couple drove behind. The two cars went straight to Huanghai City. Yu Xiaoying drove the car, Yu Yang sat in the co-pilot seat, Qi Mengru sat in the back row. Yu Xiaoying was driving when he suddenly saw several police cars parked at the intersection ahead with their lights on. Qi Mengru stepped on the brakes. The car was parked and I saw a policeman walking in front of him, knocking on the window. Yu Xiaoying jong and the window was down. What was the matter? This police text heard a question. You are suspected of a case and come with us. Yu Yang knew something was wrong when he saw it from the passenger seat. Just at this moment 2 more people came up in front. Yu Yang looked up and understood what was going on. One of these 2 people is a policeman and the other is Lu Chengyi. Yu Yang thought to himself, no need to ask, these policemen were called by Lu Chengyi. Yu Yang thought, it seems that the lesson I gave him last time was not enough. Was really guessed right by Yu Yang. Yesterday this Lu Chengyi and Yu Yang lost the bet and wanted to repay the debt. Unexpectedly Yu Yang was asked to use a knife and he directly nailed his hand to the ground. When he saw that there was nothing he could do, he conceded defeat. After he transferred the money to Yu Xiaoying's account, he went to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital and wrapped his hands, Lu Chengyi thought to himself, Yu Yang, this time I have to fix you. I have to let you know how powerful Lu Chengyi is. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and thought. He made up his mind, took a taxi and went straight to the Huanghai City Public Security Department. Chapter 100 Encountering the police on the road. After arriving at the Provincial Public Security Bureau, he paid for the car and got out of the car, rushed to the courtyard of the provincial office and walked over. He just walked to the courtyard, suddenly looked up and saw a person in front of him. Lu Chengyi looked up at this person. He was very happy, and after a long time of trouble this person was exactly what he was looking for. Lu Mingdong, Deputy Director of the Provincial Department. Lu Mingdong also saw him and hurriedly came over and said, why you are so free to come to me today? Lu Chengyi hurriedly said, I came to report to you. I came alone. Who to report? Lu Mingdong asked with great interest. At this moment he suddenly saw Lu Chengyi's other hand wrapped in gauze. He hurriedly asked, I said, what's going on with your hand? Lu Chengyi heard it. Hurriedly said, this is exactly what I want to tell you. Lu Mingdong said quickly, go first. In this way Lu Mingdong brought Lu Chengyi to his office. When the 2 got to the office and sat down, Lu Mingdong poured a glass of water for Lu Chengyi and then sat down and asked me, Lu Chengyi, how did you do this? You just said that you want to report someone with me. Who do you want to report? Lu Chengyi hurriedly said when he heard it. I want to report to you that someone illegally practices medicine. He not only illegally practice medicine but also is not a good person. Followed by him and told the story of what happened at the concert yesterday. Of course he wouldn't say his own is not. What Yu Yang said was simply heinous. Lu Mingdong cracked after listening to it. Said with a slap on the table. What is the name of the person you just mentioned? After listening to Lu Chengyi he was stunned and thought, what was his name? I really didn't notice it. Lu Chengyi was a bit dumbfounded and said, I don't know what his name is. As soon as Lu Mingdong heard about it, then you don't know his name, where can we go to find him? Lu Chengyi hurriedly said after listening, Mingdong, don't have to worry. Although I don't know his name, but we can go to the concert site to investigate. I still remember his appearance and now there are cameras at every intersection. I believe it shouldn't take a lot of trouble to find people out. After listening Lu Mingdong nodded and said, since you don't remember his name you can only investigate. In this way the 2 went to the theater where Yao Wenyu held the concert. Someone heard Yu Yang's name at that time, so in this investigation someone told Lu Mingtao and Lu Chengyi the name of Yu Yang. The 2 of them thought to themselves that it was not bad, not in vain. Lu Chengyi thought to Yu Yang, this time I have to let you in for a few days in prison. Following Lu Mingdong they dropped the cameras at various intersections again and finally found the whereabouts of Yu Yang and the others. This time Lu Chengyi was talking on the side. I explained that they actually came from Huanghai City and they must also go back to Huanghai City. Simply we are waiting for them on the way to the Yellow Sea. This Lu Mingdong also really listened to Lu Chengyi's paintings. The road from Pingjiang to the Yellow Sea was put under martial law and the passing vehicles were checked. Some people may be very curious, why does Lu Mingtao listen to Lu Chengyi so much? After a long time of trouble Lu Mingtao and Lu Chengyi turned out to be in the same place. This Lu Chengyi and Lu Mingdong are both from a small county below Pingjiang City. After Lu Chengyi became famous Lu Mingdong came to him. Lu Chengyi is 2 years older than Lu Mingdong. On this day Lu Mingdong came to Lu Chengyi's house and said, brother, you see that you are so famous now. I am such a ready-made little policeman. Can you find someone to help me and get me to be a police officer in Pingjiang City? This Lu Chengyi really knew a lot of people when he first became famous and also knew a lot of people in the officialdom of Pingjiang City, so when Lu Mingdong found him, as soon as he said it he immediately agreed. This Lu Mingdong gave Lu Chengyi a lot of good things. This Lu Chengyi, what he said really counts, and soon he really asked someone to find a job for Lu Mingdong at the police station in Pingjiang City. This Lu Mingdong after coming to Pingjiang City has done a very good job and has been moving up and down again and again. Once again by chance he met a leader of the provincial department. The leader saw that he was doing well, so he was transferred to the provincial office. So this kid is extremely grateful to Lu Chengyi. So today as soon as Lu Chengyi found him and asked him to help, he agreed without saying a word. Why did Lu Chengyi suggest that Lu Mingdong go to Huanghai City blocking Yu Yang? After a long time of trouble, Lu Chengyi has his own ideas. He is afraid that Yu Yang and Yao Wenyu are still together. He knew that Yao Wenyu was a very complicated character, started his debut when he was 16 years old because he is very beautiful. There are many people who want to pursue him, but without exception Yao Wenyu rejected them. The boss of his company was also polite to him. Although no one knows exactly what kind of power behind Yao Wenyu is. But one thing is certain, the power behind him is definitely not simple, so if this Yu Yang is with him it will be a little troublesome. Lu Chengyi thought, you can't be with Yao Wenyu all the time when you go back to Huanghai City. I'll be waiting for you on the road. That's why he suggested Lu Mingdong to block Yu Yang on the way from Pinnacle City to Huanghai City, but he didn't expect that he was actually blocked. Wait for Yu Yang and their car to drive from a distance. Don't say this kid has really sharp eyes. He saw Yu Yang sitting in the co-pilot position at a glance. He hurriedly said something to Lu Mingdong beside him. Look inside, that car is Yu Yang. Lu Mingdong then let a policeman go over and stop Yu Yang and their car. Lu Chengyi saw Yu Yang and their car was stopped. He had a proud look on his face, thinking, Yu Yang, this time I see where you are going. Followed by him and followed a policeman to Yu Yang. Their car money was in the car and Yu Yang glanced proudly. I just heard one of the police officers say to Yu Yang and the others, get out of the car quickly. Chi Mengru at the back looked at them and said to the police, what do you want to do? We didn't break any laws. Why did you stop us? The policeman, when he told Chi Mengru to stop talking nonsense, hurry up and let me down. At this time Lin Xiaomei and his wife, who were behind Yu Yang and the others, followed in their car. He saw Yu Yang far away and they were stopped by the police. Lin Xiaomei turned her head and said to Chu Guorui, hurry up at 1 o'clock to see what's going on. Chu Guorui nodded and stepped on the accelerator and soon came to the back of Yu Yang's car. Parked the car and opened the door and he went out. Just met a policeman head on. Chu Guorui immediately asked, which police station do you belong to? The police heard Chu Guorui asked which police station they were from. He immediately said that we are Chu Guorui from the Chengdong police station in Pinnacle City, and nodded after listening. We are cooperating with the provincial department to handle a case here. Chu Guorui asked what case to handle. The policeman said angrily at Chu Guorui, do we want to tell you what case we are doing? If you have nothing to do with the suspect, you'd better get out of here immediately, otherwise you won't be able to leave. Chapter 101. Someone follows. Yao Guorui didn't say a word. After listening, reached out and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, made a call and listened to him talking to the other end of the phone. As soon as the call was connected, we met several policemen on the way from Pinnacle City to Huanghai City. Stopped my friend. I have to say that my friend was involved in some kind of case. The policeman thought, I see who you can call. This is what our deputy director of the provincial department Lu Mingdong asked us to do. The other next to this said, Yu Dao is to be careful to sail the ship of 10,000 years to prevent him from calling someone big, and now we'd better not offend him too hard. We are just some small police officers. If we really offend some big leaders, it is estimated that the rice bowl will be lost. This one also felt that what his colleague said was more reasonable. Just after they finished speaking, they heard Chu Guorui say another sentence. I asked them just now and they seemed to say it was from the Chengdong police station. Yu Yang also got out of the car at this time and Chu Guorui called. Although it was far away from him, but it also made Yu Yang heard clearly. He knew who Chu Guorui was calling. He knew that this matter would be resolved in a while, so he didn't care. When a police officer asked him to get out of the car, he didn't say a word and got out of the car. I heard one of the policemen ask Yu Yang, you are Yu Yang? Yu Yang nodded and said, serious business. The police heard it. Speaking of, how dare you not only practice medicine illegally but also intentionally hurt people? Yu Yang said to the policeman after listening, be careful, I sue you for defamation. When did I practice medicine illegally? Also said that I deliberately hurt people. Who did I hurt? Speaking of which, he paused for a while and said with a finger to Lu Chengyi, oh, I see, are you talking about him? It's not that I want to hurt him. Lu Chengyi became anxious as soon as he heard it and said to Yu Yang, I'll tell you, boy, my hand is your knife. You can't deny it. After speaking, he said to the policeman next to him, this kid has a knife on his body, you can search it out. The police turned around and said to Yu Yang, hurry up and hand over the murder weapon. Yu Yang spread his hands and said, I don't have any weapons. The policeman said viciously at Yu Yang when he heard it, I'm so honest, right? I'll take you back to the bureau to see if you're honest. After speaking, he asked the policeman next to him to rely on Yu Yang with handcuffs. At this moment the mobile phone on him suddenly remembered. This man remembered at this time when he heard the phone and he looked impatient thinking, who is this? He was stunned when he took out his phone while thinking about it. I thought to myself, why did our director Sao call me at this time? While thinking about it, he pressed the answer button, put the phone in his ear and said, Hello, Director Sao said on the other end of the phone. Xiao Lu, what are you doing now? This policeman is Lu Mingdong. When Lu Mingdong heard the question from the person on the other end of the phone, he hurriedly said, Director Sao, today a friend of mine reported that someone illegally practiced medicine and deliberately wounded people with a knife. The person on the other end of the phone heard, oh, that's what happened. Well, that's it. Just now I had a friend who called me and said he was a good buddy. I was stopped by you. I thought what was going on then. If it is illegal to practice medicine and use a knife to hurt people, this matter is really serious, then you must deal with this matter seriously. Lu Mingdong hurriedly said that this was a good thing, I would deal with it, just listen to the other side of the phone. Okay, that's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After speaking and then ending the call, Lu Mingdong was so scared that he sweated out, thinking to himself, what is the origin of this? Since his friend made a random phone call to the director of the Public Security Department. Although Director Sao on the other end of the phone asked him to take this matter seriously, but if he can't even hear the meaning in the words, didn't he, the deputy director, do it for nothing? Lu Chengyi next to him changed his expression when he saw that Lu Mingdong had answered the phone. He hurriedly said to Lu Mingdong, what is Mingdong still doing? Hurry up and get them arrested. What did Lu Mingdong think after listening to it? Lu Mingdong thought to himself, if I really want to arrest this person today, even if Director Sao doesn't say anything now, he will definitely find trouble with me in the future. I have to wear my little shoes to think of this. All his fire was sent to Lu Chengyi. Turned around and said to Lu Chengyi, but also caught a fart, I almost killed you. Saying this, he waved at the police and said to close the team. The little boss of the police station who came out with him thought to himself, this deputy director Lu, what's going on? Why did people just leave without being caught? This one thought to himself that since everyone has left, then we should not stick here, so he led the people away. In the blink of an eye, these police officers walked cleanly. Here is only Yu Yang and the others. This time Lu Chengyi was dumbfounded, thinking, what is going on here? At this moment he looked at Yu Yang and bared his teeth at him. Said a word, it seems that it is still not suffering enough. When Lu Chengyi heard this, he fell to his knees with a frightened plop. He thought of the picture of Yu Yang holding his palm on the ground with a knife. He couldn't help shivering. In fact, Yu Yang said this on purpose, trying to scare him. Even if Yu Yang really wanted to do something to him, he couldn't be in front of so many people on the road. Just like it, if it's really like that, isn't he looking for something for himself? When Yu Yang saw Lu Chengyi so frightened, he almost lost his joy. He waved his head at Lu Chengyi. Said, go, it is best not to appear in front of me in the future. Lu Chengyi listened to the amnesty. Hurriedly got up from the ground, ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in an instant. Yu Yang saw that the matter had been resolved. Said to Yu Xiaoying, let's continue on our way, and then waved at Lin Xiaomei and the couple and said, thank you for your help just now. Now that the matter has been resolved, then we will continue on the road. In this way they got on the car again and continued to go to the Yellow Sea City. This time the car is still Yu Xiaoying driving, Yu Yang sitting in the co-pilot seat and walking forward. For a while Yu Yang looked in the rearview mirror of the car. Immediately turned his head and said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, someone was following behind our car. When Yu Xiaoying heard it, she panicked and said, then what should I do? Are you sure you read it right? Chapter 102 Revenge. Isn't the car behind Sister Lu's friend and her husband? Yu Yang shook his head and said yes, but his car was still some distance away from us and there was a car in front of him. I have been observing this car for a long time and he has been following us since we just left Pingyang City. Yu Xiaoying was also taken aback when she heard it. He hurriedly asked again, could it be that someone else happened to follow us on the way? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it was wrong. I noticed just now that our car was speeding up and his speed was also speeding up. We slow him down as well. Miss Ying, if you don't believe me, test it again. Immediately get on the highway, you will speed up the car, and then slowing down. Yu Xiaoying nodded after listening. At this time Chi Mengru, who was sitting in the back, said to Yu Yang, I said, big bad guy, can you not be surprised? At this moment the car also got on the high speed. Yu Yang ignored Chi Mengru and turned his head to Yu Xiaoying and said, Miss Xiaoying, to speed up. After Yu Xiaoying heard it, she stepped on the accelerator without saying a word and then looked at how far the car swooped out. Chi Mengru from the back looked at him. Yu Yang ignored him and was furious, said to Yu Xiaoying, cousin, you really listened to him? Yu Xiaoying said while driving Mengru. Yu Yang even said that there was a car following us behind, or pay attention. Chi Mengru snorted and said, if no one follows her later, to see how I go back to clean up you big bastard. Yu Xiaoying almost lost her joy when she heard it. I said, Mengru, all you wish someone would follow us, what's the matter? Chi Mengru knew that something was wrong when she heard it. Stuck out his tongue and stopped talking. At this moment Yu Yang in the co-pilot position suddenly said, Miss Ying, I can be sure that this car is following us. You see, when you were accelerating just now, this car also accelerated behind. You are now slowing down. After Yu Xiaoying heard it and quickly reduced the speed of the car. At this time he also paid attention to the car behind him in the rearview mirror. The speed of the car behind him also slowed down. Yu Xiaoying was a little scared this time and turned her head to ask Yu Yang. This car seems to be really following us, what do we do? When Yu Yang heard it, he immediately said, now let's change positions and I'll drive. Yu Xiaoying said, don't you know how to drive? How do you drive? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I just learned to drive a while ago, and Yu Xiaoying heard it at the time. Stunned and thought that he had just learned to drive. I was about to drive and there were still people following behind on the highway. Yu Yang was stunned when he saw Yu Xiaoying there and he immediately mentioned, Miss Xiaoying, come on, let's change a position now and let me drive. Yu Xiaoying only reacted after hearing this and hurriedly asked, who did you learn to drive from? When did you learn to drive? Do you have a driver's license? Yu Yang hurriedly said it was made by a friend. I don't have a driver's license, but Miss Ying, are you still worried about me? Saying this he looked at the car behind him from the rearview mirror and there were not many cars on the road at this time. The car behind has speeded up, it means to overtake them. Yu Yang thought to himself how inconvenient it would be to move his hands on high speed. He hurriedly said to Yu Xiaoying's sister. Xiaoying hurriedly changed positions. You see that the car behind has started to speed up and may have to catch up with us. Let's change positions immediately. You come to sit in the co-pilot seat and I'll drive. Yu Xiaoying was also a little nervous when she heard it and hurriedly asked how to change it now. Yu Yang heard, you stand up now, then I went over. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly stood up after hearing this. As soon as he stood up, Yu Yang passed by. Yu Xiaoying moved her foot to the side and Yu Yang stepped on the accelerator. At this time the postures of Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying became a bit ambiguous. Yu Yang's two hands on the steering wheel, Yu Xiaoying stood in front of Yu Yang bending over. The car itself is relatively small and Yu Xiaoying can't stand up completely, so that his posture is like sitting in Yu Yang's arms. And then look at Yu Yang holding the steering wheel with both hands and stepping on the accelerator twice with his foot. The car suddenly picked up the speed. The distance with the car behind has been pulled very close this time. This time it pulled away from the car behind just like that. Without saying a word, how far the car suddenly sprang out when I stepped on the accelerator. Look at Chi Mengru in the back row, all of a sudden the body fell back, the whole leaned on the seat. Chi Mengru, who was sitting in the back row, could see clearly and heard him snort. This big bad guy is taking advantage of my cousin again. Yu Xiaoying listened to Yu Yang when he sat in the co-pilot seat. Miss Ying has stabilized, but I have to speed up. When Yu Xiaoying heard this, she subconsciously grabbed the door handle with her hand and looked at Yu Yang. Although he just learned to drive not long ago, this technology can be comparable to someone who has been driving for many years. Yu Yang drove the car like it was flying. The people in the car behind them saw that. One of them said, it was broken, this kid may have found us. As soon as the person in the co-pilot position heard it, since he has found us, we don't have to hide and speed up to chase me. Yu Xiaoying's face turned red all of a sudden. Yu Xiaoying has never had such contact with any man. I have never been in love once when I am so old. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf for easy reading next time. In addition to seeking rewards, seeking recommendations, and welcome to join our book club fan group. After the failure came back to dissolve the Mad Tiger gang, and this urgent call came. Pingjiang City took refuge in a gang, the Shaha gang. This time he came to seek revenge for Yu Yang. Don't look, Yu Yang just learned to drive because he has practiced martial arts. Control of the force is very good, and his understanding is also particularly high. When Yu Yang saw Yu Xiaoying leaving, he also let out a sigh of relief. Just now Yu Xiaoying fell into his arms. He also felt a burst of heat all over his body. When Yu Xiaoying saw how big his eyes were at that time, he thought to God, this kid is too powerful. He just said that he just learned to drive soon. The person who speaks is not someone else, it is Ji Zhaohui. This Ji Zhaohui, since the original Mad Tiger Gang leader Xie Tianba, united 10 gangs to pay Yu Yang. He felt as soon as he fell into Yu Yang's arms, a strange feeling spread throughout the body. Yu Yang saw Yu Xiaoying fell into his arms. He hurriedly said, "Is Miss Xiaoying okay?" Yu Xiaoying hurriedly said that it was all right, and then he hurriedly climbed to the co-pilot seat. I felt that his face was burning with fire. Completely excavated all the performance of the sports car, is to see the car overtaking. The drivers of other cars only saw a car passing by in front of them, and before they could see it clearly, the car disappeared without a trace. Yu Yang suddenly accelerated the car and ran. Yu Xiaoying didn't stand still, just fell back, is falling into Yu Yang's arms. Just drove the car so fast, I thought. This time if you don't pay attention, if something happens, it will save the car and kill people. Chapter 103 Shahe Gang. When he came to the Shahe Gang and received the boss of the Shahe Gang, Zhang Wenbin, asked about Zhang Wenbin's warm hospitality. You are not in the Mad Tiger Gang. Is it under Xie Tianba? How did you come to me? Ji Zhaohui, after listening to it, immediately. Boss Zhang, you don't know yet, the Crazy Tiger Gang is over. Zhang Wenbin was shocked when he heard it and immediately asked what was going on. As far as I know, the Crazy Tiger Gang is the largest gang in Huanghai City. Could it be that Huanghai City has come out again? What big gang can't be called urgently? And I heard that Zhang boss, there is no big gang. That is a kid named Yu Yang came out of Huanghai City recently. This kid does not preach the rules. Provoked trouble for no reason. Relying on his own kung fu is very powerful. No one in the eyes of the last Mad Tiger Gang, Xie Tianba, united 11 gangs to deal with him. Did not expect 11 gangs also did not. How can he? This kid also created a society. What is the hero Tang? And finally forced Xie Tianba to disband the Crazy Tiger Gang. I have nowhere to go, so I came here to have a meal with you. Zhang Wenbin snorted coldly after listening to it. Speaking of 11 gangs, I think they are all useless waste. Even a hairy boy can't deal with it. Ji Zhaohui heard about Zhang boss. Of course this Yu Yang is indeed capable, but if he compares with you, he must be far behind, and let me tell you. Said that 11 gangs dealt with him together, but since Yan Tianzuo of Yan Jiabang has a good relationship with Yu Yang, he doesn't know how to get it. It seems that Yan Tianzuo's daughter Yan Mengjiao and Yu Yang are boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Zhang Wenbin said as soon as he heard it, this Yu Yang, he better not fall into my hands. As soon as Ji Zhaohui heard this, he thought to himself, why I didn't use Zhang Wenbin to deal with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Boss Zhang, you don't know yet, this Yu Yang is quite rampant now. It is said that he has now dominated Huanghai City alone and no gang dares to provoke him. In addition, this kid is not a thing. Do you know why he had a conflict with the Crazy Tiger Gang? Zhang Wenbin asked, what's going on? I want to know. Just listen to Ji Zhaohui continue to say, I told you that Boss Zhang, this kid molested female classmates in the school and did all kinds of bad things. That day I met Xie Wenkin, the young master of the Crazy Tiger Gang. Xie Wenkin saw that this kid was molesting a female classmate in the school, so he asked us to stop it. I didn't expect this kid Zhang to be all knocked to the ground, and finally Xie Wenkin was also beaten. And that's how he formed a relationship with the Crazy Tiger Gang. And later he added fuel to the fire and said a lot of unwarranted things. This kid is not taking it for granted. Said Yu Yang, it's almost as bad as it gets. Zhang Wenbin slapped the table after listening to it. One Buddha ascended to heaven, 2 Buddhas came out of the body and his teeth clenched. When he said, okay, this Yu Yang, it is so rampant. If he is going to come to my Pingyang city one day, I will definitely let this kid go back and forth. Ji Zhaohui was very happy after hearing this, thinking about Yu Yang. I don't believe that you will never leave Huanghai City. If you leave Huanghai City, I have to seek revenge on you. So he has been in the Shahe Gang since then. Stayed. Don't say that Zhang Wenbin is really good to this kid, making him a small leader. And later he secretly sent someone back to Huanghai City to investigate Yu Yang's situation. I don't know if I don't check it, but he was startled when he checked it. The information obtained is that Yu Yang's current hero Tang is growing stronger and stronger, and there are more than 2,000 people under him. And there are many gangs who came here especially and took refuge in the hero Tang. The number is still increasing. Ji Zhaohui thought to himself, can't I report this worry? Just when he felt that the hope of revenge was very slim, one day someone suddenly told him that Yu Yang had come to Huanghai City. When this kid heard the music, he slapped his thigh and said, God really helped me. He hurriedly told Zhang Wenbin about Zhang and said that Yu Yang, the boss of Zhang, was here. Zhang Wenbin opened his eyes when he heard it and said, how do you know? Ji Zhaohui didn't dare to hide it when he heard it, so he told the story of his secretly sending someone to Huanghai City to observe Yu Yang. Zhang Wenbin nodded and said yes. Since this kid came to my site, I have to abolish him. And in addition to a big scum among our rivers and lakes, followed by him and said to anxious Zhaohui. Don't you want to seek revenge on Yu Yang? I will fulfill you and you will lead someone to do this. Remember to do it cleanly. Ji Zhaohui listened to Coke broke. In this way he led a group of people on the only road from Huanghai City to Huanghai City, waiting for Yu Yang. Yu Yang and Qi Mengru Yu Xiaoying went to see the concert as soon as they arrived here. There are so many people they have to start. This kid thought to himself that Yu Yang had a very nourishing life and he led two beautiful women to the concert, make you happy for a while longer. When I find the opportunity I will kill you, he thought in his heart. When there are many people he must not start. The best chance is for him to go back to Huanghai City after watching the concert, find a relatively remote place and then start. Thinking that he didn't go anywhere, just waiting on the only way back to Huanghai City. Yu Yang and they ran into the police on the way. This kid led the people to see clearly in the dark and was thinking in his heart at the beginning. Don't let the police take this kid away for a while. If that's the case, it would be really difficult to get revenge. I looked at it later and I didn't know how to get the police to leave. He didn't know that Chu Gorui called the provincial director to let the police go. When he saw Yu Yang and the others continued to leave, he hurriedly asked someone to drive to follow. And later he found that a car was always behind Yu Yang's car and he thought to himself who this could be. What he saw was the couple Lin Xiaomei and Chu Gorui. And then he thought again, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, I will let you go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. I did not expect to get on the high speed behind. In front of Yu Yang their car suddenly accelerated. This kid also hurriedly said to the driver, hurry up and catch up. The driver also raised the speed of the car after listening. The speed of their car just picked up, and when he looked up again he found that Yu Yang and their car had slowed down again. The kid thought to himself, was discovered by him. Chapter 104 Catching Up. This kid thought to himself that he had already been discovered anyway, so let's just do it. He looked outside the car and saw that there were not many cars on the road. This kid thought to himself, let's just start here and think about it. He turned his head and said to the driver, speed up to catch up with the car in front. After the driver heard the promise, he stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car was salvageable. As soon as their car accelerated, he turned his head and saw that the car Yu Yang was sitting in had also increased in speed. All of a sudden throw their car far away. Anxious Zhaohui took a look and immediately said to the driver, hurry up, don't let them run away, hurry up and chase me. At this time Yu Yang has completely excavated the performance of the sports car on the highway as to see the car overtaking. Qi Mengru in the back row tightly grabbed the door handle. I felt that my heart was beating fast. Yu Xiaoying is the same, one hand firmly grasps the door handle. Several times seeing them, the car hit the back of the car in front of them and Yu Xiaoying screamed in horror. Seeing that he was about to hit the back of the car in front and then seeing Yu Yang turn the steering wheel, he rushed past the car. Yu Xiaoying was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiaomei and Chu Gorui behind them also found something wrong. Li Xiaomei saw Yu Yang and their car suddenly accelerated and there was a car chasing them behind them and asked Chu Gorui who was driving. Gorui, do you see something wrong with the car in front? Why are you chasing the little genius doctor and their car? Chu Gorui said at a glance. In my opinion, the person in the car behind should not be a good person. Maybe he has any worries with this young man. No, we have to go over and help him. As soon as Lin Xiaomei heard that, she said to stay busy. I immediately called him to ask him what was going on. Saying this, she took out her mobile phone from her bag and called Yu Yang who was driving. Hearing the sound of the phone, holding the steering wheel with one hand and taking the phone out of his pocket with the other hand, Yu Xiaoying was so frightened that she widened her eyes and thought to God, this kid. Drive the car so fast since you dare to be distracted to answer the phone. Looking at Yu Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Xiaomei calling. And hurriedly picked it up. After a long time of trouble when Yu Yang treated them last time, they also left Yu Yang's phone number. And everyone also left their numbers to Yu Yang. Yu Yang. As soon as Lin Xiaomei hit it, he knew that Lin Xiaomei and the others also found something wrong. He hurriedly picked it up and put it in his ear. Miss Mei, you have to pay attention to safety. When you arrive at the service area, you should get off the expressway first. Hide in the service area, to prevent these people from being bad for you, Lin Xiaomei hurriedly asked Little Genius Doctor. Who are these people? Why did he drive after you? Do you want me to call the police now? Yu Yang said no, I can solve this problem. Lin Xiaomei wanted to say something and heard Yu Yang say, Miss Xiaomei, I hung up first, I was driving. After he finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Lin Xiaomei was a little dumbfounded when she saw it and thought to herself, why didn't he let me call the police? He turned his head and asked Chu Gorui next to him. Gorui, why do I feel that this Little Genius Doctor is so strange? Obviously these people are not good people. If they catch up with him, it will definitely be detrimental to him. Why didn't he let me call the police? Chu Gorui heard that this is something in their arena, and of course they can't just call the police. I heard that 11 gangs in Huanghai City jointly suppressed a man named Yu Yang. Although one gang seems to have a good relationship with this Yu Yang, there are still 10 gangs. I heard that the bosses of the 10 gangs were all nailed to the wall by this Yu Yang with a sword. I suddenly remembered this thing. This person is also called Yu Yang. Is it the former Yu Yang who was the one who picked 10 gangs in the Yellow Sea? Yu Yang was trying to pick 10 gangs in the Yellow Sea. At that time it was famous. As long as it was mixed in the society, no one did not know it. When a few friends get together, the most talked about thing is Yu Yang's pick of 10 gangs. So Yu Yang's name is also known by many people. This Chu Gorui is not a simple figure, he is the secretary of the Huanghai Municipal Party Committee. Chu Gorui then said again. Okay, let's hide in the service area for a while after we arrive, or we might hold back Yu Yang. Yu Yang, their car are getting farther and farther away, but this kid is pissed off, kept urging the driver to say hurry up and chase. Lin Xiaomei then remembered that he had also heard friends say this, and then heard Chu Gorui say this, Yu Yang, don't look at it as a gang leader. Just like this, 2 cars are chasing me at high speed, and soon arrived at Huanghai City. Yu Yang got off the expressway. I thought, since you dare to chase the Yellow Sea, I don't care who you are. I absolutely have to let you go back and forth. Thinking of this, he turned a corner and rushed to a small road. Yu Yang thought he'll have to do it soon. I believe that this Yu Yang should not have anything so easy. As soon as Lin Xiaomei heard it, what if something happened to him? Chu Gorui shook his head and said, Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Lin Xiaomei, we still listen to him, get off the highway and hide in the service area for a while. Xiaomei, do you think this Yu Yang is a simple character? If I'm not mistaken, he is now the biggest gang leader in Huanghai. Yu Yang. Let's say that Yu Yang is driving all the way. Several times Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were so hung up that they didn't vomit. Take a look at Ji Zhaohuai in the car behind Yu Yang. But he is a very good person and never bullies others. He has both medical skills and kung fu. He is so capable at such a young age. I admire him. The group of people chasing him are definitely not good people who can do everything. Lin Xiaomei didn't say anything after hearing this. Yu Yang probably drove the car forward for more than 300 meters. Slowly reduced the speed of the car and parked on the side of the road. Yu Yang said to Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying, you two are staying in the car, don't get out of the car. Lin Xiaomei was taken aback and said that he would be the leader of the gang, not like him. As soon as Chu Gorui heard it, have you not heard of the fact that some time ago there was a man named Yu Yang in Huanghai City who picked 10 gangs? First find a relatively remote place and then it is convenient to freeze your hands. Ji Zhaohuai looked behind Yu Yang, turned on a small road. He also quickly ordered the driver to follow. Ji Zhaohuai thought, Yu Yang, today I will see where you are going. Has a very close personal relationship with the director of the Pinghai Provincial Public Security Department. Or else how could he have all the police withdraw with just one phone call? Chu Gorui had also heard Yu Yang's reputation and he suddenly remembered this matter today. Chapter 105 Threats. Yu Yang. Both Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were speechless. Because Yu Yang just drove the car like it was flying, these two almost vomited. This moment Yu Yang stopped the car. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying felt that their hearts were pounding. Just at this moment Ji Zhaohuai led someone behind and chased after Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru hurriedly pushed open the car door and got out. Looking at Yu Yang, I went to a stop in the middle of the road to urgently call Why and got out of the car, looked up at Yu Yang and said with a sneer that the surname was Yu. Why don't you run away? If you ran into the Huanghai City just now, I might really be a little apprehensive. But now you have come to such a remote place, I think you are dead. Reminder, aren't you the boss of the hero Tang? Don't you have a lot of people under your command? Let your hands come down to save you, Yu Yang said in a hurry after hearing it. I said you are a fool. Why don't you think about it? Why would I bring you to such a remote place? How can you be sure that you must eat me? Ji Zhaohui was stunned when he heard it, thinking to himself, is there any preparation for this kid? But he sounded wrong again. This kid must be tricking. He ran to this place. Maybe he was panicking. Maybe he was deliberately delaying time. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, Yu Yang, I will tell you what to say today, and I will also tell you about it. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, what is the hatred between the two of us? Ji Zhaohui heard a snort and said, I said, Yu Yang, you won't forget it so soon. You kicked me at school last time. I remember clearly. You later forced Xie Tianba to disband the Crazy Tiger gang and I had nowhere to go. Later I went to Huanghai City to join the Shaha gang. Yu Yang, today is the time for us to count new and old accounts together. Do you have anything else to say? After listening to Yu Yang, I remembered. Did you bully Qi Mengru with Xie Wenkan on campus that day? This Yu Yang really does not know. Anxious to call. Why? Because there were so many people last time. When he saw that these people were going to be rude to Qi Mengru, he rushed over and knocked them all down, so he did not know Ji Zhaohui. At this time I heard Ji Zhaohui say that the surname is Yu. Are you honestly self-sufficient? Or let's do it, Yu Yang said anxiously to Zhaohui. I said, you are so sure. Did you eat me today? Anxious to call. Why? As soon as I heard it. Less nonsense. Surnamed you. I know. If you want to delay time waiting for your hands down. It is a pity that I will not be so silly waiting to speak. He waved his hand at the back. Said, give me a waist. This kid. Yu Yang said to wait a moment. That is Zhao Wei asked Yu Yang, are you afraid? Yu Yang waved his hand and said, I'm not afraid. I still don't know who you are. Sign up for it and urgently call for a listen. Speaking of good Yu Yang, then I will let you be a clear ghost. My surname is Anxious. My name is Ji Zhaohui. Yu Yang nodded after listening and said, then you said you should go together or go one by one, but I suggest you go together. Save me from fighting one by one, please. I'm still in a hurry to go home. Ji Zhaohui heard that drinking you were quite crazy. Then I will fulfill you. Speaking of which, he turned his head and said to the back, it's a waste for me, this kid. And then look at the dozen or so people behind him swarming up and surrounding Yu Yang. The steel pipe or iron rod in the hands of each round was directed at Yu Yang's body and greeted him. I was still in a hurry when I was looking at Yu Yang. An iron rod smashed down at Yu Yang's head. Looked at Yu Yang again, dodged the man's iron rod and reached out and grabbed the head of the stick, pulled it into his arms and said, give it to me. This iron rod was in Yu Yang's hands all at once, and at this moment someone behind him hit Yu Yang's legs with this steel rod. Don't think about it. If Yu Yang is really not an opponent, what's the use of the two of you coming down? The two got out of the car and stood by the car and watched several times. Look at Yu Yang again. Unhurriedly resorted to a move to clear the palace, plucking the onion on the dry land toes a little and the tip of the tongue, rubbed a little sugar on the teeth and jumped up. And then I will find a way to take these two girls away. When he returned to Huanghai City, these two girls were mine, and when he thought about it, the more he thought about it, the more beautiful he became. I hit this kid on the shoulder and cracked the shoulder blade at once, and this kid fell to the ground in pain. The iron rod in his hand also let go. Isn't Yu Yang playing these people like a joke? And then look at the whirring of the iron rod wheel in his hand. Every time the iron bar is smashed out, there is a person screaming and falling to the ground, urgently summoning his arms behind him and thinking about it badly. The man behind was emptied with a steel pipe. When Yu Yang was falling, he turned around in midair and slammed down with an iron bar in his hand, slamming it. Thinking of this, he looked to the side and saw two girls standing beside the car. These two girls were Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. Yu Yang is about to win, and Yu Xiaoying is also very happy to see that the two are talking here. Just at this moment I was in a hurry, and when I turned around I saw them anxiously looking at Zhaohui, thinking to myself. The two are especially happy when they see someone being beaten by Yu Yang. Qi Mengru said to Yu Xiaoying, cousin, did you see that there are less than 8 people left? If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time and ask for a reward or recommendation, and welcome to join our book club fan group. After a long time of trouble, the two of them were terrified because Yu Yang drove the car very fast and almost had a car accident several times along the way. Yu Yang, this kid is not shallow, there are such two big beauties next to him. Come on, I'll take them both hostage and threaten Yu Yang to let me go. He turned to Yu Xiaoying and said, cousin, you don't have to worry about this kid being very powerful. The last time so many people beat him and Yu Yang beat them to the bottom, I believe this time he will be able to beat all of them. Seeing that Yu Yang had already fought with those who were chasing them behind. The two of them were confused because Yu Yang came out of the car because they were worried. Yu Yang was almost hit by an iron bar and the palms of both of them were sweating. Chi Mengru has seen Yu Yang's power, the former in the school, so many people have not been able to beat Yu Yang. I didn't expect this kid to be so fierce. If it goes on like this, it seems that I can't bring any of these people away. If it doesn't work, I have to think of a way. I felt as if my heart was about to jump out of my throat. When Yu Yang got off the car, the two of them hadn't recovered. It took a long time for the two of them to recover. Chapter 106, Sadness and Urgency. This kid rushed over to Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru. The two patrons looked at Yu Yang nervously, not paying attention at all, and anxiously called towards them. Waiting for the emergency call Y to come closer, they found it too late. When the two saw someone approaching them, they were also terrified and instinctively wanted to go back to the car. The two themselves are leaning on the car's urgent call Y to them. As soon as they approach, the two people will pull the door ready to return to the car. Ji Zhaohui saw that they wanted to get in the car. He hurried forward a few steps and grabbed Yu Xiaoying. As soon as he reached out his hand, took out a folding knife from his body. With the tip of the knife against Yu Xiaoying's chest, she said to Chi Mengru, "Stop. Otherwise I want his life." Chi Mengru looked back and exclaimed his cousin. At this time Yu Xiaoying was also frightened and listened to the urgent call. Y said, "Get in the car and take me out of here right away." This time can make the two girls anxious, thinking how to do this. Just when the two were anxious, Yu Yang had knocked all the rest to the ground, and when he looked up, Yu Yang's fire came up at that time. Shouted loudly, urgently called, "Why, what exactly do you want to do? Don't let them go." Ji Zhaohui laughed and said, "Yu Yang, I advise you to let me go immediately, otherwise as long as I stab inside with a knife he will die." At this time Ji Zhaohui looked at Yu Yang with a smug look and said, "Yu Yang, aren't you amazing? If you have the ability, just take these two girls away from my hands. You look at the two little girls, they look so handsome. I said that you are not shallow, but this time they are all mine." Having said this, he looked at Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying with his eyes narrowed. And then looked up at Yu Yang and said, "Hurry up. Retreat aside and let these two girls drive me away from the Yellow Sea." Ji Zhaohui just looked at the greedy look in the eyes of Yu Xiaoying and Chi Mengru. Yu Yang clearly thought that this kid is not a good bird. Yu Yang thought to himself, "I must not let this kid escape today." Thinking of this, he immediately said to Ji Zhaohui, "I said the kid threatened two girls. What kind of skill are you? You have the ability to let them go. We two heads up." Ji Zhaohui laughed and said, "Yu Yang, don't come with me. You'd better get out of the way right away or I'll kill this girl." Yu Yang listened with a worried look on his face and hurriedly said, "I said, you let these two girls go and I'll take you as a hostage. How can you be suspicious of hearing about Yu Yang? Are you fooling me as a 3-year-old child? As far as you are full of kung fu, I dare not let you be a hostage. You'd better get out of the way for me immediately, or else I have to do it." Looking at Yu Yang standing there and still not moving, anxiously called, suspecting that he was a little anxious, and I wondered if he was deliberately delaying time. If his subordinates come, I can't leave. Thinking of this, he shouted at Yu Yang, "I count to 3 now. If you don't leave, I will kill this girl." Immediately after that I heard him count to 1, 2. At this time Chi Mengru was looking at her in a hurry and shouted at Yu Yang, "I said, big bad guy, save my cousin." Chi Mengru said with a stern look, "Shut up for me or I'll kill you in a while." Chi Mengru was so frightened that she lowered her head and tears rolled in her eyes. Ji Zhao suspected that Chi Mengru did not speak, and then he turned his head and said to Yu Yang, "Are you going to let me go? If I count to 3 and you won't let me go, then I will be really rude." Look at Yu Yang standing there still motionless and not speaking. This kid said in a hurry when he saw it, "I think you don't want to let this girl live, then I'm welcome." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Yang standing there still motionless, his eyes fixed on him. Anxious to call a look, and said, "Good boy, you have a seed." 3 As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to stab the knife into Yu Xiaoying's chest. At this moment Yu Yang suddenly raised his hand. A cold light rushed over to Zhao Wei's hand. As soon as he exerted force on his hand, he suddenly felt a huge pain on the back of his hand which hurt the boy, and then, what? With a loud cry, the folding knife in his hand also fell to the ground. At this moment Yu Yang rushed to his arms, grabbed Yu Xiaoying's arm, yanked Yu Xiaoying in front of him, then pushed him aside and shouted, "Hurry back to the car." Watching Yu Yang swept his legs and thumped Zhang, anxiously summoned his arms, and fell to the ground. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang was deliberately distracting and calling Wai's attention. He is also afraid of what will happen to Xiaoying in an emergency. When he looked at Ji Zhaohuai later and really wanted to kill Yu Xiaoying. I don't know when a delicate knife appeared in his hand, and when he flicked his hand the knife just hit the back of Ji Zhaohuai's hand. Urgently called pregnant. The painful hand trembled and dropped the folding knife in his hand to the ground. Yu Yang saw that the opportunity came, and only then did he put it up and rescue Yu Xiaoying. I'm afraid he won't be able to find a woman again in the future. Followed by Yu Yang, and then said, I tell you, this time is just a small punishment for you if you dare to threaten me and the people around me next time. As soon as Yu Yang heard that I would help him. People do not offend me, I do not offend others. If anyone offends me, I will beat them up. You kid dare to threaten me. I heard the boy scream. I almost fainted without pain. What do you think? This kid wanted to kill Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru just now. Yu Xiaoying shook her head and said to Qi Mengru, hurry up, let's hurry back to the car. So he and Qi Mengru returned to the car. I will absolutely kill you this time, I will let you go. After he finished speaking, he turned back to the car. Because Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were both frightened just now. Yu Yang thought of this and said that you are so brave, even my friend of Yu Yang you just wanted to covet. Today I must make you pay the price. Anxious Zhaohuai took a look. Yu Yang walked away, endured the pain, and took out the phone from his body. Called Zhang Wenbin, the boss of the Shaha gang. Ji Zhaohuai heard that. Yu Yang, what do you think? When Yu Yang heard this, he smiled coldly at this kid and said, what do you think I want? Watching Yu Yang put one foot on Ji Zhaohuai's chest and said, boy, you are so brave. I usually hate people who threaten me the most. I heard Ji Zhaohuai say, I'll tell you the surname Yu. If you dare to do anything to me today, the Shaha gang will not let you go. Just followed Zhang Wenbin to chase them down to kill Yu Yang, who was later discovered by Yu Yang. Now all of them are injured. Let Zhang Wenbin send someone to take them back. So he let Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru both sit in the back row and let him drive. Soon the three of them drove back to the Qi mansion. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf for easy reading next time. In addition, ask for a reward and a recommendation. And welcome to join our book club fan base. 484,301,849. If you have any comments or suggestions on this book, you can also make them to us here. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the foot below the anxious Zhaohuai. When he raised his foot, just listen to the sound of something shattering. I will never spare you today. Yu Yang thought that this kid just stared at Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru with narrowed eyes, and his fire came up. Qi Mengru at the back saw Ji Zhaohuai let Yu Yang fall to the ground. He also hurriedly ran to Yu Xiaoying and asked, cousin, are you all right? After listening, Zhang Wenbin asked them where they were and immediately sent someone to take them all back to Ji Zhaohuai. When he saw Ji Zhaohuai's appearance, he was furious at that time. Chapter 107. Just as Ji Zhaohuai wanted to speak, Zhang Wenbin shook his head and said, if you have anything to say, wait until the injury is healed. And then he ordered people to send Ji Zhaohuai and other people to the hospital. Let's turn around and talk about Yu Yang and the others. After returning home, Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were both frightened. Waited until the next morning. Yu Yang got up to go to school. Yu Xiaoying got up and the two found that there was no movement in the room whose door was still closed. The two felt that something was wrong. It was like this time in the sky. Qi Mengru had already woken up. Why hasn't she woken up today? Yu Xiaoying came to the door of Qi Mengru's room, knocked on the door and asked, Mengru, are you awake? At this time I heard Qi Mengru in the room say, cousin, I'm a little uncomfortable today. Yu Xiaoying was startled after hearing this, thinking to herself, shouldn't she have been scared yesterday? Thinking of this, he hurriedly came to Yu Yang's room. Said to Yu Yang, go and see Mengru, what happened to him? Yu Yang asked what happened when he heard it. I heard Yu Xiaoying say just now, I went to call him to get up and he told me that he was a little uncomfortable. Could it be from yesterday? Yu Yang hurriedly stood up and said, let's go and see. The two came to the door of Qi Mengru's room. Yu Xiaoying knocked on the door again and said, Mengru, I brought Yu Yang over and asked Yu Yang to help you see what was going on. I just heard Qi Mengru in the room say, then come in. Yu Xiaoying reached out and opened the door and Yu Yang walked into the room. As soon as Yu Yang walked into the room, he smelled something lingering in the air. He felt that this matter may not be easy. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Qi Mengru, how are you feeling now? As soon as Qi Mengru heard about it, I felt my head hurt a little and my body was weak. Yu Yang walked to Qi Mengru's bed again and gave him a pulse. Yu Yang finished the pulse and there was a dignified expression on his face. Yu Xiaoying next to him looked at it. Yu Yang's face was very solemn. When he saw it his heart skipped a beat thinking that Mengru would not be sick. Thinking of this he hurriedly asked Yu Yang Mengru what happened to him. After listening Yu Yang turned to Yu Xiaoying and said, Miss Xiaoying, I have something to tell you, don't be afraid. After listening, Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were both stunned after hearing this. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly asked Yu Yang what happened. I just heard Yu Yang say, Miss, he is not sick, he is addicted to drugs. After listening to Yu Xiaoying she asked where did the drug come from. Just listen to Yu Yang said this drug is something that people in the rivers and lakes use. The name of this medicine is soul repellent incense and I smelled it in the air as soon as I entered the room, the smell of incense. Only heavy use of this medicine will cause headaches and general weakness. I didn't expect this kind of thing to be used in the rivers and lakes now. When Yu Yang finished speaking the two girls were frightened, especially Qi Mengru. I thought that in the middle of the night I took incense and stunned him into his room. What did he do? The more he thought about it the more frightened he felt. Hurriedly lifted the quilt and checked whether the clothes on his body were in good condition. When he lifted the quilt Yu Yang stared at Qi Mengru with two eyes staring at Qi Mengru like a light bulb. At this time Yu Yang also thought to himself, I'm a bodyguard, if something really goes wrong with the employer, then I have a responsibility that I cannot shirk. He looked at Qi Mengru with both eyes while thinking. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly agreed. After hearing that, Yu Yang immediately brought a pen and paper, wrote a prescription and handed it to Yu Xiaoying. Yu Xiaoying took the prescription and went out to get the medicine. Which proved that this person entered the villa first and then came up the stairs to the door of Qi Mengru's room. Look at this, trace is not very obvious. Qi Mengru waited to see after the inspection all the clothes on his body were in good condition. He was relieved, looked up and saw that Yu Yang was staring at him with two eyes. On the door lock he found a trace of back pricking, but this trace was not visible at all if he didn't pay attention. He looked so angry he said to Yu Yang, big villain, what are you looking at? Piqued at the discovery Yu Yang was also a little embarrassed, smiled at Qi Mengru kindly and said, I'm not helping you to check to see if your clothes are playing well. Drink it quickly if you don't want to have any sequelae of your body in the future. Qi Mengru will be horrified when she hears it. Said, you big bad guy, you know to scare me, if you're dead can't I drink it? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I'm not trying to scare you into this kind of incense, if you don't treat it sooner, may cause headaches. When I come back I will first cure the eldest lady of her headache. Maybe there is no way to go to school today. I already have a way to figure out who this assassin is. What does this person want to do? Yu Yang hurriedly said yes, quickly check to see if there is anything missing. Qi Mengru only smelled the smell and immediately said that this medicine smells bad. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, does this medicine smell good? Qi Mengru immediately checked the room with Yu Xiaoying after hearing this. I just heard Qi Mengru say that nothing was lost. When Yu Yang heard that, it was really a bit strange. Since he didn't steal anything, he didn't touch the eldest lady, then why did this person sneak into this room in the middle of the night? How old are you? And you are still like a child at every turn. Now the most urgent delay is to quickly find out who in the middle of the night sneaked into Mengru's room. Thinking of this, Yu Yang immediately said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, I will write a prescription for you right away and then go out to get the medicine. Should use something like a hairpin. Pick the door lock. Thinking of this, Yu Yang knew that he was here. This person is definitely not simple. He may be a lockpicker no less than him. Yu Yang was at a loss for words, and while he was thinking about it he checked back and forth in this room, and finally when he checked the door lock he suddenly found out. Qi Mengru was furious when she heard it and said to Yu Yang, is this something you can check? Yu Xiaoying next to him looked at Yu Yang and Qi Mengru and said, I said, can you two stop arguing? After a while Yu Xiaoying was about to capture it and hand it over to Yu Yang, and then Yu Yang immediately went to the kitchen to fry the medicine and give it to Qi Mengru to drink. Chapter 107. Just as Ji Zhaohui wanted to speak, Zhang Wenbin shook his head and said, if you have anything to say, wait until the injury is healed. And then he ordered people to send Ji Zhaohui and other people to the hospital. Let's turn around and talk about Yu Yang and the others. After returning home, Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were both frightened. Waited until the next morning. Yu Yang got up to go to school. Yu Xiaoying got up and the two found that there was no movement in the room whose door was still closed. The two felt that something was wrong. It was like this time in the sky. Qi Mengru had already woken up. Why hasn't she woken up today? Yu Xiaoying came to the door of Qi Mengru's room, knocked on the door and asked, Mengru, are you awake? At this time I heard Qi Mengru in the room say, cousin, I'm a little uncomfortable today. Yu Xiaoying was startled after hearing this, thinking to herself, shouldn't she have been scared yesterday? Thinking of this, he hurriedly came to Yu Yang's room. Said to Yu Yang, go and see Mengru what happened to him. Yu Yang asked what happened when he heard it. I heard Yu Xiaoying say just now I went to call him to get up and he told me that he was a little uncomfortable. Could it be from yesterday? Yu Yang hurriedly stood up and said, let's go and see. The two came to the door of Qi Mengru's room. Yu Xiaoying knocked on the door again and said, Mengru, I brought Yu Yang over and asked Yu Yang to help you see what was going on. I just heard Qi Mengru in the room say then come in. Yu Xiaoying reached out and opened the door and Yu Yang walked into the room. As soon as Yu Yang walked into the room, he smelled something lingering in the air. He felt that this matter may not be easy. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Qi Mengru, how are you feeling now? As soon as Qi Mengru heard about it, I felt my head hurt a little and my body was weak. Yu Yang walked to Qi Mengru's bed again and gave him a pulse. Yu Yang finished the pulse and there was a dignified expression on his face. Yu Xiaoying next to him looked at it. Yu Yang's face was very solemn. When he saw it, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that Mengru would not be sick. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Yu Yang, Mengru, what happened to him? After listening, Yu Yang turned to Yu Xiaoying and said, Miss Xiaoying, I have something to tell you, don't be afraid. After listening, Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were both stunned after hearing this. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly asked Yu Yang, what happened? I just heard Yu Yang say, Miss, he is not sick, he is addicted to drugs. After listening to Yu Xiaoying, she asked, where did the drug come from? Just listen to Yu Yang said, this drug is something that people in the rivers and lakes use. The name of this medicine is soul repellent incense, and I smelled it in the air as soon as I entered the room, the smell of incense. Only heavy use of this medicine will cause headaches and general weakness. I didn't expect this kind of thing to be used in the rivers and lakes now. When Yu Yang finished speaking, the two girls were frightened, especially Qi Mengru. I thought that in the middle of the night I took incense and stunned him into his room. What did he do? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Hurriedly lifted the quilt and checked whether the clothes on his body were in good condition. When he lifted the quilt, Yu Yang stared at Qi Mengru with two eyes staring at Qi Mengru like a light bulb. At this time, Yu Yang also thought to himself, I'm a bodyguard. If something really goes wrong with the employer, then I have a responsibility that I cannot shirk. He looked at Qi Mengru with both eyes while thinking. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I'm not trying to scare you into this kind of incense. If you don't treat it sooner, may cause headaches. How old are you? And you are still like a child at every turn. Now the most urgent delay is to quickly find out who in the middle of the night sneaked into Mengru's room. Drink it quickly if you don't want to have any sequelae of your body in the future. Qi Mengru will be horrified when she hears it. Said, you big bad guy, you know to scare me. If you're dead, can't I drink it? Yu Yang was at a loss for words, and while he was thinking about it, he checked back and forth in this room, and finally when he checked the door lock, he suddenly found out. Qi Mengru waited to see after the inspection all the clothes on his body were in good condition. He was relieved, looked up and saw that Yu Yang was staring at him with two eyes, which proved that this person entered the villa first and then came up the stairs to the door of Qi Mengru's room. Look at this, trace is not very obvious. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly agreed. After hearing that, Yu Yang immediately brought a pen and paper, wrote a prescription and handed it to Yu Xiaoying. Yu Xiaoying took the prescription and went out to get the medicine. Since he didn't steal anything, he didn't touch the eldest lady, then why did this person sneak into this room in the middle of the night? After a while, Yu Xiaoying was about to capture it and hand it over to Yu Yang, and then Yu Yang immediately went to the kitchen to fry the medicine and give it to Qi Mengru to drink. He looked so angry, he said to Yu Yang, big villain, what are you looking at? Piqued at the discovery, Yu Yang was also a little embarrassed, smiled at Qi Mengru kindly and said, I'm not helping you to check to see if your clothes are playing well. Qi Mengru immediately checked the room with Yu Xiaoying after hearing this. I just heard Qi Mengru say that nothing was lost. When Yu Yang heard that, it was really a bit strange. Qi Mengru only smelled the smell and immediately said that this medicine smells bad. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, does this medicine smell good? Should use something like a hairpin. Pick the door lock. Thinking of this, Yu Yang knew that he was here. This person is definitely not simple. He may be a lockpicker no less than him. When I come back, I will first cure the eldest lady of her headache. Maybe there is no way to go to school today. I already have a way to figure out who this assassin is. Qi Mengru was furious when she heard it and said to Yu Yang, is this something you can check? Yu Xiaoying next to him looked at Yu Yang and Qi Mengru and said, I said, can you two stop arguing? Thinking of this, Yu Yang immediately said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, I will write a prescription for you right away and then go out to get the medicine. On the door lock he found a trace of back pricking, but this trace was not visible at all if he didn't pay attention. What does this person want to do? Yu Yang hurriedly said yes, quickly check to see if there is anything missing. Chapter 108, An Ancient Painting. After Qi Mengru drank the medicine, Yu Yang asked another question. Think back carefully to see if there is anything of special value in your room, Qi Mengru said after thinking about it. Could it be that this person came for that painting? Yu Yang was beside him and hurriedly asked what it was. Is it particularly valuable? Qi Mengru shook her head and said that it shouldn't be very valuable, it's just an ordinary painting. Paused and then heard him say that this painting was given to me by my parents and they told me to keep this painting. Yu Yang asked immediately after listening, where did you put this painting? Check it out right now, is this picture still there? Qi Mengru said it as soon as she heard it. This bed of mine has a hidden compartment. There is a board on the bed to lift the sheet. The picture is talking in there. He hurriedly lifts the sheet on the bed. And then saw that he lifted the bed board and there was a hidden space under it. Qi Mengru looked inside and saw that the painting was well placed inside. Qi Mengru reached out and picked up the painting. She turned to face Yu Yang. Speaking of Yu Yang, you see this painting? Yu Yang reached out and took the painting in his hand and raised his head to ask, can you take a look? Qi Mengru nodded and watched Yu Yang put the painting on the ground. Opened it slowly, and after opening it Yu Yang took a look and thought that this painting is definitely not simple. Yu Yang looked at the painting with a landscape painted on it, but how did Yu Yang think it was a map? But this map was only half and the other half didn't have Yu Yang thinking, what's going on? Where is this map drawn on this painting? While thinking about it he rolled up the painting again and handed it to Qi Mengru saying that you must save it. When Qi Mengru heard this she asked Yu Yang if there was anything special about Yu Yang's words. Yu Yang shook his head and said I didn't see it either, but the only thing I could see was this painting which seemed to be a map. Yu Xiaoying heard the phrase Mengru next to it. You said it should not be a treasure map. Yu Yang listened next to it and thought it was right. Could the map drawn on this painting be the location of the treasure map? In that case such words are really dangerous for an ordinary little girl. Will this person come in just for the treasure map? Wait for Qi Mengru to listen to Yu Xiaoying finish. Said to him, I said, cousin, have you watched too many TV shows and hidden treasure maps? Why don't you say it's martial arts secrets? Just then Yu Yang said something next to him. This is very likely to be really a more important word. I don't know if it is a treasure map anyway. This place definitely has some secrets. This person sneaked into the eldest lady's room in the middle of the night and left without taking any valuables. It must have come for this painting. After listening to it Qi Mengru handed it over to Yu Yang again and said that this painting is still up to you to save. If it is really something important, that person may come back. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Miss, this painting is very likely to be a very valuable old saying. You hand it over to me. Are you not afraid that I will run away with this painting? If this is really a treasure map you're going to lose a lot. Qi Mengru listened to the white Yu Yang said with a glance, big villain, I actually handed this painting to you. I just believe you said it again. Even if this is really a treasure map I don't want it. If this is really a treasure map and there will definitely be many people coveting it, many people want to get this picture, I can't keep it. At this moment Yu Xiaoying also spoke next to me. I said, Yu Yang Mengru, he actually gave this painting to you, that is his trust in you. If that's really any valuable old saying, maybe he will be in danger, Yu Yang thought to himself as he listened to it. Miss Ying is right. I thought to myself, why should I not do this? Made up his mind he took a car and rushed to Hao Hantang's headquarters. When Yu Yang moved to the headquarters of Hero Hall everyone greeted each other when they saw the boss coming. Yu Yang immediately asked, is there any van here? This person did not find this ancient painting when he came here this time, and it is very likely that he will come again, and he may also attract other experts in the arena. If that is the case it will be a bit troublesome. Yu Yang was walking on the road thinking that if this painting is really a treasure map I am afraid it will be difficult for me to keep it. This painting is definitely not simple. When I asked about this painting just now. At that time my dad's voice on the other end of the phone changed. Both of them confirmed after listening that there is absolutely something wrong with this painting. Immediately after him he said to Qi Yufeng on the other end of the phone, Dad, it's nothing, I just asked casually. Qi Yufeng on the other end of the phone will be fine as soon as he hears it. I'm still in a meeting and when I go back I'll go back and let's talk about it, so I hung up the phone. Qi Mengru said to Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying. Maybe there are already a lot of masters who have come to Huanghai City watching it in secret. No. I have to quickly think of a way to attract the attention of this group of people, and suddenly he rolled his eyes and remembered. A person came out of the team and said to Yu Yang, brother Yang's van is in the backyard and there is a Yu Yang that is usually driven by Deng Haidao, so he can take me there when he hears it. As soon as Qi Mengru heard Qi Yufeng on the other end of the phone asking about the ancient words, his nervous voice trembled a little and he firmly believed that this painting was definitely not simple. Just then I heard Yu Yang say, I have to put this painting in a place and hide it first. I'll be right back. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying nodded. Yu Yang took the ancient painting, returned to his room, wrapped the painting in a piece of clothing and walked out of the Qi mansion. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time and ask for a reward and recommendation, and welcome to join our book club fan group. As soon as the call was connected, Qi Mengru immediately asked, Dad, what is the ancient painting you gave me before? After listening, Qi Mengru nodded and said, okay, I'll go and call my father right away. And Yu Xiaoying said to him on the side, even if it is me, it may be difficult to protect her. Thinking of this, he took the painting and said, do you want to make a phone call and ask Uncle Qi what exactly is this? He was stunned when he asked Qi Yufeng on the other end of the phone. The voice was a little nervous and asked Mengru if there was something wrong with that painting. Don't talk about what happened last night lest the old man be worried about. Qi Mengru agreeing, took out his cell phone and called Qi Yufeng. Chapter 109, Catch a Thief. The two came to the back and the man pointed to one of the vans and said to Yu Yang that brother Yang was this one. This car is the car that the former gave to Deng Haitao. Yu Yang nodded at a glance and said to the man, okay, I'll drive out first. You retire first. This person promised to leave. This person is also one of the leaders in the Hall of Heroes. After the little leader left, Yu Yang got into the van, drove out of the gate of Hero Tang headquarters and drove in the direction of Baoshan Temple. Soon he drove his car to the foot of the mountain of Baoshan Temple and he reached out and took the old sayings from the side, pushed open the temple door and walked in. All the way to the backyard where he was in the secret room last time. Opened the door of the secret room. He used the flashlight function of his mobile phone to light up and walked in. Walked to the front of a pile of boxes. He reached out to remove the sundries on the boxes. Opened the box, put the ancient painting in, then closed the box and piled up the debris on it again. And then he looked at it carefully and then left with satisfaction. Came out of the temple, closed the temple door again, then drove away from Baoshan Temple and returned to Huanghai City. And then he found some shops selling antique calligraphy and painting and said to the clerk, I want to buy ancient paintings but don't really want fake ones, that is the kind that looks similar to the real thing. Or some landscape paintings. The clerk thought to himself, this person must be trying to fool someone by buying these words, or why did he explain that it must be fake? The clerk thought to himself, anyway, there is no real thing in our store just because you want to buy a fake one. That's just right. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Yu Yang, this gentleman, you want to buy ancient paintings, right? Then we have it here, take a look. While he was talking, he took some and let Yu Yang look at them. Yu Yang picked out those that were similar to the treasure map and bought them. After coming out of this store, he went to several other stores. This time he had a lot of old sayings in his hands. Yu Yang thought to himself, if someone really came to grab it, then I will let them take away these fake paintings to attract their attention. Even if the ancient painting is really a treasure map, then if they get the fake one, let them look for it seriously. Yu Yang drove the car back to the headquarters of Haohantang and took a taxi back to his mansion. When he comes back, Qi Mengru is also much better. As soon as he came in, Qi Mengru happened to see Yu Yang's hand, the plastic bag. Qi Mengru asked, Yu Yang, what is that in your hand? Yu Xiaoying also saw it next to him and looked at Yu Yang with questioning eyes. Just listen to Yu Yang say, I bought a lot of paintings that are quite similar to that ancient painting to prevent a lot of people from robbing it for something really important. Even if someone really comes to grab it, then we will let him grab the fake painting. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying said at the same time after listening, okay, this is a good idea. Watching, Yu Yang sat on the sofa next to him and said to the two of them, tonight, in order to prevent the thief from coming again, so tonight we have to prepare to see if we can catch him. Qi Mengru heard that he didn't find what he wanted last night. Could he still come? Yu Yang shook his head and said, not necessarily. He has already found your room, which proves that he already knows that this ancient painting is in your hands, but he just didn't think about it. You put this painting under your bed. Yu Xiaoying nodded and said, Mengru, Yu Yang was right. Qi Mengru was horrified and said, what should I do? Yu Yang said after listening, don't worry, I have a solution tonight. Miss you go to sleep in Miss Ying's room after 12 o'clock. And then I will steal your room and go to sleep. If the thief doesn't come I will tell him to catch him and see who he is. After a while this person took the soul-repelling incense back, pushed the door and walked in from the outside, just to see that this person closed the door after entering the room and looked at the bed. Yu Yang knew that this person wanted to use the soul incense again. He was already prepared. He held a pill in the palm of his hand and looked at him again, and he was about to finish it and put it in his mouth, pressing it under his tongue. Yu Yang knew it was this person. Shanjiang Shihunxiang stretched into the room. Yu Yang thought that I was prepared. Yu Yang thought to himself, you really came tonight, I want to see who you are. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard about Mengru, stop making trouble, now let's discuss how to catch the thief at night. So they discussed the time again and soon it was night. Yu Yang got up from the bed and opened the door to see Qi Mengru crept out of his room. When he lay down on the bed he put the quilt over his body. Smelling the breath left by the girl on the quilt just now, he was again cranky for a while. This sound is about to move. Maybe ordinary people can't hear anything, but Yu Yang can hear it clearly, and at this moment he smells a fragrance. After dinner Yu Yang thought while lying on his bed, what exactly is that painting? Why did my master let him go down the mountain to protect Qi Mengru? He thought that the time soon came to 12 o'clock. Mengru is not the time to care about this. The main reason now is to catch the thief. In addition, Yu Yang is not that kind of sloppy person. Qi Mengru thought it was true. He originally just said it casually. Just listen to him immediately talk about cousin again. You will speak for him. I'm just joking with him. In the room he began to rummage for things. After searching for a while I saw someone standing in the room. There seems to be thinking about something. The two nodded to each other and Qi Mengru entered Yu Xiaoying's room. Yu Yang walked into Qi Mengru's room, closed the door and came to the bed. As soon as Qi Mengru heard that you have to take a bath, Yu Yang gave up and said, what do you mean? I don't smell bad. Yu Xiaoying heard it from the side. If you think this book is good you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time and ask for a reward or recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book club fan group. And soon he fell asleep in a daze, and after a while he heard the door lock click. People who practice kung fu pay attention to seeing 6 ways with their eyes and listening to all directions with their ears. Don't look at the lights in the room. Yu Yang could see clearly on the bed. He saw the door was pushed open from the outside and the light came in from the outside. After about a minute or so I saw this person running towards Qi Mengru's bed and came over. Yu Yang thought to himself, you came over just as I was trying to catch you. What kind of person are you? Chapter 110. Yu Yang is injured. At this moment Yu Yang saw that this person had come to the bed and stretched out his hand to lift the mosquito net. Yu Yang thought, this time I will see where you are going. Thinking of this he immediately sat up from the bed and slapped the man in front of his chest. The man looked at him and jumped back. Yu Yang's palm hit the air and followed Yu Yang and jumped from the bed, down. Yu Yang arrived before the man could stand firm and he slapped the man again. The man hurried to the side and Yu Yang slapped him in the air again. Only then did Yu Yang carefully look at the person who came in. Judging from the height of this person he is about 1.6 meters tall. Judging from the figure he looks like a woman. Yu Yang asked, who are you? This one looked at Yu Yang and thought to himself, who the hell is this person? So Yu Yang asked him but he didn't say anything. Yu Yang said, it was okay, since you don't say anything I'll catch you and ask again. After speaking, look at Yu Yang again and slap at this man again. This time the man stepped aside, dodged, stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Yang's wrist. Watching, Yu Yang withdrew his hand. Use the other hand to punch this man in the face and punch this man in the face. This move is called Tongtian Cannon. If it hits fate, his nostrils will bleed. This man dodged to the side and avoided it. One palm. Yu Yang hurriedly dodged to the side, dodging the palm of his hand and fighting with this person. Yu Yang was surprised by this hit. This person's kung fu is not under his own. At this time Qi Mengru and the others didn't sleep next door. When there was such a big commotion in this room they both heard it. He and Yu Xiaoying knew that the thief was coming tonight and they were also worried that Yu Yang would open the door of the room. The two also came to the door of Qi Mengru's room and the winner was already decided in the room. Because the space in the room is too small, this person cannot be used and the kung fu is above Yu Yang. This person was frightened when he heard that someone was coming at the door of the room and he slapped Yu Yang. This time Yu Yang didn't dodge, the slap hit his chest right. Look at Yu Yang again, take a few steps back, thump, fall to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood with a thud. This man knocked Yu Yang down with one palm, pushed open the window and jumped out. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying heard a thud in the room followed by silence and they knew something was wrong. Quickly opened the door, the two entered the room, and when Yu Yang fell to the ground they were terrified. Hurriedly came to Yu Yang and asked Yu Yang, "You are hurt?" "I heard Yu Yang say to Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying in the cabinet of my room, there is a white bag with a medicine bottle inside." Yu Xiaoying said to Qi Mengru, "Mengru, you are here to take care of Yu Yang, I will get it." After speaking he hurried to Yu Yang's room, opened the cabinet, and sure enough he saw a white plastic bag with a medicine bottle inside. He hurriedly took it and ran away, came back and handed it to Yu Yang and asked if this was it. Yu Yang struggled to do it, nodded, reached for it and opened the bottle cap. "Pour a pill from it and put it in your mouth." After Yu Yang took the medicine he felt less uncomfortable after a while. He struggled to stand up from the ground and said to Qi Mengru, "I may not be able to go to school in the past few days, please go and ask for a leave for me, this assassin's martial arts is not under mine." Although he left this time, it is very likely that he will come here for a while. You should pay more attention to Qi Mengru. After listening to this, tears came down and said to Yu Yang, "You were injured because of me. I won't go to class for the past 2 days. I will immediately call the head teacher Mr. Wei to ask for leave, to take care of you, the wicked thief at home, to beat you like this." Yu Yang saw that Qi Mengru was really worried about him and he was very moved. Qi Mengru don't think that Yu Yang is always suitable for bickering, but he is not bad at heart. He has been with Yu Yang for so long and he also thinks Yu Yang is a very good person, has already developed a feeling for Yu Yang in his heart. This was not even noticed by him. When Yu Yang was injured this time he felt as much pain in his heart as someone stabbed with a knife. And then Qi Mengru called their head teacher Wei Junkai again, gave Yu Yang and himself a week off. And in the future there will definitely be many masters from the Yellow Sea. There must be some secret hidden in that ancient painting. It's best not to go out alone for you and Miss Xiaoying these 2 days, especially you, miss. In the future you will not only be Mengru's bodyguard but also our friend. Qi Mengru also said, right after listening to it, you have to protect me from now on. Yu Xiaoying pursed her lips after listening to it. I said, Yu Yang, can you please stop being so hard with me all day long, what a big miss. From now on you are not allowed to call me eldest lady again, you can just call me Mengru like my cousin. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it was inappropriate. Qi Mengru glared her eyes. The eldest lady became angry again and said to Yu Yang, I said yes, it's okay, what's inappropriate? If you think this book is good you can add it to the bookshelf for easy reading next time. In addition, ask for a reward and a recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book club fan group. Yu Yang looked at Qi Mengru after listening and thought, to protect him forever, does he want to make a promise to me? Thinking of this he glanced at it. Qi Mengru thought to himself. This time interrupted Yu Yang's thoughts. Looking at Yu Yang facing him, smiled kindly and said, it wasn't intentional, it wasn't intentional. Yu Xiaoying next to him was also very worried about Yu Yang. He asked Yu Yang, where is the thief? Yu Yang pointed to the window and said, just after he was injured when he hit me. After thinking for a long time he didn't understand. After Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru waited for Yu Yang to return to the room, they used water to wipe off all the blood on the ground in the room. He was thinking nonsense. Qi Mengru next to him couldn't take it anymore. He was stared straight by Yu Yang, and when he saw Yu Yang staring at him with 2 eyes. At this time Yu Xiaoying also spoke. I said, Yu Yang, since Mengru asked you not to call him eldest lady in the future, then you should call him Mengru like me in the future. Qi Mengru felt her heart pounding and shouted at Yu Yang, I said, big villain, why are you staring at me all the time? This Qi Mengru is not bad looking. She has to have a figure and a good appearance. Although she has a bad temper sometimes, she is still a good person. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying nodded. Yu Yang turned and returned to his room. In his room, lying on the bed, Yu Yang wondered who was that mysterious man from last night. Look like a woman. As soon as Qi Mengru heard it he said, since you are hurt I won't care about you anymore. Just then Yu Yang said, I'll go back to the room to rest first, you guys clean up the room here. Jumped out of the window, but as far as I guess he shouldn't just let it go. Now it's very likely that this person came for that ancient painting. Chapter 111, Opening a Clinic. During this week Yu Yang not only healed his injuries but also bought him, and the other fake calligraphy and paintings were also placed in different places. During dinner that night Yu Yang also went upstairs to have dinner with Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru. In the process of eating I suddenly remembered something with Xiaoying and said Yu Yang to Yu Yang. By the way, the 100,000 yuan that you and Lu Chengyi won from the bet 2 days ago are still with me, and I haven't had time to return it to you because of something. I think you should also get a bank card in the future. Sometimes it will be more convenient to use. Yu Yang nodded and said, Miss Ying, I have this idea. Besides, if I don't trust this money to Miss Xiaoying, then who else can I trust? In addition, Miss Ying, I plan to open a clinic of my own. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, he said, okay, it's very good that you have this idea, depending on your medical skills if you really set up a clinic. How many people will it benefit? Its dream is as if I heard that. I said, cousin, don't praise him anymore. If you praise him again, maybe he will have to put his tail up in the sky. I said that it is not so easy for Yu Yang to open a clinic. If one can't get it right, all of them will be lost. Yu Xiaoying listened to Qi Mengru's words, nodded and said to Yu Yang, yes, what Mengru said is not wrong. Do you have any ideas? When Yu Yang heard this, he said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, I have already made plans. I start with a small clinic, and if it is done well, it will develop into a private hospital. Even if I lose this time, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won the 100,000 yuan by betting. Besides, anyway, I'm not even 20 years old this year. Even if I lose money, it's a big deal to start all over again. In addition, I also thought about it. It shouldn't be a loss. I thought about finding a way to find another old Western doctor. At that time, I will be mainly in charge of Chinese medicine. Just find another old Western doctor. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that Chinese medicine, where would you go to find Western medicine? You don't have to worry when Yu Yang hears about Miss Xiaoying. I'll go back and look for Sister Lu's friends. I believe his friends should have no problem finding an old Chinese doctor. In addition, I have to see the house in the past 2 days. Yu Xiaoying said to Yu Yang after listening, well, I will also take a stake in your clinic. Since it is open, it must not be allowed to close the door. When Yu Yang heard it, he happily said to Yu Xiaoying that Sister Xiaoying is great, and when Qi Mengru heard that since my cousin is also in the bones, I will join in the fun too. I entered 50,000. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it is good if this clinic opens, you and Sister Xiaoying are both shareholders, then the two of you will just wait for the dividends. From this day on, Yu Yang began to prepare for the clinic. When he called to tell Chen Lu about it, Chen Lu was very happy after hearing it. On this day, Yu Yang, Chen Lu and another good sister of Chen Lu, Hao Yuji, were 3 people, made an appointment to have dinner together and then went to see the house. Hao Yuji said while eating, my cousin's house has a house that is being rented out. Do you want to go there and have a look? Chen Lu said happily, that's great. After the 3 people finished eating, Hao Yuji came with Yu Yang and Chen Lu his cousin's house here. After a while, Hao Yuji called his uncle over, and his uncle heard that Yu Yang wanted to rent a house. Hao Yuji, his cousin, also knows a lot of people on the Yellow Sea Road. Yu Yang's name, he had heard of it long ago when he met Yu Yang. I was thinking, it's really unbelievable, this guy is ordinary and there is nothing special about it. Since so many gangs united to suppress him, he didn't make a mess of how to make Yu Yang Zhang and the others return it. It's really amazing. The house rent itself is 280,000 a year. In the end, he cut off the fractional 80,000 yuan and only charged Yu Yang 200,000 yuan for rent. This one has his thoughts in his mind, he thought to himself. Don't you charge 80,000 yuan less? If I can meet such a big man in the future, that is also worth it. This young man will not be in the pool in the future. In this way, the house thing is set. The next step is to see which day is suitable for opening. When Chen Lu's other friends found out that Yu Yang was going to open a clinic, they were very happy and they said hello very early and said that they must tell them on the day of opening. In the future, Yu Yang will also need an old Chinese medicine doctor, and he also told Chen Lu's friends that Chen Na just knew an old Chinese medicine doctor. The surname is Ji Yu. Is studying Western medicine, and now he just retired and used his medical town to bring a business license. On this day, Yu Yang, Qi Mengru, Yu Xiaoying and Chen Lu had dinner together. Chen Lu said, Yu Yang, since you are going to open a clinic, at least you have to give the clinic a name. Yu Yang thought about it for a long time and said something from Sister Lu, in my opinion this clinic will not, it's called Yihang Courtyard, how about it? Qi Mengru, Yu Xiaoying and Chen Lu finished listening, laughing so hard that they died. After laughing for a long time, Chen Lu said, I said, Yu Yang, forget it, it seems that this name still can't let you play, it's too unreliable. What kind of name would the ancient brothel of Yihangyuan have? After that, I looked at Qi Mengru's happy hanging and almost didn't get under the table. It was not easy for everyone to hold back their laughter and followed Chen Lu and asked again, I said, Yu Yang, after this clinic opens, it can't be just the two of you. There should be Nurse Yu Yang. As soon as she heard about Sister Lu, I have already chosen this one. Look at Yu Yang. After talking, take out the phone from his pocket and dial a number directly. Wait for a while and hear Yu Yang say, "Are you still at work now?" Yu Yang called the nurse Kwang Yushang we mentioned earlier. I heard Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone sigh and say, "Alas. Just resigned 2 days ago because we have no background at home. Can only always be a practice nurse, and there are many people who are plotting against me. And there was no one to speak for me, so I resigned." Yu Yang said after listening. "I now invite you to come to my clinic to help me work. Do you want?" Yu Yang to finish saying this, Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone, as for a moment he remembered what Yu Yang had said to him the last time he met him. At that time Yu Yang told him this kind of thing. "If one day I open a hospital, I will invite you to work in my hospital." Why does he really open a clinic? He was just stunned to hear Yu Yang continue to say, "Where are you now? I'll go pick you up right away. And then let's talk about this in detail." Chapter 112 Invitation from the Shaha gang. Soon the two made an appointment on the phone to meet up, and when Yu Yang hung up the phone he said to Chen Lu that, "Sister Lu, lend me your car and I'll pick someone up." Chen Lu nodded and handed the car key to Yu Yang. Yu Yang took the car key and drove the Volvo car of Morning Dew, went to the meeting place that he and Kwang Yushang agreed to meet. The place they agreed on was a house that Kwang Yushang rented not far from the hospital where he used to work. Kwang Yushang hung up Yu Yang's phone and was very happy. "I thought I was worrying about finding a job and I didn't expect such a good news to come." He and Yu Yang made an appointment to meet and immediately changed into another suit and stood at the door waiting for Yu Yang. And soon he saw a white Volvo car coming in the distance. He saw the car coming and stopped in front of him, and a person came down inside. Kwang Yushang looked up and almost didn't recognize it. Yu Yang and Chen Lu had dinner together today wearing the suit he bought last time. He was stunned at that time, and when Yu Yang came to him and called him, he reacted. Yu Yang asked curiously. "I said, Kwang Yushang, why are you looking at me like this? Don't you know?" Kwang Yushang was really a little bit when she heard that. "The clothes you're wearing really don't look like the Yu Yang I met last time. Are you the eldest young master of a rich family?" Yu Yang said happily. "Said that I am not. These clothes are all I give to others to see a doctor. They bought it for me." Kwang Yushang heard that you are really good at medicine. Yu Yang heard a sentence, "Of course, otherwise how can I open a clinic? Get in the car quickly," and now other people are still waiting there. Soon the two got into the car, and while Yu Yang drove the car back, Kwang Yushang said, "The last time you told me you were going to open a hospital, I thought you were joking with me." Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. "As long as you work hard here with me, our small clinic will slowly develop into a private hospital in the future." Kwang Yushang was also very happy after hearing this. The two quickly drove the car to the place where they ate and waited for Yu Yang to lead Kwang Yushang into the box. Chen Lu and the others looked at Kwang Yushang's appearance and thought that this kid Yu Yang is really good. Even the nurse has made such a beautiful beauty. Followed by Yu Yang and introduced Kwang Yushang to the girls. Soon several girls became familiar with each other. Then I heard Yu Yang ask again. "Did you guys just name our clinic?" Chi Mengru thought a lot when she heard the name, but it didn't feel very appropriate. Soon everyone said the name they gave to the clinic. Yu Xiaoying was the first to mention that I started a stage name clinic, which means a blockbuster famous all over the world. At this time Chi Mengru on the side also spoke, and when it came to Yu Yang I also played one. I called it Kangal Clinic, which means healthy and happy. Others have said a lot of names. Yu Yang nodded and said, "I think these names are very good." After speaking he turned his head and said to Kwang Yushang, "Come and give our clinic a name." As soon as Kwang Yushang heard about me, I wouldn't name it. Yu Yang said with a smile, "It's alright, can you just pick one up?" In the end Kwang Yushang heard it and said, "Okay then, I'll just pick one up. Don't make fun of it if it's not good." The girls said one after another, "If it's alright, just say it." Just watched Kwang Yushang ponder for a moment and said, "Just now that everyone said that our clinic not only has traditional Chinese medicine but also Western medicine. Then the name of our clinic has to bring both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. In my opinion, the name of this clinic is Tikong Chinese and Western Medicine Clinic." After hearing this, all the girls applauded in unison, and at this moment Yu Yang said that, "Kwang Yushang, as long as you work hard with us now, because the clinic has just started, I will give you a salary of 3,500 yuan per month. Of course this is only temporary, there will be bonuses in the future." Kwang Yushang was very happy after hearing this. She thought, "I really did not expect to find a job so quickly after I lost my job. I really didn't expect that since I met such a person casually I would be able to help him a lot today." Not to mention that Kwang Yushang was happy. And then they discussed the opening time of the clinic. The meal was almost eaten and everyone dispersed. Kwang Yushang told his other little sisters about the matter as soon as she returned to her residence and was happy. Kwang Yushang met many good sisters when she was in school. As for these little sisters, he knows most of the family conditions are not particularly good. After graduating, a lot of them entered some small hospitals to work. And even sometimes harassed by their bosses when they heard Kwang Yushang say that he had found a particularly good job. They all envied Kwang Yushang and one of them asked, "How much is Kwang Yushang's salary there?" Kwang Yushang heard that the salary is only 3,500 yuan. Although the salary is not very high, the boss is very good. Some of them want to ask Kwang Yushang to introduce them to them to see if they can also work in this clinic. Kwang Yushang also wanted to help these little sisters, so he called Yu Yang to help him tell Yu Yang the matter. Yu Yang said okay after listening. "When our clinic is officially short of people, you can ask your little sisters to come over. As long as the work is serious, I will never treat them badly." Kwang Yushang didn't mention how happy she was after hearing this when he told his little sisters about it. Made them too happy and quit their jobs one after another to work in Yu Yang's clinic. When Yu Yang finished all these things, he asked for a week's leave and the time was up. He and Chi Mengru returned to the school to study. And soon half a month passed. Yu Yang suddenly received a thrift. When Yu Yang got this invitation and opened it, he saw what was written on it. "The day after tomorrow, the 50th birthday of Zhang Wenbin, the leader of the Shaha gang. I specially invited Boss Yu to the banquet." Yu Yang thought that Zhang Wenbin was definitely not at ease. Yu Yang thought to himself, "I'm not familiar with this Zhang Wenbin, why did he invite me over for his birthday? Don't ask me, there's definitely something tricky here." Chapter 113. Maybe he deliberately used the excuse of inviting me to the banquet and then Yao Wei urgently summoned them to take revenge. And then he thought again, who cares about him, just go, I want to see what this Zhang Wenbin can do to me. But he also deeply knew that when he arrived in Huanghai City it was someone else's territory. If he turns his face he will suffer. Thinking of this, he immediately called Fan Yongchun, Deng Haitao and New Delhi, when he sent the Shaha gang boss Zhang Wenbin to invite him to the birthday party. Fan Yongchun, who was next to him, said to Yu Yang, "Brother Yang must not go, obviously the guys from the Shaha gang must have no good intentions." After listening to the others, they also said, "Yes, Brother Yang must not go." Yu Yang quickly waved his hands at everyone and said, "Did I call everyone here or come to discuss this matter? We have to attend this meeting. If we don't attend, someone will definitely say that I, Yu Yang, are timid. Zhang Wenbin just invited me to the banquet, I dare not go, and this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we can forget it if we don't go. Obviously this matter will not be finished. Zhang Wenbin will definitely think of other ways to deal with us. Instead of this, we might as well go to his birthday party. I want to see what he wants to do. But to go we must be fully prepared so as not to suffer losses. The front line will be a bit long this time. I want to do this and let Deng Haitao and New Delhi go to the banquet with me. Fan Yongchun, you lead some brothers outside to help. If there is a fight inside, then you lead the brothers to rush inside." As soon as Fan Yongchun heard about Brother Yang, "You should pay more attention," Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. "The amount they cannot be how I am." And then he made some careful arrangements. Yu Yang left Hao Hantang headquarters and returned to Qi Mansion. It arrived after a day and it was time to congratulate Zhang Wenbin on his birthday. Yu Yang, Deng Haitao and New Delhi took a step forward and Fan Yongchun led the other members of the Hero Hall quietly and followed. Soon the three people came to the door of the hotel where Zhang Wenbin held his birthday party. As soon as the three of them arrived at the door, a person came over from the side and asked, "May I ask if you are Yu Yang from Hao Hantang?" Yu Yang Boss Yu and nodded after hearing this. When he heard the business, he immediately said that Boss Yu came with me. Our boss Zhang was already waiting inside to eat more. Specially sent me to the door to pick up Yu Yang's hand. When you said this, he reached out and grabbed Yu Yang's hand. It doesn't matter if you grab it. Yu Yang felt that his wrist was caught by a pair of iron pliers. Yu Yang's mentality was understood at the time and he wanted to make trouble for a long time. Zhang Wenbin deliberately sent such a person at the door. On the surface he came to pick him up, but he actually wanted to give him a slap in the face. In front of so many people, if Yu Yang was caught and yelled at this time, it would be a fall. Yu Yang thought to himself, today would be if I had been caught by someone else. I had to scream out. Yu Yang thinking of Zhang Wenbin, to come to this with me, you made a mistake. Thinking of this, I will look at Yu Yang again and say something to this person. You're welcome, you are talking and watching Yu Yang grab this man's wrist with a backhand, then watch Yu Yang throw his arm, and then look at this person he is thrown by. Yu Yang the dang took a few steps forward, thumped and slammed into the mud. Deng Haitao and Niu Deli, who were following behind, could see clearly. When the two saw that this person was coming over and wanted to pull Yu Yang to follow and let Yu Yang throw his arm out, the two knew in their hearts. On the surface it seems that people want to take our brother Yang's hand and enter together, but in fact it is definitely not the case. Seeing that Yu Yang threw the person forward and grabbed a few steps forward and fell to the ground, the two of them were not happy. Looked at Yu Yang at this moment, turned around and said to the two of them, "Go and help that person up. Look at how Boss Zhang sent someone who had drunk too much to pick me up." The two of them agreed and came to this person and said, "That's right, how could Boss Zhang send you someone who has drunk too much to pick up our brother Yang?" After listening to this man's face was as hot as being slapped with a slap. I thought that Yu Yang really had 2 strokes. After a long time of trouble, this person was officially sent by Zhang Wenbin. After a long time of trouble, since that day Ji Zhaohui led people to seek revenge for Yu Yang, but Yu Yang deposed him. "I will tell Zhang Wenbin that I will personally unload this Yu Yang for 8 yuan. It's coming soon, the day of Zhang Wenbin's 50th birthday. Surnamed Xiao, called Xiao Wenkui. Let this Xiao Wenkui pick up Yu Yang at the door and then find a way to give Yu Yang a slap in the face. This Xiao Wenkui doesn't look down on Yu Yang at all. Why don't he just deal with such a small boy?" At the age of 28 he made a name for himself and established the Shaha gang. After years of continuous development, today's Shaha gang has become one of the largest gangs in Pinghai province. Then I have to let him know how powerful Zhang Wenbin is. Zhang Wenbin is not simple. He started dancing at the age of 12. But Zhang Wenbin was pissed off. Speaking of it, I would like to meet Yu Yang in person to see how capable he is. In 2 days it will be my 50th birthday, and then I will invite him to my event. Birthday party. I heard Ji Zhaohui say today that Yu Yang doesn't take it seriously. He quit, so he sent someone to invite Yu Yang to pay for his 50th birthday party. When the 10 gangs didn't unite me, Yu Yang just depended on him as a Shaha gang. He could make me anxious, so I went to step on the Shaha gang. Zhang Wenbin slapped the table angrily. At that time a leg of the table broke with a click. At that time the table turned over and the teapots and bowls on the table were all smashed. But this person, although he has a good kung fu, this man's greatest weakness is his short temper, and is also very arrogant, only knowing that he has himself but not anyone else, so mad at little pepper that he won't let the garlic alone. Look at how mad this kid is. We all told him we are Boss Zhang, your subordinates. Guess what this kid said? Zhang Wenbin thought that Yu Yang was so arrogant he didn't get angry, so he sent a capable general by his side. I just wanted to take this opportunity to give this Yu Yang some good looks in front of all Taoist people. I am anxious to see that Zhang Wenbin's fire has been successfully fought. This kid thinks to Yu Yang, I wonder if you dare to come. Waited for the boy to recover from the injury and then spoke ill of Yu Yang in front of Zhang Wenbin, and finally he said Yu Yang is a special person who can fight. I thought then I will deliberately go over and pretend to be close to him and then grab his hand. If he asked me to call him in front of everyone, he would be thrown into my grandma's house. And later came news that Yu Yang would come to pay for the banquet at that time. Ji Zhaohui, when he got this news, he was very happy, thinking to Yu Yang that your kid is dead. Zhang Wenbin opened his eyes when he heard it and asked, "Oh, what did he say? Didn't he say it was Zhang Wenbin? What a great thing! If he stood in front of me, I would definitely turn him into a eunuch too." Chapter 114. This kid has practiced eagle claw strength. In normal times don't talk about fleshy hands. Even if he grabs a piece of steel plate, he can grab 5 fingerprints. That's why he is so confident today. I thought to myself, what kind of work can this hairy boy have? Even if he started dancing from his mother's womb until now, it's only 20 years and it's not like a joke when I clean him up. This kid made one of the most fatal mistakes, that is to underestimate the enemy. Waiting for him to see Yu Yang, they are coming. He walked over to Yu Yang on the surface to say hello. In essence, I want to die. Yu Yang is so capable. This kid thought, if I grab your hand now and don't crush your bones for you, it will also make you cry out in pain. How could he know that Yu Yang's kung fu is not inferior to him? When Yu Yang didn't pay attention at first, he really hurt Yu Yang when he grabbed him. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately turned his hand back and gave his hand to him. Caught. This kid knew it was broken. He knew it was too late. Yu Yang threw him forward with a flick of his arm and took a few steps and fell to the ground. Yu Yang didn't want to fall out with the Shaha gang when he came this time. Yu Yang thought Zhang Wenbin and I usually have no grudges, so there is no need to ask what Ji Zhaohui must have said in front of him. If you can explain this matter, it is better not to conflict. If there are frequent fights between gangs, if they are targeted by the state, it will be a disaster. So after Yu Yang threw Xiao Wenkui out, he thought in front of so many people if this person would be embarrassed. If Zhang Wenbin knew about this misunderstanding, he would definitely not be able to solve it, so he let Deng Haitao and New Delhi mix Xiao Wenkui in the past. Yu Yang also found Xiao Wenkui a step down, saying that he drank too much. This kid heard Yu Yang say that he drank too much. He deliberately shook his body and said, "I'm sorry boss Yu, I really drank a little too much today, which made you laugh." Yu Yang thought to himself, this kid is really good, I said that he drank too much and he really put it on. Thinking of this, he immediately went on to say it again. "This friend, please take us in." Xiao Wenkui nodded and said, "Please boss Yu," said Yu Yang, and they walked into the hotel. Yu Yang showed his hand outside just now and was seen by many gang bosses. Someone asked who was this person who just entered. Someone next to him told this person, "You don't know this person, isn't this person the Yu Yang who picked the top 10 gangs in Huanghai City?" As soon as the person who asked the question heard that he was not very old this year, he actually had such ability. This person just now was a capable general under Zhang Wenbin. Xiao Wenkui heard that this person has practiced the Eagle Claw force. Look at the meaning, he definitely didn't drink too much just now, maybe he wanted to try Yu Yang's ability. I didn't expect that Yu Yang would have such ability at such a young age. It seems that he will be very amazing in the future. While talking, these people also approached the hotel. This time Yu Yang and Deng Haitao New Delhi, 3 people, led by Xiao Wenkui, to the second floor. When Yu Yang and the others entered the box, many people immediately turned their eyes to Yu Yang, thinking this kid is young this year, who is he? Look at Yu Yang calmly and cupped his hands at these people. You have worked hard, there is a way to meet, and the way of hard work must be rivers and lakes. At this moment Xiao Wenkui next to him spoke, "Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is the boss of the newly rising hero hall in Huanghai City." Called Yu Yang. When everyone heard it, what were they talking about in a low voice? This is what Yu Yang has heard long ago. This Yu Yang is not very old and he even tried to pick 10 gangs in Huanghai City. What is that his age will not exceed 20 years old at most this year, and he has such a skill. At this time the bosses of other gangs stood up and bowed to Yu Yang to say hello. Yu Yang, as long as he stood up to say hello, did he say hello one by one? As for Yu Yang who stood up, he wouldn't take the initiative to say hello. He thought to himself, if you look down on me, I don't need to pay attention to you. At this moment more than a dozen people came in outside the door of the box. As soon as this person came in, all the people stood up in unison and greeted him like this person and said, "Hello boss Zhang." Yu Yang also stood up and made trouble for a long time. The person who walked in was Zhang Wenbin, the boss of the Shaha gang. Yu Yang looked up and saw that Zhang Wenbin from Zhejiang was about 1.8 meters tall, with a ferocious face. This is Xiao Wenkui walking to Zhang Wenbin. Speaking of that Yu Yang, he came. Where was Zhang Wenbin when he heard about it? "I asked you to give this Yu Yang a disservice, did you do it?" Xiao Wenkui got closer after hearing this and said to Zhang Wenbin, "Boss Zhang, Yu Yang is not easy." Zhang Wenbin asked after listening, "You said that this Yu Yang is not simple, why is he not simple?" Followed by Xiao Wenkui about what happened at the door of the hotel, he told Zhang Wenbin again. How did he try Yu Yang and how did Yu Yang throw her away? After the whole thing was finished, Zhang Wenbin also ate a pound after hearing it. Since there were many other people in the box at the time, Zhang Wenbin didn't ask any more questions, just glanced at Yu Yang with his eyes. I thought it seems that this kid really has 2 strokes and even Xiao Wenkui is not his opponent. And then he thought again, no matter how talented you are today, it is also difficult to get out of the door of this box. Thinking of this, he walked up to Yu Yang and said, "You are Yu Yang." Yu Yang clenched his fists at Zhang Wenbin and said, "The business." Zhang Wenbin snorted coldly at Yu Yang after hearing this. "I didn't expect your kid to really dare to come today." As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I said that there might be some misunderstanding between Mr. Zhang. Yu Yang has always been on the right track, upright and bright. I should have nothing to offend boss Zhang. Today is your birthday party and I came as soon as I received the invitation. Something happened some time ago, I believe it was all a misunderstanding. Definitely someone said something in the middle that shouldn't be said. Boss Zhang, we have never had any grudges and recently have no grudges. Why should I take the initiative to offend you? Zhang Wenbin said with a cold snort. Today Yu Yang has so many gang bosses present, so let them judge what you are doing is right or wrong. Chapter 115. After he finished speaking, he turned around and said to a person beside him that he was anxious to call you, come and tell them how arrogant Yu Yang is. Ji Zhaohui looked at Yu Yang proudly, then took a few steps forward and said to everyone. This Yu Yang is really deceiving people too much. You should all know that Huanghai is the Crazy Tiger Gang Xie Tian, but the gang leader of the Crazy Tiger Gang is the Huanghai, who was forced to leave behind the boy, followed by how Yu Yang and the Crazy Tiger Gang clashed. Until he led someone to hunt down Yu Yang some time ago and Yu Yang beat them to nothing. Of course he couldn't say his mistake in it. He reversed the whole process and said that everything was Yu Yang's fault. Yu Yang listened next to Deng Haitao and Niu Deli. Both of them couldn't help but wanted to pay. Let Yu Yang stop and say, listen to him, I see what else he can say. When Ji Zhaohui finished speaking, Deng Haitao and Niu Deli were both angry. Deng Haitao really couldn't hold back the fire. He called Y with one finger and said, boy, you really know how to make up and really put money on your face. How can you not tell the truth? Urgently call pregnant. Hearing that, Deng Haitao said, how old are you? How dare you point fingers at me here? There are so many gang bosses here to get your talk. Yu Yang listened to the stool and stood up and said to Deng Haitao. Deng Haitao does not need to have general knowledge with such people. Then turned around and said to Zhang Wenbin, Boss Zhang, today is your birthday party. Did you invite me Yu Yang over just for the bottle? I Yu Yang have long heard that your boss Zhang has #1 in Pinghai province. I never thought about going against your Shaha gang. As for what the anxious Zhaohui said just now, if I want to flatten your Shaha gang, Yu Yang can stand in front of everyone to say that I Yu Yang never said this. Of course, if someone has to find something about our hero Tang, I'm never afraid of it. If I came today for the sake of Ping Li, then I'd say goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned to Deng Haitao and Niu Deli and said, let's go. After he finished speaking, he went out, and at this time he heard Zhang Wenbin shouting, Yu Yang, stop for me. Yu Yang turned around and said that it is still suitable for Zhang boss. As soon as Zhang Wenbin heard it, he was right. Today is my birthday party. It is true, but it is also through the face of all of us, to comment on this theory. You bullied others by relying on your own little martial arts. You said that some time ago Zhang Ji Zhaohui was you. To abolish it, did you do it? Yu Yang nodded and said, I did it. But this kid deserves it. He led people to hunt me down and took my friend hostage. My two friends are both girls. At that time this kid had a crooked idea for my two friends. I hate others to threaten me the most, especially those around me. Zhang Wenbin said after listening to Yu Yang's words, Yu Yang, no matter what you say today, if you dare to touch my people, I will not play with you today. As soon as Yu Yang heard about my boss Zhang, what do you think? Just look at Zhang Wenbin. Yang's coat took off, put on the back of the chair behind him and said, Yu Yang heard that your kung fu is very good, then we both despise and despise. If you can't win me today, you can't think of out the door of the hotel. When Yu Yang heard this, he nodded and said, Boss Zhang, that's fine, then let's talk about it. After speaking, Yu Yang also took off his coat and handed it to Deng Haitao, then took a few steps forward and came to Zhang Wenbin and said, Mr. Zhang gave more advice. Zhang Wenbin was not polite. With a wave of his left hand, he rushed to Yu Yang's face with his right hand. Yu Yang flicked his hand to the side and used a golden thread to wrap his wrist, grabbing Zhang Wenbin's wrist. And then Zhang Wenbin withdrew his right hand and used his left hand to make a move that pierced his ears. Called at Yu Yang's ear base. Yu Yang bowed down and avoided the palm again. Followed by the two interjection and exchanged styles and fought together. At this time the other people in the box had already moved the table and everything to the side, which leaves a large space in the middle. When Yu Yang and Zhang Wenbin got started, he was shocked, thinking that Zhang Wenbin's kung fu was not inferior to him. This Zhang Wenbin also secretly thought to himself that Yu Yang had such a powerful kung fu at such a young age. If this is my age, this kid is absolutely amazing. The two people reached out and stared at everyone in the box. The movements of the two were quick, and someone looked down at Zhang Wenbin and Yu Yang's feet to see the feet of the old and the young have left the ground. Both of them have made a real effort. Yu Yang made the Quangfangquan. Zhang Wenbin used 36 strokes of Bodhidharma palm. The two played indistinguishable. Yu Yang makes Quangfangquan, as the name implies, is a relatively strong boxing technique like a violent storm. Talking about fists like meteor, eyes like electricity. Skills such as rugs and hands such as burritos. Cat channeling, dog flash, rabbit roll, eagle turn. The monkey climbs the tree and the tiger climbs the mountain, so that it looks like the whole mountain is similar. Look at Zhang Wenbin's 36 strokes of Bodhidharma palm. It is also elusive. That palm is also whirring and hanging on the wind. Yu Yang thought, no, it seems that it is very difficult for me to win him. Yu Yang thought again, I'll just use the ultimate trick to win him and I'll see Yu Yang here. This whole method can be replaced by Shaolin God Fist. I saw Yu Yang changed his moves again and turned everything into a palm again. This time it was a gossip. Let's just say every time Yu Yang fights he will fight with Zhang Wenbin in a different way. Maybe hitting him again and turning into a gust of wind. This time Zhang Wenbin was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what kind of kung fu is this kid? He didn't know that this trick was invented by Yu Yang himself. Yu Yang named this trick upside down frustration confusion. Is not it? It constantly changes the whole law and palm law to confuse the enemy, so that the enemy cannot figure out his way. He perfectly integrates the palm technique in the full technique, and sometimes he reverses the moves, such as the second move. He may use the second move directly without using the first move and then use the second move, first move. And then he might have changed from fist to palm technique. In this way, through constant changes, it is unclear to others, do you really want to use the full method or the palm method? There is no second person to do this except Yu Yang. Just practice this Yu Yang and fall in love. 5 years. He was using it for the first time today. After this use, Zhang Wenbin thought that it would not work. It seems that I am going to lose today. Chapter 116 Convinced Oral. After a while, Zhang Wenbin saw Khan on his forehead. The more he hit him, the more anxious he became, but he still couldn't hit Yu Yang. He was thinking, what kind of trick is this kid? Could it be that I can't win a hairy boy today? How much ridicule it would make if it was spread out. He was still thinking about it while he was working with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he began to be impatient in his heart, and his tricks were slowly accelerating and constantly attacking Yu Yang. In the hands-on time is to pay attention to a calm. The most taboo is to be impetuous. Zhang Wenbin made such a mistake today, and the sweat on his impatience will come out. Yu Yang saw the sweat on Zhang Wenbin's forehead and rolled down with a crackle. Yu Yang thought that he couldn't hold it anymore, so I'll try harder. Thinking of this, let's look at Yu Yang's tricks to step up this increase method and the constant changes in the whole method. Zhang Wenbin can't stand it all of a sudden, and Yu Yang suddenly turned around and just turned behind him, listening to Yu Yang. Said a word. Boss Zhang, please pay attention and look again. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he raised his right palm and covered Zhang Wenbin's back with a palm. Zhang Wenbin heard a cry from the back, and this palm caused the wind and rushed to his back, and Zhang Wenbin wanted to hide, but he couldn't dodge. Zhang Wenbin closed his eyes, thinking that my life is over. Said that it was too late. That was soon Yu Yang's palm arrived, and he heard a bang, and the palm was hitting Zhang Wenbin's back. Zhang Wenbin was beaten by this palm and grabbed a few steps forward. Only then did he stand firm. Yu Yang's palm kept the piano for him, otherwise Zhang Wenbin would have to vomit blood. Zhang Wenbin felt that this palm hit all the internal organs and turned it over so he didn't vomit blood. He also felt it. Yu Yang also gave him affection when this palm hit him on the back. Zhang Wenbin doesn't look rude and proud, but he is not stupid, knowing that Yu Yang left him. I fell in love and thought to myself, is it really my fault for Yu Yang? Just rush him to give me a palm today. This person is quite good, at least enough personalities. Is this Yu Yang really not what they say? At this moment Yu Yang came over and said that Boss Zhang had offended just now. Zhang Wenbin looked at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, you are a personable person, thank you for your mercy just now. Yu Yang hurriedly said, where did Boss Zhang come from? I would like to thank you for letting me do this trick just now, otherwise I'm still not your opponent. Zhang Wenbin said no to Yu Yang when he heard it. Yu Yang, I admire you. I know you left the piano for me just now. You have such a kung fu at such a young age. I really admire the 5-body cast. But Yu Yang, let me tell you, if you really rely on your own kung fu to do bad things, even if I can't take care of you, sooner or later someone else will take care of you. When Yu Yang heard it, he clenched his fists at Zhang Wenbin and said, Boss Zhang, can you listen to me? As soon as Zhang Wenbin heard it, then you should say it. Maybe someone said something bad about me in front of you which made you misunderstand me. You can rest assured that I, Yu Yang, acted righteously, walked righteously, and will never do harm to the heavens and the law. Zhang Wenbin had already believed what Yu Yang said at this time and thought to himself, if Yu Yang is really the kind of person who bullies others by relying on his own kung fu, he will not show me mercy just now. His dissatisfaction with Yu Yang in his heart has been reduced by a lot of urgent doubts next to him. Look at the meaning this Zhang Wenbin has to believe in Yu Yang. If this Zhang Wenbin really believes in Yu Yang, I can be saved. I finally joined the Shaha gang and made Zhang Wenbin believe me. If Zhang Wenbin finds out that I lied to him, he has to turn his head and look for me desperately. No, I have to find a way to stop him from communicating with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked over to Zhang Wenbin and said, "Boss Zhang, don't believe what this guy said. This guy has sharp teeth, don't be fooled by him." Zhang Wenbin said with a look at Zhao Huai anxiously, "You stand by me, it's not your turn to give me advice on what to do." This kid was dumbfounded when he heard it. He thought badly I had to look wrong and quickly slipped away. Otherwise neither Yu Yang nor Zhang Wenbin will let me go. Thinking of this, he quietly retreated to the door ready to watch things go wrong. Zhang Wenbin looked anxiously, called Zhao Huai and hid aside. Turned his head to Yu Yang and continued, "Boss, you let me tell the truth. Someone did say you're bad in front of me. Although I am usually a rude person, I do not distinguish between good and bad people. Just for the affection Yu Yang gave me just now, I already have a number in my heart. Someone else said you in front of me." Yu Yang said that he wanted to pacify our Shaha gang. Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Boss Zhang, Yu Yang can guarantee in front of everyone with my personality that I have never said such a thing. I don't know who said it in front of you. He said this with absolutely bad intentions." Zhang Wenbin said Yu Yang as soon as he heard it. "I will not hide from you that the person who said this will face Ji Zhaohuai." At this time Zhang Wenbin has fully understood in his heart what does Ji Zhaohuai mean, just want to use him to deal with Yu Yang, but he is so angry that he turned around and shouted to Ji Zhaohuai, "Hurry up and give it to me, get over here." After shouting and looking again, there was no movement at all. Zhang Wenbin just stunned and shouted urgently, "And didn't come over to me." At this moment Yu Yang said, "Boss Zhang, don't call him, he's already gone, he's already at the door." This kid has been paying attention to the conversation between Zhang Wenbin and Yu Yang since just now. When he heard it, Yu Yang told Zhang Wenbin the whole thing. Zhang Wenbin's face changed with anger, and this kid was thinking, bad. Looks like I'm going to stay here any longer and I'll have to finish playing. Thinking of this, he hurriedly moved to the door of the box, and just when he was about to reach the door he heard Zhang Wenbin call him, and the kid's mind was broken. "I have to leave quickly." Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace, and at this moment Zhang Wenbin shouted again. The boy turned his head and looked. Zhang Wenbin's face was blue with anger, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly turned his head and ran away. As soon as he heard that Yu Yang had noticed that he was running faster, he ran downstairs. Yu Yang thought to himself, "How can I let you escape this time?" Thinking of this and then looking at Yu Yang, he chased him out in a flash. "That's too fast." Everyone saw the figure flashing in front of them. Yu Yang was already outside the box and soon caught up with him. Yu Yang yelled, "And let me see where you are going, don't you hurry up and give it to me, stop." This kid ran and turned around and saw that Yu Yang was catching up, but he was frightened, thinking that it seemed like I was done. Thinking of this kid thought to himself, "At first sight the rabbit is biting, in a hurry I will fight with you today." Think about it and look again. The kid turned around and said Yu Yang to Yu Yang, "One is afraid of one. You want to kill me in a hurry today, and if that's the case then we'll fight to the death." Chapter 117, Zhang Wenbin's request. After saying that this kid is going to die, facing Yu Yang with a slap in the face. Yu Yang saw this slap stupidly. He was coming in the face and then watched him dodge to the side. Ji Zhaohuai hit the air with a palm. He wanted to take his hand back and look at Yu Yang, but before he could withdraw his hand he grabbed Ji Zhaohuai's arm as soon as he raised his hand. Look at Yu Yang raised his left leg and made a sweeping leg. At that time Ji Zhaohuai fell to the ground with a thud. Yu Yang stepped on his back and said. At this time Zhang Wenbin also led someone to chase him out to see that Yu Yang had already caught Ji Zhaohuai. Zhang Wenbin came to Yu Yang in a few steps, clasped his fists and said, "Boss Yu, can you hand this kid over to me? In the former he told me bad things about you, boss, and caused me to misunderstand you. Almost let our two gangs kill each other if our two gangs really fight. If the movement is too big for the state to focus on, our two gangs will be plunged into doom. This kid is absolutely hateful. I must peel him off and light the sky lantern, in order to solve the hatred in my heart," Yu Yang said to Zhang Wenbin after listening. "Boss Zhang, forgive me for not being able to hand this kid over to you," Zhang Wenbin asked one day. "Oh, why is this?" Just what Yu Yang went on to say, "Because he used my friend to threaten me before. I didn't expect this kid to be so cunning and wanted to make you and me two gangs. Russian, he profited from it to achieve his purpose. Not only that, this kid is also doing a lot of evil. I didn't do good things on campus at first and often molested female classmates. As I said before, what Yu Yang hates most is when others threaten me with people around me. He led people to hunt me down before not only threatening me with my friends but also thinking about it using some crooked brains. I have already taught him a lesson, but I didn't expect this kid to repent. I have to personally teach him a lesson for such a person. After Zhang Wenbin heard that if this is the case with Boss Yu, then you can do it. Looking at Yu Yang's hand again, I don't know when there has been an extra knife, and a knife has appeared more than once. Yu Yang grabbed Ji Zhaohuai's wrist as soon as he stretched out his hand. This kid was frightened at first glance and shouted at Yu Yang, "You dared to touch me, I think you don't want to live anymore. If you kill me, my sister will not let you go." Yu Yang said with a sneer after hearing that, "You're scared this time, why did you go earlier? No one can save you today," so he cut off Ji Zhaohuai's handkerchief with one slash. The boy screamed in pain. Yu Yang followed with 2 more blows and broke the hamstrings of both his feet. This time the boy fainted in pain. Followed Yu Yang and turned around and said to Zhang Wenbin, "Thank you Boss Zhang for your accomplishment. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." As soon as Zhang Wenbin heard about Boss Yu. "Don't leave yet, I'm here today to celebrate my birthday. I didn't expect you to have a glass of wine and I'll have a fight with you. It's my bad temper. I have to apologize to you." When Yu Yang heard it, he said to Zhang Wenbin, "Boss Zhang, you are very kind. It's not your fault because you don't know what's going on in this matter and you don't know what I've heard from others and you certainly believe it." Zhang Wenbin clenched his fists at Yu Yang and said that Boss Yu and the former were all too reckless and it was all to blame for that anxious Zhaohuai if he didn't say anything in front of me. Yu Yang hurriedly said, "If Boss Zhang has anything to say, you can say it directly. As long as it is something that Yu Yang can do, I will definitely agree. I just said that I handed this gang to you for a reason. On the one hand, you have a special character and act right. I have so many members in this gang and I also want to find a good boss for them in the future. I said these words from the bottom of my heart. Besides, I handed this gang to you and I didn't give it to you for nothing. I beg you to promise me one more thing," Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Just like that, Yu Yang and Zhang Wenbin reconciled and the group returned to the hotel's box. At this time, someone had already rearranged the table in the room, tidied up again and placed the food. In addition, I have a son named Zhang Tianfang who is 15 years old this year. We'll also give him a little nickname called Jade Mian Xiaolongjun in Zhonghu. In addition, I also want to give this child to you and want you to accept him as a disciple. I don't know what you think. If this gang falls into the hands of some unscrupulous person, isn't it my brothers? I saw Boss Yu today, you have good martial arts skills at a young age and you have an open mind." Zhang Wenbin nodded and said with a sigh, "Alas Yu Yang. I am 50 years old this year and it has been more than 20 years since I founded the Shaha gang." When Yu Yang and the others left and entered the box, the waiter in the hotel dialed 120 and sent Ji Zhaohuai to the hospital. Yu Yang also asked Deng Haidao to call Fan Yongchun after returning to the box and asked them to remove everyone outside and return to Huanghai City first. "I can see that you and the boss will definitely not be in the pool in the future and the characters are also very upright. I will give you this gang and I can rest assured." After hearing this, Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Boss Zhang is not good. I also ask you to admire your face and stay here. I still have some things to tell you." Yu Yang said it all after hearing it. "If that's the case, that's fine." At this time, Zhang Wenbin brought a glass of wine and came to Yu Yang. He said that, "Mr. Yu, I entered this glass of wine and apologized for my recklessness like you just now." Yu Yang also quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang. There are more than 3,000 members under his hands, but please think about it, Mr. Yu, I am 50 this year. I can hang around for a few more years and I have offended a lot of enemies over the years. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and a recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group." At this moment, Zhang Wenbin raised his hand to interrupt Yu Yang and then listened to him again. "Boss Yu, I'm telling the truth today, I'll tell you in front of the big guy. If I get old in the future, there are definitely many people who want to annex my Shaha gang. Rather than being annexed by them, I might as well give this gang to you, Yu Yang, today. It doesn't have to be like this. I was offended just now as soon as Zhang Wenbin heard about Dao Yu's boss. Don't be polite to me, we drank this glass of wine. I have a request, I don't know if you can agree." "Boss Zhang can't do it." Zhang Wenbin, who I can't agree with anyway, heard about Boss Dao Yu. "Don't worry, you listen to me first." Chapter 118 Gang Merge. After listening to Yu Yang, he said again and again that Boss Zhang is indispensable. "How can I, Yu Yang, accept your son as an apprentice? As soon as Zhang Wenbin heard about Dao Yu boss, don't be humble anymore. As far as your kung fu is concerned, it can be said that no one in the younger generation can copy you. My son compares with you, it is far from it. If I let him follow you boss you, I will be relieved. There is a saying that the bird is accompanied by the phoenix and the person is accompanied by a virtuous person in a high character. Before Yu Yang could speak, he turned around and said to one of the young men in the crowd that Tian Fang had not come out to meet your master, followed by a young man who came out of the crowd. Seeing this person can probably have a 17 or 18-year-old with an upper medium stature. The eyebrows are divided into 8 colors and the eyes are like stars. The young man with a face like crown jade looks like a big girl. The young man walked out of the crowd a few steps and came to Zhang Wenbin and shouted, "Dad. I just heard Zhang Wenbin say don't hurry to meet your master." After hearing this, the young man immediately came to Yu Yang, threw himself to his knees and said, "Disciple Zhang." Tianfang saw his master Yu Yang and quickly stood up, stretched out his hands and said, I can't. Just then Zhang Wenbin next to him spoke, "Boss Yu, what I said to you today is absolutely from the bottom of my heart and I hope you can agree to my request. As long as you promise from today onwards there will be no Shaha gang on the rivers and lakes." Yu Yang saw Zhang Wenbin's sincerity in front of so many people. I have already said all the words and I thought that it would be impossible not to agree. Thinking of this, he clasped his fist at Zhang Wenbin and said that since Zhang Wenbin is like this, thank you for looking down on me, Yu Yang. Then I would be more respectful than obeying my life. Zhang Wenbin laughed when he heard it and said it was good, Boss Yu. After he finished speaking, he turned around and said to everyone today announced something to everyone, from today on the rivers and lakes there will be no Shaha gang from now on. When he finished speaking, some people were talking quietly below saying everything, and some said, Zhang Wenbin, there is something wrong with the development of the Shaha gang to such a scale that it has been handed over to others. Some people say that Zhang Wenbin is old and useless. He was defeated by this Yu Yang just now. He asked his son to apprentice and he transferred his gang. It seems that he is really afraid of this Yu Yang. And some people said that Zhang Wenbin did the right thing, which was leaving a way for himself and his son in the future. All in all, everything is said. Zhang Wenbin will not say anything when he hears these people talking about it. Although Zhang Wenbin has merged the Shaha gang and Yu Yang's hero hall, but Yu Yang also put forward a condition that Zhang Wenbin will continue to lead his original Shaha gang members. Let him be Zhang Wenbin, a small leader of Hero Tang in Pingyang City, very happy after hearing this, thinking that this Yu Yang will really come. In this way Yu Yang became the boss of the 2 cities of Huanghai City and Pingyang City, and the number of his subordinates has exceeded 10,000. After eating, Yu Yang and Niu Deli Dang Haitao and the 3 returned to Huanghai City. When the headquarters of the Hero Hall was the leader of the Yangjiang Shaha gang, Zhang Wenbin merged the Shaha gang and the Hero Hall, and everyone cheered after hearing it. At this time a Ferrari appeared in front of the Huanghai headquarters building. As soon as the car stopped at the door, a girl came down from the door. This girl just got out of the car and a person came over immediately and said, "Sister-in-law, you are here." After a long time of trouble, this girl is Yan Mengjiao, the eldest underworld girl. Just to see this, Yan Mengjiao nodded with a sullen face and walked inside without saying a word. Soon came inside. Yu Yang looked up just to see Yan Mengjiao. Yu Yang hurriedly stood up and said, "Mengjiao, why are you here? Hurry up and sit down." Yan Mengjiao snorted and said, "Yu Yang, do you really think of me as your girlfriend?" Yu Yang was asked by Yan Mengjiao's words. The second monk, unable to touch the top of his head, he asked Mengjiao strangely, "What's wrong with you? Why do you ask?" Yan Mengjiao, "I heard it. You told me. What did you do today? Did you go to the banquet?" Yu Yang nodded and said yes. Yan Mengjiao heard, "Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me? If you really have something wrong this time, what do you ask me to do?" Yu Yang was moved when he heard Yan Mengjiao's words. He took Yan Mengjiao's hand and said, "Mengjiao, isn't it good for me?" Some people may ask how Yan Mengjiao knew Yu Yang went to Pingyang City for a banquet, and after a long time of trouble Yan Mengjiao came to the headquarters of Huanghai at noon today to find Yu Yang. He came here by accident. Yu Yang and the others had just left when he got here, when he heard someone tell him that Zhang Wenbin, the boss of the Shaha gang, invited Yu Yang to go to the sideline. Yan Mengjiao thought that there is no need to ask about wine. There is no good wine and there is no good banquet. Yu Yang, this trip will definitely be dangerous. If not, I have to send someone to help him quickly. Thinking of this, he hurried back home and immediately took people to Pingyang City. Just when he was about to arrive in Pingyang City, he just met Fan Yongchun, who just came back. When he asked, Fan Yongchun told the whole story again and finally said that you don't have to go, brother Yang, he is very safe, that Zhang Wenbin has made peace with our brother Yang. Yan Mengzhao was relieved after hearing this and returned to Huanghai City with her. He left another person around the hero hall watching to see when Yu Yang came back. As soon as Yu Yang came back he would call him immediately. So as soon as Yu Yang returned to the heroic Tang, Yan Mengzhao knew it and drove over immediately. Yu Yang saw that Yan Mengzhao cared so much about him, he hurriedly grabbed Yan Mengzhao's hand. Said, it's alright, I'm not fine. Yan Mengzhao heard that, I don't care anyway, I won't allow you to take risks in the future. Zhang Wenbin made peace with you this time, what if he didn't make peace with you? You may be in danger when you go to Pinjiang City. I don't care anyway, if there is such a thing in the future you have to take me there. Yu Yang nodded again and again and said, okay, if something happens next time I will definitely take you to Yan Mengzhao to listen to it and then turn anger into joy. Yu Yang sighed and said, alas, I don't want to tell you, I'm not afraid that you are in any danger. As soon as Yan Mengzhao heard this, she was afraid that I would be in danger, so what if you were in danger? As soon as Yu Yang heard about Dao Mengzhao, if I was really in danger, wouldn't there be you? There must be someone in charge of the hero Tang, Yan Mengzhao said Yu Yang as soon as she heard it. Anyway, I don't care, you have to say what you say, if you have any troubles and you have to be a hero, what's the use? At this time Yu Yang heard someone stop drinking outside the door. Yu Yang didn't give me a quick get out and died. Yu Yang thought, who was this? Chapter 119, The Jealous Yan Mengzhao. He and Yan Mengzhao came out of the room. When they came out, Yu Yang looked up and saw a young and beautiful girl standing in front of him. The girl's age will probably be about 21 or 2 years old. Although she looks pretty, she has an air of seductiveness between the corners of her eyes and her brows. At this time there are already many members of the hero hall around staring at the girl. From the moment he came to the door of the Hero Tang headquarters building and scolded Yu Yang, he had already disturbed the members of the Hero Tang. These people think, how can such a wild girl dare to scold our brother Yang? Just when they were about to come over to teach the girl a lesson, Yu Yang and Yan Mengzhao came out from the inside and everyone saw that Yu Yang came out. Yu Yang didn't speak, they didn't move. Yu Yang looked the girl up and down and asked this girl, who are you? Why did you come to the door of our hero hall and speak so rudely? Yu Yang saw the girl with a sneer and said, Yu Yang, don't pretend you cut off my brother's tendons before. I came today not for anything else but to avenge my brother. Yu Yang suddenly realized after hearing this and said that what you said was the girl who was anxious to call her pregnant. Exclamation mark. Caret H. Yu Yang, what else do you have to say? You broke my brother's tendons and hamstrings. Today I will also break all your tendons and hamstrings to avenge my brother. Come here. Yan Mengzhao heard a sentence next to me. I said, what is going on with your girl? Your brother is not doing good things. Yu Yang is doing things for heaven. When the girl heard this, she said to Yan Mengzhao, I said, where did you come from? You don't need to worry about the matter between me and Yu Yang. Don't talk too much and I'll tear your mouth apart, Yan Mengzhao said in a hurry. That's fine, then let's try to see who is higher and who is lower. Yu Yang reached out and pulled Yan Mengzhao behind him and said to the girl, this girl, I advise you to be polite just now, this is my girlfriend. One thing he said just now is right, your brother is a lot of evil, gossip everywhere, and Yu Yang do right. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, the girl pointed her finger. Yu Yang said, Yu Yang, shut up for me. Today no matter what you say, I will also avenge my brother Shui Hen and take his life. To speak, just watch the girl pull a 9-section whip from her waist as she lifts her clothes. Rushed to Yu Yang to see. Yu Yang quickly turned around and pushed Yan Mengzhao to the side, followed closely and watched Yu Yang dodge to the side, dodged this side and grabbed the edge as soon as she stretched out her hand. When it comes to you, give it to me. The girl felt a huge force coming and almost let go of the whip. The girl saw that Yu Yang grabbed his whip and tugged it into her arms, thinking that it would not work. If I had to fight with him, I would definitely not be able to fight him. The girl rolled her eyes and remembered it. I thought to myself, I'll just take advantage of the situation and pounce in front of him, and wound him with a hidden weapon. After a long time of trouble, the girl still has 12 silver needles on her body. He knows that Yu Yang's kung fu is relatively strong and it is difficult for him to hit it when he is far away. Yu Yang grabs his whip and pulls it in front of him, thinking that the opportunity has come. With this strength he jumped forward and came in front of Yu Yang. It was too late. He took out the silver needle from his body, raised his hand and rushed to Yu Yang with 3 silver needles. Yu Yang saw that the girl raised her hand at him and knew that it was not good. Maybe she was going to use some hidden weapon. He hurriedly loosened the girl's whip and made a diamond iron plate bridge standing on one leg. The other leg was lifted up and the whole body lay on the ground. Let's talk about this trick. It won't work without 5 years of hard work. Yu Yang's appearance looks like he fell down, but it's not the same for people who understand that a fall is different from a fall. Yu Yang's left hand. Stand there with your right leg on the ground. His left leg was promoted. The members of Huanghai cheered in unison and said, yes, brother Yang's song is great. Yu Yang hid the girl's 3 silver needles at once. Immediately after watching, Yu Yang propped his left hand to the ground. Yu Yang jumped up as soon as he tried his right leg and slapped the girl. The girl dodged to the side and fought with Yu Yang. Yu Yang only found out that the girl's kung fu is not much worse than his. But it's impossible to beat him with this little effort. Yu Yang fainted and jumped out of the circle, saying slow to the girl. This girl, I don't think you are my opponent. You should leave early. Your brother is doing a lot of evil. I hope you don't help him continue to do evil. Yan Mengjiao looked beside him. Yu Yang was a little unhappy for letting this girl leave him and shouted at Yu Yang, Yu Yang, what's the matter with you? Are you reluctant to fight when you see how beautiful people are? Yu Yang thought badly. This Yan Mengjiao was jealous. I heard this girl speak at this moment. Yu Yang, don't be so pretentious here. I don't talk to your love trick guy and I'm on Yu Yang's side again. Yu Yang looked at it this time and thought, I don't think I can give him a little more power. It seems that it is difficult to be kind today. Thinking of this and then watching him unleash Ji Yu Fengchen, this fist is like the whole mountain, and he rushed towards this girl and hit him. This time the girl can't hold back a bit. One inadvertently made Yu Yang turn behind him and punch him in the back. This time he took a few steps forward from the beating of the girl and spit out a mouthful of blood. This girl thought, no, it seems that I have to leave quickly. I was already injured, and thinking of this he took out all the remaining silver needles from his body and waved his hand at Yu Yang and said to recruit the guy. Then how can it be beaten? Watching Yu Yang dodge left and right, dodge the silver needles and dodge them. After the girl shot the silver needle out, she immediately fled. Wait for Yu Yang to avoid these silver needles and see that the girl in front of her has disappeared without a trace. The members of the hero hall wanted to chase and were stopped by Yu Yang. This girl's kung fu is very powerful. Even if it's not much different from me, he can't play. If he runs away, it seems that we have another rival. Just after he finished speaking, he heard a cold snort from someone next to him, and when he looked back, it was Yan Mengjiao. Seeing Yan Mengjiao beside Yu Yang, who was puffed up, he knew that the underworld eldest lady was jealous. Thinking of this, Yu Yang hurriedly walked up to Yan Mengjiao and said, Mengjiao, what happened to you? As soon as Yan Mengjiao heard this, she said, HMPH, did you like that vixen? Were you reluctant to hit someone just now? Seeing how beautiful they are, you persuaded him to leave. Yu Yang hurriedly said, how could Mengjiao be? There is a saying that enemies should be resolved rather than knotted. I have already abandoned that urgent call. I originally wanted to make it clear with him so that I would not talk about his injury and the feud would deepen. If someone else from their family came to me for revenge, I would not have to spend my days. Yan Mengjiao asked if it was true. Yu Yang nodded and said it was truer than real gold. What I said was absolutely true. Yan Mengjiao believes Yu Yang. Who is this girl who came just now? This girl is none other than Ji Zhaohuai's sister Ji Zhaohua, who is nicknamed Hedinghong. Chapter 120. Yao Wenyu is here. Just listening to his nickname proves that this person is very vicious. So how did he get here? After being in trouble for a long time, I was in a panic and returned to the Shaha gang after being injured by Yu Yang that day. After being sent to the hospital by Zhang Wenbin, the kid felt more and more suffocated, so he called his sister Ji Zhaohua. This Ji Zhaohua is also a very remarkable character. Among the younger generation on the rivers and lakes, that is also very rare. His master is also well known in the rivers and lakes, and he is nicknamed Wild Rose and called Shui Yuzhen. When Ji Zhaohua received a call from Ji Zhaohuai, was very anxious and told his master Shui Yuzhen at the time, Master, I have to go home to see my brother. Shui Yuzhen also agreed. Ji Zhaohua packed up and went straight to Huanghai City. This auspicious Zhaohua will not do good things when he comes down the mountain. As soon as he sees a beautiful guy, he can't walk and makes a mistake with his master. Both the master and the apprentice are female prostitutes who steal flowers. He didn't miss any men along the way, so it took so long to wait until he saw Ji Zhaohuai. He would be stupid. Seeing that Ji Zhaohuai's tendons and hamstrings have been broken, even if he is alive he will be a waste. He asked Zhaohuai who had hurt you so urgently, and tears came down when he heard it. And told Ji Zhaohua the whole story. Finally he said that Yu Yang is too abominable. Sister, you want to take revenge for me, so Zhaohua is anxious to hear it. At that time he gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Wei, don't worry, I will smash that Yu Yang's body into tens of thousands of pieces when I go down the mountain this time to avenge you. Followed by him and asked who Yu Yang was and where did such a kid come from. Ji Zhao suspected that I heard that Sister Dao, please don't underestimate the enemy, this Yu Yang still has 2 strokes. Ji Zhaohua put his mouth aside one day and said, brother, don't grow other people's ambition and destroy your own prestige no matter how powerful he is. Your sister, I'm not a vegetarian, I'll go find that Yu Yang today, cut him into thousands of pieces and cut him into pieces, carried the head in front of you. Ji Zhaohua, I heard that since this is the case, my sister, I wish you success. Just heard Ji Zhaohua say, brother, you were waiting for me here, I will go there right away and come back to say that he turned out of the ward and rushed to Huanghai City. In this episode, Zhao Huakong has nowhere to go. He didn't take Yu Yang to heart at all. He thought to himself that this little boy, what are they capable of? I have been taught by masters since I was a child. Isn't pointing better than a hairy boy like you? So he went to Huanghai City and inquired about the headquarters of Hao Hantang. He came without saying a word. When he reached the entrance of Hao Hantang's headquarters, he opened his mouth and scolded him until Yu Yang came out and got started with him. Only then did he realize that he underestimated the enemy. Was punched by Yu Yang and vomited blood. This time he has to dodge quickly, just swipe. If this punches really hit, he had to smash his internal organs with one punch. He knew that it would not be cheap for him to stay here after this injury, so he used a silver needle to force Yu Yang back and he escaped. Just after Ji Zhaohua ran away, it caused Yu Yang a lot of trouble later. Of course, this is a later story. After Yu Yang saw that Ji Zhaohua escaped, he knew that this matter could not be played. But he didn't take it to heart, thinking to mind him anyway, the soldiers will stop the water and hoard the soil. He dealt with some other things in Hao Hantang and it was night time. Yan Mengzhao proposed to go out to dinner with Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Dao Mengzhao might not be able to do tonight, I have been busy opening a clinic recently. Is about to open at this time, it may be quite busy. As soon as Yan Mengzhao heard that Yu Yang, you are going to open a clinic, Yu Yang nodded. Yan Mengzhao said at a glance, Yu Yang is such an important thing, why didn't you tell me? Yu Yang was thinking about it and came again. He hurriedly said, Mengzhao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, because I have a lot of things during this period of time. Isn't this forgotten? Yan Mengzhao said as soon as she heard it. Anyway, I have to tell me Yu Yang in advance no matter what you have in the future, and immediately said, okay. Yan Mengzhao turned from yin to affection after hearing this expression, said to Yu Yang, then if you have something to do, you can do it first. When your clinic opens, I will lead someone to cheer for you. After speaking, he left Hao Hantang headquarters, left Yu Yang and returned to Qi Mansion. When he entered the living room and saw that on the sofa Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were both sitting there watching TV, when they saw Yu Yang came in, Yu Xiaoying said, Yu Yang, you are back. Who do you plan to invite to preside over the opening of the clinic? Yu Yang pulled a chair and sat down as soon as he heard it. Speaking of Miss Younger, I really didn't think about it. Miss Ying, what's your opinion? As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that Yu Yang's clinic was half opened, it would have to be a big one. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Yang's phone rang. At this moment, Yu Yang picked up the phone and saw Yao Wenyu written on it. Yu Yang raised his head and said to Yu Xiaoying, Sister Xiaoying, this host is not good. Is it coming? Yu Xiaoying was stunned for a moment. After Yu Yang finished speaking, she immediately pressed the answer button, put the phone to her ear and immediately passed a sweet girl on the other end of the phone saying, Brother Yang, where are you now? Come to the Yellow Sea. I don't know if it is convenient for you to continue to treat me, Yu Yang said after listening. It's convenient, you can send me the address of where you live and I'll go there tomorrow. It was not someone else's business, singer Yao Wenyu, who called Yu Yang. Since Yao Wenyu held a concert in Pingjong City that day, he fainted and was cured by Yu Yang. At that time he felt that his body was much better than before. So he asked Yu Yang to continue to treat him and Yu Yang agreed, so Yao Wenyu finished the concert in other places. During this time he was free and he immediately came to Huanghai City to find Yu Yang continued to treat him. And soon he hung up the phone and sent the wallpaper to Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying looked beside her. Yu Yang hung up the phone. She immediately asked who Yu Yang called you just now. What did you say? The host was here. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Sister Xiaoying called me, it was Yao Wenyu who came to Huanghai City and asked me to treat him. Believe me, if I ask him to help me, he shouldn't refuse, right? Yu Xiaoying nodded and said, Yu Yang, your idea is really good. If Yao Wenyu really agreed to hold a concert for you to celebrate the opening of the clinic, it would be difficult for you to think about the clinic. Chapter 121, Clinic Opening. When Chi Mengru heard about it, I said, Yu Yang, you were so embarrassed that you asked a singer as big as Yao Wenyu to preside over an opening ceremony for you. What did Yu Yang have when he heard that? Although he is a singer, I think he is a very good person. And there is no pretense, which is the reason why I could promise him to continue treatment for him last time. Besides, I don't ask him for nothing. How much money should I give at that time? Yu Xiaoying heard that Mengru Yu Yang was right. And then watched Chi Mengru pouted her little mouth and said, HMPH cousin, if you are talking to this big bad guy, the first will ignore you. Although he said so, he did not leave the living room. In fact, he was not angry, he just said that to Yu Xiaoying on purpose. He saw that Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying were talking there and ignored him. Within 5 minutes he was a little impatient and said, I said, big bad guy. I said, will business be good after your clinic opens? But don't lose money. Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying heard it, looked at each other, smiled at each other and thought of it in their hearts. It seems that he still can't hold his breath. Both of them also know that Chi Mengru is a man with a mouth and no heart. Although he sometimes likes to have a little temper, but his person is not bad. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Chi Mengru cared about her, he immediately said, don't worry, I'm still pretty sure that I won't lose money. In this way the three people talked about the opening of the clinic for a while, and the time came to more than 10 o'clock in the evening. The three also went upstairs and went back to their respective rooms to sleep. It arrived in a blink of an eye. The next morning it happened to be Saturday. Without going to school, Yu Yang was going to see Yao Wenyu. Yu Yang was about to leave. Chi Mengru came downstairs and said, Yu Yang, wait for me, I'll go with you. Yu Yang asked, what about Miss Ying? Oh, my cousin has something to do today, Chi Mengru replied. Because my cousin went out and I was bored at home, so I went to borrow Yao Wenyu with you. And then heard Chi Mengru say, wait for me first, I'll wash my face and brush my teeth first and then we'll go out immediately. Immediately after speaking, he ran into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Yu Yang came to the living room downstairs and sat and waited for Chi Mengru. After a while Chi Mengru came down from the upstairs and said to Yu Yang, okay, let's go. Soon the two went out. Chi Mengru drove his Porsche sports car and took Yu Yang to the hotel where Yao Wenyu was staying. At the entrance of the hotel the two got out of the car and Yu Yang and Chi Mengru entered the hotel. The two took the elevator to the door of the room where Yao Wenyu lived on the 3rd floor. Yu Yang raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon Yao Wenyu opened the door and let Yu Yang and the others go in. Chi Mengru and Yu Yang entered the room. Yao Wenyu closed the door. Chi Mengru immediately came to Yao Wenyu and said, Sister Wenyu, we met again. Yao Wenyu nodded and looked at Chi Mengru with a smile. This Yao Wenyu looked at Chi Mengru very happy because he thought Chi Mengru was a very good person. The last time he was in Huanghai City he got along very well with Chi Mengru and sisters Yu Xiaoying. The two said a few words. Yao Wenyu turned around and said to Yu Yang, brother Yang, are you tired now? If not tired, can we start treatment now? This Yao Wenyu can't wait. After so many years he is too tired to eat on time, causing physical problems. As soon as Yu Yang went out he felt that his heartbeat was not so strong, hurriedly took off his shirt and lay on the bed. Chi Mengru opened the door and called Yu Yang in. Because of Chi Mengru's presence Yu Yang didn't think about anything this time, and soon the treatment ended. Followed Yu Yang and told him that his clinic was about to open and he wanted him to help him with the opening ceremony. Yao Wenyu said happily, brother, this is a good thing, I'll help with this. Thinking of this he turned around and opened the door and walked out. Yao Wenyu thought to himself, what is the relationship between these two? Seeing Yu Yang so afraid of him. When Yao Wenyu saw that he was really about to start treatment he felt a little nervous in his heart and also felt that his face was a little hot. When he thought of having to undress again during the treatment his heart was pounding. If it wasn't for the last time I met Yu Yang he might have left the music scene and couldn't sing anymore. So after Yu Yang treated him once he felt that the effect was particularly obvious. So he was so anxious at this moment. Yu Yang, after listening to it, he could understand Yao Wenyu's mood and he hurriedly said, it's okay, I'm not tired, then let's start now. Brother, you said you helped me so much, I don't even know how should I thank you. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, don't say it, I really have a favor and want you to help me. Yao Wenyu hurriedly asked, if my brother had anything to do and needed my help, just tell me. If I hadn't met you, what would I be like in the future? But it's really not sure. Tears fell as I talked. Chi Mengru persuaded Sister Wenyu that your illness was completely cured, you should be happy. Will this disease get better after my treatment this time? Yu Yang heard it. This time after acupuncture and moxibustion I will give you a prescription later. As soon as he was free this time he couldn't wait to rush to Huanghai City to find Yu Yang to continue to treat him. And then take a little medicine according to my prescription and you can fully recover after eating Yao Wenyu, not to mention how happy she was after hearing this and said thank you so much brother. Don't be sad, what a happy thing this is. Yao Wenyu nodded and said yes. I'm just too happy. When it opens I definitely help. As far as your medical skills are concerned, if you open a clinic how many people will it benefit? Yu Yang immediately said that it will be ready to open on the 28th of this month. Chi Mengru next to him looked at it and said to Yu Yang, bad boy, why are you still here? Don't hurry out. Yu Yang thought to himself after hearing this, I'd better go out quickly lest the eldest lady say anything again. Yu Yang took off the silver needle on Yao Wenyu's body, walked to the door. Yao Wenyu put on his clothes. Yu Yang walked in again and heard Yao Wenyu say to Yu Yang, brother. Chapter 122 Opening Ceremony. Immediately after that I heard Yu Yang say that I will not let you help me in vain. I will give you the amount of money that should be paid. Yao Wenyu heard about brother Dao. Isn't that too far, you say? You cured my illness without charging me a penny. Besides, you are still my brother, how can I still collect money for my sister's help? Yu Yang shook his head and said, no, my brother still has to settle the account. How much should I give to Yao Wenyu? If you really take me as your sister you don't give me money. If you don't really take me as my sister then you give me money and I'll pay you the money you paid for my medical treatment. Chi Mengru hurriedly said. When she heard it, I said, Sister Wenyu, Yu Yang, you two should stop arguing. Yu Yang, since you cured Sister Wenyu you didn't receive any money. That Sister Wenyu doesn't charge you for helping you, isn't it just a balance? So you two don't fight. Yao Wenyu said, right brother. Sister Mengru is right, there is still half a month before the 28th and you should call me in advance. As for the money. Anyway, you didn't charge me for seeing a doctor, so I should have helped you and we've been evened out like this. What do you think? Yu Yang nodded when he heard it and said, okay then, since that is said it is settled. Yao Wenyu also nodded and said, okay, that's it. I'll go to Huanghai City later and we have the opportunity to have dinner together. Chi Mengru said as soon as she heard it, okay Sister Wenyu, let's have dinner together and let Yu Yang treat her. When Yu Yang heard it he nodded and said, okay, I'll treat you to me when the time comes. Yao Wenyu said after listening, then it's a good idea to call me in advance when you open and I'll rush over. After speaking, the three of them went back to their mansion respectively, Yao Wenyu, Chi Mengru and Yu Yang in Huanghai City. The book will be short and soon. Yu Yang's clinic on the 28th, the day when the Tikong TCM and Western Medicine Clinic opened. On the opening day a lot of people came, first of all the father and daughter Yan Tianzuo and Yan Mengjiao, and many members of Yanjiabang came to participate. Yu Yang himself just wanted to hold the opening ceremony. Everyone was lively, but after Yan Mengjiao found out about it, it is a big deal to say to Yu Yang that it is not possible to open a business. And must also have a dedicated person in charge of registering the accounts, so Yu Yang arranged for New Delhi to be responsible for registration, accounts. A large stage was erected in the open space in front of the clinic. At this time a lot of people have come. When Yan Mengjiao and Yan Tianzuo arrived here, Yu Yang hurriedly came out of the clinic and greeted Yan Tianzuo. When he saw Yu Yang nodded and thought to himself, this kid is really not simple, seeing that he came to Huanghai to create his own gang in a short period of time and now he has his own business. Yan Tianzuo looked at Yu Yang and the more he looked the more he liked Yan Mengjiao with a smile on his face, and then see Yan Tianzuo grab Yu Yang's hand and say, Yu Yang. Really good, much better than I was back then. Yu Yang heard that Uncle Dao, you have won the prize, how should I compare with you? Yan Tianzuo heard, Yu Yang, don't be too modest. I think when I was your age I was still acting as a younger brother to others. You all created your own gang and now you have your own business. The waves behind the real Yangtze River push the waves ahead and the new generation in the city replaces the old. I am relieved that Mengjiao can find a good boy like you. Yu Yang heard that, Uncle, you are too polite, you are complimenting me, I can hardly find Bei. After speaking they both laughed and at this moment Yan Mengjiao next to her spoke. Dad, you and Yu Yang chatted first and I went to give the gift money first. Yan Tianzuo laughed and scolded, okay you girl, you seem to be in a hurry, then go. Yan Mengjiao made a face at Yan Tianzuo. And then waved his head to the back. Immediately behind him 2 or 3 big men walked over, each of them carrying a large leather bag in their hands. Yan Tianzuo is also really willing this time just follow the ceremony to have more than 2 million. Yu Yang saw Yan Mengjiao followed by 2 or 3 big men each carrying a large leather bag in his hand. He knew that this money would definitely not be seen here less. He said to Yan Tianzuo, "Uncle, if you see you come, why are you still following the ceremony? I am very happy to be able to come." Yan Tianzuo heard it. "Yu Yang, you see what you said, you are the boyfriend of our family Mengjiao. Since it is your clinic, how can I say nothing at all? If I didn't say anything at 1 o'clock, maybe Meng Jiao wouldn't let me go, right? Besides, you are Meng Jiao's boyfriend, just like my child. Not much money, just my small mind." Hearing this, Yu Yang thought to himself that there is not much money, just look at the money in those 3 large leather bags. At this moment there are 2 more cars on the road, one after another. Waiting for the car to stop, in the 2 cars were 2 beauties down. These 2 are none other than Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru. The 2 got out of the car, looked up and saw Yu Yang, and the 2 of them came over. In the hands of 2 people are also carrying a leather bag without asking, which must also be loaded with cash. When Yu Yang saw Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying coming, he hurriedly greeted them and looked at the left side of the sky. What is the relationship between these 2 beauties and Yu Yang? At this time Yan Mengjiao came back when he saw Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. I also thought to myself that these 2 beauties are so pretty, and what does it have to do with Yu Yang? At this time Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru also saw Yan Mengjiao, and both of them also thought about the beautiful girl. What is the relationship between this girl and Yu Yang? At this moment Yu Yang spoke, "Xiaoying's sister Mengru, let me introduce to you, this is my girlfriend named Yan Mengjiao." When Yan Mengjiao heard that Yu Yang introduced him as his girlfriend in front of so many people, not to mention how happy she was, she reached out and grabbed Yu Yang's hand. After Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru listened, they didn't know why, but they felt that their hearts were empty, as if something they loved had been taken away by others. I heard Yu Yang say to Yan Mengjiao, "Mengjiao, let me introduce you," and then he pointed to Qi Mengru. Said he was my employer and I was working as a bodyguard for him, and then he pointed at Yu Xiaoying with his hand and said that this is his cousin and my good friend, Yu Xiaoying. Chapter 123. When Yan Mengjiao heard this, she nodded at Yu Xiaoying as a greeting, but when she turned to face Qi Mengru again, his face was full of displeasure. Because when the former took Yu Yang home, Qi Mengru always remembered the attitude of Qi Mengru when he called Yu Yang. So his impression of Qi Mengru was very bad, because he felt that Qi Mengru looked down on Yu Yang because he was the eldest daughter of the daughter. Yan Mengjiao thought, "You look down on Yu Yang, but you look down on me, Yan Mengjiao. Yu Yang is my boyfriend." And in his heart he always wanted Yu Yang to quit this job and stop being a bodyguard, so when he greeted Qi Mengru his attitude was lukewarm. This Qi Mengru saw Yan Mengjiao's attitude was very unfriendly when he greeted him, and this Qi Mengru was not a fuel-efficient lamp. In addition, after he knew that Yu Yang had a girlfriend, he didn't know why he always felt uncomfortable. There was a smell of gunpowder in the middle of the 2. Yan Tianzuo next to him also saw that something was wrong. I thought to myself that Yu Yang is a very good guy and there must be no shortage of beautiful girls around him. Will our Mengjiao suffer in the future? Thinking of this, he looked at Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. I wondered if I could let Yu Yang quit the job as a bodyguard. Just then the music on the stage rang and slowly came up from behind a beautiful girl. Everyone in the audience was surprised when they saw it. Many people had already recognized it and they were talking about it. "Look, isn't this singer Yao Wenyu? This Yu Yang has a great face." Yao Wenyu was invited to the opening ceremony. At this moment I heard Yao Wenyu on the stage say, "Hello to all my friends, today is the opening day of the Tikong TCM and Western Medicine Clinic. First of all we invited the boss Yu Yang to speak on stage." Yu Yang hurriedly greeted Yan Mengjiao and everyone and walked onto the stage. Came to Yao Wenyu's side, took the microphone and said to the audience, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the opening ceremony of my clinic. I will not say anything in a word. Thank you for coming to the opening ceremony of our clinic today." After speaking there was a burst of applause from the backstage. After Yu Yang finished speaking he handed the microphone to Yao Wenyu again and walked off the stage. At this time there are 2 cars has opened over. The people in the 2 cars are police Flower Chen Lu. The other car got on and off. A couple of men and women are not good friends of other people's official Chen Lu. Lin Xiaomei and Chu Guorui waited until they were together and everyone was talking for a while and someone had already recognized Chu Guorui. Someone whispered to the person next to him, "My God, what is the origin of this Huanghai City?" Even the secretary of the municipal party committee came to the opening of his clinic. When Yu Yang saw that someone was coming again he immediately greeted him. Yu Yang now knows Chu Guorui's identity. He looked at Chu Guorui. Although he was the secretary of the municipal party committee of Huanghai City he had no heir at all. He immediately came over and said hello to Chu Guorui and his wife first and then to Chen Lu. And then he brought together Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. To the couple Chu Guorui and Chen Lu they also introduced each other. When Chen Lu saw Yan Mengjiao he felt a shudder in his heart thinking how did Yu Yang get along with him. Because Chen Lu is a policeman and Yan Mengjiao is a gangster, he saw Yan Mengjiao's photos. He also knew that this Yan Mengjiao was a well-known underworld young lady. His father is Yan Jiabang's boss Yan Tianzuo thought how did Yu Yang get mixed up with this girl. No Yu Yang mixed with this girl he will never be as good as him in the future. I just don't know what the relationship between this girl and Yu Yang is just when he was thinking about it Yu Yang said. Sister Lu let me introduce to you this is my girlfriend her surname is Yan her name is Yan Mengjiao and this is also a good friend of mine called Chen Lu. When Chen Lu heard that Yan Mengjiao was Yu Yang's girlfriend he was shocked and thought badly. How did Yu Yang know this girl? Chen Lu thought to himself no I have to think of a way to turn them both off. Thinking of this he rolled his eyes and had an idea. He thought why don't I do this? So what did he think of? Don't worry you'll figure it out later. Yan Mengjiao also knows Chen Lu because Chen Lu is a policeman he is a gangster he and Chen Lu are different. Yu Yang's introduction Yan Mengjiao also greeted Chen Lu in a friendly way. Chen Lu it is not salty or light back to a sentence. Yan Tianzuo looked beside him and thought that Yu Yang really knew everyone since he and Chen Lu looked very familiar. At this time there are many people one after another have rushed over. At this time I heard Yao Wenyu on the stage say that there is a request next. Yu Yang owner of Tikong TCM and Western Medicine Clinic. Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Chu Guorui. So the general manager of real estate Yu Xiaoying came to the stage to cut the ribbon. And then saw a few people stepped onto the stage one after another picked up scissors and began to cut the ribbon. Soon the ribbon cutting ceremony ended and Yao Wenyu sang a few songs to everyone. The time is up at 12 o'clock noon. The opening ceremony is over. Yu Yang set up a banquet at Huanghai. A total of 6 tables were placed. Among them Yu Xiaoying Qi Mengru Chen Lu these girls set a table alone. Among these girls Chen Lu Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru knew each other. Chen Lu thought how do I fix this Yan Mengjiao. In addition to him and Chen Lu on their table Qi Mengru Yu Xiaoying. Besides them the rest of the girls are employees of Tikong TCM and Western Medicine Clinic. One of the nurses Kwang Yushang was also on their table. Morning Dew saw that Kwang Yushang and the girls he was not familiar with thought to himself. Why didn't I join Xiaoying and the others to get Yan Mengjiao drunk? He took action when he thought of this. He immediately said to Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying Xiaoying Mengru. We are all good friends of Yu Yang. Let's go into the girl with a glass of wine next. Qi Mengru first stood up when she heard it. Speaking of good sister Chen Lu I will come first. Saying this he picked up the glass and said to Yan Mengjiao. Miss Yan I'll give you a toast Yan Mengjiao knew at a glance that Chen Lu was definitely not at ease Yan Mengjiao thought well since you want to have a drink with me let's try it. This Yan Mengjiao don't look at it as a girl the drinker is also very large. Yan Mengjiao is so smart when he saw Chen Lu Yu Xiaoying Qi Mengru and they said they wanted to toast his wine together he knew what Chen Lu was thinking. Chen Lu if you want to get me drunk then let's try it. Who got drunk? Thinking of this Yan Mengjiao immediately said yes Miss Qi will do it. While talking he picked up the wine glass and drank the full glass of wine as soon as he lifted his neck. When Qi Mengru saw that Yan Mengjiao drank a whole glass of wine in one gulp the corners of his eyes were drawn twice what happened. After a long time of trouble this Qi Mengru has never been drinking. Chapter 124 The Stubborn Qi Mengru. In his heart he was thinking about how to treat Yan Mengjiao so when Chen Lu said that Mengjiao wine was banned together he stood up without thinking. When he saw that Yan Mengjiao drank a glass of wine without blinking he was a little dumbfounded. I thought to myself how to do this. Will I get drunk after drinking this glass of wine? I haven't had a drink at all. Thinking of this when he looked up and Yan Mengjiao looked at him with a provocative look he felt a hot head and thought to himself don't worry I'll just have one drink alcohol should not be drunk. After thinking about it and looking at it again he said to Yan Mengjiao why don't you save it? You see I also drank it let you see if you are the only one who can say this he will throw a glass of wine as soon as he lifts his neck. After drinking it was amazing. Since he had never drank alcohol as soon as he drank the wine in his mouth he felt a burning sensation in his mouth. The dream is like thinking God this wine is too bad to drink. That glass of wine was poured into his mouth and he had already swallowed part of it and he felt a burning sensation in his throat. He himself wanted to spit out the remaining wine in his mouth. When he saw Yan Mengjiao's provocation, eyes went. This Qi Mengru's stubbornness came up again and she swallowed the rest of the wine with a ruthless heart. I accidentally choked on this wine overnight, coughed and coughed. Yan Mengjiao sneered after seeing it and said, don't be brave if you don't know how to drink, it's just this glass of wine, you can see that you're choked. As soon as Yan Mengjiao said these words, Chen Lu was not happy when she looked at her. This Chen Lu can drink. When he saw that Qi Mengru was choked on the wine, he thought that he also blamed me. This Mengru is also true, you can't drink, why do you stand up? When he saw Yan Mengjiao's smug look, Chen Lu thought to himself, I have to get this face back. Thinking of this, he picked up the wine glass and said to Yan Mengjiao, Miss Yan Mengru, he doesn't know how to drink, come, I'll accompany you to drink today, let's have a rest today after getting drunk. Look how Yan Mengjiao nodded and said, okay. At this time Yu Xiaoying also stood up and said, this girl. Also count me as Yu Yang's clinic open today, we are all friends of Yu Yang, you are his girlfriend. Yu Yang is next door to accompany other guests, there is no way to come here, of course you are here to take care of Yu Yang, so I will also have a cup of Miss Yan. But I'm not very good at drinking. Although I'm not very good at drinking, I want to toast you too. Yan Mengjiao thought to herself, how could it be so easy to get me drunk? Thinking of this, Yan Mengjiao stretched out her hand to hold the wine glass and said to Yu Xiaoying, okay, let's do one first, then raise your neck and drink the wine in the glass. And then look at Yu Xiaoying, who also raised his neck and drank the wine in the glass in one go. This Yu Xiaoying knows how to drink, because he works outside and sometimes drinks with clients. So Yu Xiaoying's drinking is also very good. He just finished drinking and Chen Lu said next to Miss Yan that I will toast Yan Mengjiao, then picked up the glass and filled it up and said yes. Now Yu Xiaoying and Chen Lu, you and Yan Mengjiao will fight with Yan Mengjiao for a cup of wine, and Qi Mengru on the side is so anxious when she sees it, she thinks it can't be done. Watching Yan Mengjiao drinking is like drinking cold water, can my cousin and Lu be able to drink him? Qi Mengru thinks it's not good, let's just go ahead, I can't drink white wine, I'll drink beer. Thinking of this, he hurried, called the waiter for a beer, opened the lid and filled the wine glass. Speaking of Miss Yan, if I can't drink white wine, I'll serve you with beer. When Chen Lu and Yu Xiaoying saw it, they wanted to persuade Qi Mengru, but they thought again. As far as we can see, it will not be Yan Mengjiao's opponent and it may not be able to drink him. I felt a little dizzy for a while. Mengru, he shouldn't have any problem drinking some beer, just the two of us, or by the side take a while and then drink again. Just like that, the three girls started fighting and drinking. Huang Yushang and the other girls next to them were a little dumbfounded and they didn't know what was going on with them. At this moment, as soon as the box door opened, Yu Yang came in from outside. Yu Yang was just accompanying him in the box next door. Yan Tianzuo, Chu Gorui and some other guests. When he had finished drinking wine for everyone, he wanted to see how Yan Mengjiao and the others were eating here. When Yu Yang came to the door of the box and pushed the door into the box, Yu Yang was also taken aback. Except for Huang Yushang and the other girls who were still awake. Qi Mengru, Yu Xiaoying and Yan Mengjiao, all three girls were still drinking there. Yu Yang thought to himself, which was the trouble. Thinking of this, he asked Huang Yushang, do you know what happened to the three of them? Why does it look a little wrong? Huang Yushang heard it, looked at Yu Yang, then looked at Qi Mengru, and Huang Yushang suddenly had an idea in her heart. I wondered if these three girls like Yu Yang a little bit, they are fighting for each other and are jealous. Thinking of this, he looked at Yu Yang and thought that although Yu Yang was not very tall, he could be considered a medium figure. Although the appearance is not so outstanding, it is not ugly. Yu Yang looked at Huang Yushang and looked at him without speaking. Yu Yang thought to himself, what's going on here? Then he asked another question. Huang Yushang, let me ask you something, do you know what happened to the three of them? Huang Yushang was relieved when she heard this and said to Yu Yang, boss, are you still unclear? Maybe they're jealous. Yu Yang was even more confused when he heard it. When it comes to being jealous, why are they jealous? Huang Yushang is about the same age as Yu Yang, so he winked at Yu Yang playfully when he heard it and said, he boss, you are so stupid. Yu Yang pretended to be angry and said, okay, you Huang Yushang, how dare you laugh at me and see that I won't deduct your salary this month. As soon as Huang Yushang heard it, oh boss, you can't deduct my salary. I'll tell you why they fight alcohol right away. As soon as Yu Yang hears it, speak up. I just heard Huang Yushang say I don't know why they fight for wine, but I feel that they all seem to be hostile to each other. Yu Yang is not stupid. At that time he wanted to understand the situation and thought to himself. Yan Mengjiao is my girlfriend, he is a gangster, and this Chen Lu is a police officer. The two of them are different from each other. Oh, I arranged a few of them to eat together today and I don't know if this is right or wrong. Chapter 125 The girls are drunk. At this time when Yan Mengjiao raised her head she just saw Yu Yang. She stood up swayingly and walked in front of Yu Yang. Speaking of Yu Yang, a few of them were drinking. Me, come and help me remove them. Get drunk. Yu Yang can't stand seeing this Yan Mengjiao drinking. That little face was red and he was holding a wine bottle in his hand. Yu Yang took Yan Mengjiao's wine bottle and said, Mengjiao, you can't drink anymore. At this time, looking at Qi Mengru again, Chen Lu and the others also staggered on the table while drinking. Yu Yang thought to himself, it may not be a bad thing for them to drink too much like this. At this moment Yan Mengjiao, who was taken away by Yu Yang, gave up and said, Yu Yang, hurry up, give me the wine and I can still drink it. This Yan Mengjiao gave up after hearing this and said, no, I have to continue drinking with them. At this moment Qi Mengru brought another glass of beer and stood up and said, hurry up Yan Mengjiao. Let's do another one. Yan Mengjiao turned around and said, I tell you Qi Mengru, I'm not afraid of you coming, let's do it now. Yu Yang immediately felt that his head was as big as a fight when he saw it and thought that this time it would be troublesome and it would be serious if these eldest young ladies started to make trouble. He just thought of this when Yan Mengjiao turned around and said to him, hurry up and give me the wine bottle, I want to drink with them. Yu Yang just wanted to persuade Yan Mengjiao to stop drinking. Before he could speak he saw Yan Mengjiao slump to the side. Yu Yang quickly reached out and hugged Yan Mengjiao into his arms. At this time Yu Xiaoying, Chen Lu, Qi Mengru and the others in addition to Qi Mengru, Chen Lu and Yu Xiaoying were all lying on the table and the personnel were not awake. Qi Mengru saw that Yan Mengjiao had directed him to coke and pointed at him. Yan Mengjiao said, no way, you can't drink me this time. He was so proud that he felt dizzy and collapsed. At this time Yu Yang had helped Yan Mengjiao to the sofa in the room and let him sit there. Yu Yang just put Yan Mengjiao on the sofa and turned around when he saw Qi Mengru also fall back. Yu Yang didn't see well, so he rushed over with a quick stride and hugged Mengru also into his arms. Followed him and hurriedly helped Qi Mengru to the sofa and let him lean on the sofa. He turned around again to look at Chen Lu and Yu Xiaoying and thought that there was no way for them to go back tonight without asking them. The movement that Yu Yang had inadvertently revealed when he was supporting Qi Mengru and Yan Mengjiao had already stunned Huang Yushang and the other three girls. Yu Yang turned around and saw a few girls staring at him, looking at him without blinking. Yu Yang said to them, why are you staring at me? I don't have any flowers on my face. As soon as Huang Yushang heard that, boss, you are too powerful, have you practiced Qinggong? Your speed just now was really too fast, I only saw it on TV. Yu Yang said happily, how do you know that I have really practiced Kung Fu? The three girls didn't talk to Yu Yang much because they didn't know Yu Yang well, just staring at Yu Yang with two eyes beside him. Just then Huang Yushang spoke, does the boss need anything we can do? When Yu Yang heard this he waved his hand and said, no need. As soon as Huang Yushang heard that, we went back first. There are still many things to be done in the clinic. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay. And then I heard Yu Yang say, Huang Yushang, in the future if I am not in this clinic you will have the final say. In addition, I have seen your performance for so long. So in the future some things in the clinic will have your full discretion. Huang Yushang heard that. Thank you boss for your trust in me, I will definitely do my job well. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay then you can go to work first. Huang Yushang nodded and then led the other three girls out. These three girls were all Huang Yushang's good sisters. One surnamed Su, called Su Lingling, and the other two were called respectively Lu Ting and Deng Taixia. While several girls were walking back to the clinic, Su Lingling said to Huang Yushang's sister Lingling, our boss is so young, I thought we were the boss at first, is a person who is at least 30 or 40 years old. Today I saw that our boss is not as old as us. You said that our boss opened this clinic, do you think he can have medical skills? But today, seeing how fast his movements were, the two girls were about to fall to the ground. I haven't seen it clearly yet. What's going on? It's been held up. It's amazing. Do you think our boss really knows martial arts? The other two girls nodded and said, yes, what's the matter? As soon as Huang Yushang heard about it, I said, don't ask me, I don't know what's going on. There are a lot of things I don't know, but I just feel that our boss seems to be quite difficult, surrounded by very beautiful girls. I don't know why our boss always gives me a feeling that he is not simple. Just like this, the girls went back to the clinic while chatting. As for Yu Yang, here after Huang Yushang and a few girls left, he stayed for a while and felt uneasy, thinking that they all drank and it would be terrible if they caught a cold. Thinking of this, he immediately called the waiter and asked for a few quilts. Soon the waiter brought the quilt over and Yu Yang took the quilt and closed the door. He first spread the quilt on the ground and then came to the sofa. First reached out and hugged Yan Mengjiao. This Yan Mengjiao fell into a daze. When Yu Yang hugged him, he stretched out his hand to wrap his arms around Yu Yang's neck and pressed his body tightly against Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang smiled and hugged Yan Mengjiao to the quilt and put Yan Mengjiao away, and then turned around again dreaming like Chen Lu Yu Xiaoying. The three of them also held each other and placed them on the quilt. And then he covered them with the quilt and then he was relieved and walked out of the private room. As soon as he opened the door, came to the box next door, saw Yan Tianzuo and said, "Uncle Mengjiao, he drank too much. I will arrange him to live in this hotel." Yan Tianzuo nodded and said, "I understand. Yu Yang, come with me, I have a few words with you." Followed Yan Tianzuo to get up and walked out of the box. Yu Yang also followed him out to a place where no one was there. Just saw Yan Tianzuo turned to Yu Yang and said, "Yu Yang, I know you are a good boy. There is certainly no shortage of girls around, but it's nothing. Think of Wei Jiabang's old David Ping. And the head of the crazy tiger gang. Thank Tianba for them. None of these big guys has only one wife. There will be no shortage of beautiful girls next to a good guy like you. I don't ask for anything else, I just ask that if you don't like our Mengjiao in the future, tell me in advance but don't hurt Mengjiao." Yu Yang knew at the time that Yan Tianzuo had seen Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. "I have a good relationship with him but I misunderstood, that's why I told him this." Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Don't worry, uncle. No matter when, I will not leave Mengjiao." Yan Tianzuo nodded and said, "Okay, I won't say much else. Then I have something to do, so I'll go back first." Yu Yang said okay as soon as he heard it, and then along Tianzuo took his Yan family gang members. Left Huanghai, followed by other people who also left one after another. After Yu Yang and the others dispersed, they returned to the box where Qi Mengru and the others had just eaten. Chapter 126 Undercurrent. Looking at Qi Mengru and the others who were lying on the ground, they sighed and said, "Alas, it seems that they can only be guarded here tonight." And then he lay down on the sofa beside him, when Yu Yang accompanied Qi Mengru and the others. There are already a lot of experts on the rivers and lakes have come to Huanghai City. They come not for anything else, for a treasure map. At the same time, in a hotel in Huanghai City, two girls lived in a room, the two girls a tall, petite and exquisite. Just listen to the petite and slender girl say to the tall girl's sister Susu. "The elder, let us come to the earth to find the future head of Shenfengmen. No clue at all, so many people, let us go to where to find Ah." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the tall girl say, "Xiao Mei, don't say more. When we were about to go out, the Qin Kun Tongtian Ruyi mirror that the great elder gave me had already been displayed. The future successor of our Shenfengmen is in this place. It may be because he has not yet received the inheritance, so he cannot be locked to the exact location, but no matter what, since we already know he is here and we have to find him no matter what." Who are these two girls? What are they doing here? You'll find out later. At the same time, on the second day of the officialdom in Huanghai City, a major event happened. Yu Bingliang, the deputy mayor of Huanghai City, was formally righted as the top leader of Huanghai City. There is a way that one person attains the Tao and the chicken and the dog ascend to heaven. Just in Yu Bingliang, just after the deputy mayor became the mayor of Zheng, he immediately asked someone to go through the back door to find a relationship to promote his cousin Lu Wenkai from the director of a police station in Huanghai City to the director of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau. This Yu Bingliang is an ambitious person. This time he was able to become a leader from a deputy. He gave nearly 1 million gifts to a certain high-ranking official in Pinghai province. This has achieved the position of the top leader of Huanghai City. This kid thought if he wants his mayor's throne to sit firmly, he must cultivate cronies. So as soon as he took the position of mayor, he immediately promoted his cousin Lin Wenkai to be the director of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau. This time can cause Yu Yang a lot of trouble in the future. At this time, Yu Yang still didn't know it at all. On the second day, Qi Mengru and the others woke up, and because of Yu Yang's presence, the girls did not quarrel and dispersed. Only Chen Lu made up an idea in his heart, thinking that Yu Yang is a good boy. He can't be allowed to learn badly. If he continues to be in contact with that Yan Mengjiao, Yu Yang will definitely go down the road of breaking the law in the future. I have to think of some way to make him break up with Yan Mengjiao. This Chen Lu deserves to be a policeman, and after a while he thought of a good idea. After Chen Lu left, Yu Xiaoying, Qi Mengru and Yu Yang were left here. At this time the mobile phone in Yu Yang's pocket suddenly remembered when Yu Yang took out the mobile phone and saw that the call was from Deng Haitao. Yu Yang saw that Deng Haitao called and hurriedly picked it up and put it to his ear. Just listen to Deng Haitao on the other end of the phone say, "Brother Yang. I have already counted all the bills I received yesterday and collected them. The total amount is 400.25 million yuan in cash." Yu Yang was overjoyed when he heard it. "I thought that this time I don't have to worry about money. This is more than 4 million, he immediately said to Deng Haitao on the other end of the phone. "I will go over right now." Hang up the phone. After speaking, turn around and say to Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru, "Miss Ying, you and Mengru go back first, I have to go out for something." The two nodded when they heard it and went back to their mansion first. Yu Yang went out of the gate of Huanghai and took a car and went straight to the headquarters of Hero Tang. Waiting for the entrance of the headquarters building of Hao Hantang, Yu Yang paid for the car and got out of the car. As soon as he came in, Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun hurriedly greeted him. Just see, Deng Haitao immediately took out a bill and handed it to Yu Yang, saying that Brother Yang records how many gifts each person accompany. You look at it first. Yu Yang took the bill as soon as he reached out and flipped through a few pages. At a glance he saw Yan Tianzuo's name, but Yu Yang was taken aback when he saw the amount above. He saw that the amount above was 3 million. He looked down again and saw that Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were each with 500,000. Yu Yang casually read a few pages and closed the bill. At this moment I heard Deng Haitao say that all of Brother Yang's cash is upstairs. Yu Yang listened, nodded and said, "Which one of you more understanding of the car? I want to get a car for the clinic." At this moment someone said, "Brother Yang, my uncle is from a Ford shop, or I will take you to choose a car." Yu Yang turned around and saw that this person was none other than New Delhi. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, we immediately went to buy a car and then put the rest of the money into the bank card. Bank. More than 4 million yuan in cash. Can you be young or old? Soon Fan Yongchun, Deng Haitao, New Delhi led a few members of the Hall of Heroes to carry down a few suitcases upstairs, followed by a group of people running towards the 4S store where New Delhi's uncle is located. When a shop in this 4S, New Delhi immediately found his uncle. After a long time this 4S store was officially opened by Uncle New Delhi. When he heard that Yu Yang was going to buy a car, he hurriedly and New Delhi came to Yu Yang. "Speaking of, boss, you don't know what kind of car you want to buy." Yu Yang immediately said, "I don't want to buy too good because I just opened a clinic a while ago. I want to get a car for the clinic. What kind of car do you recommend?" "But not too bad." New Delhi's uncle has long heard Yu Yang's name. Yu Yang tried to pick the 10 gangs at the beginning. As long as it has a little relationship with the Tao, there is nothing that he does not know. New Delhi said in front of him long ago the name of Yu Yang. At first he thought that Yu Yang had such great ability at such a young age, so he might not be so proud. When he saw Yu Yang today, this Yu Yang had no air at all. He was in awe at that time. This Yu Yang will definitely not be simple in the future. When he heard that Yu Yang asked him to recommend a model, he said this right away, "Boss Yang, you go to the back with me first. You asked me to recommend. I don't know what kind of car you like." Yu Yang nodded and said okay, and the group came to the back. Yu Yang looked up and saw several cars parked here. Yu Yang glanced at it and he saw one of the white cars. Yu Yang said with a finger, "How much is this car?" When his uncle New Delhi saw it, he immediately pointed at Yu Yang and said that Mr. Yang's car was a Baojun. The value is $78,000. "Well, if you like this car, Mr. Yang, I will sell it to others for 78,000 and sell it to you for 68,000. What do you think?" Yu Yang hurriedly said, No, it's not easy for you to do business. How can you be so cheap at once?" Uncle New Delhi listened to it at the time and thought to himself that this Yu Yang really knew how to do things. No wonder he was so successful at such a young age. Chapter 127. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Yu Yang, "If Boss Yang is like this, I think you are quite sincere. So be it. This car will be sold to you for 73,000 as soon as Yu Yang hears it." "Where can I pay?" New Delhi listened to his uncle. I immediately asked Mr. Yang, "Are you swiping a card or cash?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I was cash. New Delhi heard his uncle and immediately took Yu Yang and the others to the front to pay. When Yu Yang and the others paid, he was stunned and thought to himself, "How can anyone buy a car with money from several suitcases?" After they have paid, Yu Yang can drive the car away. If others buy a car, and indispensable to go through a lot of procedures. Today New Delhi's uncle saw that Yu Yang was so refreshing and he also wanted to make Yu Yang a friend. So this is why Yu Yang drives the car first and he handles all the procedures for Yu Yang. When Yu Yang was about to leave, he handed Yu Yang a business card to talk about Boss Yang. I would like to ask you to take care of you in the future. Yu Yang is very polite when he hears that. Having said this, he took the business card and glanced at it before he knew it. The surname is Tong Xiaobo, the owner of this 4S shop. Yu Yang said to Tong Xiaobo immediately after reading it, "Thank you, Boss Tong. I still have something to do. We have time to resume it another day." When Tong Xiaobo heard it, he nodded and said, "Okay, Boss Yang, if you are busy, you should do it first." After Yu Yang finished speaking, he turned to Deng Haitao and others and said that you should go back to the Hero Tang first. I'll go to the clinic to have a look first. Deng Haitao and Fan Yongchun agreed, left the 4S store and returned to Huanghai. As for Yu Yang, here after Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao left, he put the remaining leather bags in the trunk of the car, drove to the bank first and deposited Zhang Qian into the bank card. And then drove straight to the Tikong Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine Clinic. He was driving on the road when suddenly his cell phone rang. Yu Yang picked up the phone and looked at the caller number on it. It was officially Kwang Yushang's Yu Yang, who immediately picked it up and said, "What's the matter?" I heard Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone nervously say, "Boss, come here and someone is making trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yang heard a boy on the other end of the phone say, "Who are you calling? Who do you call today? He has to pay for the protection fee." When Yu Yang heard this, he was angry from the bottom of his heart, and his anger turned to courage. He thought that this unsightly person rushed to my clinic to make trouble. Thinking of this, he said to Kwang Yushang, "Don't worry, I'll be there soon," then hung up the phone and stepped on the accelerator twice. This car was driven by Yu Yang as if it were flying, and it came quickly. At the entrance of the clinic, when Yu Yang stopped the car and looked in front of the door, it was built at the entrance of the clinic, surrounded by a lot of people. Yu Yang looked at it, then went inside. These people who were watching the fun outside automatically flashed to the side when someone came and Yu Yang walked into the clinic. Kwang Yushang and several other girls were very happy when they saw Yu Yang coming, and Yu Yang waved at Kwang Yushang, motioning him not to speak. At this moment, Yu Yang heard someone say, "I said, is your boss coming? Did he dare not come? If he doesn't dare to come, I advise you to follow us obediently. Look at your small appearance, you look so beautiful, our brothers will definitely make you happy." Yu Yang wedding was on fire and turned around. "I saw 3 people in front of me. One of them was sitting on the sofa looking at the one who meant the leader, and the other 2 seemed to be the follower standing next to Yu Yang. At first glance, these 3 people didn't look like good people. See this sitting on the sofa, shaved head. There is a long scar on the face. And then look at the 2 people standing next to them, a head of yellow hair." Yu Yang asked, "Who are you? Why are you running into my clinic to make a fuss?" The one sitting on the sofa listened and said to Yu Yang with joy, "After a long time of trouble, you are the owner of this clinic and you will pay me the protection fee from now on. 1,000 yuan a day." Yu Yang thought this was interesting. "Which one on the road in the Yellow Sea doesn't know me, Yu Yang? There are still people who dare to ask me to pay the protection fee." Thinking of this, he said happily to this person, "If I don't want to pay this one, here's why you won't pay. I think you don't want to keep this clinic open. Of course, if you don't pay it, it's fine." Then he pointed at Mino Yushang and said that this little nurse is good, so let him accompany our brothers and protect them. You don't have to pay the fee. The scar on Weishan's face was cut by someone with a knife during a fight. When this kid just came out of prison, he was thinking about how to get some money. Was instantly enveloped in fear. At that time there was a feeling that Yu Yang could easily kill him. Shang Weishan looked up and saw Kwang Yushang. At that time all 3 souls and 7 souls flew on the Niwen Palace and only earned Shanghai Mountain. The 2 people whose surname was called Shang Weishan and were released together with him have one surname and the other Tai. The former of the 3 were also caught because of a fight. He let the 2 boys surnamed Lu and Tai come out to inquire, ready to receive some protection fees. These 2 boys came back soon and told him that on this street not far from here they opened a clinic with no background and there were only a few little girls and an old man. "I advise the 2 of you better to shut up quickly. I'm not talking to you. When I'm talking to him, it's best not to interrupt." These 2 people were stared at by Yu Yang and they felt a cool breeze on their backs at that time. "Boy, how do you talk to our brother? Don't want to live anymore?" Yu Yang turned around and stared at the 2 people with 2 eyes. "You are not a clinic. What did you say I'm here for?" "I'm here to see a doctor give me an injection." The 2 boys next to him also laughed for a while in the back, saying, "Yes, our folk song is ill and we don't hurry to give him a needle." Kwang Yushang did not know what Shang Weishan was thinking. She came to Shang Weishan and said with a smile on her face, "Mister, may I ask if you have something to do?" If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. Yu Yang turned around and said to the man named Sean J after he had calmed the two. My clinic just opened yesterday. I don't want to make trouble. I advise you to leave quickly and never step into this street again from now on. Shang Weishan nodded and said, yes, this is the place to break through the iron shoes and it takes no effort to get it. I just wanted to collect some money and opened a clinic on our street. It seems that I should make a fortune. Why did Kwang Yushang ask so? Because he didn't look like these three people were sick. I can't prepare myself. These three are leading the family to come to see a doctor. This Shang Weishan led these two boys to the Sports Health Chinese and Western Medicine Clinic to collect protection fees. When the three of them came in, Kwang Yushang saw them thinking they were patients and immediately greeted them with a smile on their faces. After a long time of trouble, this person was also a gangster some time ago and was just released from prison. He was thinking about how to get some money quickly. Yu Yang's eyes flashed cold when he heard it. Said directed at this person, you are so loud. Just then the two attendants next to this man spoke. When Weishan listened to Kwang Yushang's question, he pointed at Kwang Yushang for a while and stared at Kwang Yushang with two eyes. Chapter 128 The Shadow of the Famous Tree. Kwang Yushang knew at a glance that these three were here to make trouble. At this time the boy named Tai behind Shang Weishan spoke. I said, what happened to you? Our folk song asked you to give him a needle. Why are you still not moving? Kwang Yushang secretly worried when she saw it. What should I do? At this time the three girls next to him and the old Western doctor surnamed Ji Yu were also terrified. When Kwang Yushang was in a hurry, he went up to Weishan to speak. I tell you, I said, chick, if you want to open a good clinic here you have to pay me the protection fee honestly. In fact, if you don't want to pay the protection fee you can. You look pretty good, so you just follow a few of our brothers. What do you think? Kwang Yushang was terrified at first glance. He had never seen this battle before, and when he saw these three. I know that these are some kind of gangsters and they can do anything. Although Kwang Yushang was afraid, he knew that he could not show fear. I thought I should call Yu Yang quickly. Thinking of this, he relied on his courage and said to Shang Weishan, this gentleman, this clinic is not mine. Don't you want protection money? Then I will call our boss and ask him to come over. You can see how to go to Weishan. This clinic is not yours, so you can call your boss to come over. Kwang Yushang thought Yu Yang must have a solution to this matter. Just because when he opened the clinic, since the secretary of the municipal party committee was present in person, it can be seen that Yu Yang is definitely not simple. While thinking, he called Yu Yang, and when he heard that Yu Yang was coming here, Kwang Yushang's heart dropped. When he saw Yu Yang coming in, his heart was completely put down. He just wanted to say hello to Yu Yang. He looked at Yu Yang, waved his hand at him, and he knew that Yu Yang told him not to speak. When Yu Yang saw this, Weishan wanted to fight his employeeism. At that time the fire hit the top beam. Yu Yang asked, who are you? Who are you when you go to Weishan? Where did it come from? On the Huanghai City road. Who doesn't know the name of my Weishan? Your clinic dares to open without saying hello to me. I think you don't want it. Hurry up and give me 10,000 yuan for protection fee, or I'm going to smash this place today, Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Is it on Weishan? Then I really haven't heard of it. I don't know if you have heard of my name on Weishan. As soon as you hear who you are, you hear Yu Yang say me. My surname is Yu, my name is Yu Yang. Someone sent me a foreign card. The so-called god of war. Shang Weishan heard what your surname was Yu. What? This kid heard that the person standing in front of him was Huanghai Yu Yang, a well-known god of war on the road to challenge 10 gangs. This kid can be terrified. When this kid was just released from prison, he had already heard about Yu Yang's name, and a friend told him. Huanghai is now the largest gang, the boss of the Tang Hero Church called Yu Yang, who gave him the nickname God of War. You meet this person in the future, you don't want to mess with him, or you don't know how the dead word is written. Shang Weishan remembered it after listening to it. Today he heard that the young man standing in front of him was Yu Yang. Shang Weishan thought. I thought to rely on his ability to pick the top 10 gangs. Look at his age, this year should not exceed 20 years old, the body is not how strong. Shang Weishan pondered in his heart, would he be impersonating it? But again he was wrong. He shouldn't have the guts to pretend to be Yu Yang's name. And then took a fancy to Weishan, raised his hand and patted the boy's face anyway. The four mouths moved the teeth of this boy and the blood came down at that time. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. Then he turned around and plopped down at Yu Yang and knelt down and said, "Boss Yu, please don't care about the villain and let us go. As a fart you will be spared, Mr. Yu. I just listened to the registration of Mr. Yu and we just noticed that it was Mr. Yu. This is the shadow of the famous tree of people." Just now these three boys were still so arrogant. When I knew that the person standing in front of him was Yu Yang, who was famous on the road of Huanghai City, my legs were a little weak. Soon everyone outside dispersed. Yu Yang said to everyone, "I came here today to tell you one thing. I have assigned a car to our clinic. Which one of you can drive? My clinic is here and I hope everyone can take care of it. Someone will immediately mention the boss as soon as they hear it. Don't worry, if we feel unwell in the future or if a friend needs to see a doctor, we will introduce it to you." When Yu Yang heard this, he nodded and said, "I am very grateful. The car will be used by the clinic. Usually it is very convenient to go out to do something, and if any one of you needs a car for something, you can also say hello to me. It seems that in the future I will no longer be afraid of small gangsters harassing a few people who are secretly happy when they see it." The two boys behind Shang Weishan knelt down at the sight of Shang Weishan, and they also knelt down behind Shang Weishan. Yu Yang said to these people, "Don't worry, as long as I am here I will not allow other people to come here to make trouble." At this time Yu Yang heard a burst of applause outside and someone said, "Boss, you are really good, but you're out of breath for us. These three boys are domineering on this street and there is no shop that has not been bullied by them." Yu Yang looked at the three people and said, "From now on you will leave me immediately, and from now on you will not be allowed to step into this street again, otherwise I will see you hitting you once." The boy's legs were trembling with fright and he said to Shang Weishan, "Brother Sean just blamed us for not figuring out who opened the clinic, and we didn't expect Boss Yu to open the clinic." Kwang Yushang and the other girls next to him and the old Western doctor with the surname Gu, a few people looked at them and thought that these three were still so majestic and arrogant. Just now when they saw Yu Yang, I knelt down. This time it is because my clinic has just opened. I will spare you first to get out of my way. When the three boys heard the amnesty, they hurriedly got up one by one and ran out. Thinking of this, he was horrified. If it wasn't an impersonation, it must be Yu Yang. At this moment behind him the boy surnamed Tong spoke. These three people thought he was able to defeat the bosses of 10 gangs by himself. What is the three of us then? If he wants our lives, it will not be like playing. Think I went up to Weishan here, looked back at this boy named Tong and said, "You've made me miserable. Boss Yu, is because we have eyes and don't know Taishan and offended you. You don't care about villains. Let us all go up to Weishan and turn around and say, what are you talking about? This is really Yu Yang." Chapter 129 Kwang Yushang learns to drive. The girls were very happy when they heard it. I thought that this boss is really good to be able to work under such a boss. I was also very happy when I was working. When they heard Yu Yang ask them who can drive, these girls looked at each other because their family conditions were not very good, so they didn't learn to drive. At this moment Kwang Yushang spoke, "Boss, we have not learned to drive." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "It's alright, I don't know how to drive so I can learn it slowly." Kwang Yushang, "Let's start with you. You learn from me first and then a few of them have to learn to drive." When Kwang Yusang heard it, she was both happy and nervous at the time, but she didn't expect that he would be able to learn to drive one day. The nervous thing is that he is learning to drive for the first time. Can he learn well? If we don't study well, will our boss be angry? He was thinking about it there, and at this moment he heard Yu Yang say, "Come with me first and I will teach you to drive from now on." After saying that, Yu Yang turned around and walked out first, and then Kwang Yushang followed. After a few look, in addition to the old Western doctor's surname Gu did not go out, the remaining three girls went to the door of the clinic. I watched how Kwang Yushang learned to drive, and one of them said, "Do you think our sister Yushang can learn it?" The one next to him nodded and said, "I can definitely learn it. Our sister Yushang has been very smart since she was in school." Put down these girls and talk next to them, and temporarily do not say that Yu Yang and Kwang Yushang drive the car. Yu Yang first told Kwang Yushang about the car's clutch and accelerator. After speaking, he and Kwang Yushang changed seats and let Kwang Yushang sit in the driver's seat while he sat in the co-pilot seat and listened to Yu Yang. "Come on, start the car now." Kwang Yushang was so nervous at the time. After listening to Yu Yang, he settled down. Just to encourage himself in his heart, Kwang Yushang believes in himself. "You can definitely do it, and when you're done encouraging yourself, don't tell me." He really started the car. Yu Yang watched from the side. After saying, "A good thing, let's come and go now," release the clutch and step on the accelerator to move forward. Kwang Yushang was also very happy when he saw that he really started the car. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car suddenly turned off. Yu Yang said from the side, Your handbrake has not been released, how can you drive the car away? Kwang Yushang blushed after hearing that and said, I was wrong, I will do it again. Yu Yang saw this Kwang Yushang, her face blushed like a blooming flower. Yu Yang felt his heart move at that time. When I saw him I couldn't help but say something. I said, Kwang Yushang, I limit you to learn the car this morning. From now on if the car turns off once I will spank you once. When Kwang Yushang listened to it I thought to myself, oh my god, do you still bring this? Our boss is too rogue, but he didn't dare to say it, thinking that he can't, but he can't really spank. Thinking of this he studied harder and started the car again. As a result the car turned off before driving 20 meters forward. Before he could react, Yu Yang next to him reached out and grabbed Kwang Yushang's arm, dragged it into her arms, and Kwang Yushang's upper body was lying on Yu Yang's body. Kwang Yushang was shocked when she saw it at the time, and at this moment when Yu Yang raised her hand and slapped Kwang Yushang's butt she heard a slap and Kwang Yushang felt a hot feeling coming from her butt. A few girls saw that Kwang Yushang walked down from the main driver's seat and hurriedly gathered around and asked, Sister Yushang, that you have learned to drive. Fortunately the traffic flow on the road is relatively small at this time, otherwise it will definitely result in a traffic accident. Kwang Yushang saw that he really learned to drive and that was a thrill in his heart. Coughing up while talking, Kwang Yushang said that as soon as she heard it you should come over and do it first. At this moment the man saw a sign on the table next to it which said that the expert was attending a consultation. The middle-aged man was interested at that time and asked Kwang Yushang next to him, if you think this book is good you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. This time he learned more hard. Don't tell me the car has never been turned off again and he can finally drive the car away. He shouldn't let others see the problem. Where can he be an expert at such a young age? When he listened to the middle-aged man asked, he immediately said that this is the boss of our clinic. At this moment Kwang Yushang went over and said, hello sir, just listen to this man. I have a little cough but I went to the hospital and didn't look good, so I came here to give it a try. This brand is put by Yu Yang. Yu Yang, he just had a little time in the clinic today, he thought. He planned to come to see a doctor in person today. Also hit him there and then felt that his face was hot for a while. Soon several people walked into the clinic. At this time a car came outside the clinic. A middle-aged man got off the car and saw the man walk into the clinic. At this moment Yu Yang spoke, hurry up and continue, if I turn off the fire again I will fight again. Yu Yang said at the side that it's better that my master taught me, don't say it, you are really smart and you can learn much faster than I did at that time. So he put a sign on the table which said that the expert was in consultation, and Kwang Yushang thought to himself when he first put it on. Really, don't say I have never seen our boss helping others see a doctor. He dared to write an expert consultation on the sign today. Kwang Yushang nodded and said, yes, I have learned it. Yu Yang heard the talk next to him, can he learn? A good teacher like me gave Kwang Yushang a blank look at Yu Yang when he thought of Yu Yang just now. After Yu Yang finished fighting she released Kwang Yushang. Kwang Yushang hurriedly returned to the driver's seat and felt her heart pounding, thinking that our boss is too bad. It passed quickly, and in the morning this car of mine Yushang was also very proficient in driving. The two found a place to eat again, and when they came back Kwang Yushang drove the car all the way and returned to the door of the clinic. Kwang Yushang thought to herself, God, this person is too thick-skinned, so he began to boast. He just thought about it in his heart but didn't say anything. After a while his driving skills gradually got better and better and the car started to kiss. His medical skills are still very powerful. As soon as this middle-aged man hears that it is good, let him show me today what is wrong with me. Kwang Yushang thought to me, God, can this work? But don't treat other people's problems even more, it will be broken. Chapter 130 Apprenticeship. Kwang Yushang thought to herself, since Yu Yang dared to open a clinic he must still be skilled in medicine, but he didn't know what Yu Yang's medicine was like. When he heard that the middle-aged man wanted to find Yu Yang to see a doctor for him, Kwang Yushang thought to himself that he didn't know if our boss could help him cure it, but don't make other people's problems. While thinking about it he led the middle-aged man to the door of a room, raised his hand and knocked on the door, and heard Yu Yang say who was inside. When he came in, Kwang Yushang said that the boss had a client coming to you to see a doctor for him. I heard Yu Yang say something. Came in. Kwang Yushang pushed open the door, turned around and said to the middle-aged man, please sir. The middle-aged man stepped into the room and he was also surprised when he looked up at Yu Yang. At first glance the young man sitting in front of him is not very old, probably around 20 years old. This middle-aged person thinks he dares to call himself an expert. I have been to many large hospitals and they are not optimistic about me. But he thought again, since he has come, let him try to see how he is capable. At this moment I heard Yu Yang say to the middle-aged man, please sit. At this moment Kwang Yushang turned around and wanted to leave. Yu Yang raised her head and shouted, Kwang Yushang, come in too. Kwang Yushang heard Yu Yang's call. He also turned around and walked in. The Zhang door was closed and stood there. I asked, is there anything else? The boss. Just listen to Yu Yang say. You see here how I treat him for a while. Kwang Yushang was secretly happy when he heard that Yu Yang asked him to stand here and watch how he treated the patients. I thought, does our boss really have any special ability? If that's the case, it might be good for me to stand here and take a look. So he nods at the thought. Speaking of, I know why did Yu Yang do this. Because Yu Yang knew that these little nurses included Kwang Yushang. From the bottom of his heart he didn't know how his medical skills were, and what he did was to want them to understand a little more so that they could have a better understanding. I know that I am running a clinic and I will not cause any problems for the customers. There is another reason. Yu Yang watched Kwang Yushang work in this clinic and has always been conscientious, and many things are handled by Kwang Yushang. Yu Yang also observed it secretly and felt that Kwang Yushang's character was very upright, so he also wanted to cultivate this mineral bath box. So he left Kwang Yushang with him today and let him watch how he treated the guests. At this time Yu Yang turned around and said to the middle-aged man, please stretch out your hand. The middle-aged humanities hall hurriedly stretched out an arm of Zhang. And then look at Yu Yang extending 3 fingers respectively, carrying the persons in Chuanji and other positions. That is 20 or 30 seconds. As soon as Yu Yang let go, he said to the middle-aged man, do you have a cough and it's getting worse? If I'm not wrong, your cough has already appeared and it has been more than 2 months, right? This middle-aged man was shocked when he heard it, thought. He can tell my condition clearly just by taking a pulse. He has 2 strokes. Thinking of this he hurriedly said yes. I also went to other big hospitals to see them and they couldn't find any problems, but I just had a cough every day. Kwang Yushang thought that when Yu Yang was teaching him acupuncture points he might have to take off his clothes. He couldn't help feeling blushing and heartbeat, but when Kwang Yushang thought that he could learn the skills he said cruelly to Yu Yang, no matter what, I am willing. Paying 50 is enough. This middle-aged man thought it was too cheap. Just check it out in a big hospital, at least it's impossible if you don't have 180 yuan. You have to think clearly. Do you really want to be a teacher? Want to learn Chinese medicine, but it is not easy. There are rules for studying Chinese medicine. Every patient can clearly know his condition as long as Yu Yang puts his hand on his pulse. In the middle, Yu Yang also performed acupuncture on one of the patients and also had Kwang Yushang watching. And many more rules. Kwang Yushang also knows how to learn Chinese medicine. Sometimes in order to recognize some acupoints both of them may have to take off their clothes. This is why female apprentices teach female apprentices. The middle-aged man quickly stretched out his hand, took the prescription in his hand and said to Yu Yang, how much does it cost? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it he paid the money downstairs. I have to pour the urinal for my master. Kwang Yushang has also heard that there are many rules for learning Chinese medicine, such as female masters teaching female apprentices. When he saw that Yu Yang was going to leave he hurriedly called Yu Yang to stop. The boss, wait a moment. Yu Yang turned around and asked if there is anything else. Kwang Yushang. After a long time I will say another word. Boss, can you give me your medical skills? I can listen to Yu Yang, who is your teacher. Said you want to worship me as a teacher. Kwang Yushang nodded and said, yes, I see that your medical skills are so powerful. I really admire you too much and I want to be the same as you. Just when Yu Yang finished watching the last patient he was about to leave Kwang Yushang to take a look. The one who worshipped Yu Yang at that time really fell into the ground. Yu Yang said, after listening, you are not really a big problem. The main thing is you. Caused by long-term smoking. If not treated it is likely to become pneumonia. If you think this book is good you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and a recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. If I can also learn your technique then I can help many people to cure their diseases. In fact, Yu Yang also had this idea in his heart and wanted to accept Mining Yushang as his apprentice, but he didn't know what Kwang Yushang's character was like. He heard Kwang Yushang's initiative today to ask Yu Yang to be a teacher. Thinking of this he said to Yu Yang that it's okay, I'll go upstairs and pay the money. If anyone around me needs to see a doctor in the future I'll introduce him to you. I will now prescribe a prescription for you and go back and take the medicine according to my prescription. After taking it I guarantee that you will definitely recover this middle-aged man. As soon as I heard that you were really a genius doctor. Thank you very much. As he spoke he took out a pen and paper to brush a little, wrote a prescription on it and handed it to the middle-aged man. Kwang Yu-sang looked beside him and was convinced. It seems that our boss really has 2 strokes. That's how Yu-yang was in this clinic and saw a few more patients in the morning. After speaking the middle-aged man walked out and the happy expression on his face. When he got downstairs the 3 girls and the old Western doctor with the surname Gu all saw it, wondering if this disease was really given by our boss. He was cured. Seeing how young he was I didn't expect that he would really have 2 strokes. Chapter 131 Persuade Yu-yang. Yu-yang nodded and asked, are you really sure? Kwang Yu-shang nodded and said yes, and then saw him thumping down on his knees and saying that the master asked the disciple to bow down and he was about to kowtow with one head. Yu-yang hurriedly stretched out his hand to help her up and said, no need now. The matter of apprenticeship cannot be so sloppy, it has to be in front of everyone else before doing the apprenticeship ceremony. Kwang Yu-shang was very happy next to her, thinking if I can learn acupuncture maybe I can completely cure my father's legs. Just at this moment I heard Yu-yang say, if you are a teacher you have to listen to me in everything. Kwang Yu-shang nodded. Yu-yang saw that Kwang Yu-shang was indeed determined to take him as his teacher. Just heard Yu-yang say, well if that's the case let's go downstairs and prepare together and then prepare to apprentice. After speaking he and Kwang Yu-shang came downstairs. When he came downstairs he said to everyone come first, I will tell you something. There just happened to be no patients at this moment, so the little sisters of Kwang Yu-shang downstairs and the old Western doctor surnamed Ji-yu were also idle. Yu-yang shouted. All of them came over and heard Yu-yang say that everyone next. I want to announce something to everyone. From today onwards I have accepted Kwang Yu-shang as a disciple. When he finished speaking he turned around and said to Kwang Yu-shang, are you still sure that you want to apprentice? Kwang Yu-shang nodded firmly, then knelt down at Yu-yang. This time Yu-yang didn't stop her and watched Kwang Yu-shang kowtow 3 times to Yu-yang. Then stood up and Yu-yang took a look and said, yes, since you have already worshipped me as your teacher in front of everyone, you can rest assured that in the future my medical skills will also be given away. As long as you are willing to learn I will give it to you. Kwang Yu-shang was very happy when she heard it and immediately said, thank you master for watching Yu-yang. Since you want to learn Chinese medicine I will bring you a book on Chinese medicine tomorrow. Let's start with the simple ones first, not to mention how happy Kwang Yu-shang felt after hearing it. Yu-yang went on to say that when I'm not around you have full control over everything in this clinic. I still have to leave beforehand, call me if anything happens. Kwang Yu-shang nodded and said, I know master. Yu-yang left Tikong TCM and Western Medicine Clinic after he finished speaking. The little sisters who waited for Yu-yang to leave Kwang Yu-shang immediately circled it to the middle and asked, Mrs. Yu-shang, why do you want to? How about taking the boss as a teacher? Does he really know any special medical skills? As soon as Kwang Yu-shang hears you don't ask. All in all you know a little bit. Our boss is a very skilled person and his medical skills are very high. You should have seen the patients who came in just now. Some of them were very uncomfortable when they came. When they left they all had happy smiles on their faces. The boss cured them. Kwang Yu-shang's little sisters, let alone her, envied her so much they all said, Sister Yu-shang, how can you have such a good fortune to be able to worship our boss as a teacher? Put this aside, let's not mention it for a while. Let's just say that after Yu-yang left the clinic he was thinking about going back to his mansion. Very soon after Yu-yang took a taxi back to his mansion. As soon as he entered the door he saw 2 people sitting on the sofa. These 2 people were none other than Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. Yu-yang saw these 2 people at first sight. Bit is frowning. Yu Xiaoying saw Yu-yang came back and looked up and said to Yu-yang, come here first, I have something to tell you. Yu-yang saw Yu Xiaoying's solemn face, he also knew what might be. He immediately moved a chair and made it across to Yu Xiaoying. If you have anything to do with Miss Xiaoying just say it. I just heard Yu Xiaoying say, Yu-yang, maybe I shouldn't care about your affairs, but for so long I feel that you are a very good person and a good person. I also regarded you as a true friend, so I told you about this matter. As soon as Yu-yang heard about Miss Xiaoying, what was it? Just say it. As soon as Yu Xiaoying hears that it's okay, then I'll tell you. I'll ask you. The girl who appeared next to you when your clinic opened, do you know what he does? Yu-yang listened. I knew that what Yu Xiaoying asked was Yan Mengjiao. Yu-yang thought, how did Sister Xiaoying come to ask this matter? Yu-yang thought of this and said that Mrs. Xiaoying didn't do anything, she just went to work. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, she said, "Isn't it right, Yu Yang, you are lying to me. Chen Lu came just now and has already told me the identity of the girl. Is he Huanghai or Yan Mengjiao from the underworld?" Yu Yang thought it was broken. How did they let them know? Yu Yang took a look. Since Yu Xiaoying already knew what he believed, he admitted that Mrs. Xiaoying, he is indeed a gangster, but don't look at him as a gangster, but this girl is very good. And they never do bad things. Just then Qi Mengru next to him spoke and said, "Yu Yang, you are in love. Who are you willing to talk to? We can't control it, but you are talking with that Yan Mengjiao. Do you know? No matter what happened to him, he could never change the fact that he was a gangster. Do you also want to accompany her on this road of underworld? It is always illegal to be in the underworld. If one day the country starts to crack down on the underworld and eliminate evil, then you will be caught in a doom and gloom. You and this Yan Mengjiao fall in love. What will you get in the future?" Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. "Miss Ying Mengru, I know you two are doing it for my own good. But what I want to say is that since I have decided to talk to him, I have not thought about other things. No matter what happens in the future, I will also be with him and it will never change. In addition, since you already know, I will tell you the truth that I am also in the underworld now, but I will not go on like this forever. I want to change from black to white and want to live a rich life. Besides, I'm not called a gangster. I'm here to make everyone form a group and work together to make everyone have a good life. In this day and age, what is a gangster and what is an official? If you have no money, you are nothing. It is always that you are the boss. If you have money, no matter what you say, everything you say is in vain if you have no money. Let's take the incident when Mr. Guo was kidnapped. That is, I can save teacher Guo from Shu Demon's old boy with a little effort. If I can't do anything, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition, if I am an ordinary student, even if I rescue teacher Guo, will the police station arrest me? If I didn't think of a way at the time to ask Shu Deming and the others to change their testimony, then I might face the possibility of going to jail. So not necessarily all those who are in the Dao are not good people. Don't think that they are definitely not doing good things when they hear that they are in the dark. There are some things that the police station can't do, then we have to use our Zhonghu methods to solve them." Yu Yang's words are really sonorous and powerful, and Qi Mengru was speechless at that time. Chapter 132, Chen Lu's decision. After a while, Yu Xiaoying looked at it and said, "Oh well, Yu Yang, since you have already made up your mind, we can't say anything." And then watch him stand up to his Mengru and say, "Mengru, let's go upstairs first." Qi Mengru also stood up and said, "Okay cousin." When we went upstairs, the moment the two turned around, the eyes of both of them showed gloom. So what happened? After a long time of trouble, when Yu Yang didn't come back, Chen Lu came once. When Chen Lu knew that Yan Mengjiao was Yu Yang's girlfriend, when the clinic opened, he had to think of a way to break up the two. He could use his brain as expected to be a policeman, and it didn't take long for him to think of an idea. So he just took a little time to find Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. Yu Yang was not there. The two were very surprised when they saw Chen Lu coming. Qi Mengru asked, "Sister Lu, don't you have to go to work today? How come you have time?" Chen Lu said as soon as he heard it, "I came here today, yes, to tell you two something. Do you know who the girl who appeared next to Yu Yang was at the opening ceremony of Yu Yang Clinic?" Yu Xiaoying knew that there must be something going on here, and he immediately asked a question. "If Sister Lu has something to say, you can say what's going on. Who is the girl who appeared next to Yu Yang?" Chen Lu immediately said, "Xiaoying, don't worry about this matter, only you and I will persuade Yu Yang, otherwise Yu Yang may have to go down a road of no return sooner or later." Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were terrified when they heard it. From their hearts they thought that Yu Yang was a very good person. When they heard Chen Lu say this today, they hurriedly asked, "Sister Lu, please speak up. What is the problem?" I heard Chen Lu follow closely and say this girl is the eldest lady of the underworld in Huanghai City. Her surname is Yan Mengjiao, her father's surname is Yan, and his name is Yan Tianzuo, and their gang is called Yan Jiabang. I don't know how this Yu Yang met him. When Chen Lu finished speaking, both of them were terrified, and Qi Mengru said to Chen Lu, "Sister Lu, I know what's going on." And Chen Lu asked a question after hearing it. "Mengru, you know how the two of them met. Let's talk about what happened." Qi Mengru explained the conflict between Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao at that time and told the whole thing again. Chen Lu nodded after listening and said to the two of them, "I ask you two, do you want Zhang Yu Yang to be pulled back?" The two nodded and said, "How could they not be willing? Yu Yang is a good person." Chen Lu said it. "Since you two want to bring Yu Yang back, now I have an idea." "Let's hear what my idea is." The two of them asked at the same time, "Tell me, what's your idea?" Chen Lu said it as soon as he heard it. "My idea is, no matter which of us go after Yu Yang, Then let's break up Yu Yang and that Yan Mengjiao. That Yan Mengjiao is also a particularly arrogant person. I don't believe he knows that Yu Yang has another girlfriend, so he will not break up with Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru were shocked when they heard it and said, Sister Lu, what's your idea? Is your idea really reliable? As soon as Chen Lu heard that as long as one of the two of you goes after Yu Yang, the two of you are so good looking, I don't believe that Yu Yang can't be tempted. Qi Mengru shook her head and said, I don't want it anyway. I'm still someone who has never been in love, and besides, if you talk to him you must be with him, otherwise wait, after he broke up with that Yan Mengjiao, was he breaking up with him? Yu Xiaoying nodded and said Mengru was right. Won't this make Yu Yang very painful in the future? If he knew that it was because of us that caused him to break up, wouldn't he even have to be friends by then? Chen Lu heard that. Oh, I said, Xiaoying, you two don't want to let Yu Yang break up with that Yan Mengjiao? Are you two willing to watch Yu Yang go down a road of no return in the future? It was very difficult for the two of them to hear it. When Yu Xiaoying heard this, did she have any other ideas? Chen Lu shook her head and said, only this idea. Only by letting Yu Yang break up with that Yan Mengjiao will he be able to study hard and ensure that he will not go on that path of no return in the future road. Besides, Yu Yang is also a good guy. If he really breaks up with that Yan Mengjiao in the future, no matter who you two marry him, I believe it will not suffer. Qi Mengru next to him heard that. I don't want to follow the big bad guy. The first don't want to marry him. Then Sister Lu, you can go. Chen Lu heard it. Okay, I'll go as soon as I go, but don't regret it for the two of you at that time. Yu Xiaoying also said something when she heard it. Sister Lu, Mengru is right, you should just go. I have never been in love with anyone before. As soon as Chen Lu heard it, I never talked about what I was afraid of. I have never been in love. Anyway, if you two don't chase, I'll chase. When I catch Yu Yang, you two don't regret it. I still have something to do in the bureau, I'll go first. After saying that, he left, and after Chen Lu left, I don't know why Qi Meng and Xiaoying finished telling Chen Lu to chase Yu Yang. After that, the two of them always felt uneasy in their hearts. At this time, Yu Yang came back. Yu Xiaoying saw that Yu Yang was back. He just tested Yu Yang's tone, but what he didn't expect was Yu Yang's affirmative answer. When the two saw that Yu Yang's attitude was so firm, the two had no choice. Just like this, a long time passed. Yu Yang went to school with Qi Mengru every day. At this time, Yu Yang's clinic was on the right track and many patients came to see a doctor every day. During this period, Yu Yang also sent Kuang Yushang a book about traditional Chinese medicine. Just say that on this day another idea came to Yu Yang's heart. He knew that in the beginning, whether it was the Crazy Tiger gang or the non-gang, they all had a casino. Casino is an industry with fast money. Can I also open one? Huanghai was the casino of the Redemption Crazy Tiger gang and the Wei family gang. The casinos of their two gangs were the most popular. After the two gangs were negatively affected by Yu Yang, there really isn't any big casino in Huanghai City. When Yu Yang thought about it, I simply opened one. This Yu Yang thought about it and did it. On this day he came to the headquarters of Hero Tang and called Deng Haidao, Fan Yongchun and New Delhi. Chapter 133. After discussing to open a casino, when the three heard Yu Yang's idea, Deng Haidao first mentioned, Brother Yang, you can rest assured these things are left to a few of us. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, this matter will be left to the three of you. Is it not easy for these three to find a house? Within a few days a house suitable for a casino was found. This house is located in a very remote area which is suitable for a business like a casino. When I called Yu Yang and said that Yu Yang was very fast, he went to the house to have a look and he was very satisfied, so he decided to open a casino. Just like this, Yu Yang has already had a second career within a few months of coming to Huanghai City. Yu Yang is also very happy. Once this casino opened, don't say that the business is really good, because everyone knows that Hao Hantang is now the largest gang in Huanghai City and they feel safe to play here. And gambling money in Yu Yang's casino doesn't have to worry about the odds. Just like this, the casino that has spread to more than 10,000 oceans, the business is getting better and better. Yu Yang saw it in his eyes and happily said in his heart that this day was a weekend, and Yu Yang just got up and came to the living room. At this time Yu Xiaoying also came down from the upstairs and said to Yu Yang, you have nothing to do today. Yu Yang turned around and said that Miss Xiaoying is alright. Yu Xiaoying said to Yu Yang, can you do me a favor? When Yu Yang heard about Miss Xiaoying, what happened? I can definitely help you if I can. Yu Xiaoying immediately said that Yu Yang was actually not helping me. I have a friend whose grandmother has been sick for a long time. She has been lying in bed and can't go to the ground. I have a very good relationship with him. I see that your medical skills are good, so I want you to help his grandma to have a look. Can you? As soon as Yu Yang heard about Miss Xiaoying, of course when to go. Yu Xiaoying nodded and said happily, Yu Yang, thank you so much, I'm going to go to his house today. If you agree, prepare first and then we'll leave right away. Yu Yang asked a dream if he didn't go. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, Mengru said today that he wants to go to the movies, so he didn't go. Just the two of us went to Yu Yang to listen, nodded and said then I'll go get ready and he'll go to the loo, took the things he had applied and came down and went out with Yu Xiaoying. Drove the car to the friend's house, he said, and passed. His friend lives about 100 kilometers away from Huanghai City. Lufa is. Soon Yu Xiaoying and Yu Yang came and the Lufa was. Yu Xiaoying drove the car to the door of a villa and then stopped the car. As soon as he stopped the car, he saw a girl running out of the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that the girl had beautiful features, tall and tall, with a ponytail tied at the back, and as he ran and swayed from side to side, Yu Xiaoying hurriedly got out of the car and said to the girl that she was happy. Seeing the girl running over, she hugged Yu Xiaoying and said, Sister Xiaoying has not been seen for a long time, and Yu Xiaoying also said yes. Yu Yang also got out of the car at this time and saw the two girls talking there. He also stood there and didn't move. Just at this moment I heard Yu Xiaoying say, Xinue, I will bring you a magic doctor today. Well, hasn't your grandma been sick in bed for a long time? You have been anxious about this matter. Yu Xiaoying just finished. Look at this girl happily and hold Yu Xiaoying's hand. Miss Xiaoying is very grateful to you. Where is the quick doctor? When Yu Xiaoying turned around, she pointed at Yu Yang and said, look, this is the genius doctor I introduced. After making trouble for a long time, he just grabbed Yu Yang's arm with his hand. When the girl called Xinue tried to pull Yu Yang out and didn't move, he grabbed Yu Yang's clothes with the other hand. I thought that usually 2 or 3 boys are not my opponents. I can't compare to people with average strength. I actually pulled this kid today, but I didn't pull it. It seems that he is also a trainer. I should stop underestimating him. The girl didn't expect Yu Yang to get out of the car. His tugging was incredible. He ripped off the entire sleeve of the clothes. Because he was not prepared, the sleeves of the clothes were ripped off. At that time he felt his body, leaned back, kicked, stepped back and then fell back to the ground with a plop. He apologized to Yu Yang just now. He thought to himself that I would pull you out of the car after my apology. Alas, that's fine. How do you know about Yu Yang? Do not eat this set at all. At this time the girl called Xinue reacted, thinking that no matter what, he is also a friend brought by Miss Xiaoying. Anyway, my grandmother's problem is in the major hospitals and they have not been cured. Why not let it? He tried it. Yu Yang really didn't close the car door all at once. Yu Yang was shocked when he saw it, thinking that this girl had 2 strokes. Yu Yang thought to himself that it would not be easy just because he could hold the car door. I don't believe I thought of this, Yu Yang said to Yu Xiaoying. Miss Xiaoying, since people don't believe me, then I won't make fun of myself here. You talk first and I'll go back first. After saying this, he turned around and got into the car. He didn't speak at this thought. Yu Yang understood at the time what was this girl thinking. I thought I was too young. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time and ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book club fan group. If he can really be cured, that would be great. When he saw that Yu Yang was about to leave, he rushed 3 steps and 2 steps to the front of the car. At this time Yu Yang was about to close the door. When it was closed, I looked at the girl called Xinue. As soon as she reached out, she grabbed the door handle and pulled it out. Yu Yang is at the moment of this sound. The girl called Xinue has already opened the car door and reached out and grabbed Yu Yang's arm, said, you come down to me. When you pulled Yu Yang, I felt a huge force coming. I thought twice. Yu Yang thought, I won't go out today, I'll see how you can think of me here. Yu Yang worked hard, go straight in. This is a girl called Xinue. Looking up, Yu Yang thought to herself that Miss Ying was right. She is a genius doctor. Judging from his age, he seems to be about the same age as me. Yu Yang, just when the girl called Xinue pulled her out, he knew that this girl was not simple and he didn't know what Yu Yang was, and he thought to himself, I'd like to see if you can how much strength today. We have a good contest to see whether you are stronger or I am stronger. This contest is incredible. Sister Xiaoying said that this person is a genius doctor and it seems that it is not impossible to think of this, he said to Yu Yang. I was the one who neglected you just now, so please come down. When he said this, he stretched out his hand and tugged again. This time it was troublesome and he heard a slap. This girl called Xinue has been looking at Yu Yang for 2 times and she didn't move. The girl thought to herself, what is the origin of this person? Chapter 134, Meeting an Acquaintance. At this time Yu Yang also got out of the car. Yu Xiaoying turned around and saw that Yu Yang was almost out of fun. Look at Yu Yang's great fun, the girl on the left sleeve was completely torn off, showing her shoulders, but the right sleeve is intact. Yu Yang pointed at this girl called Xinue. I said, what's the matter with you? Are you trying to be a hooligan? And ripped my clothes. The girl quit when she heard it. She stood up from the ground and pointed. Yu Yang said, you bastard. You dare to embarrass Auntie today. Auntie didn't finish with you. She said this and rushed over to Yu Yang. Look at Yu Yang again, dodge to the side and say, wait a minute. I don't want to hit a girl. Even if I beat you, I don't have a face. When this girl hears that you don't play tricks on me here, just because you want to beat me, but I have learned Taekwondo, Yu Yang said happily. Right. Then I advise you to stop fighting with me. I have really learned Kung Fu. When this girl hears it, oh, you have learned Kung Fu, then I want to fight with you even more. Come and see. It's okay or I'm okay. He just raised his leg and ran towards Yu Yang when he said this. Yu Yang secretly admired at that time. This is called an expert. As soon as he made a move, he knew whether there was Yu Yang, and at a glance he knew that this girl must have worked hard. Just watch him lift his leg. Standing there with one leg, the other leg is raised like his head, and Yu Yang is smashed with one leg. If Yu Yang is hit this time, Yu Yang will also have a concussion. Yu Yang saw that the leg smashed his head down. He dodged to the side. This girl called Xinue smashed his leg and followed her closely, ran to Yu Yang's face, punched Yu again. Yang dodged to the side again and grabbed the girl's wrist. Looking at this girl called Xinue, she responded very quickly and hurriedly pulled her hand back, but Yu Yang didn't grab it this time. In fact, Yu Yang and this girl did not use his real skills at all because he followed the girl without any injustice or hatred. Yu Yang thought, if I really want to hurt him, this must also be Sister Xiaoying's friend, so Yu Yang doesn't care about fighting with this girl and it's just like a joke. Yu Yang thought to himself. It's okay to wait for him to get tired for a while. Yu Xiaoying next to him is also anxious and shouts at this girl Xinue, Yu Yang, you two stop fighting. When Yu Yang heard that Yu Xiaoying was in a hurry, he started with the girl and turned around to say to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, your friend is so unreasonable. Is she a hooligan? Just tore my clothes off. The girl gave up and said, what do you say? You are a hooligan. Your whole family is a hooligan, recruiting guys and constantly attacking Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying saw that these two didn't listen to him at all and he was staring blankly beside him. At this moment another person came out from inside. I saw that it was a middle-aged man who came out of it. The man went outside and looked up surprised, shouting at this girl called Xinue, Xinue, what are you doing? Don't hurry to give me an assistant. And then watched Chen Yugi turn around and said to Yu Yang again, alas, I hope you don't mind, this girl has spoiled them and she has been very naughty since she was a child. You wait a minute, I'll find you a dress. After saying this he left, went out for a while, brought a piece of clothing for Yu Yang to put on and then sat down. My surname is Yu Yang and Chen Yugi. As soon as I heard that it was good I hurriedly asked me to please, said this, and Yu Yang held hands and walked inside. At this time Chen Xinue also came to Yu Xiaoying and said, Miss Xiaoying, let's go in. Yu Xiaoying took a look. If you think this book is good you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. And then said to Yu Yang, I think you are not very old this year. I did not expect to have such superb medical skills. You shouldn't be 20 years old this year. Yu Yang nodded and said, I'm only 19 years old this year. Chen Yugi heard that it's good a hero as a boy. Yu Yang also rang when he heard it and made trouble for a long time. The middle-aged man's surname was Chen and his name was Chen Yugi. The girl who just started with Yu Yang is surnamed Chen, called Chen Xinue. I originally wanted to go to Huanghai City to find you in the last 2 days to see if you could cure my mother's leg. I didn't expect that before I could go Xiaoying brought you here. Really good. The girl called Xinue heard someone from behind and told him to hurry, shouted at Yu Yang and waited for someone to call me. It seems that you really have 2 strokes waiting for the opportunity. I will judge the level with you. You are. When this middle-aged man heard that you forgot me, I went to your clinic to see a doctor that day or you cured me, but I didn't expect it to arrive at my door today. Come in with me quickly. The middle-aged man who had not been torn apart by him heard this, turned his head and glared at Chen Xingyu fiercely, and then turned around and said to Yang that he was very sorry. You've been watching for so long, I still don't know your name, Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. Because you easily diagnosed my cough that day, I came back and covered the prescription you gave me and took the medicine for a quick cough. Yu Yang praised you as soon as he heard it. After a while Chen Yugi asked again, Dr. Yu, why did you come to our house today? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he told Chen Yugi that Yu Xiaoying had brought him to see a doctor. As soon as he heard it, he said, "Oh, so it is. Xiaoying is a really good boy and he is happy. It is also his luck to have such a friend as him. Dr. Yu will tell you I also have this plan. I originally wanted to invite you to see my mother. This Chen Yugi is the uncle of this Chen Xingyu. Just watch Chen Yugi turn around and say to Chen Xingyue, there is no politeness at all. Watch me come back and tell your dad how to clean up you." Chen Xingyue blinked her big eyes at this man, made a face and said, "I don't know him either. Who is it?" At this moment the middle-aged man also walked up to Yu Yang and said, "Why are you?" Yu Yang looked up. The middle-aged man was also a little familiar and asked. Seeing that Yu Yang and Chen Xingyue were no longer involved, he was relieved and Chen Xingyue walked in afterwards. At this time Yu Yang and Chen Yugi walked into the living room, and when they saw Chen Yugi he immediately let Yu Yang sit down, poured a glass of water for Yu Yang and said. After speaking he saw at a glance that the sleeve of Yu Yang's left shoulder was missing and he immediately asked what's going on. Yu Yang pointed at Chen Xingyue and said. Zhang 135, a very young genius doctor. Dr. Yu also expects you to work hard to heal my mother's leg. Our family will be very grateful to Yu Yang, and immediately said that you were polite uncle. As for whether it can be cured, I have to see the patient first. And then Chen Yugi nodded and said yes. You see, it's getting late, I'll have someone arrange a banquet right away and you'll see my mother after we finish eating. When Yu Yang heard it he waved his hand at Chen Yugi and said, Uncle is not in a hurry to eat. If I can, it is not too late for me to check the patient before eating. At this moment Chen Xingyue and Yu Xiaoying also walked in from outside, making trouble for a long time just after Yu Yang and Chen Yugi walked in. Chen Xingyue looked at the genius doctor that Yu Xiaoying had introduced to him. Although he is still so young, but just seeing Yu Yang outside Luna just now, this person is definitely not simple. So he couldn't wait to lead Yu Xiaoying to the back and told his grandma about it. This old lady has been lying on the bed for more than a year and she has seen many doctors and many experts and professors. But they still found nothing. Today when my granddaughter told him that he had found a genius doctor for him, the old lady shook her head and said, Xingyue, I know you are worried about me. I'm so old it doesn't matter if I'm good or not. You can't say that when Chen Xingyue hears about grandma. You are only in your 70s this year and I still want you to live to be 100 years old. Miss Xiaoying, the genius doctor I introduced to you this time must be very powerful. He turned around and asked Miss Xiaoying at Yu Xiaoying, am I right? Yu Xiaoying said it as soon as she heard it. The old man believes that he will definitely cure your illness. The genius doctor I introduced to you is a good friend of mine. And then he recounted what happened last time he went to see Yao Wenyu's concert with Yu Yang. Chen Xingyue looked at Yu Xiaoying and asked, Sister Xiaoying, you mean he knows martial arts and he is very good? Yu Xiaoying nodded. This made Chen Xingyue very happy, and when it comes to grandma, I like kung fu the most. I will definitely take this Yu Yang as my teacher. Followed him and immediately came to Yu Xiaoying, grabbed Yu Xiaoying's hand and said that Miss Xiaoying, hurry up and tell me in detail what happened that day. This is with Xiaoying seeing that Chen Xingyue is so excited she is also a little speechless, followed by him and told the story again and also paid attention to Yu Yang while giving Yao Wenyu acupuncture. Stretched out the other hand to grab Lu Chengyi's ankle and threw him out. Oops, this made Chen Xingyue so happy she turned around and came to his grandma to talk about, Grandma, I can't wait now, I want to worship this Yu Yang as my teacher. The old lady said to Chen Xingyue that she was happy. What kind of dance is a girl practicing all day long? A girl has to look like a girl. You can see how good a girl Xiaoying is. How can she be as pungent as you are all day long? When Chen Xingyue heard it she pouted and said, Grandma, I'm going to worship that Yu Yang as my teacher. The old lady sighed and said, Okay, it's up to you as long as people are willing to accept you. Chen Xingyue jumped up and said, Okay, Grandma, you are so kind, you have always loved me the most since I was a child. Then I turned around and dragged Yu Xiaoying and said that Miss Xiaoying is going, let's go to the front and go to the genius Dr. Zhang to find her and help my grandma take care of her illness, and then I will go to the teacher. Before Yu Xiaoying could react, Chen Xingyue pulled her and ran out the door. And soon the two came to the front just in time to catch up with Yu Yang and Chen Yugi to go out. I just heard Chen Yugi ask Xingyue, what are you doing in such a hurry? As soon as Chen Xingyue heard about the uncle. I have already told my grandma that Sister Xiaoying helped him introduce a genius doctor to help him heal. Didn't Chen Yugi go as soon as he heard that we were here? Chen Xinyue was so happy when he heard it. When he thought of worshipping Yu Yang and learning kung fu for his teacher, he was very happy. He kept looking at Yu Yang with his eyes and showed Yu Yang his hair straight. Mao Yu Yang thought to himself, what happened to Chen Xinyue? Keep staring at me. Just see every blood vessel on the old lady's legs very clearly. All the blood vessels are bulging high like earthworms. Yu Yang walked to the front, pressed his hand to the old lady and asked, do you feel it? The old lady shook her head. When Yu Yang heard this, he said to this man, you love to go out, but if you don't believe me, I don't have to show him. Yu Yang looked at the bed and saw an old lady sitting on the bed. At this moment Chen Yugi walked to the bed and said, Mom, look, this is what the genius doctor I introduced to you is talking. He pointed at the old lady Yu Yang and thought to herself that she was so young, this genius doctor. But what I want to say is that this old lady's illness is already very serious. His name is Chou Yingzhen. Have you seen that all his legs are covered with blood vessels? After hearing this, Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, but I have something to say. It will be very painful to treat this disease for a while and no one should disturb me. Which means that Yang Yi entered the room and looked at it for 4 weeks and saw that the room was very beautifully furnished. Yu Yang thought to himself, at the time when he saw it he was still rich. Chen Yugi hurriedly walked over and rolled up the cuffs of the old lady's 2 pants. When the trousers were rolled up, Yu Yang looked down at the old lady's legs. If I'm not wrong, this old lady has been ill for less than 2 years now, and she had no symptoms before she got sick, and she woke up one morning and found that her leg couldn't move. I don't know what I said. Right. Okay, I've finished speaking and I'm leaving. After speaking, he turned around and said to Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, since they don't believe me, let's go. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, he saw Chen Yugi's daughter-in-law walking over and lifted the quilt with his hand. And then listen, Yu Yang said to roll up his trousers again. Yu Yang also greeted the old lady immediately, then turned around and charged. Chen Yugi said, lift the quilt and I will feed the old lady to treat her condition. Shouldn't you still be brooding about what happened just now? Do you want to take revenge on me? Yu Yang thought of this and felt that one head had 2 big ones, and soon a few people came to the back. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. At this time, Chen Yugi's daughter-in-law Chen Xingyu's aunt also heard the news and came together from another yard to the back. When Yu Yang finished the examination, he turned around and said to Chen Yugi, Uncle, I can cure Chen Yugi from this disease. Not to mention how happy he was when he heard that. He said that, thank you so much, I will ask you to treat my mother. Just like earthworms, hence the name. As far as I know, there are 2 people who can cure this disease. One is me and the other is my master and his old man. Except for the 2 of us, no one can cure it. So I also ask you all to quit, just leave the 2 of you. At this time, some people who started a family heard that there was a genius doctor and they all rushed over to cure the old lady's illness. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, someone immediately stood up and said, I said, why do you let us believe you? Let's go out. What if the old lady has 1 long and 2 short? Chapter 136, The Happy Chen Family. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, Chen Xinyue stopped listening next to her and said to Yu Yang that you are talking nonsense. My grandma is only in her 70s and he can live to be 100 years old. Yu Yang said after listening, believe it or not, Sister Ying, let's go. He turned around and left after saying this. Yu Xiaoying was so anxious when she saw it. She wanted to persuade Yu Yang in the past, but he thought again that it was not Yu Yang and it was not Yu Yang's fault for not showing them this matter. At this time, the old lady sitting on the bed spoke. The bathroom cabinet didn't rush to call the little genius doctor back to me. Chen Yugi hurriedly agreed and ran out. Hurriedly shouted, Dr. Yu, wait a minute. When Yu Yang heard someone calling him from behind, he stopped, turned around and asked what else. As soon as Chen Yugi heard that Yu Shenyi was wrong with our family just now, he should not believe you. I also ask you to continue the treatment for my mother and her elderly. The diagnosis you just made was really right. When the genius doctor said something, he would kneel before Yu Yang. Yu Yang hurriedly reached out his hand to hold him and said, there is no need for this. I promise that you are your mother's disease. I will definitely be able to cure Chen Yugi. Hearing this, he said to Yu Yang, thank you very much. As soon as Yu Yang the genius doctor heard about it, you are welcome, uncle. The name of a genius doctor is my name. If you can't afford it, just call me Yu Yang. Chen Yugi nodded and said, okay. So the 2 of them came back to the house and heard Yu Yang say, leave 2 people and all the rest have to go out. Chen Xinyue listened to it and hurriedly said that I would stay. Chen Yugi took a look. Okay, that's it. He told everyone else to retreat. Yu Xiaoying also wanted to go out. Yu Yang turned around and said, Miss Xiaoying, you stay. Why did Yu Yang let Yu Xiaoying stay? It turns out that Yu Yang knew that Chen Xinue was inside if it was time to start the treatment. Just that girl Chen Xinue, when he saw his grandma in pain later, he might not be able to do anything, so he let Yu Xiaoying stay. In a while, if this girl really wants to do something, let Yu Xiaoying persuade him a little. Just like that, the others withdrew, leaving only Yu Yang, Yu Xiaoying and Chen Xinue in the room. Watching Yu Yang walk to the bed and said to the old lady, it may be a little painful during the treatment, for a while you can bear it. The old lady nodded and said to Yu Yang, don't worry young man, I can still bear it. After hearing this, Yu Yang said that it's good, then I will start the treatment. I don't know when he has an extra silver needle in his hand. When he said this, the old lady thought to herself, where did his silver needle come from? I didn't see it clearly, the old lady thought to herself, seeing that he was able to diagnose my condition so accurately just now, and seeing that he had a silver needle in his hand at some point. Looking at the technique, this young man is definitely not simple. I saw that Yu Yang first used a silver needle to pierce the Yangquan point of the old lady's soul. As soon as he pierced the needle, he looked at Chen Xinue next to the old lady, frowning. Seeing that the coke was broken, he hurriedly said to Yu Xiaoying next to him, Miss Xiaoying, look at my grandma, she has feelings, he is really amazing. And then look at Yu Yang's needle, pierced and paused for about a second or two and then pulled it out again. And then look at Yu Yang's constant change of position and the method of sticking needles on the soles of the feet and legs of the old lady. As the needle went down, the old lady clenched her teeth in pain. The sweat on his forehead rolled down and Chen Xinue hurriedly ran out to get a wet towel from the side. Shouting at Yu Yang that I can go over and wipe my grandma's sweat. Yu Yang nodded while sticking the needle. Chen Xinue saw that Yu Yang nodded and hurriedly walked over and wiped his grandma with a towel. Khan asked, Grandma, what do you think? When the old lady heard Chen Xinue's question, she shook her head and said that I'm fine Xinue, don't worry. At this moment, Chen Xinue saw the place where Yu Yang had pierced and black blood flowed from the needle's eye. Yu Yang said hurriedly. Someone soon brought the plastic bag over. Yu Yang quickly asked Chen Xinue and Yu Xiaoying to come over to help remove the plastic bag, blocking the eye of the needle followed by black blood. Pei Rong, you are here to take care of grandma. I first and the third child accompanied Yu Shenyi to the front hall. Go sit down. Just then came out of the crowd again a man came to Yu Yang and said that Dr. Yu had offended you by our words just now, and I ask for your understanding. At this moment the family was all unhappy. Chen Yugi said to Chen Xinue, hurry up and call your father and let him come back and tell him the good news. When Chen Xinue heard this voice, she shouted to the phone to tell mom and dad that he would answer the phone when he was done. The other end was silent for about a second or two. Hurry up and get the plastic bag. Chen Xinue hurriedly ran out when she heard it and shouted to the people outside, hurry up and get the plastic bag. Chen Xinue was very happy when she heard it. At this time Chen Xinue also ran outside and said to his uncle and the others, come in quickly, grandma, he is okay. After taking the medicine according to the prescription for a week, the disease can be completely cured, and I can guarantee that this old lady will live to at least 90 years. Soon Chen Yugi, Chen Yushan and Yu Yang came to the front hall. At this moment Chen Xinue and Yu Xiaoying also came to the front from the back. This Chen Xinue took care of his grandma from the back at first, but because he was always thinking about the matter of taking Yu Yang as his teacher, he was always absent-minded, and after a while he couldn't help it and said to his grandma, Grandma, I went to the front hall first. Called Chen Yushan. After listening, Yu Yang said to this person, it's okay, who made me so young, right? Chen Yugi heard from the side, you see it's so late in the sky and now the genius doctor hasn't eaten yet, hurry up, let's go to the front hall to set up a banquet and celebrate the recovery of our old lady for the god doctor. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and a recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. After a while the black blood in the needle's eye no longer remained and Yu Yang said, okay. This treatment is over, I will prescribe another prescription. Chen Yugi was overjoyed after hearing that Yu Yang cured his mother's illness, walked into the room in 3 steps and said to Yu Yang, the doctor, you thank you so much. Chen Xinue hurriedly agreed, took out her mobile phone from her pocket, dialed a number and went out. After a while the call was connected and she heard a very magnetic man's voice on the other end of the phone. Yu Yang looked up. This person could be about 38 or 9 years old, about 1.75 meters tall. Looks a bit similar to Chen Yugi. At this moment Chen Yugi next to him spoke, and I will introduce you to the genius doctor. This is my brother. Just listen to what that person said. I know I will go back right away. After speaking the man hung up the phone. Then I heard Chen Yugi say to one of the women. This old lady had already seen Chen Xinyue's absent-mindedness and knew what he was thinking about. Hearing Chen Xinyue talking about the old lady, she nodded and said, "Okay, you can go, they will be fine with your aunt." Of Chapter 137 Chen Xinyue's Apprenticeship. After Chen Xinyue heard it, she happily pulled Yu Xiaoying and the two of them to the front. As soon as the two entered the living room, another person came in outside. As soon as this person entered the room, Chen Xinyue hurriedly came to the middle-aged man and said, "Dad, you are back." The middle-aged man nodded, hearing Chen Xinyue say to this person his parents and grandmother are already well. At this moment Chen Yugi also spoke, "Big brother, you are back. Our mother's illness has been cured." The middle-aged man was very happy to hear that and hurriedly asked, "Who cured our mother's illness? We have seen so many doctors before and found so many experts and professors, none were cured." Chen Yugi hurriedly said, "Come to big brother, let me introduce you to him." He pointed at Yu Yang and said to this man, "Big brother. The surname Yu is Yu Yang and he helped my mother cure her illness." Wen Ting, a middle-aged man, looked at Yu Yang and thought that he was really unattractive and this man should not be very old. My mother's illness was cured by him, so someone may ask, who is this middle-aged man? This person is Chen Yugi's eldest brother called Chen Yulin. This is not easy for Chen Yulin. He is a Lufa-style mayor and secretary of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. He was working today when he received a call from his daughter saying that his mother's leg had been cured. He hurriedly put down his work and drove to his home. After a long time of trouble, this family has 3 children. The eldest is Chen Yulin, the second child Chen Yugi, and the third child Chen Yushan. When Chen Yugi said that this disease was cured by Yu Yang, Chen Yulin didn't mention how happy he was. He hurried over and said to Yu Yang, "Thank you very much. You are the benefactor of our old Chen family." Yu Yang hurriedly stood up from his chair and said, "You're welcome. I was also entrusted by a friend to help with this." At this moment Chen Yugi next to him came over and said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang came to me to introduce you. This is my eldest brother named Chen Yulin." A few people chatted for a while and soon the kitchen's meal was ready and a few people set up tables and chairs in the living room to eat. They were eating here, but Chen Xinyue, who was next to him, was very anxious. I thought to myself, how can I tell Yu Yang, how can I worship him as a teacher? I remember that when Yu Yang came he had a fight with Yu Yang, would they accept me? But he was very anxious, and soon after the meal was over Yu Yang, Chen Yugi and Chen Yushan were chatting in the living room. I just heard Chen Yulin ask Yusheni, "I think you are young this year, how old are you this year?" Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Oh uncle, I'm only 19 years old." Chen Yulin nodded after listening and then listened to him and asked Yusheni, "You are so young and your medical skills are so good. I wonder if you have a job now." As soon as Yu Yang heard about Uncle Dao, "I didn't have a job yet. I'm still in high school in Huanghai No. 1 middle school." Brother Chen Yulin and the 3 of them were all surprised when they heard it. They thought that he was still in high school at such a young age and his medical skills were so good. If he was a little older in the future, his future would be absolutely limitless. I heard Chen Yulin talking next to him, "You Shenyi, you are the great benefactor of our family. If you need my help in the future, as long as you give me a call, I will definitely help you." Li Yi reached out and took out a business card and handed it to Yu Yang. When Yu Yang took the business card and looked at it, he was surprised. Just looking at the business card that reads Lufa is Chen Yulin, mayor and secretary of the Standing Committee of the Lufa City Committee. Yu Yang was in awe of Chen Yulin when he saw the business card. Yu Yang wanted to see someone in front of such a big official. And then listened to Chen Yulin saying, "I am happy, hurry up to my room and bring my bank card." Chen Xinyue agreed, ran out and came back after a while, took a bank card in his hand. Chen Xinyue came to Chen Yulin, said the bank card forward to Dad and brought it to Chen Yulin. Yu Yang turned around and saw that it was Chen Xinyue. At that time he felt that his head was a little big and he thought that Chen Xinyue was still going to ask him to report the sorrow in the morning. "I want to worship him as a teacher and learn kung fu from him." Chen Yulin was shocked when he heard this, thinking, does this kid still know kung fu? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, "No need uncle, I came to see the old lady this time and I was invited by a friend to help." Brother Chen Yulin, they all picked it up in their hearts at first glance, but they praised and thought that Yu Yang is really good, not only has such high medical skills at such a young age, but also do not love money. At this time Chen Yulin said, "Xinyue, what are you going to do? Stop making trouble, stand up quickly." Chen Xingyu turned around and said, "Dad." Yu Yang looked at Chen Xinyue so stubbornly and said to him, Haven't you already learned Taekwondo? And it's amazing, why do you want to learn dance? Chen Xingyu heard that. I don't know that. Chen Xingyue took a few steps forward and came to Yu Yang. She knelt at Yu Yang's feet with a plop and said, Yu Yang, I want to worship you as my teacher. What kind of trouble is this? Chen Yugi told what he saw at the door in the morning as soon as he heard it. Chen Xingyu turned around and said to Chen Yulin, no. I have always wanted to learn a little real kung fu since I was a child, but I have never met anyone who knows kung fu, so I learned Taekwondo. He is a teacher. Just then Yu Yang spoke and I said you should get up quickly. As soon as Chen Xingyu, who doesn't accept apprentices, heard that she couldn't do it, I had to worship you as my teacher today. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. I have learned Taekwondo, but I heard Miss Xiaoying tell me about you this morning. I just remembered, were you letting me in when you started with me in the morning? As soon as he reached out and took the bank card, he said in front of Yu Yang that Yu Shenyi had 100,000 yuan in the card and the password was 68s. When Yu Yang saw it, he waved his hand hastily and said, I can't take the money from my uncle. Even if I do, I can't take so much. This kind of person is really rare. When Chen Yulin saw Yu Yang, don't say Yu Shenyi, if you don't take the money, I'm so embarrassed. The time will come soon. In the afternoon, Yu Yang is going to go back to Huanghai City with Yu Xiaoying. This time Chen Xingyue couldn't sit still. She thought, I had to speak. If Yu Yang left, then if you miss this village, you won't have this store. Thinking of this, he hurriedly came out and said, Yu Yang, please wait first. Chen Yuling listened beside him with a confused look, thinking about what was going on. Xingyue even touched this Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he said to Chen Yugi next to him, I said, Yugi, you know what happened? Is it something? Xingyue also had a hand with Yu Shenyi. Chen Yulin saw that Yu Yang was unwilling to collect money after seeing his illness, so how could he agree? And finally let the brothers talk about it. Yu Yang finally agreed to accept 10,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 138, Named Disciple. Chen Yulin heard that Chen Xingyue was determined to take Yu Yang as his teacher, so he walked up to Yu Yang and said to Yu Yang, You God Doctor. Since he is determined to worship you as a teacher, you can accept him as a disciple. Yu Yang was very embarrassed after listening to Chen Yulin. In fact, he didn't say that he was unwilling to accept apprentices because he felt that this was the first time he met Chen Xingyue and he didn't know what kind of person he was. In addition, this martial arts should be learned from a young age. Like Chen Xingyue's age group, if you want to learn Wujun, to learn anything, you must put in 100 times more effort than ordinary people. Yu Yang thought to himself, he must be a girl. He still doesn't know if he can endure this hardship. At this time he looked at Chen Xingyue, who was kneeling on the ground, and looked at him eagerly. Yu Yang thought to himself, what should I do about this matter? Just then Yu Xiaoying next to him spoke. Yu Yang, you can see that he really wants to worship you as a teacher, so you should accept him as an apprentice. After listening to Yu Xiaoying's words, Yu Yang nodded and said to Chen Xingyue, who was kneeling on the ground, Do you know that it is very difficult to learn dance at your age, and you have to put in 100 times more effort than ordinary people and endure 100 times the hardships of ordinary people before you can learn it? Because this martial art must be learned from a young age, the bones of children are relatively soft and the bones of the human body are already formed when they grow up. Are you willing to suffer this? As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, he heard Chen Xingyue say it. I can endure this hardship no matter how much I pay. I am willing to learn martial arts. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, since that's the case, then I promise you. As soon as Chen Xingyue heard that the coke was broken, she said to Yu Yang, thank you master, and then gave Yu Yang a kowtow. Just then I heard Yu Yang continue to say, although you told me just now you can endure this hardship, but accepting an apprentice is no joke. I still have some tests for you. For the time being I can only accept you as a named apprentice. What do you think? Chen Xingyue listened. Hurriedly said, I am willing. Chen Xingyue thought, as long as you promise to accept me as a disciple, there is also hope that the named disciple will become a confirmed disciple in the future. Thinking of this, he stood up happily. Yu Yang saw that he agreed and accepted Chen Xingyue as his apprentice. Chen Xingyue was so happy that there was a move group in Yu Yang's heart at that time. Yu Yang thought to himself, why did he want to learn martial arts so much? What the hell is going on? No, I have to figure out this matter. Chen Yulin, who was next to me, spoke. Yu Yang, thank you so much, since you are now the master of our family. Xingyue is the benefactor of our family. Again, don't leave at night, and I feel that Yu Shenyi is a really good person and I want to spend more time with you. So please appreciate your face. Stay at night here. We will set up a table of banquets and have a good drink. Yu Yang also wants to understand why this Chen Xinue wants to learn martial arts. This matters, so he also agreed to stay. So Yu Yang didn't leave, so he asked Yu Xiaoying to call Qi Mengru and tell Qi Mengru that he might go back later in the evening or he might go back the next day. And then return to the living room again. Brother Chen Yulin and the three immediately let the kitchen prepare meals. Soon a few people were placed at the banquet and they drank the cups again after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes. Yu Yang asked Chen Yulin, Uncle Chen, I have a question to ask you. I don't know whether to ask or not to ask Chen Yulin. Hearing that, he said to Yu Yang, if you have anything to do with doctor, you just ask. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, Uncle Chen, I saw your daughter want to learn martial arts so much today. Why is this? After Yu Yang asked this sentence, Chen Yulin sighed and said, alas, you don't know that there is a reason why he wants to learn martial arts so much. And was quickly upgraded from an ordinary criminal police officer to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. At the same time, his wife Wu Shuimei was also pregnant. Chen Yulin and the others had already received the above notice that a drug gang might come to Lufa and let them cooperate. But who knows that there are unforeseen circumstances. Just on this day, a few drug dealers came from out of town and came to the Lufa market to trade. It's a drug gang. Followed by Chen Yulin, just like Yu Yang told something, and Yu Yang was also moved after he finished speaking. At that time, Chen Yulin had just graduated from college and he and his wife Wu Shuimei were also college classmates. Not long after the child was born as a girl, which is the Chen Xingyu we talked about. Since having this child, the couple's relationship has become better and it can be said that they lived a prosperous life. Of course, if you don't let it go, you can also see your wife's small appearance and she looks pretty good. It's okay to let him accompany our brothers. Speaking of this, Chen Yulin heard the laughter of a few more people on the other end of the phone. At that time, Chen Yulin felt that the hair on his head stood up twice. His eyes were bloodshot. Chen Yulin picked up the phone and saw that it was his wife Wu Shuimei who was calling. He quickly connected it and put it in his ear. He just put the phone in his ear when he heard a cold boy on the other end of the phone. He took a long time to relax and calm down and said to the other end of the phone, what happened to him? I heard the person on the other end of the phone sneer and said, Chen Yulin, we haven't done anything to him yet, but if you don't release our brothers before it gets dark, then you will suffer the consequences. Conceded. If you think this book is good, you can add it to the bookshelf to facilitate reading next time. In addition, please ask for a reward and recommendation. You are also welcome to join our book fan group. This Chen Yulin has been conscientious and meticulous about his work since he became a police officer. Cracked a lot of relatively large cases, also received the appreciation of the leadership. After graduating from college, the two got married. This is what Chen Yulin applied for at the beginning, police officer college, so he also became a policeman after graduating from college. Chen Yulin felt his head buzzing when he heard this and suddenly felt dizzy and his phone almost fell to the ground. The police from a neighboring province came to arrest the drug gang. In the process of arresting, Chen Yulin rushed forward. There were 8 people doing the transaction at that time, but they only caught 5 of them and the remaining 3 escaped. I heard the person on the other end of the phone say, Chen Yulin, your wife is in our hands now, you better hurry up and release our brothers or you can wait to collect your wife's body. Chen Yulin and the others immediately arranged for the police to arrest the remaining 3 people. At this moment, Chen Yulin's cell phone rang. On the day when the child was born, Chen Yulin couldn't mention how happy he was. The leader also gave him a holiday and let him take care of his wife Wu Shuimei at home. His wife Wu Shuimei went to the same university as him. After she came out, she is also a civil servant of the country. It can be said that the two of them have a good job and a very good relationship. Chapter 139, Chen Xinue's life experience. Chen Yulin knew that it was impossible for him to let go of the criminal he caught. Thinking of this, he calmed down and said to the person on the other end of the phone, I want to listen to my wife's voice. If you let me go, how can I be sure that my wife is safe now? The person on the other end of the phone, after listening to Chen Yulin's words, said with a sneer, Chen Yulin is fine, I'll let you listen to your wife's voice. Followed Chen Yulin and heard Wu Shuimei's voice on the other end of the phone. As soon as Chen Yulin heard Wu Shuimei's voice, he hurriedly asked, Shuimei, are you all right? Just listen to Wu Shuimei on the other end of the phone saying that, Yulin, I'm fine, don't worry, I'll catch these boys. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yulin heard a slap on the other end of the phone, followed by someone scolding, you stinky bitch. How about the man's voice coming from the other end of the phone? Now that you know that your wife is safe, you can tell me whether you will let it go or not. Chen Yuling thought quickly in her heart, what should I do? The criminals that I want to catch, they must not be released. Soon Chen Yuling made up an idea in his heart. I thought no matter what, the criminal must not be released. I have to find a way to ask their location. Shui Mei will be rescued. Even if I can't save anyone, I will sacrifice these boys to catch them. Thinking of this, he said to the person on the other end of the phone, okay, I promise you to let them go. Tell me where you are now. As soon as the person on the other end of the phone heard me say, Chen Yuling, you'd better not play tricks on me. It's better for you to come here alone. We are at your house now. Chen Yuling was shocked when he heard it and thought to himself, how did these boys find my house? After a long time of trouble, this gang of drug dealers is not simple and they cooperate with the largest gang in the city. The boss of this gang is Jia Ziming. This guy is very cunning and he avoided it several times. This time a batch of drugs was brought in from the big drug dealers in other places. He never dreamed that this drug cartel had been targeted by the police for a long time and had just started trading there. The ambush police rushed out and as a result 5 drug dealers were arrested and the remaining 3 drug dealers all ran away. When Jia Ziming learned that the transaction had been discovered by the police, he was furious and immediately ordered someone to find out which police officer dared to harm me. The result was soon found out: the official leader of the team, Chen Yuling. The boy slapped the table and said, "Wow, Chen Yuling, how dare you fight against me?" And immediately ordered someone to inquire about Chen Yuling's residence, and he asked the 3 drug dealers to kidnap Chen Yuling's wife. This kid is also more shocked. He is useless and his own people think that even if they are caught, I will not suffer. And let these 3 drug dealers be the scapegoats. The 3 of them came to Chen Yuling's house. At this time Chen Yuling's wife Wu Shuimei had just got off work and their daughter was just 4 years old at school this year. Wu Shuimei was about to pick up her daughter Chen Xingyu after get off work. How could she know that he had just arrived at home, was held hostage by 3 gangsters with guns. One of them got confused when he saw Wu Shuimei's appearance and the other one said, "Don't ruin the big thing. The most important thing is to save our brothers. If it really annoys that Chen Yuling and if he doesn't let him go, we really can't do anything about it." Just like this, a few boys threatened Wu Shuimei to call Chen Yuling, and when the call was connected, one of them directly reached out and grabbed the phone. Chen Yuling thought to himself that he had no choice but to take the risk. Even if he went out of his way, it would be worth it if I could catch these boys alone. Thinking of this, he said to the other people, "I'm going out now for something, come back later." As soon as Chen Yuling left the office, one of the policemen surnamed Wang could see that Chen Yuling's face was a little wrong. As soon as Chen Yuling said that he was going to have something to do, he hurriedly asked, "Did something happen to Deputy Director Chen? If you have anything to tell us." Chen Yuling shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I'm just going home." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that it was time for her daughter Chen Xinyu to leave school, so he said to the policeman named Wang, "By the way, please help me to bring my daughter back." Following him, he told the police the address of his daughter's school. After speaking, he hurriedly drove a police car and left these police officers. Seeing that Chen Yuling's face was wrong, he knew there must be something wrong. Several people immediately reported the matter to the director Ruan Guoqing. When Ruan Guoqing heard this, he knew that there was definitely something in there and ordered someone to pick it up. Chen Yuling's daughter, and instructed that he must ensure the safety of his daughter, and also instructed others dare to go to Chen Yuling's house to see if something happened. Besides, Chen Yuling was driving a police car, driving all the way, waiting for him to come to the house and push the door. Just saw 3 boys sitting in the living room. One of them pointed a gun at a woman. She saw that this person was not someone else, officially his wife Wu Shuimei. The 3 boys were also startled when the door was pushed open from the outside. When they looked up and saw a police officer standing at the door, one of them asked, "Who are you? Are you Chen Yuling?" As soon as Chen Yuling heard the business, these 3 boys were a little scared when they saw Chen Yuling came back, but because they had a hostage in their hands, they said to Chen Yuling, "Chen Yuling, I asked you to release our brothers. Why are you the only ones? When you come back alone, do you want to play some tricks again? Do you not want to let this woman live?" Chen Yuling said to these 3 people, "What kind of skill do you have to deal with a woman? You have the ability to come to me." These 3 people sneered and said, "Chen Yuling came to you. What are you kidding? Do you think we are all fools? Stop talking nonsense with us and release our brothers quickly, otherwise I will kill him today." Wu Shuimei was also in a hurry at this time, thinking to herself, "What should I do? The criminals caught must not be released. If they are released, Yulin will also make mistakes. Thinking of this, he raised his head ruthlessly and shouted at Chen Yulin at the door, "Hurry up and don't worry about me grabbing these boys," and saying this he is also grabbing him, and this man's hands are directly struggling to open. This man grabbed Wu Shuimei's clothes in one hand and a gun in the other and raised his head to say this to Chen Yulin. Without paying attention, Wu Shuimei broke free. Wu Shuimei ran over to Chen Yulin as soon as she broke free. This kid doesn't look good. According to Wu Shuimei's heart fired a shot. Wu Shuimei fell in a pool of blood at that time. Chen Yulin looked like crazy at the time and rushed towards these boys. These boys took out their guns and ran towards Chen Yulin and shot. At this time Chen Yulin was also shot in several places and he couldn't hold it anymore. At this moment Chen Yulin's colleagues felt that when they heard the sound of gunshots they rushed downstairs in a hurry. "Come up. Caught these boys," and at the same time the policeman who went to pick up Chen Xinyue also rushed back with Chen Xinyue. Chen Xinyue came back and saw that both his father and mother had fallen to the ground. At that time he suffered a great trauma in his young heart. Chapter 140: The Threat of Strange Women. At the same time the three drug dealers in the room also saw the police outside and all three of them cried out in their hearts. The three looked at each other meaning to rush out. Then how could they rush out? After a while the three of them were all overwhelmed and they all fell to the ground one after another. All three were caught. Director Ruan Guoqing quickly ordered Chen Yulin, Wu Shuimei and his wife to be sent to the hospital for rescue. Although Chen Yulin had multiple injuries on his body, it was not fatal. Wu Shuimei was shot very seriously. After the hospital rescue, due to the serious injury there is still no rescue. When Chen Yulin got this news, let alone how sad he was. And soon other police officers also interrogated the three drug dealers, and these three will be. Jia Siming provided it. When the police learned the news they immediately dispatched police to investigate Jia Siming's whereabouts. And after the investigation of Jia Siming's whereabouts the arrest will begin immediately. Director Ruan Guoqing thought this time Jia Siming can't be let go no matter what. He reported the matter to the Huanghai Provincial Public Security Department. Due to the extremely bad nature of this case, not only a large number of police but also the armed police force were dispatched. This time Jia Siming can't run away because Ruan Guoqing and the others have mastered his whereabouts, and soon this Jia Siming is also arrested. In the process of arresting, Chen Yulin's injury is not too good and he also asks for orders to catch this Jia Siming with his own hands. Ruan Guoqing also knew his mood and told him to pay attention. I agreed and waited until Jia Siming was arrested. Chen Yulin brought Chen Xinyue to Wu Shuimei's grave. This time crying is to beat her chest and say that Shuimei blames me for not protecting you. After this incident it also left a shadow in the heart of little Chen Xinyue. After Wu Shuimei's death some people also introduced other girls to Chen Yulin, but Chen Yulin also politely declined in order to take better care of Chen Xinyue. Because Chen Yulin is meticulous in the process of work and constantly cracks some major cases, so his official position is also deeper and higher. Chen Xinyue grew up slowly in the process. When he was 10 years old Chen Yulin had a friend who was a soldier. Came to Chen Yulin's home. This Chen Xinyue. I heard that these soldiers know some martial arts, so he pestered Chen Yulin's friend to teach him martial arts. At the beginning Chen Yulin blocked it until Chen Xinyue said a word. Dad, when I learn martial arts I can protect you. If I encounter bad people in the future I will teach them a good lesson. Chen Xinyue shed tears as she spoke. Chen Yulin and his friend were all touched when they saw it. His friend raised his head and said to Chen Yulin after a while. Lao Chen, in my opinion, since Xinyue wants to learn martial arts so much I'll teach him a little bit. Chen Yulin nodded as soon as he heard it, so this friend of his lived here and began to ask Chen Xingyu to practice martial arts. Chen Yulin and his friend were surprised. This Chen Xingyu learned too fast and taught him 3 times at most soon. This day Chen Yulin's friend told him that this girl in your family is really too smart. He actually likes martial arts so much, in my opinion you should let him learn. In addition I can't teach him, I have already handed over all these things and I will not have to hand them in again. After finishing speaking his friend left and Chen Yulin saw that Chen Xinyue was practicing the military sports boxing that his friend gave him every day. On this day Chen Yulin called Chen Xinyue in front of her and asked Xinyue, since you are so fond of martial arts then I will send you to learn taekwondo. You are willing to hear that Chen Xinyue can do it. Just like this Chen Xinyue learned taekwondo again and she studied for 10 years in a blink of an eye. Although Chen Xinyu has mastered Taekwondo, he still wants to learn the real ancient martial arts because he knows that ancient martial arts are very powerful. But he has never met a real person who knows martial arts, let alone improve his skills. So today when he heard Yu Xiaoying say that Yu Yang knows Kung Fu, he was very interested and Yu Yang had a fight with him at the door. As if Yu Yang was joking when he started with him. Chen Xinyu had a feeling in her heart that Yu Yang wanted to defeat him easily, but at first he didn't take this feeling seriously. And later heard Yu Xiaoying say that Yu Yang is stabbing others with needles with one hand and the other hand can also deal with those who attacked him. Chen Xinyu knew that his feeling was not wrong. Yu Yang wanted to defeat him, it was really easy. Yu Yang kept letting him go when he started. This time he made up his mind no matter what he would defeat Yu Yang as his teacher and learn Kung Fu from Yu Yang. So this is the scene where Yu Yang wants to go and Chen Xinyu comes to Yu Yang and kneels down to Yu Yang to be a teacher. Yu Yang thought to himself when he heard the whole thing. I didn't expect this Chen Xinyu to have such a gentleman. Like him, if you are willing to endure hardship, the future is definitely not easy. And soon after eating, Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying planned to stay here in the evening and go back on the second day. At this time Yu Yang's cell phone suddenly remembered. Yu Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was from Qi Mengru. He hurriedly connected it and put it in his ear. Yu Yang is still wondering why did Qi Mengru call him at this time. As soon as he thought about it, a strange woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. And the person on the other end of the phone asked her, Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang heard this, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. I wondered how Qi Mengru's mobile phone got into the hands of this person. Who is this person? Thinking of this, as soon as he heard the question from this person, he hurriedly said, yes, I am Yu Yang. Who are you, the owner of this mobile phone? And the woman on the other end of the phone said, Yu Yang. Now that Qi Mengru is in my hands, I advise you to hand over that ancient painting to me before dawn tomorrow morning, otherwise you can just wait to collect his body. And I tell you, Yu Yang, you can't lie to me. Don't think I don't know that you bought a lot of fake calligraphy and paintings. If you dare to lie to me with false words, then don't blame me. Yu Yang on the other end of the phone immediately asked to her, you. What exactly do you want to do? As soon as this woman heard that, don't ask me what I want to do and don't care who I am. I advise you to be obedient and hand over the calligraphy and painting quickly, otherwise I will kill Qi Mengru. Chapter 141. The Second Rich Huang Gukao. When Yu Yang heard this, he was so anxious he said on the phone, can I wait a little longer when I am not in Huanghai City? And the person on the other end of the phone said, no Yu Yang, don't play tricks with me, I don't care. Where are you now? Anyway, before dawn tomorrow, if I can't get that painting, I'm going to kill Qi Mengru. You can do it yourself and call this number 2 hours later. I'll wait for you to finish talking. Without waiting for what Yu Yang was saying, there was a beeping busy tone on the other end of the phone. I was so angry at Yu Yang that I almost dropped the phone, and I secretly cursed you as a dead woman. If you fall into my hands one day, I will smash you into pieces. Yu Xiaoying next to him also found that Yu Yang's face was wrong and hurriedly asked what happened to Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately said, Miss Xiaoying, let's go back now, Mengru has an accident. Yu Xiaoying was also anxious when she heard it and hurriedly asked Mengru what happened to him. Just listen to Yu Yang say, don't ask, let's talk on the way. At this time brother Chen Yulin and a few brothers were beside him, and they also realized that this matter might be a little wrong. Chen Yugi asked what happened to Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately said that, uncle, we have to go back to Huanghai City first. One of my friends had an accident. Chen Yulin hurriedly asked what happened to Yu Yang. Do you need my help? As soon as Yu Yang heard that my uncle didn't need me to go back and see what was going on for the time being. At this moment Chen Xinyu next to him also came over and said to Yu Yang, master, then I'll go with you. I can help with anything. Yu Yang waved his hand and said. No, you wait at home for a while, you can go to Huanghai City to find me. Chen Xinyu listened, nodded and said, okay master, be careful all the way. Yu Yang nodded and then went outside with Yu Xiaoying. Since Xiaoying was driving, Yu Yang sat in the passenger seat. The two of them drove back to Huanghai City. That is, as soon as they got out of the Lufa-like urban area, Yu Yang saw 2 police cars parked in the middle of the road ahead. And at the same time drove a van on a fork in the road they had just passed. Yu Yang knew intuitively that something might be wrong. At this time they came to the front of the police car. Yu Xiaoying hurriedly stepped on the brakes. As soon as Yu Xiaoying parked the van behind him, he also followed and directly crossed the car to the center of the road. The way back is blocked strictly. At this moment Yu Yang saw 2 police officers coming to the side of the driver's window of the car and knocked on the window with his hands and said to get out of the car. Yu Xiaoying didn't know what was going on at first glance, so she lowered the power window and asked outside. What's the matter? Just listen to the police say get out of the car, you are suspected of a case and come with us. Yu Xiaoying thought that this might be a misunderstanding, so it would be good to explain it. Thinking of this, he pushed the door and got out of the car, and Yu Yang also got out of the car. Yu Yang thought that this matter is definitely not that simple and there must be someone who wants to prank me behind my back. At this moment I heard one of the police ask which one is Yu Yang. Yu Yang walked a few steps forward and said, I am Yu Yang, what are you doing to me? As soon as this one heard that you are Yu Yang, right then come with us, you are suspected of a case and we announce that we will arrest you now. Yu Yang was thinking about going back to save Chi Mengru. Yu Yang thought, how can I bother to talk to you here? Yu Yang just thought of this, he inadvertently looked up and saw a woman sitting in one of the police cars. Yu Yang looked at the woman. Yu Yang understood everything at first glance, thinking that after a long time of trouble this woman was behind me again. Who is this woman? Yu Yang saw. This woman is none other than Ji Zhaohua, who was injured and escaped by Yu Yang last time. After a long time of trouble he ran away after being injured by Yu Yang last time, found a place and healed the injury. That is, Zhao Hua thought that it would not work. It seems that Yu Yang's kung fu is only above me, not below me. How can I deal with him? How can I avenge my brother? It seems that I can't count on myself for revenge and I have to rely on external forces. Relying on external forces to find who? He originally wanted to find his master Shui Yuzhen. And then he thought again, no, I can't go to my master. Whenever I encounter something I have to do it myself. And later he thought that I couldn't stay in Huanghai City. The entire Yellow Sea was Yu Yang's world. If he found me I would not be able to live, so he thought so and he left Huanghai City. It happened that he came to the Lufa is what he thought. How can I avenge my brother Zhao Hua? This Ji Zhaohua stayed in the Lufa city for a while. This woman made her old troubles again after her injuries were healed. Began to go out in the Lufa as a large entertainment venue looking for some men to have a love of fish and water. Let's just say that he was drinking there in the biggest bar in the city that day, and there was a boy of about 21 or 21 years old who came in at the door. Look at the height of this person, about 1.75 meters. Wearing a black suit and tie. Wearing black trousers below. This one is all brand name. And there are several people around. That is, Zhao Hua thought this person is definitely the second generation of rich. I wonder if I can use him to avenge my brother. Really made Ji Zhaohua guess right. This kid is not simple. His father is the city's deputy mayor surnamed Huang and his name is Huang Daoyuan. This kid is called Huang Gukao. Usually relying on his father as the deputy mayor, he is rampant and domineering in this Lufa style and no one dares to provoke him. He also often comes to this bar to drink and he is familiar with the owner of this bar. Since the time was still relatively early there were not many people in the bar. As soon as this kid walked into the bar he saw Ji Zhaohua. When this kid saw Ji Zhaohua he felt that his soul flew out. I thought, where did this woman come from? We have such a beautiful girl. Since I don't know, no matter what I will get him tonight. Thinking of this he said to the two boys next to him and asked that girl to come over and have 2 drinks with me. These 2 boys. As soon as they looked at the position of Huang Gukao's fingers the 2 boys were stunned and their saliva was drooling for a long time. Huang Gukao looked at it from behind. These 2 boys were stunned. This boy can't do it. He kicked a person on the buttocks of these 2 boys and said, what are you 2 doing? Not too soon to call that girl over to drink with me. Chapter 142 Ji Zhaohua's strategies. These 3 boys only reacted at once and they all cursed in their hearts. What's so amazing, isn't it, that your father is the deputy mayor? But the 3 boys cursed in their hearts but they dared not bring it out on their faces. And quickly said with a smile on his face that it is we are going to finish talking about the 3 boys running. Ji Zhaohua came over. Just a few boys. Let Ji Zhaohua listen clearly. Ji Zhaohua thought to himself that this kid was definitely a rich 2nd generation or an official 2nd generation, or else there would not be such a big pomp. Seeing that these 3 boys are like grandsons in front of this person is definitely not simple, and when he thinks of this he made up his mind in his heart. Can you use this kid to deal with Yu Yang? He just thought that these 3 boys came to him and listened to one of them. This young lady, we are Huang Xiao, please come over and have a drink with him. When Ji Zhaohua heard that, he deliberately wanted to rely on the words of these 3 boys and asked, you Huang Xiao, who is he? When this kid hears about Huang Xiao, you don't know who is in the Lufa city, do you still know him? Are you from abroad? Ji Zhaohua nodded and said, yes, I just arrived at the Lufa 2 days ago, so please tell me what kind of amazing person Huang Xiao is. At this time I heard another person also say that our father Huang Xiao is the deputy mayor of Lufa city. In this Lufa city, which one is welcome to see our young master? When Ji Zhaohua heard this, he thought to himself that he was another person who relied on Lao Su to run amok outside. But this is just right, I see if I can make some ideas on him and let him help me deal with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he said okay to these 3 boys, then I will go over to accompany your young master. The 3 boys said well, let's go. So Ji Zhaohua and these 3 boys came to the front of Huang Gukao. Huang Gukao saw that these 3 boys brought Ji Zhaohua over. This kid looked at the charming girl standing in front of him and could not wait to pounce on it immediately and press it down. This kid stared at Ji Zhaohua with 2 eyes and said, little girl, as long as you accompany me today, what bags, cosmetics, you will have everything. This Ji Zhaohua itself is not a good bird. When he heard Huang Gukao say so, he pointed at Huang Gukao, said with a charming smile, right. Huang Gukao nodded and took Ji Zhaohua into his arms regardless of anyone else beside him. That night this kid and Ji Zhaohua ganged up together. After waiting, Ji Zhaohua wanted to use this kid to deal with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he deliberately said to Huang Gukao, Huang Xiao, I'm afraid I can't be here with you all the time. Huang Gukao asked, why you can't be here with me all the time? Ji Zhaohua deliberately squeezed out a few tears when he heard it and said to Huang Gukao, Huang Xiao, I offended a very powerful man. If this person knew that I was in Lufa City, he would definitely come after him. Huang Gukao asked when he heard that, who is this person you are talking about? He feels that the Lufa is coming, so I will let him go back and forth. I don't care who he is. When he arrives in my Lufa City, if he is a dragon, he has to be coiled up for me, or a tiger, and he has to lie down for me. Ji Zhaohua heard that. I am afraid you cannot deal with this person. This kid Huang Gukao said, in order to please the woman, I'm afraid that there are some people that our family can't deal with. My father is the deputy mayor, unless he is a person from above, otherwise we can't afford to offend him. People. After listening to Ji Zhaohua, he said, although this person did not come down from above, but he knows Kung Fu. Have you heard of people who know Kung Fu? Huang Gukao laughed and said, what, are you afraid of beauty? Isn't that someone who knows Kung Fu? He is so good at Kung Fu, I don't believe he is more powerful than guns. I know people from the police station in Lufa City. You tell me where this person is now, I will let the people at the police station go to arrest him. As soon as Ji Zhaohua heard that this person was in Huanghai City, his surname was Yu and his name was Yu Yang. Huang Gukao was taken aback when he heard it and asked, who do you think is Yu Yang? How did you mess with him? This kid is not easy. How does this kid know about Yu Yang? After making trouble for a long time, this kid usually eats, drinks and has fun, and he has made a lot of people who are in the Dao without learning and no skills. So he also heard about Yu Yang's name. Today when he heard Ji Zhaohua say that it was Yu Yang, he was shocked. Speaking of baby, how do you provoke this kid? This kid is a triad boss and he can do anything. Ji Zhaohua deliberately pretended to be angry when he heard it and said to Huang Gukao, I knew you were a coward too, and you were also afraid of this Yu Yang, right? It seems that my revenge is that no one can avenge me, and he squeezed out a few tears when he said this. When Huang Gukao saw Ji Zhaohua's pitiful appearance, he felt distressed at that time, took Ji Zhaohua in his arms and said, baby. Just because I am afraid of that Yu Yang. My dad, the deputy mayor, knows a lot of people in the police station. Isn't he a gang leader? I'm afraid he will stop crying. Baby, tell me how this Yu Yang bullied you. What kind of feud do you have with Yu Yang? This Ji Zhaohua raised his head and asked deliberately, you are really not afraid of Yu Yang? Huang Gukao nodded and said, what am I afraid of him? Ji Zhaohua is good. After listening, since you are not afraid of that Yu Yang, then I will tell you how I have a grudge with Yu Yang. This auspicious Zhaohua can listen to him while he is open. This Yu Yang is rampant in Huanghai City. I believe you should have heard that he is in the Yellow Sea to pick 10 gangs. Do you know why this kid is so bold and dares to be enemies with all the gangs in Huanghai? As soon as Huang Gukao asked why, he listened to Ji Zhaohua and continued. In Huanghai City there is a gang called Yan Jiabang Yan Tianzuo. The gang leader of Yan Jiabang is the old father-in-law of that Yu Yang. Because he was behind to support Yu Yang. Yu Yang was so bold and dared to fight against all the gangs in Huanghai, but this kid really has real skills. When he wiped out the other 10 gangs, this kid completely dominated the Yellow Sea City. Once this kid was publicly molesting other girls on the street and was seen by my younger brother. My brother went up to stop it, but I didn't expect that this Yu Yang ordered his subordinates to maim my brother and even cut off his tendons and hamstrings. I was also a student of high school since I was a child, and I learned a whole body of martial arts. When I heard the news, I wanted to seek revenge from Yu Yang. I didn't expect that when I saw this Yu Yang and he played against him, I knew that I was not his opponent, so Yu Yang was caught. Just when he said this, Huang Gukao asked, "Oh, you were caught by Yu Yang, so how did you get here?" As soon as Ji Zhaohua heard about Dao Huang shout, "Don't worry, just listen to me slowly." Listening closely, he went on to say, "This Yu Yang is too bad, Zhang, I will give it to me after I catch it." Huang Gukao asked, "What happened to you?" When Ji Zhaohua said this, he saw his tears crackling down, crying and saying, "He insulted me." Huang Gukao thought to himself, "Yu Yang, you are really not a thing. Look at Ji Zhaohua's small appearance, so watery. Such a good girl actually let you give a scourge." Thinking of this, he said to Ji Zhaohua, "Zhaohua, don't cry, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. I will definitely let that Yu Yang know what will happen to the woman who provokes me." Chapter 143 Catch the Fish and Sheep. Ji Zhaohua was secretly happy when he heard this, thinking to himself, Yu Yang, you must be a gangster. If the official wants to deal with you, I see how long you can jump. Thinking of this, he burst into laughter, hugged Huang Gukao and said, "My dear, you are still good to me," and then the two of them turned upside down for a while. In this way, Huang Gukao brought Ji Zhaohua to his home. This day the two of them planned how to catch Yu Yang, and Huang Gukao said that if he wanted to catch this Yu Yang unless he left Huanghai City. Because of this Yu Yang, he is in the Yellow Sea City looking for a lot of teeth. If we rashly go over, we may be caught by accident. After all, Huanghai City is still far away from us and my father didn't know anyone there. As soon as Ji Zhaohua heard it, "Then you mean that even if I can't report this worry?" Huang Gukao shook his head and said, No. Didn't I just say as long as this Yu Yang leaves Huanghai City, I have a way to catch him? No matter how capable he is, he will not be able to leave Huanghai City. When Ji Zhaohua heard it, he immediately said, "I'm telling you, don't underestimate the enemy. Don't forget that Yu Yang was in Huanghai City when he picked 10 gangs. He defeated all the bosses of those gangs by himself." Huang Gukao didn't care when he heard it and said, "I said, baby, why did you forget my father? But as long as the deputy mayor of Lufa City can mobilize my father with a word, the people at the police station will not be a problem at all. No matter how powerful that Yu Yang is, he can it be better than a gun. Even if he hit the gun badly, he still had to finish the game." As soon as Ji Zhaohua heard it, "Didn't you just say that Yu Yang could leave Huanghai City? What if he doesn't leave?" Huang Gukao shook his head and said, "No, I don't believe that Yu Yang can stay in Huanghai City all the time and not leave." Ji Zhaohua pouted his mouth when he heard it and said, "When will we have to wait?" When Huang Gukao heard it, he wrapped his arms around Ji Zhaohua and said, "Don't worry, baby, I have sent someone to pay attention to that Yu Yang secretly. As soon as he leaves Huanghai City, someone will immediately report to me." Ji Zhaohua said after listening, "Well then wait, that's it. This matter has passed for a long time." This day Huang Gukao received a call saying that Yu Yang left Huanghai City and came to Lufa City. Huang Gukao said happily, "I said, Zhaohua, did you see it? God help me, what is this called? There is a way to heaven, he does not go to hell, and there is no way to cast himself. He came to my Lufa this time. I will definitely let him go back and forth." Ji Zhaohua was also very happy after hearing it, so he asked Huang Gukao, "Huang Shao, what are you going to do next?" As soon as Huang Gukao heard it, "I was going to call the head of the Public Security Bureau next. Let's ignore him when he comes, and when he wants to go back we will stop him on the only way to Huanghai City and then catch him. The director of the Public Security Bureau is my dad's friend, but this is a relatively simple matter. When the time comes to catch him, he will be arbitrarily charged with a crime. Even if he is not sentenced to death, he will have to be sentenced to life. Let him sit through the bottom of the prison. Won't you be able to avenge both you and your brother by then?" As soon as Ji Zhaohua heard that, Huang Shao was still smart. When Huang Gukao heard the auspiciousness, Hua said with a lewd smile, "Baby, how should you thank me?" He thought of a big beauty like Ji Zhaohua and let Yu Yang harm him. He felt an evil fire going straight to the top of his head, hugged Ji Zhaohua, and the two of them were fooling around. At this time it was the afternoon when the two got dressed and Huang Gukao called the director of the Public Security Bureau in Lufa. This director, surnamed Chen, called Chen Yufa, is a friend of Huang Gukao's father Huang Daoyuan. When he received a call from Huang Gukao asking him to gamble on the road to Huanghai City when he was alone, he did not want to agree. But he thought again that this Taoist priest Huang Gukao is nothing. The key is that his father can't afford it. Huang Daoyuan is the deputy mayor of Lufa City and I'm just the director of a small public security bureau. If I offend Huang Daoyuan, I don't have to think about bringing this black gauze anymore. He thought about it, so he agreed to Huang Gukao. He didn't know yet because he helped Huang Gukao with this favor and his official fortune came to an end. After he asked about the license plate number of the car Huang Gukao wanted to bet on, he came with someone. The road leading to Huanghai City is waiting. But what made him strange was that it was almost night and he didn't see that car coming back. This Chen Yufa thought to himself that in all likelihood this person might not return to Huanghai City tonight, so he took people to evacuate this place but also left people to monitor the passing vehicles. And also let the traffic police on duty at other intersections pay attention. After he finished all these things he returned to the bureau and it was night. At this moment he received a call saying that he had seen the car he wanted to check and he immediately took someone to the road leading to Huanghai City. It was a coincidence that he was there. As soon as they got here, Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying just drove to the intersection. Only then did he let someone stop Yu Yang. Yu Yang really wanted to leave by force, because he was worried about Qi Mengru and didn't know what happened to Qi Mengru. He just wanted to do it. Yu Yang's eyes were so sharp. He noticed at a glance that Ji Zhaohua was sitting in a police car not far away. Although he and Ji Zhaohua had only met once, Yu Yang's memory was too strong. At a glance he remembered Ji Zhaohua's appearance. When Yu Yang saw that it was Ji Zhaohua, he knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. Maybe it was a trick they gave him. If he really dared to do something to these policemen, this matter would not be so easy. And Yu Yang also found a few vans parked behind their car, but none of the people above came down. After a long time of trouble, all the people in these vans were people from the Lufa-style underworld. These people were found by that Huang Gukao. This kid was afraid that those people at the police station really couldn't stop Yu Yang. So he also asked some of his friends in the road to help him. Of course he didn't tell these people to arrest Yu Yang. If he did, these people would definitely not dare to come. Yu Xiaoying, who was on the side, also noticed that this matter was wrong. He quietly took out his mobile phone, turned around and sent a message out. At this moment one of the policemen came to Yu Yang with a handcuff and handcuffed Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't resist because Yu Yang thought to himself, I'd like to see who is responsible for this. In fact, these handcuffs are nothing to Yu Yang at all. If he really wants to run away, he can remove the handcuffs, give away. So when the cop handcuffed him, he didn't care at all. In a police car not far away, Huang Gukao and Ji Zhaohua were very happy. When Huang Gukao saw that Yu Yang was handcuffed, he turned around and said to Ji Zhaohua, how is it, baby? I will say as soon as this kid leaves Huanghai City he will not be able to escape, and he has now been caught. Don't worry, after this kid is caught he will definitely suffer. I will give the director a call in a while to let him focus on taking care of this kid. Chapter 144 Fight in the interrogation room. The two of them didn't care what they said, and there were people beside them who hugged and nodded together. At this time Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying were also escorted into the police car and they sat in the back row. Another policeman also got on the car, sat in the co-pilot position, followed by starting the police car and drove to the Lufa City Public Security Bureau. Yu Xiaoying looked at Yu Yang with a worried look on her face and then looked at Yu Yang and didn't care at all. Yu Yang was handcuffed to Yu Xiaoying because she was a girl. And Huang Gukao only let them catch Yu Yang and didn't say what to do to the people next to Zhang. These police officers saw that Yu Xiaoying looked good, so they did not put handcuffs on him. Next to Yu Xiaoying looked at Yu Yang. The more she looked, the more anxious she became, and she wondered, if I sent that text message, could he see it? He just thought that the car had already arrived at this time and the Lufa was in the compound of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. When the car stopped, one of the policemen yelled at Yu Yang, hurry up and come down to see. Yu Yang looked at him and said, what are you yelling? Can't I go down? I remember you. The policeman punched Yu Yang's chest when he heard me tell you to talk hard. This punch hit Yu Yang and didn't care about this one at all, but he couldn't stand it. At that time I felt like a punch hit the iron plate, like the pain of this kid, oh, and screamed. The policeman thought to himself, this kid's chest is hard enough just like an iron plate. Look at Yu Yang again, look at him and say, how is it? It feels pretty good, the man said angrily. You don't need to be crazy for a while now, let's see how to deal with you. Yu Yang heard that. It's good, I'll wait, you can come up with any tricks. He doesn't need the policeman to say this, he will go in by himself. This policeman is thinking wrong. Is there something wrong with this guy? Otherwise why doesn't he care at all? I'm just a little policeman, but I can't afford to offend any big man. It seems that we still have to pay attention to clean up this kid. Soon Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying were pressed into the interrogation room. Originally these policemen wanted to separate Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying. When Yu Yang saw that these people wanted to take Yu Xiaoying away, he listened. Yu Yang said, if any of you dare to take him away, I want to talk to you all the time. He exuded an aura while talking and stared at the policeman with two eyes. It didn't matter if Yu Yang stared at him, this man felt cold all over. The policeman thought to himself, how could this one have such a terrifying look? This kind of look is based on his experience as a policeman, and if he has not killed someone he will definitely not have this kind of look. How could he know that Yu Yang had been trained by his master and his uncle since he was a child? I have been hunting in the mountains since I was a child. What tigers are black and blind when they see Yu Yang? At this moment a person walked in outside the interrogation room. Yu Yang looked up and saw that this person was probably around 41 or 2 years old. Look at this one who walked into the interrogation room, sat behind the interrogation table and said, "You are Yu Yang." As soon as Yu Yang heard the truth, he heard the police follow him. "You are now suspected of a murder case, but you can't tell the truth about how you killed people." The policeman who walked in was the city's Public Security Bureau Chief Chen Yufa. "This guy is ruthless. When I came up I charged Yu Yang with a murder charge and I wanted to put Yu Yang to death." When Yu Yang heard Chen Yufa's words, he said to him, "At the time you just killed him. Your whole family has murdered." As soon as Chen Yufa heard that, "Yu Yang, you are so bold, you are not telling the truth now. It seems that you do not cry without entering the coffin." Saying this he winked at a policeman next to him. Speaking of taking the girl out, the policeman whispered into Chen Yufa's ear and said, "Does this guy from Bureau Chen have any background? I see he didn't care at all when he came in just now." Chen Yufa heard, "Less nonsense, I asked you to do it, you can go to me quickly." The police had to bite the bullet and agreed. At this moment another person came in from the outside. Yu Yang saw that this person was Huanghai. As soon as Huanghai walked in he glanced at Yu Yang proudly and then said to Chen Yufa, "Director Chen, I didn't disturb your interrogation." Chen Yufa hurriedly stood up and said, "No, Huanghai, please take a seat." Looking at Huanghai sitting next to him, Chen Yufa saw that Huanghai had come. He said to the policeman, "Take the girl out quickly and then turn off the camera." At this moment Yu Xiaoying was talking next to me, and when I said, "What do you policemen want to do Yu Yang? How could he be a murderer?" As soon as Chen Yufa hears that we will not wrong a good person nor let a bad person go, he should be brought to justice for a heinous person like him. Hurry up and take him out. Yu Yang stood up beside him and said yes. Yu Yang was talking and his two hands were energized at the same time. As soon as the tip of his tongue touched the tooth hole he heard a click of the handcuffs on his wrist, and Yu Yang was caught at that time. "Opened it to me." After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang always wanted to do it, but he has been holding back and waiting until now in order to wait for this Huanghai to come. Yu Yang knew that although this matter was caused by that Ji Zhaohua, Yu Yang wanted to know what kind of person Ji Zhaohua was looking for to punish him. At that time in the police car, Ji Zhaohua did it by the window. Until the police stopped Yu Yang. Ji Zhaohua knew Yu Yang's ability, so he was afraid that these people would not be able to stop him, so he turned around and looked outside when he was worried. I only saw Ji Zhaohua. After Yu Yang was taken to the Public Security Bureau, Huanghai and Ji Zhaohua also came, but they stayed in another room. Huanghai greeted the Chen Yufa long ago. "I have to watch when you interrogate. In a while I have to see this Yu Yang struggling in agony in front of my eyes." After a while someone came to tell him that Huanghai's interrogation had already begun, and when he heard it he asked Ji Zhaohua whether Zhaohua wanted to go over and see that Yu Yang's unfortunate appearance. Ji Zhaohua heard the word, "No need, you go first. I'm a little tired and want to take a rest." Huanghai heard that, "It's good Zhaohua, you should rest here first. After that Yu Yang is sent to prison tonight, we go home and celebrate again." After talking, this kid walked out of the room and rushed to the interrogation room. As soon as Huanghai entered the interrogation room, Yu Yang looked at him, and Yu Yang, who was nodding at him by the police, thought that he didn't need to ask, this must be the person behind the scenes, but he didn't know who this person was. Then he heard that the person who was interrogating him, Chen Yufa, wanted the police to take Yu Xiaoying out. Yu Yang thought to himself that it was time, so he loosened Yang's handcuffs as soon as he tried hard. When Huanghai saw that Yu Yang had loosened the handcuffs, he was startled, thinking that this kid was too strong and he could even break the handcuffs. Look at Yu Yang. As soon as the handcuffs are released, take advantage of these policemen's stunned time. Look at him as soon as he turns around and run towards the wall next to him. When he comes to the wall, look at Yu Yang as soon as he jumps up how high. Picked up the handcuffs in his hand, looked at a camera on the wall and snapped just once, and the camera was not working at that time. And then look at Yu Yang, followed closely, and then all the remaining cameras were broken. How fast Yu Yang's movement broke these cameras, that is in the blink of an eye. It was too late for the police to react and these cameras were all scrapped. Chapter 145. When Chen Yufa looked bad, he stretched out his hand and took out the gun from his waist. He pointed at Yu Yang with the gun. He said that Yu Yang was not allowed to move. Someone pointed a gun at me. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a cold light went straight to Chen Yufa's wrist. At that time Chen Yufa felt that the wrist of the hand holding the gun hurt and shivered and threw the pistol out. Watching Yu Yang jumped over and took the pistol into his hand. According to Chen Yufa's 2 legs, bang bang, as 2 shots. Chen Yufa screamed and fell to the ground. The other 2 policemen also wanted to pull out the guns around their waists. Yu Yang pointed them at them. I see who of you dares to move. If anyone dares to move, I will blow his head. Don't think I am dare not do so. The policeman who brought Yu Yang in thought that this kid was too fierce and even dared to shoot in the Public Security Bureau. At this moment one of the police officers said to Yu Yang with courage, I said you are so bold that you dare to shoot in the police station. Yu Yang sneered after listening to this and said to the policeman, what am I afraid of? I Yu Yang and you have no grievances. I would like to ask who is behind you, who framed me. Today is also if I change someone else, will you use the means of torture to extract confessions again? At this time Huang Gukao, who was sitting next to him, collapsed to the ground early. His pants were wet. At this time Chen Yufa regretted this. In his heart Zhang Huang Gukao's ancestors had scolded him 100 times in the 18th generation. He thought that he was all to blame for this kid. If it wasn't for this kid, how could I provoke such a big devil? Listening to Yu Yang's question about who framed him behind his back, Chen Yufa endured the pain and said to Yu Yang, I told you that it was that kid who asked us to frame you. He pointed at Huang Gukao, and Huang Gukao was even more scared when he saw it. Shouted at Chen Yufa hysterically, Chen Yufa, I think you, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, don't want to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yu Yang raised his hand without saying a word, just a shot covering his thigh. Huang Gukao groaned in pain, fell to the ground covered in blood. At this time the people outside the interrogation room also heard the movement in the interrogation room, and they didn't take it seriously at first. When they heard someone screaming, they were still gloating in their hearts, thinking that it must be our director using torture to extract confessions from that person. It seems that the kid who was just arrested is going to be too stubborn. After a long time of trouble, they used torture to extract confessions so that prisoners confessed not once or twice. So they didn't take it seriously at first. When they heard the sound of gunshots coming from inside, they were thinking about how they still got the gun. One of them also said it is estimated that the gun went off. But after a while there was another gunshot coming from inside. This time people outside felt that something was wrong. These people thought even if the pistol was misfired it would be impossible to go twice. Something must have happened, and said that one of the policemen pushed the door of the interrogation room with his hand and probed inside. The policeman saw He Dongdong's gun pointed at him at that time and heard Yu Yang coldly say, don't move, let me in. The policeman thought to himself, what was going on? When I saw this shivering man walk in, I heard Yu Yang say, squat on the ground for me. When the police heard it, he squatted on the ground. Honestly, the interrogation is that as soon as the door is opened, everyone outside is also see the situation in the interrogation room. These people saw that their chief fell to the ground with blood on his leg, and that Huang Gukao next to him also fell to the ground. The few policemen next to them also squatted on the ground. Look at the prisoner who was just caught by them, this time is standing in the room with a gun pointed at them. At that time these people felt that their brains were not working well, and they thought to themselves, what was going on? When can a prisoner be so arrogant that he dared to openly point a gun at the policeman in the Public Security Bureau and even dare to wound the chief? At this moment I heard Yu Yang say to the outside, none of you are allowed to leave for me, all of you are allowed to come in. These police officers did not dare not listen at first glance, so they had to enter the interrogation room one by one. These people just heard Yu Yang say, as soon as they came in, all squatted on the ground for me, holding his head with both hands. If anyone dared to play any tricks, I would shoot his head. In fact, Yu Yang is also scaring them. Here must be the Public Security Bureau. Yu Yang did not dare to shoot and kill here. But these people don't know that Yu Yang is to scare them. They just saw their director and that Huang Gukao's legs are covered with blood and fell to the ground. These people are thinking to themselves, where did this kid come from? This is too violent. At this moment Chen Yufa endured the pain and asked, who are you? As soon as Yu Yang heard, you arrest me and ask me who I am. Since you ask, I will tell you I am Yu Yang. If you want to take revenge on me or arrest me, then remember, find me in Huanghai City. Yu Yang in Huanghai City. When Chen Yufa heard it, he felt his head buzzing for a while and thought to himself that it is no wonder that this person is so fierce. After a long time it was Yu Yang, a newly emerged boss. Huang Gukao, alas, you can pit me miserably. This kid stared at Huang Gukao with two eyes. If eyes can kill people, how many times Huang Gukao has died? At this time Yu Xiaoying next to him was frightened. He was so frightened that he forgot to stop Yu Yang. When he reacted, Yu Yang had a gun in his hand. Some police officers were injured and some squatted on the ground holding their heads. Yu Xiaoying thought this time was bad. Why are they still not coming? The nature of Yu Yang's shooting and attacking the police is different. Then he has to be arrested. Yu Xiaoying sweats anxiously when he thinks of this. Just at this moment I saw Yu Yang walked up to Huang Gukao and kicked him. He said, "Don't pretend to be dead for me and say who are you? Why frame me?" Huang Gukao was also woken up by Yu Yang's kick with his foot. When he woke up and saw a man standing in front of him with a gun pointed at him, he was terrified and said, "Yu Yang, spare your life, but it's not that I want to frame you, it's that Ji Zhaohua told me to do it." Huang Gukao just finished speaking. Yu Yang just wanted to ask, where is Ji Zhaohua? Before Yu Yang could ask, several cars drove in outside the gate of the Public Security Bureau. In two of the cars, two people got off, a middle-aged man and a girl. These two people are not other people. The business is Chen Yulin. Chen Xingyu and his daughter are here. How did they come? It turned out that Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying were driving back to the Yellow Sea when they were stopped by the police, and Yu Xiaoying knew that something was wrong. He quietly turned around and sent a message out, which was written on the message officially sent to Chen Xingyu. "We were stopped by the police on our way back to Huanghai City. What might happen?" When Chen Xinyue received this message, he was furious at the time. Chen Xinyue's temper was just a little bit of a cannonball temper. As soon as he received Yu Xiaoying's message, he immediately found his father Chen Yulin and said, "Miss Ying and my master were on their way back to Huanghai City and they were stopped by the police for some reason. Let's go to the Public Security Bureau and ask." As soon as Chen Yulin heard it, "How do you know that they were stopped by the Public Security Bureau?" Chen Xinyue said hurriedly. The information said, "The loofah on the police car is the words of the Municipal Public Security Bureau." As soon as Chen Yulin heard that, it was good, let's go to the Public Security Bureau to have a look. What the hell is going on? Chapter 146, Emergency Rescue. After Chen Yulin finished speaking, the father and daughter were about to rush to the Lufa City Public Security Bureau. At this moment Chen Yulin said to Chen Xinyue, "Xinyue, don't be a false alarm. You should call the little genius doctor and ask what's going on." Chen Xinyue picked up the phone and called Yu Yang. After listening to it and the prompt tone heard was, "Hello, the phone you dialed has been turned off." Chen Xinyue panicked when she heard the shutdown. So what happened? After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang's phone was out of power, so it was turned off. Chen Xinyue immediately called Yu Xiaoying again, but no one answered the call for a long time. It turned out that Yu Xiaoying muted her phone after sending the message. When Chen Xinyue saw that no one answered the phone, she immediately turned around and said to Chen Yulin, "Dad, it seems that something really happened to them. I couldn't get through on the phone." Chen Yulin was also anxious when he heard it. He thought that the little genius doctor had just cured my mother, but if our family's benefactor was in Lufa, what would have happened? Then I, Chen Yulin, are also sorry who did this thing in the end. If there is really something wrong with the little genius doctor, I will never finish with him. Chen Yulin said that he immediately took out his mobile phone and called his subordinates. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Yulin said immediately to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. As soon as his subordinates heard Chen Yulin's tone, they knew that something must have happened, so they drove the car to the Public Security Bureau and came here. After Chen Yulin finished the phone call, Chen Xinyue and Chen Xinyue also drove to the Public Security Bureau and came to Chen Xinyue. I thought to myself as I drove the car down the road, "Who is this?" Then the bold kid took my master to the Public Security Bureau, and see how my aunt sees you today. How can I teach you a lesson? Soon the father and daughter came to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. As soon as Chen Yulin arrived, the people under him also arrived. As soon as they came in, they met a policeman head-on. The policeman thought, who was this? Such a big show. He just thought of this when he saw a person walking towards him. I saw this man walking in front of him and asking him, "Did you catch a young man and a girl just now?" The policeman was taken aback when he heard Chen Yulin's questioning and thought to himself, do the young man and the girl who were arrested have some background? It seems that these people are not easy. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "They are in the interrogation room now." When Chen Yulin heard the fire, he came up and said, "What did you say?" "They are now in the interrogation room." "Who caught them? Why did you arrest him?" The policeman was anxious when he saw Chen Yulin and was really taken aback. He couldn't figure out who Chen Yulin and the others were, so he didn't speak for a while, and just at this moment someone came over and said, "What are you still doing? Our headmaster asked you something." The policeman thought about my mother and made trouble for a long time. This is the mayor of Lufa City. No wonder when I saw this man just now I thought he was familiar. Thinking of this, he immediately said that it was Mayor Chen who made trouble for a long time. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize it just now. I'll take you there." The two people who were arrested just now are in the interrogation room. Chen Yulin was a little anxious when he heard this and followed the policeman to the interrogation room. Chen Xinue was also furious, thinking to himself, "I saw the chief of the Public Security Bureau in a while and I had to beat him up." In the end is how he manages his subordinates how to arrest people indiscriminately. While thinking about a few people, he came to the door of the interrogation room. When the policeman who led the way came to the door of the interrogation room, he had a very strange expression on his face. He saw a few of his colleagues and their chief. There was another person who was lying on the ground, especially their chief, and the other one who was lying on the ground had blood on their legs. The person he saw was not someone else's business, Huang Gukao. At this time Chen Yulin and Chen Xinue's father and daughter were a little dumbfounded when they looked into the interrogation room, thinking what is going on. Chen Xinue was happy when he saw it, thinking that these people should beat him. Yu Yang stood there with a gun in his hand. He called out to Yu Yang, "Master." Yu Yang looked up, thinking that they were finally here. Chen Xinue didn't care about the rush. She ran to Yu Yang and saw that Yu Yang was holding a pistol in his hand and he was a bit majestic. Said to Yu Yang, "Master, you are not injured." Yu Yang saw Chen Xinue's concerned expression. He turned around and said, "I am not injured. You are finally here." After a long time of trouble, when Yu Xiaoying sent a message to Chen Xinue, Yu Yang had already seen it. He originally wanted to delay the time and wait for the result of Chen Xinue and the others, but he didn't expect them to take Yu Xiaoying away. Start early. At this time Chen Yulin also walked into the interrogation room and asked Yu Yang, the little genius doctor, what's going on. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, his uncle followed him closely and took him back to Huanghai City. Chen Yulin was furious after hearing this and said to Chen Yufa, as a director of the Public Security Bureau, since you have done this, then turn around and let Chen Yufa be sent to the hospital first and then settle the account with him after the injury is healed. And then he immediately made another call to Huang Gukao's father, Huang Daoyuan, who was on Huang Daoyuan's cell phone. "I know that this renegade son does not study well outside all day long. Sooner or later one day he will cause trouble for me." And then he hurried to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and when he arrived here he saw that his son was still lying on the ground with blood all over his thighs. Look at Chen Yulin standing with an angry face and hurriedly came to Chen Yulin and said that Mayor Chen was my lax discipline. Chen Yulin said with a cold snort after hearing this, "Send your son to the hospital first and then we'll settle the account." After listening to Chen Yulin's words, Huang Daoyuan thought about it, and it seems that I have done my job as an official. Thinking of this, he agreed and sent Huang Gukao to the hospital. At this time Chen Yulin looked up and down. Yu Yang thought to himself that this Yu Yang is not easy. He can knock down so many policemen by himself and he is still holding a gun. What is the origin of this person? Who did he learn kung fu from? At this moment Yu Yang put the gun in his hand on the table next to him, and when he came to Chen Yulin he whispered to him about Uncle Chen. "Are you curious who did I learn kung fu from? Curious about my origins, right?" Chen Yulin was shocked when he heard what Yu Yang said, thinking how could he know what I was thinking, and at this moment Yu Yang followed and talked about my uncle. "I am not convenient to tell you about some things for the time being. I will tell you when I have a chance in the future. As long as you know that I am not a bad person, I will not do bad things in my own right." Chen Yulin nodded. At this moment I heard Yu Yang say that Uncle Chen, I was arrested this time and an enemy is also here in this Public Security Bureau. It's a woman, the one who was with that Huang Gukao. As soon as Chen Yulin heard that I have another one, he turned around and said to a policeman, "Where's the woman who came with that Huang Gukao today?" The policeman heard about it. As soon as Chen Yulin heard it, "Well then you can take us there now." The policeman promised to take Yu Yang and Chen Yulin to the chief's office and waited for a few people to come to the chief's office to see that no one was there. Chapter 147 Rescue Chi Mengru. After a long time of trouble, Ji Zhaohua was very cunning. Although Yu Yang had already been caught by them and pressed to the Public Security Bureau. But he was still worried, and he always felt that this matter would change. "I thought that it would not be easy to send this Yu Yang to prison, so when Huang Gukao proposed to go to the interrogation room to see Chen Yukai and the others interrogate Yu Yang, so he cared that he was sleepy and wanted to rest as a reason. And took Huang Gukao away. As soon as Huang Gukao left, he secretly watched the movement outside in the office. It happened that the director's office was on the second floor waiting for Chen Xinyue and the others to come in. He immediately found out that something was wrong. Maybe these people came for Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he hurried to the window and watched these people run towards the direction of the interrogation room. He further confirmed in his heart that these people were from Yu Yang and thought that if I can't, I have to leave quickly, otherwise they will definitely come to me after a while. He came to the back window and opened the window from the second floor. Jumped down and ran away. So when Yu Yang and the others came to the office and saw that no one was there, Ji Zhaohua had already left. The policeman who led the way was still wondering, thinking that this person was not in the room just now. Why did the person disappear after a while? Of course he wouldn't understand what's going on in the arena. Yu Yang knew at a glance that Ji Zhaohua must have run away again. Yu Yang thought to himself, just run away. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to Chen Yulin, if Uncle Chen has something to say, let's talk downstairs. In this way they came downstairs to find an office, and a few people sat down and listened to Chen Yulin, the genius doctor. I'm so sorry for you, it shocked you. Yu Yang immediately mentioned his uncle. Why do you talk like that? I don't blame you for this, but Huang Gukao and the others. It's not thanks to you guys who came to help me out, or else it wouldn't necessarily make a big mess. At this time the subordinates brought by Chen Yulin and the policeman next to them were a little confused, thinking, who the hell is this person? Why is our mayor so respectful to him? Look at what our director Chen means. He just wounded our director with a gun and then threatened our police with a gun. At this moment Chen Yulin said to a person next to him, you may not know who this is, let me introduce to you, this is the great benefactor of our family. My mother's legs have been worn for more than a year. I can't move anymore. It's this one who was cured. You don't think he is young this year, but his medical skills are very powerful. When everyone heard it, they looked at Yu Yang and thought, is it true that our director Chen will not easily praise a person? Since this person can be praised by our director Chen, it seems that he still has something special. Thinking of this, everyone was in awe of Yu Yang, and at this moment they heard Chen Yulin go on to say that there was a reason for the fact that he threatened the police with a gun just now. In addition, this Chen Yukai is a director, even abusing his power and arresting people indiscriminately. Today fortunately the fish god learned a little martial arts when he was a child. This is not the case. Maybe even the means of torture to extract confessions have been used. Don't think that I don't know some things in you. Also, if it was a different person today, not a genius doctor, and this person doesn't know me, I'm sure this person will be convicted of any crime by you and arrested. The police work for the people, not for a certain individual. Today I will definitely investigate this matter to the end. The police officers next to Chen Yulin's words were so frightened that they were as quiet as a chill, thinking to themselves. The director is the director. He has a clear understanding of these things in our place. In the future it seems that torture to extract confessions should be done less. At this moment Yu Yang couldn't sit still because he was thinking about saving Chi Mengru. Yu Yang thought to himself, the person on the phone just told me to send the ancient painting to him before dawn and then go back to Chi Mengru. After all this tossing, it's been a long time, it's already here, it's almost 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock now. Yu Yang thought to himself, I have to rush back to Huanghai City. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and said to Chen Yulin, Uncle Chen, I have something to do with Huanghai, so I will go back first. Chen Yulin nodded and said, well then, if you have something to do you can go back first. If you have the opportunity in the future you can often come to our house to stop by. Yu Yang said after listening, okay uncle, I will come when I have time. Chen Yulin ordered 2 policemen to drive Yu Yang and the others back to Huanghai City. In this way Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying drove back to Huanghai City. So what happened to Chen Yukai and Huang Daoyuan? After Yu Yang left at dawn, Chen Yulin went to Huang Daoyuan and Chen Yukai to report on the Pinghai Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Not long after, the Pinghai Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection sent people to investigate Huang Daoyuan and Chen Yukai. This investigation found out that the 2 people violated the law a lot, and soon both of them were double regulated. Here Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying returned to their mansion. The policeman who brought Yu Yang and the others back saw that Yu Yang and the others had arrived, so he turned the car and headed back to Lufa City. As soon as Yu Yang arrived at the Qi mansion, he immediately told Yu Xiaoying, Miss Xiaoying, you should go first. Waiting at home, I'll go get that old painting right away. Go to Zhang Mengru and come out. After speaking, he drove Yu Xiaoying's car and came to Baoshan Temple, where he took out the ancient painting in the tunnel, and then returned to the car. He immediately gave Qi Mengru's cell phone number and called again. After a while the call was connected and Yu Yang heard a woman's voice on the other end of the phone. Just listen to Yu Yang immediately ask, where are you now? I will send you the old saying now. Just listen to the woman on the other end of the phone. I said, Yu Yang, do you want to let him live? I asked you to contact me before dawn and send the old sayings to my hands. You can see how long it is clicked. When Yu Yang heard this, he secretly hated and thought that a dead woman doesn't need you and me to be crazy. If you fall into my hands one day, let's see how I deal with you. But now that Chi Mengru is still in the hands of this woman, Yu Yang didn't dare to offend him. I still have to say good things to him. Thinking of this, Yu Yang immediately said, I'm sorry because I encountered some things. I was delayed for a while. You tell me where you are now and I will send the painting to you right away. This woman immediately said, I told you, Yu Yang, you don't want to play tricks with me. I tell you, I know everything. Certainly impossible to trade in the urban area of the Yellow Sea. You don't think that I don't know that the Yellow Sea is but your world. After a while I will get hold of the old saying and let you go, and you will immediately let your hands catch me and it will be difficult for me to escape. Although there are more people, they can't catch me, but if the noise is too big it will definitely attract other experts in the arena. So I decided to do it in Chenshan County, which is about 40 kilometers away from Huanghai City. The deal is released. After I get the ancient painting we will pull it down as soon as I leave. Yu Yang thought to himself that this dead woman is too cunning. Chapter 148, Jade Flower Gate. Yu Yang thought, how can people not bow their heads under the low eaves? Chi Mengru is still in the hands of others. If you have an account you are not afraid of reckoning. When Chi Mengru is rescued, she is looking for a woman to settle the account. Yu Yang said. Well, it's up to you to trade in Narita Prefecture. The woman on the phone smiled with satisfaction and said, Yu Yang, you are a good boy. When you arrive in Narita, call this number and I will tell you where to trade. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yu Yang to say anything. Yu Yang was driving the car thinking, who could this woman be? Then who is the woman who kidnapped Chi Mengru? How was Chi Mengru kidnapped? The woman who kidnapped Chi Mengru for a long time was not easy. He was a well-known sect in Zhonghu. Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying went there that day. The Lufa is the Chi Mengru in the future and was going to watch the movie alone because a new movie was released recently and Chi Mengru liked it very much. When he came out of the movie theater after watching the movie, he thought of driving in the parking lot and preparing to go home. He just walked to the side of the car and stretched out his hand to open the door this time. This Kong Wanting came behind him pretending to ask for directions. This beauty, how do I go to the train station? As soon as Chi Mengru heard someone asking for directions, he turned around and pointed at Kong Wanting in one direction with his hand and then walked east along this road. And then there is a junction ahead, then turn left from that junction and go forward. Kong Wanting nodded and said, thank you, she said. He took advantage of Chi Mengru's lack of attention and as soon as he stretched out his hand, a knife hit the back of Chi Mengru's neck. At that time Chi Mengru fell down with a groan and Tang Wanting hugged her like a dream. Followed him, took out the car key from Chi Mengru's body, opened the door of the back seat of the car and put her Mengru in the back seat of the car. And then he sat in the co-pilot seat and drove the car away. When Chi Mengru woke up, he found himself in the hotel bed, which frightened him, thinking, how could I be here? He was stunned when he heard a cold voice from the side. I said, Chi Mengru, where did you put that ancient painting? When Chi Mengru heard it, she thought that it was for that ancient painting. Chi Mengru thought to herself that I had already handed over that ancient painting to Yu Yang to hide and I definitely couldn't tell him the truth. Thinking of this, he said to Kong Wanting, that ancient painting is no longer in my hands, let me give it away. Kong Wanting sneered and said, Chi Mengru, don't think about playing tricks with me, don't think that I don't know if the ancient painting was handed over to Yu Yang. Chi Mengru was shocked when she heard this, thinking to herself, how did he know that I gave that ancient painting to Yu Yang? Could it be that the thief who entered my room last time was this woman? This time he really guessed that the person who went to his room last time was this Kong Wanting. On the first night he glazed Chi Mengru incense and after stunned Chi Mengru he looked everywhere in the room but Chi Mengru's bed was not found. After he left Chi Mengru's room he thought, no, as far as I know this ancient painting is in Chi Mengru's hands, how could it not be there? Could it be that there is a hidden compartment under his bed? I have to go tonight. So he came again on the second night and he never dreamed that this matter had already been discovered by Yu Yang. In the middle of the night Yu Yang asked Chi Mengru to go to sleep in her cousin Yu Xiaoying's room. Yu Yang waited for him in Chi Mengru's room. He was discovered by Yu Yang as soon as he arrived. He first lit the incense stick and stretched it into the room. After a while he thought that the person in the room should have fainted. How could he know that the room had been replaced? Yu Yang saw that he had put the soul incense in. He was already prepared and immediately put his special antidote into his mouth. So when this Kong Wanting came to the room and rummaged again and found that there was no such ancient painting, she was going to go under Chi Mengru's bed to take a look. Yu Yang saw this and waited for Kong Wanting to start moving. Kong Wanting was surprised and thought to herself, "No, I didn't expect Chi Mengru to have a master next to her." But due to the small space in the room, Yu Yang could not fully perform. Coupled with this Kong Wanting's martial arts, it was originally above Yu Yang. If he is outside, although his martial arts is slightly higher than Yu Yang, it is impossible to defeat Yu Yang for a while. In addition, this Kong Wanting is also afraid that there are other masters appearing. So this move he resorted to all the solutions. Because Yu Yang was not good at playing, he was injured by him. After he injured Yu Yang, he opened the window and jumped off. But this Kong Wanting was too frightened to think lightly. Who is this person in the end? Although his kung fu is slightly worse than mine, it is not much different. Did this person also come for that ancient painting? No, I have to pay more attention to this person. So he did not leave, has been monitoring around the flag mansion. Later he also followed Yu Yang secretly. Yu Yang bought a lot of them in the store and he could see the same ancient painting clearly in the dark, thinking that this kid is very cunning. Yu Yang also never dreamed that he had already carried this back to Kong Wanting to see clearly when he was doing these things, etc. Yu Yang put these ancient paintings in different places, including one of them, the headquarters of the Hero Hall. This time Kong Wanting was also a little confused. He didn't know which one was real and which one was fake. He didn't dare to follow Yu Yang all the time and he was afraid of being discovered by Yu Yang. Because he found that Yu Yang was very vigilant when he was following him and he was almost discovered by Yu Yang several times. If it wasn't for his skill a little higher than Yu Yang, he would have been discovered long ago. Later he thought again, no, it seems that if you want to get the real old saying, you have to make up your mind on this Chi Mengru. He thought it was pretty good, and when he looked at it later he couldn't find a chance to start. Because he found out that this Chi Mengru was always with Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying. Never left alone, even in school Yu Yang was with him. Kong Wanting thought to herself, how can Yu Yang be spared? Even that Yu Xiaoying doesn't need to care, he is useless next to him. He waited and waited. The opportunity came on this day. Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying drove out, leaving Chi Mengru alone at home. When he saw Chi Mengru drove out, Kong Wanting thought, it seems the opportunity has come. Chapter 149 Experts Gather. When Chi Mengru walked out of the cinema after watching the movie, he shot Zhang Chi Mengru to kidnap. Yu Yang quickly drove to the county seat of Narita County and waited. As soon as Yu Yang arrived in Chenshin County, he immediately called Chi Mengru's number. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Yang rushed to the phone. Said, I have already arrived in Narita, where can I meet? Just listen to Kong Wanting said, there is a garbage dump 50 miles outside the south gate of Narita County, but Yu Yang, I warn you, it is best not to play tricks. If you dare to play any tricks, you know the consequences. Yu Yang hurriedly said, don't worry, I'm definitely here alone. Yu Yang really came alone this time because Yu Yang thought that this person must be a master. If you really rush to tune the members of Han Tang once he is discovered, Chi Mengru may be unexpectedly. So Yu Yang drove the car alone according to the place the woman said and drove past. After Yu Yang drove the car to the place according to Wanting Zikang, Yu Yang thought to himself, it seems that this woman is already prepared. Because when he arrives, this place will be seen as a garbage dump and usually no one will come here at all. If this is a person, it would be too easy to be discovered. Yu Yang thought about this and thought, where is this woman? Thinking of this, he looked up and saw two people standing not far away. One of them is Chi Mengru. Yu Yang may have been frightened when he saw this Chi Mengru. The expression on his face was obviously different. He looked behind Chi Mengru and saw a woman behind him holding Chi Mengru with one hand. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall. Distributed shawl duck egg face is also very good. At this time Chi Mengru also saw Yu Yang and the tears couldn't stop flowing. Yu Yang hurriedly took a few steps forward and asked Mengru, how are you? Chi Mengru shook her head and said, I have nothing to blame me. Before Chi Mengru finished speaking, Kong Wanting behind him spoke, Yu Yang, did you bring what I asked you to bring? Yu Yang pointed his hand at him and said, I have already brought you the painting you asked for, can you let it go now? Kong Wanting said it right away, throw the words over and I'll see if this painting is true or not. Yu Yang heard that, if I give it to you, if you don't let it go. Kong Wanting sneered, saying, Yu Yang, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. If you don't give it to me, I will smash Chi Mengru's head with a slap. While talking, Kong Wanting grabbed Chi Mengru with her left hand and then looked at him and raised her right hand. Yu Yang saw that it was not good and immediately said, "Okay. I can throw this painting over for you to take a look at and I hope your words count." Yu Yang shook his hand and was about to throw this painting out. At this time a person came from a distance. "Look at this guy, hasn't waited yet." I heard him shouting loudly, "Who am I?" It was Kong Wanting from Yuhuaman, who had been making trouble for a long time. When Kong Wanting heard this person's voice, she was shocked and thought badly. Yu Yang is also wondering in his heart, who is this person? At this time this person has come to make money. Yu Yang can see that this person is probably around 60 years old. Don't look at this person's age, not at all like an old man. When he spoke his voice was loud, and when he looked at his eyes were like electricity. Yu Yang thought in his heart that this old man must not be easy. I don't know whether the appearance of this old man is a good thing or a bad thing. Yu Yang thought about it, so he didn't say anything. Just at this moment he watched the old man and said to Kong Wanting, "I said, Kong Wanting, you came here. If it wasn't for the timely discovery of my old man, this treasure map would have been in your hands. Look at him again." After speaking, turn around and say to Yu Yang again. The boy quickly gave me the treasure map. Yu Yang said to the old man, "The old man forgives me for being difficult to obey. I want to use this treasure map to save him." Talking, he pointed with his hand. The old man Chi Mengru laughed when he heard what Yu Yang said. Said, "Boy, as long as you give me this picture, I will join hands with you to deal with this girl." After Kong Wanting heard the old man's words, she was taken aback and thought that without the two of them joining forces, I can't deal with this old man alone. So some people may ask, who is this old man? This old man is not easy. He is one of the 3 masters in the world, Yang Shan. After a long time of trouble, this Yang Mountain is also here for the treasure map. At this time Yu Yang also knew that Kong Wanting, who kidnapped Chi Mengru, was a sect in Zhonghu, the head of Yuhuaman. Yu Yang thought to himself, is there any treasure in the picture of this painting that is not perfect? How can it attract so many masters in the arena to covet this ancient painting? Yu Yang has long heard of this imperial flower gate. It is said that since the establishment of this sect, no matter which generation of disciples, there is at most one person. Don't look at the fact that there is only one person in this sect, but no one dares to provoke. And every disciple in this sect is a girl, and there has never been a boy. Don't look at each generation of disciples in this jade flower gate are girls, but this ability is famous in the arena. Yu Yang thought of this. He looked Kong Wanting up and down with his eyes. Yu Yang looked at it, wondering why this person looked so familiar. See how this guy looks like the one I fought with that night. At this time Yang Shan, who was next to him, saw that he had finished speaking. Yu Yang didn't say anything. He was a little anxious. Why don't you want to talk about it? As long as you and I join forces to defeat him and then we both find the treasure in this painting, we can both rate it. What do you think? When Yu Yang heard Yang Shan's words, he thought in his heart that if it was the one who did it with me in Chi Mengru's room that night, if I start with him, the odds of winning are too low. As for joining forces with the old man, it is not impossible. As for what he said, find out the treasure in this painting and share it with me. No one would believe this kind of nonsense. Don't listen to what he said now. If the two really join forces to defeat him, Kong Wanting will definitely have to turn against me. What should I do about this? Yu Yang thought of this and he recruited his superiors. Yu Yang was in a hurry. When he didn't know what to do, another person came from a distance. He laughed and said, "But it's mine and everyone thinks, who is this?" Yu Yang turned around and saw that this one was an old man again, and when he saw the old man came to the front of the border, he said to Yang Shan, "Oh," I said, "Yang Shan, I didn't expect you to be here." Yang Shan Yi, I thought to myself how he came. At this time Yu Yang next to him took a closer look. This old man, Yu Yang thought badly, why did this Sima Dezhao come? So who is this old man? This old man is the former Sima Dezhao who fought with Yu Yang. At this time Yang Shan also spoke. I said, "Sima Dezhao, since you can think of this treasure map, why can't I?" As for Germany, Yu Yang looked at it from the side, thinking that it seems that today is really a gathering of experts. Chapter 150 Rescue Chi Mengru. Yu Yang knew in his heart that he wanted to keep this ancient painting today, and it seemed that he was bound to reach the sky. Thinking of this, he thought quickly in his heart, what should I do? How to rescue Chi Mengru and leave here safely? Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and remembered it, thinking, why shouldn't I do this? Throw this ancient painting out. They must swarm up to grab this ancient painting, and then I took the opportunity to rescue Chi Mengru. Thinking of this, he did what he said, shouting at Kong Wanting, "Don't you want this ancient painting? Then I'll give it to you." Why did he shout at Kong Wanting? Because he thought to himself, I asked you to kidnap Chi Mengru, I asked you to threaten me, I will throw this painting over to you and I will see what you will do, so he shouted at Kong Wanting. After shouting he shook his hand and the painting flew towards Kong Wanting. Those guys were furious at first sight and shouted at Yu Yang, boy, how dare you throw words at Kong Wanting, I see you are tired and crooked. In particular Sima Dezhao turned his head and glared at Yu Yang and said, boy, I haven't settled the bill with you yet. Yu Yang wondered what happened to love. At this time it is too late, that is fast. The ancient painting has already flown to Kong Wanting. Kong Wanting took a look and thought to herself, I am definitely not the opponent of this group of people, I still quickly take the ancient painting and run away. Thinking of this he didn't care about Chi Mengru anymore. He took the ancient words in his hand and ran away. When Sima Dezhao, Wu Yangshan and others saw that it was impossible, they called Kong Wanting in unison, I'll see where you are going. Yu Yang saw Sima Dezhao and the others went after Kong Wanting. He hurriedly came to Chi Mengru and said that you are all right. Are there any injuries? Chi Mengru was also frightened at this time, shook her head and said, I'm fine, and then jumped into Yu Yang's arms and cried out. Yu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand, patted Chi Mengru's back and said, don't cry, it's all right now, let's go home quickly, this is not a place to stay for a long time, let's go. Yu Yang thought to himself, if that Sima Dezhao came back to me again it would be troublesome, I am not his opponent. Thinking of this he hurriedly pulled Chi Mengru to the side of the car and asked Chi Mengru to sit in the co-pilot seat. He also got in the car and drove back to his mansion. After returning home Yu Yang and Chi Mengru met together. Come in, Yu Xiaoying is waiting in the living room. Seeing that Yu Yang brought Chi Mengru back safely, Yu Xiaoying hurriedly asked Mengru, are you alright? Chi Mengru hugged Yu Xiaoying and cried aloud and said, cousin, I finally see you again, I thought I would never see you again. Yu Xiaoying also shed tears. After a while Yu Xiaoying said that since Mengru was back safely it would be good this time, thanks to Yu Yang. At this time Yu Yang next to him sighed and said, alas, although I rescued Mengru I still couldn't keep that ancient painting. After he finished speaking he said to Chi Mengru, but don't worry, I will definitely help you get that ancient painting back. Chi Mengru hurriedly said, I don't want that ancient painting of Yu Yang anymore. Since there are so many people coveting that ancient painting, let them grab it. Even if you find a way to snatch that ancient painting back, so many masters are coveting it and you will definitely not be able to keep it on your own. This time if someone didn't want to snatch that ancient painting, how could someone kidnap me and let you take the risk to save me? Even if that ancient painting is really a valuable treasure, seducer, I am not uncommon, what kind of treasure map he really is. So Yu Yang, don't blame yourself for this. Since they were taken away, let them take it. Yu Yang nodded when he heard this and said, okay, but although he promised Chi Mengru not to go, he took the ancient painting back. But he had already made up his mind, as long as he knew the whereabouts of the painting he had to try his best to get it back. Yu Yang thought this painting must be someone Chi Mengru's me as his bodyguard. Since his things were taken away by others, then I have an obligation to go and get him back. In addition, Yu Yang and Chi Mengru have been together for so long. Yu Yang not only regards Chi Mengru as his employer but also regards Chi Mengru as his best friend. In addition, Yu Yang has also developed some kind of affection for Chi Mengru for so long, but Yu Yang has a little inferiority complex. He always thinks that Chi Mengru is the eldest lady of the rich family and I am a poor dioc. The poor clanking rang, so he always felt like Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying. He didn't dare to think about it at all, although he also opened a clinic and a casino, but this is far not as good as Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying's family. In his heart he has always had the simplest idea to earn a lot of money, to live a life of a noble man and then to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law and have several children. If he wants to live such a life he will be satisfied. At this moment Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan also rushed back from outside. The two people came in and saw Chi Mengru standing in front of them safe and sound. They were relieved. Lu Akan hurriedly came to Chi Mengru and asked Mengru if you were all right. Did you know that you were kidnapped and scared mom to death? At this time Yu Xiaoying, who was beside him, spoke up. This time Mengru was able to be rescued, but it was thanks to Yu Yang. At this time Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan both walked up to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, thank you so much. This time Yu Yang hurriedly said, uncles and aunts, you are welcome. I didn't protect the eldest lady well and that's why the eldest lady was kidnapped. When Qi Yufeng heard about Yu Yang, how could he blame you for this matter? At this moment I heard Chi Mengru talking next to me. Mom and Dad, I have something I want to ask you. What secrets are hidden in the ancient painting you gave me? Why are so many people coming to grab it? And what happened to my inexplicable fainting last time, and although I fainted I could still hear the outside world clearly but I couldn't wake up. And when I fainted I still felt like I was floating and there was also a brief coma. After that I knew everything clearly. My fainting is not related to this matter. I have asked you several times what is the value of this ancient painting but you have always refused to tell me. Has also been telling me let me hide that painting. Because of this painting you also specially made a bed for me, also made a dark grid on the bed hiding the painting inside. Lu Akin next to him sighed and said, okay Mengru, you're a big boss now and I should tell you something. Yu Yang, who was next to him, heard something more secret that the family might want to talk about. He stood up immediately and said to Qi Yufeng, Uncle Qi, I'm going out first. Qi Yufeng also knows what Yu Yang is thinking. He immediately said that Yu Yang was able to rescue Mengru this time. You have contributed a lot. Let's talk about this. Things don't need to be behind your back and you don't need to leave. At this time Lu Akin next to him also spoke, and when it comes to Yu Yang you should do it first. Since you came to our house you have helped our family a lot several times. If it weren't for your dream Ru may have been unexpected. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Auntie, this is what I should do. Yu Yang saw that Qi Yufeng and Lu Akin did not treat him as an outsider. So he didn't leave, he sat back again, and then Lu Akin told a story. After hearing this Yu Yang thought to himself, is it possible that someone has already arranged a series of things for me to protect Qi Mengru? Chapter 151, The Past of Shenfeng Gate. After a long time of trouble, Qi Mengru's mother Lu Akin was also a very complicated woman. Lu Akin is from a sect of gods and phoenixes on the rivers and lakes. This Shenfengman thinks that it was also famous in the rivers and lakes at the beginning, and it is also famous in the rivers and lakes. The people of Shenfengman are not simple, their martial arts are unmatched in the arena. The appearance of this sect is not short. The whereabouts of the people in the sect are also very mysterious and no one can find out clearly. The people on the rivers and lakes are also very curious about the Shenfeng sect. They always want to find out where this sect came from. Until one day a mysterious force came out of the rivers and lakes and released news to tell them that Shenfengman belonged to the realm of self-cultivation. As soon as the news came out there was an uproar in the rivers and lakes, and everyone didn't know what the difference was between those in the comprehension world and those who practiced ordinary martial arts. The major sects on the rivers and lakes began to investigate who this news came from. I haven't waited for these sects to figure out where the news came from. Suddenly one night a mysterious old man appeared in every sect on the rivers and lakes. The old man told them, want to unite them to attack Shenfengman and say Shenfengman is no longer available. If he is willing to unite with him he will never treat him badly. If he is unwilling to unite with him he will kill all the people in the entire sect. For a while the major sects on the rivers and lakes are panicked. So what is going on with this Shenfeng sect? After a long time of trouble, this Shenfengman is not simple. His headquarters is not on earth, his headquarters is in a very mysterious place. Where exactly? It will be clear to everyone after that. This Lu Akin thought that he was the future successor of Shenfengman. The martial arts practiced in this Shenfeng sect are all different from those practiced in other sects on the Jianghu. They are cultivators. Some people may be very curious about what is the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary martial artist. Ordinary martial arts practice is mainly the practice of full-fledged palm law and qigong light gong. There are also some weapons and the like, but the kung fu practice of cultivators is completely different. They are a kind of exercise that relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice. But this kind of exercise is not something that everyone can practice, and its degree of danger is far higher than that of ordinary martial arts. But once this kind of exercise is practiced it is also very remarkable. It is divided into several levels. The lowest level is the foundation building stage. Each large level is also divided into 5 sub-levels, namely, the initial stage of foundation building, the middle stage of the casting machine. The middle stage of foundation building is a great success. The late stage of foundation building, the later stage of foundation building is a great consummation, but because this method relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice, but it's getting better and better as things go on the planet. The pollution of the environment is becoming more and more serious. The aura of heaven and earth is getting less and less, so the development of Shenfeng sect has become more and more difficult in the back. Slowly the number of masters in the Shenfeng sect became less and less, and this time the head of the Shenfeng sect at that time could be overthrown. Jin Yuexian can send someone to the headquarters to deliver a letter to their headquarters when he is in a hurry. Unfortunately I haven't waited for the reply from the headquarters. On this night that mysterious old man led more than a dozen sects in the rivers and lakes to surround the Shenfeng Gate. These dozen sects are almost dispatched from the Qing dynasty and there are thousands of people. Although the people in Shenfengmen are all cultivators, they are not afraid of these people, but they never dreamed of it. The mysterious old man who brought them here is also a cultivator and his level is not low, much higher than the people they were present. What the people of Shenfengmen didn't expect, and they don't know how to get it, all of these people have become cultivators and the lowest level is the early stage of foundation building. Just this time most of the people in Shenfeng sect died all at once. Jin Yuexian, the head of the house, hurriedly called Lu Akan and said, Lu Akan, when he saw that the big thing was not good. You now take the map in our sect and leave immediately, in order to keep this map from some unscrupulous people. So the map in this painting only shows half of it. In order to see all the maps you must use the blood of people with Jinfeng blood to drip onto the painting to reveal all the maps. After speaking he directly handed the painting to Lu Akan. When Lu Akan saw it he took it with both hands and said to Jin Yuexian, what about you, the head of the door? Jin Yuexian said with a long sigh, don't worry about it now and leave here with this painting. I fought with this group of people first this month. Now you are the only one left in our sect and please make sure to find out in the future, in the end, who has treated others with blood and washed our gods and phoenixes to avenge us. Just at this moment the people outside looked like they were about to kill them and came in, and Jin Yuexian took a look and said, Lu Akan, hurry up, I'll go out for you to resist. For a while after he finished speaking he stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword and jumped out. Lu Akan saw that the tears were unstoppable and the tears fell straight down, shouting to the outside. At this point someone may have asked you, didn't you just say that cultivators only cultivate through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? How to use health care? People in this world of self-cultivation can also use weapons, but their health care or knives are different from those used by ordinary martial arts practitioners. Ordinary martial arts, if you want to use a knife or health care, it is only when two people get together. The swords can only fight when they touch, but the cultivators are different. Every cultivator will have his own weapon, such as a knife or health care or some other weapons. The cultivator's key hands may be far away from you, a knife or a sword hack past. You can hurt the enemy, and their weapons are also called aura. Many cultivators also have their own spiritual energy. This aura can not only be used in the hands of his master, but even if you throw him out he can help the master to fight the enemy. This is the difference between the weapons made by the cultivation world and the weapons made by ordinary martial arts practitioners. Jin Yuexian pulled the sword, jumped out this time, and Lu Akan shouted to the doormaster, don't worry, I will avenge you. After he finished speaking he turned and left the room and ran from behind. There is a tunnel Lu Akan outside the Shenfeng Gate, and he ran out along this tunnel and thought to himself, who did this thing? I must stay on the earth to catch this man and avenge the chief and them. He ran out while thinking and soon came to the tunnel entrance. As soon as he came out he knew that there were many people ambushing at the tunnel entrance. Lu Akan and this group of people are fighting for a while. Because all the people who besieged Shenfengmen this time have become cultivators, so when Lu Akan was surrounded by these people he felt that something was wrong. This group of human races can have as many as 200 or 300. Lu Akan thinks that it is impossible to fight with them for a long time and it will not benefit me, so I have to leave quickly. He was working with these people and it was troublesome to run around in his head. If he didn't pay attention he was slapped on the back, followed by him and won several consecutive games. Lu Akan saw that he couldn't do it. He also fought hard, thinking that today the fish will die or the net will be broken, and he used all his skills. Lu Akan's current level is the early stage of Jindan. The highest level among these people is the great consummation in the middle of the casting machine. If they usually fight with Lu Akan alone they are not Lu Akan's opponents, then the level difference is too much. Because today they teamed up to deal with Lu Akan, which made Lu Akan suffer, and he was really unable to withstand these people with such desperate efforts. Lu Akan smashed the person in front of him out with one palm and he rushed out of the encirclement. Once he rushed out he ran away. When these people saw that Lu Akan was a girl they never chased after him again. Chapter 152 Qi Yufeng saves people. Although Lu Akan broke out of the siege and ran away, he was also seriously injured. Since he was in the episode just now, his desperate efforts made his injury worse. He ran out in one breath and he could wait for 50 miles to wait for him to look back and see that no one was chasing him, and he was relieved. His slack was incredible. At that time he felt black in front of his eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. At this time his consciousness was still relatively clear and he hurriedly reached out from his arms and took out a small medicine bottle, poured out a few pills of healing medicine from it and ate it. To eat after a while he felt that the injury on his body was not so painful. He struggled to stand up and walked forward slowly step by step. Because his injury is too serious, every step forward is very difficult. He just walked like this for a while, walking aimlessly ahead, and he didn't know where he was going. He walked on the road for several days in a row and on this day came to the territory of Huanghai City, because he hadn't eaten or drank for several days and suffered such a serious injury. Just because he is a cultivator, if he is an ordinary person he can't even go to Huanghai City. When he arrived in Huanghai City he couldn't hold it any longer and fell to the side of the road with a plop. If no one saves him, this Lu Akin must be dead and a man should not die. After all, he was saved. He just fell, just happened to be seen by a person. This person is officially Qi Yufeng. The time period from Lu Akin to Huanghai City happened to be the time when he got off work in the afternoon. This Qi Yufeng got off work from the company and was about to go home. As he walked he suddenly looked up and saw a girl in front of him fell to the ground with a thud, startling Qi Yufeng. Thinking what was going on, he hurriedly stepped forward to see Lu Akin's face. Yellow money paper Chunru Dianyeching has passed out. Qi Yufeng thought to himself, oh, who is this? Why did you suddenly faint while walking? Are you sick? Thinking of this, as soon as he stretched out his hand and took out his mobile phone, he was about to call the 120 emergency number. At this time there were also a lot of people watching the fun. It was Yan Yensha that blocked this road for a while. Qi Yufeng was about to make a phone call when Lu Akin suddenly woke up and took a look. In front of him stood a young man about 20 years old. About 3 or 4 years old. Holding a mobile phone in his hand to see that it means to prepare to dial 120. Although this Lu Akin is a cultivator, but I still have some understanding of some high-tech products such as mobile phones. Even their cultivators are using it because the mobile phone is too fast to transmit information, which is much faster than the original way of writing letters. Lu Akin also knows that people in the secular world will call 120 if someone is sick, he thought. As far as the injury I suffered, even if I called 120 and sent it to the hospital, they couldn't cure it. So when he saw Qi Yufeng holding his mobile phone and wanted to dial 120, he hurriedly said something. You first wait for Qi Yufeng to faint. When he hears that this man has spoken, he hurriedly squatted down and asked, how do you feel? I just heard Lu Akin say weakly, I'm fine, can you take me to a quiet place? Don't call 120, I hurt them and they can't cure. Qi Yufeng, what was on his mind? Seeing that he is so seriously ill, why don't you let me call 120? Lu Akin immediately guessed what Qi Yufeng was thinking. Lu Akin thought that there were so many people around. What do you want me to say? I want to tell the truth. They will definitely not believe it and they must not regard me as a lunatic. Thinking of this, he said to Qi Yufeng, don't worry, I won't lie to you. You take me to a safe place. I have something to tell you, it's fine. When Qi Yufeng saw that the sincerity on Lu Akin's face didn't seem like he was lying to him, he immediately asked, you seem to be seriously ill. It's really okay. Lu Akin shook his head. Qi Yufeng said at a glance, okay, I'll take you back to my house. You can see how Lu Akin said that he can see Qi Yufeng stretch out his hand to help. Lu Akin took a taxi and went back to his home. This Qi Yufeng lives alone and there is no one else in the house. When he brought Lu Akin home and let him sit on the sofa, Qi Yufeng asked, you how you feel now? There's really no need to send you to the hospital. And what's your name? Where is your home? How can a person come to this place and be so ill? He was stunned. Qi Yufeng knew at a glance that he must have something to hide. Qi Yufeng immediately changed the subject and continued to ask, do you really need to go to the hospital? Lu Akin shook his head and said, no. I have medicine on me, I am not sick. I will tell you in detail about other things when I get better. Qi Yufeng nodded and said, well, it's not too early, I'll cook first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the kitchen and started to cook. After a while the meal was ready, waiting for the meal to be served on the table. What Lu Akin eats is called an incense. He has not eaten for 2 or 3 days. If those who are cultivating to them usually don't need to say 2 or 3 days, even if they don't eat for 2 or 3 months, there is no great love. Because the physical overdraft of the current love is too serious, he ran out from the tunnel that started at Shenfengmen, and then followed up with the people in ambush outside and was injured. Plus he ran for so many days after the injury. I haven't eaten or drank for several days. This time suddenly there is something to eat and it is called a fragrance, not to mention. When he finished eating, his complexion also recovered a lot. Soon at night Qi Yufeng let Lu Akan live in his bedroom and he slept on the sofa in the living room. Just like that, Lu Akan has lived here with Qi Yufeng from today. There was a healing pill on his body and after a period of time his injury slowly healed, but Lu Akan found that his skill was slowly disappearing. Lu Akan was a little desperate at the time, thinking that it would be impossible to avenge the people in our sect. In addition, during the time he spent with Qi Yufeng he felt that Qi Yufeng was a very good and honest person. So he later told Qi Yufeng all about his life experience. How wide was Jin's mouth when Qi Yufeng heard it? Qi Yufeng thought to himself, this is too incredible. This time he can be considered a long experience. In this way Lu Akan and Qi Yufeng got along for a while and he felt that Qi Yufeng was a very good person. And soon the two were married. A year after marriage gave birth to a girl named Qi Mengru. At this time Qi Yufeng also founded his own company through his own efforts. Later, when his dream was 1 year old, he and Lu Akan moved to Huanghai City again. When he finished talking about the whole thing, Yu Yang next to him thought to himself, "It seems that my master asked me to protect Qi Mengru. He had arranged it a long time ago, so why did he arrange for me to protect Qi Mengru? What's going on in between?" Chapter 153, The Mysterious Patient. At this moment he suddenly remembered that Qi Mengru fainted that day. He didn't know how to treat Qi Mengru, and when he called his master he remembered that his master not only told him how to wake Qi Mengru but also told him, Qi Mengru has the bloodline of the Golden Phoenix. If you want to completely cure his illness you must find the Shenfeng Gongfa. Not only this, but his master also told him at the time that his royal dragon art was compatible with that divine phoenix art. If Qi Mengru practiced double cultivation with him it would be of great benefit to him. At that time, because he was in a hurry to treat Mengru for him, he didn't take what his master said to him seriously. When he thinks about it today he realizes that after a long time of trouble he came down the mountain to be the bodyguard. The master arranged it. Yu Yang had a big question mark in his heart at that time and thought to himself, why did my master arrange for me to protect Qi Mengru? What is going on here? Thinking of this he made up his mind and he must make a phone call to his master at night to ask clearly. Qi Mengru next to him was dumbfounded when he heard this, and even Yu Xiaoying was dumbfounded. After a long time Qi Mengru said that the map has now been lost. Since it is lost, Yu Yang was injured in order to protect this map. The last time and this time. There are other people who kidnapped me. If it wasn't for Yu Yang to take the risk to save me, I'm not sure how I am now. So now the map has been robbed by others. Even if he has a valuable treasure, no matter what he has, I don't want it. As long as our family can be together safely and securely. Lu Akan heard that Dao Mengru. The map is not complete. You can only see half of it. If you want to see the other half of the map, you must use a drop of blood from a Jinfeng bloodline person on the map to display all the map. So even if this group of people took this map away, it was just a piece of waste paper in their hands and it was of no use. At this time Yu Yang, who was next to him, had already made up his mind and he had to help Qi Mengru Zhang get back the map anyway. After Yu Yang made up his mind, he immediately said to Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying, "From now on neither of you should go out alone." And then turned around and said to Lu Akan, "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely get the lost map back for you." Lu Akan nodded after listening to Yu Yang. Now there must be a lot of people who are coveting this map, so if you want to get it back you have to pay more attention to safety yourself. After saying this, what should the family do when they go away? In the end there are only 3 people left in the house, Yu Yang, Xiaoying and Qi Mengru. This Qi Mengru may have committed revenge from this beginning. Said to Yu Yang, "Can we not look for the map of Yu Yang? There are so many masters who want to get him, can you get it back? If we can't find it we won't look for it anymore," Yu Yang said happily when he heard Qi Mengru's words. "Mengru, don't worry, this thing turned out to be yours. I will try my best to get him back. In addition, it is best for you and sister Xiaoying not to leave my side recently. If I have something to leave I will let other people protect you. Mengru, you do not worry about this matter." Then next to Yu Xiaoying also spoke. Yes, Mengru believes that Yu Yang will definitely handle this matter with Zhang. In addition, Mengru, I haven't seen it yet. After a long time you are still the head of the door. No wonder, I think you sometimes reveal a very dignified temperament. As soon as Qi Mengru heard about my cousin, look at me, you made fun of me. I guess what kind of head do you want to be? I just want to finish university safely and then be happy with my family. Yu Yang is also naturally optimistic, so he quickly put other things behind him and chatted with Yu Xiaoyan and Qi Mengru. At this moment the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Yu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand, took out his mobile phone and saw that the number displayed on it was from Kwang Yushang. He hurriedly pressed the answer button, put the phone to his ear and said, "Hello, what's the matter?" "I just heard Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone saying that boss, come over quickly, someone is looking for you." Yu Yang was stunned after hearing this, thinking who would be looking for me. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "What kind of person is looking for me?" "Just listen to Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone. I don't know, it's a woman anyway, and this woman is very strange." Yu Yang was even more puzzled when he heard it and asked, "Very strange woman, tell me how strange he is." And then Kwang Yushang told the whole story again. After a long time of trouble, they were in business not long ago and a woman walked in from the outside. This woman covered her face with a veil, or wobbly when walking as if falling down at any time. As soon as the woman entered the clinic, Kwang Yushang immediately stood up and came to the woman, reaching out to help him. When he helped the woman to sit on the sofa next to him, he listened to the woman asking, "Is this clinic run by a man named Yu Yang?" Kwang Yushang nodded and said, "Yes, that's our boss." "You immediately ask your boss to come over and ask him to see a doctor for me." Kwang Yushang nodded and said, "Well." After talking, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Yu Yang. At this moment I heard this woman say, "I first went to the room to wait for him and then let him come directly to the room to find me. I can only show him this disease, only he knows." Kwang Yushang and the other little nurses were very puzzled when they heard it, thinking, what kind of disease could this be? Only for our boss to see. At this moment the woman stood up, and when he stood up, Kwang Yushang saw a little blood appearing faintly on the clothes behind him. Kwang Yushang saw this and felt that there might be something in it. Thinking of this, he immediately said to one of the little nurses, "Go and lead the patient to the room and I will call the boss immediately." Just look at one of the nurses and immediately agreed and led the woman upstairs. When Kwang Yushang saw the woman went upstairs, he immediately entered one of the rooms called Yu Yang, and when he told Yu Yang the whole story, Yu Yang thought to himself, about this person, who on earth is it? Yu Yang thought, "I'm going to see who this person is." Thinking of this, he said to Kwang Yushang, "I'll be there soon." After speaking, I hung up the phone and then said to Chi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying, "You two should wait at home first. There is a patient in my clinic, I have to go and see." The two of them nodded and agreed. Chapter 154, Kong Wanting's request. In order to prevent him from going upstairs, he took a pistol from the cabinet in his own room and put it in his arms, and then went out and took a car to the Tikong Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine Clinic. After that, he paid for the car and walked into the clinic. Kwang Yushang saw Yu Yang coming. He came right away, went to Yu Yang and said the boss was upstairs with the patient just now. Yu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go up and take a look first. You guys are busy first." After he finished speaking, he went up to the second floor. After coming to the second floor, he looked into one of the rooms and saw a person sitting in the room. Yu Yang saw this person, was taken aback, thinking how he came. After a long time of trouble, this person is Kong Wanting. He was stunned for a moment when Kong Wanting looked up and saw Yu Yang. At this time, Kong Wanting had already taken off the veil on her face, and he was stunned when he saw Yu Yang. Look at him, at Yu Yang again. He smiled sweetly and said, "Why, Yu Yang, what are you doing? I haven't seen each other for such a short time. Don't we know each other?" Yu Yang walked into the room, closed the door and said coldly, "I said that you have suffered such a serious injury, since you still dare to come to my clinic. Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Kong Wanting was happy after hearing this, saying that, "Yu Yang, you are not such a person. I believe you won't take advantage of others' danger. I also want to ask you one thing this time." Yu Yang sat on the sofa next to him and asked, "You beg me for one thing. What is it? You don't want me to help you with your IQ? If this is the case, don't even think about it. Didn't you escape with that ancient painting? How can you get hurt?" After listening to Yu Yang's question, Kong Wanting said that, "Yu Yang, let's make a deal. What do you think?" Yu Yang asked with great interest, "What deal?" Kong Wanting continued, "I will return the ancient painting to you and then you will IQ for me." You see how Yu Yang heard about it. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I said, "Kong Wanting, are you fooling me as a 3-year-old child? I help you heal the injury and then you turn around and snatch that ancient painting, right? If that's what you think, then I'll tell you that your abacus is wrong. And if I guessed correctly, did you take that ancient painting away? Many people are chasing you and you think you can't keep it. Is there a master who is chasing you now and you took the risk and came to me? I want to return that ancient painting to me, and then let those people divert their attention. Hello, escape, right or wrong?" After listening, Kong Wanting put her thumbs up and said that the height is really high. "Yu Yang, I have to admit that you are very smart and your brain is very good." Yu Yang said after listening, Kong Wanting, you came to me, aren't you afraid that I will capture you and hand over to someone who wants to kill you? As soon as Kong Wanting heard it, I still said that Yu Yang is not such a person. Then how did Kong Wanting get injured and how did he find Yu Yang's clinic? Since he kidnapped Chi Mengru that day, threatened Yu Yang and asked Yu Yang to give him the ancient painting. Just when Yu Yang was about to hand over the ancient painting to him, who knew that Cheng Yaojin was killed halfway through? Happened to meet two people, Sima Dezhao, the ghost of Wu Yang Shan. In order to attract their attention, Yu Yang sent Chi Mengru away, so he threw the ancient painting to Kong Wanting. At that time the painting just flew to Kong Wanting to pay, and Kong Wanting reached out and caught it. After he got this ancient painting he would just run away. Do you think Wu Yang Shan and Sima Dezhao could let him go? At that time Kong Wanting was in a panic. He was just thinking about how to get rid of these two people, and he was dumbfounded when he looked up. He looked up and there was a big river in front of him. This Kong Wanting didn't know how to water. As soon as he turned around he saw that Wu Yang Shan and Sima Dezhao had already caught up. Kong Wanting thought to herself, do I want tape here today? At this time Sima Dezhao and Wu Yang Shan were already chasing after them. When they saw him they sneered and said, Kong Wanting, you are still running, why don't you run away? I advise you to hand over that ancient painting if you are acquainted, otherwise this is your burial place today. As soon as Kong Wanting heard about it, the two of you should not think about it. Even if I can't get the two of you, I don't want to get this ancient painting. I'd rather throw it into the river. The two of them heard about it. You stinky bitch, you don't eat or drink for a toast. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time that they would kill him. The two rushed towards Kong Wanting and rushed over. Kong Wanting saw that she was willing to go out and she stretched out her hand from her waist. Reaper whip. And two people standing together. This Kong Wanting's ability, although not bad, but nor is it two people's opponents if Kong Wanting's ability is not far behind them. But he felt that it was very difficult for two people to deal with him today. Hitting him without paying attention, Sima Dezhao just turned his palm behind him and hit him on the back. Kong Wanting couldn't take it anymore and spit out a mouthful of blood. This palm hit is not light. Kong Wanting not only suffered trauma but also injured her internal organs. Kong Wanting thought to herself, no, I have to leave quickly or else my life will be lost here today. At this time Sima Dezhao and Wu Yang Shan watched Kong Wanting was injured. The two continued to say, hurry up and hand over the ancient paintings, spare your life. Kong Wanting thought to herself, how could I escape? As soon as he rolled his eyes he had an idea and he deliberately said to the two of you will never try to recruit. According to Wu Yang Shan, which is on the side of Wu Yang Shan, at a glance he said, stinky bitch, it seems that you can't see the coffin without tears, and today I will send you to the west. And when he talks about this he dodged to the side. Dodging on the side looking at Kong Wanting, that is a palm. Kong Wanting dodged to the side dodging this palm and fighting with Wu Yang Shan, although he fought with Wu Yang Shan. But what he actually wanted to deal with was Wu Yang Shan. He made this move and on the surface he started with Wu Yang Shan, but in reality he wanted to deal with Sima Dezhao behind him. At this time Sima Dezhao, who was behind him, took a look and called brother Wu Yang at Wu Yang Shan. This bitch is so hateful, it's even like this, and if you don't hand over the ancient paintings, let's join forces to kill this bitch first and then we'll discuss the matter of the Fennerford treasure. What do you think? Wu Yang Shan agreed immediately after hearing it. Sima Dezhao saw Wu Yang Shan agreed and then he looked up and just came to Kong Wanting's back. Chapter 155 Take Back the Old Words. As Kong Wanting moved hands with Wu Yang Shan, she listened to the movement behind her. When she heard that Sima Dezhao was behind him, she slapped Kong Wanting on his back, thinking that the opportunity had come. Thinking of this, look at him again and suddenly look to the side and take out the same thing in the bag he was carrying with him. Just look at what he took out is a bamboo tube in which 18 soul-chasing nails can be installed. This is also a hidden weapon which is usually placed in the bamboo tube when not in use. What should I do when I want to use it? Take it out and there is a trigger on the back of the bamboo tube like a pistol. In this bamboo tube there is still yellow collapse, just take it out when you use it and pull the trigger with your hand. The collapse inside here, you can hit the soul-chasing nails inside. This chasing and killing nails are highly poisonous and each time you can hit 3 poison nails. Looking at Kong Wanting, she raised her hand and looked at Sima Dezhao's face. As soon as you pull the trigger you hear a click followed by swish swish and hit 3 poison nails heading straight to Sima Dezhao. He also just got behind Kong Wanting and raised his hand. Kong Wanting turned around and gave him a slap. This time he was too close. Sima Dezhao is not simple, must be one of the 3 masters on the rivers and lakes. Seeing 3 cold lights rushed towards the door. Look at him stretched out, his left leg stood on the ground with his right leg and followed him closely, leaned back, put a pestle on the ground with the elbow of his left hand, and his whole body lay on the ground chasing the soul. Ding flew over his nose. But this time it can also frighten him. He has long heard that there is a hidden weapon in Yuhuaman called soul chasing death soldier. If you are beaten it will definitely die unless someone from their sect gives you an antidote. Otherwise up to 7 days is sure to die. Kong Wanting quite thought that Sima Dezhao would not be able to escape if he was so close. How could he know that the 3 deadly soldiers were all empty? Turn around and run. Look at Sima Dezhao. After hiding the 3 deadly soldiers, his right arm jumped up and said, Kong Wanting, I see where you are going. After he finished speaking he followed after. Yang Shan, who was next to him, thought to himself, if he let this old boy catch up with this girl to that fugu, wouldn't it be his? Thinking of this he also chased after him. Kong Wanting was already injured. If it dragged on for a long time he would definitely be caught up by these 2. As he ran he thought to himself what to do. Sometimes he saw that Yang Shan and Sima Dezhao were chasing him very close, and when he turned around he was 3 dead nails. When the 2 of them saw that they were in a hurry they fell to the ground in fright, and Kong Wanting kept running forward. The 2 dodged the poison nails and got up again and chased after them. Kong Wanting thought to herself, I have to go to a place with many people. In this case these 2 old boys are not easy to start. When he thinks of this he starts to run to a place where there are people. Although he was injured his speed was far less than that of Sima Dezhao and Yang Shan, but every now and then he turned back to the 3 subjects, soul chasing nails, so scared that the 2 of them didn't dare to chase too closely. It's really good when the last 3 soul chasing nails were hit. He also successfully came to the urban area of Huanghai City. Now that there are so many people on the street it's really hard for the 2 of them to start. Kong Wanting looked up and saw that a supermarket just appeared in front of him, and Kong Wanting went in directly. Wait for Sima Dezhao and Yang Shan to follow up and have a look and where to go to find Kong Wanting. This is still a large supermarket, there are so many people in it, it is too difficult to find a person among so many people. In this way 2 people lost Kong Wanting. 2 people are so angry. 2 big men chased a girl and even lost it. Yang Shan scolded angrily at first sight, this dead woman, if you catch him next time you must smash it to pieces. So where did Kong Wanting go? He didn't stop in this supermarket, he walked in from the front door of the supermarket and went out from another door. Kong Wanting waited out of the supermarket and looked back to see that Sima Dezhao and Yang Shan were not chasing after him. Then he felt relieved and thought to himself, what should I do? Now although I got this treasure map it is like holding a hot potato in my hand. It is rumored that this painting is a treasure map, but is it true or false? Now this picture in my hands will definitely be missed by many people. The masters who must come to Huanghai City are not only Sima Dezhao and Yang Shan. Now I have suffered such a serious internal injury. Needless to say, if I encounter other masters I can't even save this ancient painting, and even my life may not be saved. What should I do? Thinking about, his eyes lit up. I thought, why don't I go to Yu Yang to help me? Because wanting Kong learned from his secret understanding of Yu Yang through such a long period of time that Yu Yang is a very good person and is very loyal. And this person's character is also very good. Although he is Huanghai is the boss of the underworld, but he never bully others casually. On the contrary, since he became the city of Huanghai, the overlord of this side later, the law and order of Huanghai City is much better. So he made up his mind to go to Yu Yang. He had already inquired. Yu Yang opened a clinic. So he came to Tikong Chinese and Western Medicine Clinic. I found Yu Yang and wanted Yu Yang to help him with IQ. Kong Wanting thinking that I will steal this painting back later. He didn't expect that when he saw Yu Yang would see through all the small calculations in his heart. Kong Wanting saw that Yu Yang had already guessed what he was thinking about, and Kong Wanting still admired Yu Yang in her heart. Just listen to Yu Yang said coldly. Kong Wanting, I advise you to return the ancient painting quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you. Yu Yang even stretched out his hand and took it out of his arms. She took the gun and pointed it at Kong Wanting. Kong Wanting looked at it, pointed at Yu Yang and said with a sweet smile, Yu Yang, do you see why you are so fierce towards me? I don't know how to pity Shangxiyu at all. She is also a beautiful woman after all. Yu Yang thought to herself. You are not only a beauty, you are still a goblin who eats people and does not spit bones. Because Yu Yang deeply knows that the people in Yuhuaman are cruel. Yu Yang thought to himself, don't look at him for a while, it will be pitiful if once you accidentally fall into his hands. Maybe he didn't even know how he died, but when he saw Kong Wanting smiling sweetly at him he said, Kong Wanting, don't follow me. Hurry up and put that ancient painting out. I can also help you with your IQ, seeing how serious your internal injury is. If you do not treat it, you can live up to 3 days. Kong Wanting saw that his idea of seducing Yu Yang also failed. In his heart he secretly thought that this Yu Yang is really good. Facing a beautiful beauty like me, he didn't even have the slightest idea of temptation. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, "Okay, then I will return that ancient painting." Telling you this, he took down the ancient painting from behind and said forward that Yu Yang is looking at you. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and took the painting in his hand, opened it and saw that he gave it to him. The pair of Yu Yang thought to himself that the painting was really brought back. Chapter 156 Healing. At this moment Kong Wanting, who was opposite, spoke. "Yu Yang, I have already returned this painting to you. Can you promise me to help me with my IQ?" Yu Yang raised his head and said, "Since you have handed over this ancient painting to me, I will heal you." As he spoke, he stood up, pushed open the door of a box, turned around and said to Kong Wanting, "Come in, I'll heal you now." Kong Wanting stood up from the sofa and walked into the box with Yu Yang. As soon as Kong Wanting came in, Yu Yang closed the door of the box, then said to him, taking off his clothes and lying on the bed. Kong Wanting showed a shy expression when she heard this and said to Yu Yang, "I said, Yu Yang, you shouldn't want to do something to others here, but they are still a place. I heard that the first time is very painful. You have to go from the back, that people have not been tossed to death by you." Yu Yang had a black line on his forehead when he heard it. Yu Yang resisted the urge to slap the girl to death and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person." Yu Yang, hurry up and don't waste my time. If you don't want treatment, I can go. Kong Wanting listens. Can be a little panic. If he is not treated for this injury, he can live for at most 3 days. Because he just watched Yu Yang put the ancient painting next to him. He was very unwilling to return this ancient painting to Yu Yang. So he deliberately wanted to seduce Yu Yang with beauty. As long as Yu Yang is interested in him, he will have a way to grab Yu Yang and control it. Let Yu Yang help him heal the injury and give him the ancient painting. But those little calculations he made in his heart, he didn't expect all of them to fail, and finally he sighed in his heart, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this Yu Yang to be so difficult to deal with. It seems that wanting to use this method to bring back the old sayings is a feat. It seems that he has to find another way to get this ancient painting again." Thinking of this, he said nothing, took off his shirt and lay down on the bed. Yu Yang was right on Kong Wanting's back with the obvious fingerprints are swollen and tall. Yu Yang didn't know when the knife he used more than once appeared in his hand after reading it. This knife is not simple, but it was given to him by his master. The name of this knife is Pro Ren, but a treasure guy. Not only can be used to kill people at ordinary times, but also can be used as a scalpel. And any bacteria can't contaminate the blade. This knife can be used directly without disinfection. Yu Yang took out his personal knife and slashed the swollen spot on Kong Wanting's back, causing Kong Wanting to frown in pain. After making a small cut, Yu Yang squeezed out the blood inside with his hands, then took out a small medicine bottle and poured some medicine in the palm of his hand, which was about to touch the wound. Followed him closely and put the palm of her left hand on Kong Wanting's back. Kong Wanting felt a heat wave coming from Yu Yang's palm. After this heat wave entered his body, it continued to swim around his wound. Kong Wanting soon felt that her injury was much better. After a while, Yu Yang took his hand from Kong Wanting's back and said to him, "Well, your injury is not a serious problem now. I'll go out first, put on your clothes and then leave." After that, he didn't wait for Kong Wanting to say anything and reached out and took the ancient painting from the side. "Open the door of the box and go out." Kong Wanting this grievance, thinking that she must be a beautiful woman. Do you need to ignore them so much? When he saw that Yu Yang had already walked out, he got up from the bed, put on his clothes and walked out of the box. After walking out of the box, he saw the ancient painting that Yu Yang was holding in his hand. A look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. His expression made Yu Yang see clearly. Yu Yang immediately said, "Kong Wanting, you won't want to go back so quickly, right?" When Kong Wanting heard Yu Yang's words, she thought to herself that my injury was cured by Yu Yang. If you turn around so quickly to grab that ancient painting, if this matter spreads to the rivers and lakes, people should say that I, Kong Wanting, don't understand human feelings, morals and inhumanity. And now my injury is not a serious problem, but after all it has not healed, and it is really unknown whether Yu Yang can really fight. Thinking of this, Kong Wanting had another idea in her heart, thinking, I can't go back to grab it, but I can steal it in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, don't worry, I will naturally say that I will return this ancient painting to you, that is, return it to you, and I will never go back and grab it. He said this, but in his heart he secretly thought of Yu Yang. I just said not to rob, but I didn't say not to steal, thinking about the idea that he still thought of for himself. He was secretly proud. After speaking, he said to Yu Yang, there will be a period later I left the Tikong Chinese and Western medicine clinic without looking back. Yu Yang waited for Kong, wanting to leave. A playful smile appeared on his face, and then he took off his coat and put it on his arm, blocked the ancient painting, and went downstairs to face Kwang Yushang and the others. The girl said, "You guys are busy first, I have to do something," and he left the clinic after he finished speaking. After he got outside, he took out his mobile phone and called Deng Haitao. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Yang said, "Deng Haitao, you immediately go to the street and buy me a large wooden box to send to his mansion." Deng Haitao on the other end of the phone immediately asked Brother Yang if you want a bigger or smaller one. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, just buy a small one. Deng Haitao agreed and then hung up the phone. Followed by Yu Yang took another taxi and returned to his mansion. When he returned home, Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were alone. Both of them are still sitting in the living room. Yu Yang said immediately, "Mengru, I have brought this ancient painting back to you and I will return it to you now. You can open it and take a look, right?" Qi Mengru shook her head and said that Yu Yang's ancient painting is still up to you to save. "On this painting so many people are coming to grab it, I can't protect it." Yu Xiaoying also said that Mengru was right, this painting is still up to you to save. Yu Yang heard that there must be something invaluable in this painting. "Aren't you afraid that I will run away with this ancient painting?" Qi Mengru heard it. "I'm not afraid, and I don't believe you will be such a person. Besides, I don't care if there will be any good things in it. If you can really find the treasure in this painting, I don't want it all to you." Chapter 157, Rice Painting. Hearing this, Yu Yang suddenly had an idea in his heart and he said to Qi Mengru, "Let's do this anyway, this painting is also your home. When the time comes, we will have time to find the treasure for you to see how." As soon as Yu Xiaoying next to him hears that it is good, then Mengru will become a little rich woman. Qi Mengru next to him heard that, "I don't want to be a little rich woman. If Yu Yang really finds any treasure, no matter how valuable it is, it will be yours. I don't want anything." Yu Yang immediately said, "Which line is this? If he really found something valuable, how can I take it all alone? Otherwise, if we really find something good, then we will be half of each person. What do you think?" As soon as Qi Mengru hears it, "That's fine." In this way, the three of them discussed when to go out to find treasures. At this moment, Deng Haitao walked in carrying a large wooden box from the outside. "I just heard Deng Haitao ask Yu Yang, does Brother Yang need to carry this box for you upstairs?" Yu Yang waved his hand and said that you can put it here, I will take it up by myself. In a while, Deng Haitao heard that he put down the box and said, "Brother Yang, then I will go back first." Yu Yang nodded and that's it. Deng Haitao turned around and left. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying saw that Yu Yang bought a wooden box and came back. Both of them were very strange and didn't know what Yu Yang was going to do. "I thought, why did he buy the box? Even if it is to store things, isn't there a cabinet in the room?" Qi Mengru couldn't help but asked, "I said, Yu Yang, why did you buy this box?" Yu Yang immediately said when he heard it, "Put this painting inside." Qi Mengru said even more strangely when he heard it, "That can also be placed in the cabinet. Besides, there are so many people coveting this painting, so you can put it in this box, isn't it enough?" Yu Yang said with a mysterious smile after listening to it, "You really guessed it right. Now there is a person who is secretly thinking about this painting." Yu Xiaoying was also beside him, so the second monk couldn't touch his head. He didn't know what medicine was sold in Yu Yang's gourd. When Qi Mengru heard Yu Yang say that someone was secretly thinking about this ancient painting, he immediately said nervously, "Then you clearly know that you also put this painting in this box. Could it be that he couldn't take it away in the box? Also, how did you know that someone was thinking about this painting in the dark?" Yu Yang heard that if I guessed correctly, someone will come to the door in the middle of the night tonight, and this box is what I prepared for him. Qi Mengru said immediately after hearing it, "I said, Yu Yang, you shouldn't sell it, just talk about it." Yu Yang saw Qi Mengru's anxious look. He immediately said, "I just have this guess in my heart. I don't know if my guess is accurate. As for what I want to do, if the guess in my heart is true, you will know tomorrow. I went up first to prepare, and at night I waited for this fish to be hooked." After saying this, he picked up the box and went upstairs, stomping Qi Mengru's feet in anger and saying that he was a big rascal. Also selling off next to Yu Xiaoying. "Don't worry about Mengru as soon as you hear it. Didn't Yu Yang say that if his guess is really accurate, we'll know what happened tomorrow? Then we'll ask tomorrow." As soon as Qi Mengru heard that, would Yu Yang, my cousin, be in danger? As soon as Qi Mengru heard about it, she probably wouldn't. Seeing that Yu Yang should be confident he did it. Yu Yang carried the box, went to the room upstairs, put the box on the ground, then locked the door and pulled the curtains. He moved some hands and feet against the box. I remodeled the box. After finishing it, Yu Yang looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and thought to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Can this fish take the bait? So what exactly did Yu Yang do with the box? Don't worry, look behind you and you'll see. Looking at this again, Yu Yang put a painting in the box. What he put was not real. He put the real painting in the cabinet and locked it. When Yu Yang finished his work, it was soon night. Yu Yang, Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru went back to their rooms to sleep after eating. Yu Yang lay on the bed looking at the ceiling with two eyes, thinking in his heart. I don't know if this fish will be hooked or not. Will he come tonight? He thought about it and fell asleep, and before he knew it, the time came. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Yu Yang fell asleep. In a daze, I heard the window rattle softly. This voice is extremely small. If it is replaced by ordinary people, it will definitely not be heard. But in this life, Yu Yang could hear clearly when he heard the window slam. He was mentally at that time thinking that the fish had finally taken the bait. Thinking of this, I looked at Yu Yang again, lying there motionless with both eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, and after a while he climbed up on the window and a person stretched out his hand and pushed the window open. Immediately after seeing this person, he jumped into the room. He used the moonlight outside to look at the bed in the room and see Yu Yang lying there. He slept very soundly. He didn't find Yu Yang when he came in, and after looking at this man a few steps, he walked to the bed and looked down at Yu Yang. At that time, Yu Yang's spirit was highly concentrated. Don't look at his eyes closed, but his ears were not idle. The two ears pay attention to the movements in this room. Yu Yang saw this person came to him. Yu Yang thought to himself, I see what you want to do. Yu Yang was already prepared if this person dared to attack him. He would be ready to shoot at any time, but he waited for a while to see this person standing by his bed for a while and then left. This man thought to himself, Yu Yang, if Yu Yang hadn't seen you heal my wounds, I would have killed you today. This person who has been making trouble for a long time is not someone else's business. Kong Wanting. After Kong Wanting handed the painting over to Yu Yang during the day and asked Yu Yang to help him heal the injury, he was very unwilling after he left, thinking, how can I try to get this ancient painting back into my hands? Thinking about it, he rolled his eyes and had an idea, and he thought about it, so I'll just go and pour out that ancient painting tonight. He thought of doing it during the day. He found a hotel to rest for a while. After night, he changed into night clothes. Pushed open the window, he left the room, went straight to the flag mansion. This Kong Wanting, since he had the upper hand with Yu Yang in Qi Mengru's room that day, although he had the upper hand, he was also frightened. So he also paid attention to Yu Yang later. He came again after the event and he wanted to find out if Yu Yang lived here too, and as a result he knew that Yu Yang lived here and it was next to Qi Mengru's room, so this time he was able to know exactly where Yu Yang's room is. Chapter 158 Set a Trap. He walked into the room and saw that Yu Yang was asleep there with his eyes closed, and he didn't notice him coming in at all. Kong Wanting came to Yu Yang with the intention of killing Yu Yang with a slap, but he couldn't think of it again. After all this, Yu Yang saved my life. If I put him to death today, wouldn't I be an unkind person? Thinking of this, he thought to himself, Yu Yang, I'll let you go this time. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran over to the big wooden box next to him. He didn't know yet all this was clearly seen by Yu Yang. Just as he turned around, Yu Yang quietly opened his eyes a little. Took a look and thought to myself, as expected, it was him. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang had already seen what Kong Wanting was thinking, because when he was leaving, Yu Yang saw Kong Wanting glanced at the painting with a reluctant expression in his eyes and left. Yu Yang thought at the time, this Kong Wanting must have another bad idea. Yu Yang thought to himself, why don't I do this, waiting for this big fish to take the bait. Thinking of this, he asked Deng Haidao to buy him a big wooden box and come back. He could use his hands and feet on this big wooden box. He modified the box, and in this box he added a hidden box and put a medicine he prepared in the box. This medicine is called Chunchao Mihan San. He put this medicine in this box, and as soon as the box is opened, it will spill out. This medicine is mixed with an aphrodisiac and an aphrodisiac. Yu Yang didn't think too much at that time. He just wanted to punish this Kong Wanting. Hold this Kong Wanting, the hatred that threatened him at that time. I thought I'd let you taste the pain. I haven't used this medicine since I finished it. I just took you for an experiment today. Kong Wanting doesn't know yet this Yu Yang has dug a trap for him, waiting for him to jump into it. When he saw the big wooden box in front of him and it was not locked, Kong Wanting thought to himself, Yu Yang, you are too confident. He was still proud he didn't realize that he was about to fall into the trap that Yu Yang dug for him, and he opened the box as soon as he reached out. It doesn't matter, as soon as the box is opened the news of the ambush was committed at that time and the medicine surface was thrown out with a pounce. Kong Wanting smelled a smell at the time and he knew it was not good, but he found it too late. Kong Wanting thought, no, I have to go. Thinking of this, he took out the painting from the box as soon as he reached out and ran to the window. He wanted to jump out of the window. Yu Yang, who was lying on the bed at this time, was secretly anxious, thinking, is this medicine not good? He just thought that he was looking at Kong Wanting here. He swayed a bit and then fell to the ground with a thud, Yu Yang thought at first glance. But he knew that Kong Wanting was also scheming and could not underestimate the enemy. He was also afraid that Kong Wanting was cheating, but after waiting for a while Kong Wanting didn't respond, and suddenly Yu Yang remembered something and Yu Yang was a little dumbfounded at the time. I thought badly, I even added some aphrodisiacs to my ecstasy. Why did I just think about giving him a taste of the pain? Without taking into account what kind of consequences he will have in the future. Yu Yang thought, no, I have to get some cold water quickly. Thinking of this, he wanted to get up from the bed, but before he could wake up, Kong Wanting woke up, and when he woke up he felt very hot on his body. Was extremely empty. Kong Wanting understood what was going on at that time and thought about Yu Yang. Since you dare to give me this medicine, I don't want your life. He thought so in his heart, but his body didn't listen to him. Then he felt like there were tens of thousands of ants crawling on his body. At this time he looked up and saw Yu Yang on the bed. At this time Yu Yang had already sat up from the bed and was about to go down to the ground. Throwing into Yu Yang's arms, Yu Yang was terrified this time, and I thought to myself, what should I do? In fact, this medicine, Yu Yang himself also has an antidote, but he just patronized and punished Kong Wanting, and he forgot how he should end after the punishment is over. His antidote is also in the cabinet, he did not take it out. At this time he wanted to get the antidote again. Obviously it was too late. He saw Kong Wanting threw himself into his arms and kept talking. Yu Yang, I beg you, please help me. Kong Wanting, such a beautiful woman, threw herself into his arms and Yu Yang felt hot all over. But reason told him that he couldn't do it, he couldn't take advantage of others. If he really did something to this Kong Wanting tonight, then his life will not be safe again. This Kong Wanting will definitely come to hunt him down. Thinking of this, he immediately said, you have to bear with it, I will take out the antidote for you to take right away. You wait for Kong Wanting to think. What you said sounds good. If you have the ability you can endure it and give it a try. After Yu Yang finished speaking, look at it again. Not only did Kong Wanting not let go, on the contrary she hugged him even tighter. And also stretched out his hand to take off his clothes. This Yu Yang himself was sleeping and he put on a clothes when he got up just now. Kong Wanting is slightly stronger than Yu Yang in terms of ability. What's more, Kong Wanting had already lost her mind because of the drug's power and burst out with more strength than usual. Now Yu Yang is really no longer an opponent. Yu Yang thought to himself, what should I do? I'm still a virgin, so I won't just take off the virgin's hat for no apparent reason tonight. I'm someone who has a girlfriend. I didn't expect that the first time I was not with my girlfriend but with a woman like Kong Wanting. The key is that this woman has to fight for me after the incident. God, what is this called? But now he can't help it. Looking at Kong Wanting's quickness, she cleaned Yu Yang's clothes. Yu Yang can't hide until now after seeing the incident, thinking about what will happen to his brother in the future. Think of this and then look at Yu Yang lie there motionless. Look at Kong Wanting again with her back to Yu Yang. A piece of leg is on Yu Yang's body. At that time Kong Wanting felt a burst of pain. Although it was very painful, it was painful and happy. Yu Yang is a little depressed at this moment, thinking that he originally wanted to punish Kong Wanting, but he didn't expect things to develop like this now. I didn't expect that the first time I was with a woman was not the person I liked. Not only is it not, but he is still pushed back. After waiting for a while, I saw Kong Wanting lying there next to Yu Yang. Yu Yang looked at Kong Wanting and thought what was going on. At this time Kong Wanting, who was next to her, was also about to cry without tears, thinking to herself she didn't expect the ancient painting without morality, but she put herself in it. Every disciple in our Huanghai is only one person and cannot have a relationship with a man. I didn't expect me to be like this with Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he didn't want to settle accounts with Yu Yang anymore, so he got up. Yu Yang felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. No matter what, he took advantage of it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said sorry to Wanting Kong. I didn't know that this matter could be made like this. Turn around and say, Yu Yang. I'll tell you today's revenge. I'll go back and find you to retaliate. Saying this, he's dressed. Jumped in front of the window. Yu Yang thought to himself, well, this person was offended by me today. Chapter 159 The Shy Qi Mengru. At this moment when Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying heard the movement, Li Bo 3 rushed to the door of Yu Yang's room. Qi Mengru stretched out her hand and pushed the door open. Seeing Yu Yang, she hurriedly asked, are you okay? He and Yu Xiaoying didn't sleep for a long time. Because I heard Yu Yang say in the afternoon that a thief might come to steal the ancient painting at night. The two of them were very worried, so they also told the housekeeper Li Bo about it. The housekeeper Li Bo heard this, so he was also prepared. Kong Wanting shouted at Yu Yang when she was leaving, I will definitely take revenge, is a very loud sentence which can alarm Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying next door. Qi Mengru quickly picked up the phone and called Li Bo, who was downstairs. When Li Bo heard that the thief was coming, he immediately came to the second floor. Asked Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru, where is the thief now? Yu Yang, how is he? When Qi Mengru heard it, she didn't know yet, so she hurried to take a look. So the three of them came to Yu Yang's room and waited for Qi Mengru to enter the room, but Yu Yang was terrified. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang's clothes were taken off by Kong Wanting just now. After Kong Wanting left before he had time to put his clothes on, Qi Mengru rushed in. Yu Yang was startled when he saw it and hurriedly pulled the quilt next to him to cover himself and said to Qi Mengru, how did you break in? Qi Mengru saw that her face was flushed with shame and shouted at Yu Yang that you are a big hooligan, I will ignore you. After speaking, she ran out of the door angrily. Bo and the two also walked in. The two of them looked on the bed. Yu Yang was wrapped in a quilt and both of them were a little confused, not knowing what was going on. Yu Yang saw Yu Xiaoying and Li Bo also rushed in. He said immediately, you two go out first, wait for me to put my clothes on and then let's talk. The two of them retreated after hearing this and then saw Yu Yang hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door. Yu Xiaoying and Li Bo came in. As soon as Yu Xiaoying came in, he hurriedly asked Yu Yang, are you okay? Well, what happened to him in the dream just now? As soon as Yu Yang heard that I was not wearing clothes just now, he broke in. Although the lights were not turned on in the house just now, the moon outside was quite beautiful. Yu Xiaoying and Li Bo were a little speechless when they heard it. At this moment, Qi Mengru came in from the outside and said, big bad guy, are you injured? Yu Yang looked up and saw Jian in Qi Mengru's hand carrying a first aid kit. Yu Yang thought to himself that this eldest lady is good, but she has a bad temper. But he thought about it and it was indeed his fault just now. If he had to put on his clothes just now, wouldn't it be alright? Thinking of this, he smiled at Qi Mengru and said, I was fine. Li Bo, who was next to him, hurriedly asked Yu Yang the thief. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, he ran away at such a time. His dream was like looking at Yu Yang's bed and he screamed ah. He saw a little blood on the sheets of Yu Yang's bed. He hurriedly pointed with his hand and said, Cousin Li Bo, look at Yu Yang here, he must be injured. Yu Xiaoying and Li Bo were also shocked when they heard it and hurriedly looked on the bed. Yu Xiaoying turned around after reading it and asked Yu Yang nervously, Yu Yang, didn't you say you weren't injured? Whose blood is this? Yu Yang said with a wry smile, this blood is not mine. But the thief's three people were a little confused when they heard it. Qi Mengru asked strangely, it's that thief, how could his blood run into your bed? Yu Yang smiled bitterly and said, that's the case. Then he told the three people about Yang's incident and Li Bo waited. Thinking about this, Yu Yang is really awesome. Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were a little speechless after hearing this. After a long time, Qi Mengru said bitterly, HMPH, I think you are a big pervert, even that female thief will not be spared. Yu Yang was unhappy when he heard it and said to Qi Mengru, hey, I said don't talk nonsense, I'm more wrong than Doi. As soon as Qi Mengru heard that you were wronged, you gave all the female thief to that woman and you were wronged. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it's not my fault. Just like this, the two of you started arguing with each other. Yu Xiaoying heard that one head has two big heads. After a while he couldn't help but said, I said you two should stop. You're such a big man, why are you still arguing like a child? At this time Li Bo, who was next to him, saw that he was all right. He immediately said that since Miss Yu Yang is all right, the three of you will talk first and I will go down first. After speaking, he turned around and left the room and closed the door. Well, as soon as Li Bo left, Yu Xiaoying, Qi Mengru and Yu Yang were left in the room. Yu Yang and Qi Mengru were both behind Xiaoying's back, so this sentence was no longer noisy. And then Yu Xiaoying asked Yu Yang if the ancient painting was taken away by him. Yu Yang said with joy, how could it be? I was already prepared. And then Yu Xiaoying asked again, how did Yu Yang know that the thief was going to steal the ancient painting at night? And then Yu Yang explained how Kong Wanting came to him and how he got the painting back with his IQ. When Chi Mengru heard it, I said that when Yu Yang came to you, why didn't you catch him? Don't you think you were reluctant to start because of how beautiful he is? As soon as Yu Yang heard, I said, Miss Chi, can you stop talking nonsense? If he comes to me injured, I will catch him. If this matter spreads out, people should say that Yu Yang took advantage of the danger. Chi Mengru said, unconvinced, saying that you are taking advantage of people's danger, don't you? To give medicine to others, you will not take advantage of the danger of others. Yu Xiaoying next to him saw that the two of them had a tendency to quarrel again. He rubbed his temples with his hands and said, I said you two should stop now, it's getting late. Mengru, we should go back to the room to sleep. Chi Mengru heard this and then ended the quarrel with Yu Yang. Before leaving, he said something to Yu Yang. Big pervert, big villain. Yu Yang pointed his finger in anger. Chi Mengru said, you look at Chi Mengru making a face at Yu Yang and then left the room. Yu Xiaoying smiled bitterly at the sight and said to Yu Yang, wait a minute, I'll change a sheet for you. Wash the sheet. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Miss Xiaoying, I'll wash it myself. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, it's alright, it was washed with a washing machine anyway. How can you big men do such work? As he spoke, he took off the sheets and took them away. After a while, Yu Xiaoying took another sheet, returned to Yu Yang's room and handed the sheet to Yu Yang. Okay, you can put it on yourself, I'll go back to sleep first. Yu Yang nodded and said, thank you, Miss Ying. Good night, Miss Ying. Yu Xiaoying also said good night and then left Yu Yang's room. After closing the door, Zhang went back to his room to sleep. Soon Yu Yang also made the sheets and slept on the bed. Chapter 160. A major case happened. It arrived soon and the second day dawned. Since today is Saturday, Chi Mengru is still sleeping late and Yu Yang has always had the habit of getting up early. Yu Yang went to the toilet after getting up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, practiced his fists at the back and then returned to the front. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw two people sitting on the sofa in the living room. One was Yu Xiaoying and the other was Chen Lu, a police officer of the city's criminal police team. Yu Yang hurriedly asked Sister Lu, why did you come here so early today? What's the matter? When Chen Lu saw Yu Yang came in from outside, she immediately stood up and said to Yu Yang, hurry up, let me tell you something. Yu Yang saw Chen Luna's serious expression. At that time he knew that he had something to do and sat on the sofa and asked Sister Lu what was the matter, and then Chen Lu told Yu Yang the matter. After a long time of trouble, a particularly big case happened in this city last night. A family of 3 was killed by others at home. According to the police investigation, the male owner bought a lottery ticket 2 days ago and 1 million won, and after Chen Lu arrived at the scene to check, he was ready to investigate who did this murder case. Who knew that at such a time he suddenly received a call from their superior asking him to suspend the investigation of this case. Chen Lu was very puzzled and asked why the investigation of such a big case should be suspended. And after he asked this sentence, the answer he got was that you don't care. If you don't want to check, you can just do it. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, and the fire in Chen Lu's heart at that time came up. I thought to myself that such a big case would not be investigated if it was not investigated. Let me not check, I still want to check. But he thought again, could there be any tricks in it? Okay, why is this case not allowed to be investigated? No, I have to figure this out. How can I figure it out? He rolled his eyes and suddenly remembered, thinking, why don't I go to Yu Yang for help? Thinking of this, he picked up his mobile phone and checked that it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. He hurriedly got up from the bed and got dressed. Drove the car to the Flag Mansion and came. When he got here, Yu Xiaoying just got up and went to the living room. Yu Xiaoying asked when Chen Lu came over so early. Sister Lu, you are very early today. Why do you have time to play here today? Chen Lu hurriedly asked Yu Yang. Yu Xiaoying became nervous when she heard that Chen Lu was looking for Yu Yang and immediately asked Yu Yang, did he make another mistake? Chen Lu shook his head and said, no. I came to him to ask him to do me a favor. Yu Xiaoying said with confidence after hearing this, hurry up, he shouldn't get up yet, right? The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room and Yu Xiaoying asked what was going on. Immediately following Chen Lu, he told Yu Xiaoying about the matter. The two were talking when Yu Yang just finished his kung fu practice at the back and returned to the front, and Yu Yang is a little strange after hearing this. Said to Chen Lu, Sister Lu, in my opinion there is definitely something going on here, otherwise this case cannot be handled well and your leaders will not let you investigate. Chen Lui heard that and said, yes Yu Yang, don't you know a lot of people in society? Do you think of a way to find out who did this case? Yu Yang nodded after listening and said, okay Sister Lu, I can help you to see if I can find the murderer. After speaking he immediately took out his mobile phone and called Deng Haitao in New Delhi. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Yang said immediately, "Huanghai was a murder case last night. Do you know that when Deng Haitao heard about Brother Yang, I just heard about it this morning. And then heard Yu Yang say, Deng Haitao, you in New Delhi are responsible for investigating this matter to see if they can find the murderer." Deng Haitao agreed, then hung up the phone, followed by Yu Yang, and called New Delhi again, followed by Yu Yang, and said to Chen Lu that Sister Lu, don't worry, such a vicious murderer. I must find out who did this thing. Chen Lu felt relieved when Yu Yang agreed to help him investigate this matter. You really don't talk about these members of Hero Tang, they are really efficient in their work, and the message came in the morning of this day. Yu Yang was having dinner with Yu Xiaoying and Qi Mengru when he suddenly remembered the phone in his pocket. He reached out and took out the phone to see that New Delhi had called. Yu Yang hurriedly pressed the answer button, put the phone to his ear, and listened to New Delhi on the phone saying that we have already found out who did it. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, hurry up, followed by New Delhi, who was on the other end of the phone. Deng Haitao and I were investigating this case. Not far from the crime scene, someone told us that he was last night. When they came home from the night shift, they saw a black van parked not far from their home. He didn't take it seriously at first. He was about to go upstairs, but at this moment 3 masked men ran over from the place next to him. He just watched the 3 masked men get into the van drove away, and then we asked him if he had seen the license plate of the van. Fortunately, this person saw clearly at the time. We checked the license plate behind the van and learned that the car belonged to a small gang caravan in this city. We also called Yu Gongqing according to the surname of the leader of the caravan, Yu. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, he immediately took that Yu Gongqing to our Hero Hall headquarters, and I went over immediately. Yu Yang hung up the phone after finishing speaking, said to Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying, you two eat first, I have to go out first. After speaking he hurriedly went downstairs, went outside, took a taxi and went to Huanghai headquarters. Not long after he arrived here, Deng Haitao and New Delhi also arrested Yu Guangqing. This caravan has been in trouble for a long time. Before that, Huanghai was one of the gangs. Since Yu Yang set up 10 wrong gangs, Yu Yang's Hero Hall became the largest gang in Huanghai City after he became famous. The boss of the caravan, Yu Gong, personally wanted to see it since he went back that day. This bowl of rice in Zhonghu is not delicious. Let's just find time to do a big wave someday and then leave Zhonghu with a golden basin, but he has never found a chance. He has been waiting for the opportunity. On this day suddenly a friend came to him and said that there was a wave of business. I don't know if you would like to do it. If this is more than a business, if you do it you can get a lot of money. Moonlight came to the spirit when he heard it and said, what business? I did. His friend said, do you know that in our city there is a person who bought a lottery ticket and won the jackpot? Moonlight listened, easily nodded and said, I know. You ask what this means, just listen to his friend. Now someone wants us to kill the holder of that lottery ticket. As long as we kill that person, killed and successfully grabbed the lottery ticket. This person is Yu Guangqing, who will never treat our brothers badly. When I heard it I asked who this person was. As soon as his friend heard that, as for who this person is, then you don't need to know, you can just say whether you do it or not. Yu Guangqing thought about it and said, it is easy to do. As soon as his friend hears that it is good, we will start tonight. Just like this, these 2 boys have negotiated and are going to kill people to win lottery tickets in the middle of the night tonight. Unexpectedly, Deng Haitao and New Delhi of Hero Tang came to the caravan on the second day and took him to the headquarters of Hero Tang. Chapter 161. When this kid was caught, the headquarters of Hero Hall was terrified of him. I just heard Deng Haitao say, why are you still standing there without showing respect to our boss? Yu Guangqing looked up at Yu Yang, who was sitting across from him, and fell to his knees with a thud, said incessantly, Boss Yu. I don't know what I did wrong and I offended you again. I'm here to apologize to you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I asked you if you did it last night to kill someone and steal a lottery ticket. This kid thought to himself, Yu Yang, you are too lenient. Although you are the underworld overlord in Huanghai City, but you are not from the police station, why do you care about this? He is not convinced, but he dare not say it. Yu Guangqing thought to himself that it would be fine if he didn't admit it. What evidence must Yu Yang have caught? Just sent someone to arrest him. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Yu Yang, I did this thing, but someone asked me to do it and he said that he would give me a rich reward after the completion of the matter. Yu Yang immediately asked, who asked you to do this? Yu Gong listened softly and thought that it would be impossible not to say it. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed at Yu Yang and said that it was a friend of mine who came to me. I asked him who asked us to do this and he didn't answer. Tell me the details. You can only ask him after you find my friend. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it he said, oh, where is your friend now? What is his name? Followed by Yu Guangqing and told Yu Yang his friend's name and home address. His friend's surname was Hu, called Hu Zongming. When Yu Yang asked about his friend's address and name he immediately asked Deng Haitao New Delhi and Fan Yongchun to arrest him with a few heroic Tang members. Yu Yang didn't know yet it was because he took care of this matter that he caused a huge disaster for him later. Soon Hu Zongming was also arrested at Huanghai Tang headquarters. As soon as this kid was caught the hero Tang headquarters was frightened at that time. Yu Yang asked him what he asked him and he said it all and it made a lot of trouble. This matter is Lin Zihua, the son of Lin Wenkai, director of the city's Public Security Bureau. Yu Yang, who asked them to do it, was shocked when he heard this and he immediately asked Lin Zihua that his father was the director of the Public Security Bureau. Don't you know the consequences of doing this? How dare he let you do this? As soon as Hu Zongming heard about Dao Yu didn't know. The male owner of the family we killed last night is Zhou Shang. They run a restaurant. Once this Zhou Shang and Lin Zihua had some conflicts. Lin Zihua has always held a grudge. It's not clear what exactly happened. Anyway, this Lin Zihua hated this Zhou Shang very much and always wanted to take revenge. Until now he heard someone tell him that Zhou Shang bought a lottery ticket and won the jackpot. This time he could kill him, so he came to me. Wants me to help him grab this lottery ticket, and if he succeeds his whole family will be put to death. But I feel that I am alone and lonely, so I want to find someone to help me. So I thought of coming to my friend to help us because we usually have a good relationship and I also know that he is involved in the underworld and he has a lot of brothers. So I was obsessed for a while and I did something wrong. Boss you have to raise your hand and spare your life. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Dao was abominable, the two of you sinned extremely. And want me to let you go when you exterminate your family. Have you ever thought about forgiving others? A family of 3, that's 3 lives, even a little child. How can you let me let go of you? After speaking he said to the side and took the 2 people down for a while and handed them over to the police station. In addition, did the 2 of them remember what they said just now? Fan Yongchun next to him said immediately. Brother Yang, don't worry, everything they said just now has been written down. After a long time of trouble, when Yu Yang was interrogating these 2 people just now, Fan Yongchun was arranged next to him to be in charge of recording. After Yu Yang asked people to take these 2 boys down, he took out his mobile phone and gave Chen Lu a call, and when the call was connected, Yu Yang immediately said, Sister Lu, the one who entered the house and murdered last night. The case has already been made and I have already caught everyone. Chen Lu was very happy when he heard it and asked right away. Where are you now? Yu Yang immediately said a location and asked Chen Lu to take someone there, wait for him there, and he would send it over to them after a while. After Chen Lu heard Yu Yang's words, forget about the joy in her heart, thinking that you really don't say it, this kid really has 2 strokes. The criminal was caught so quickly and he immediately took a few police officers to the place Yu Yang said to wait for Yu Yang. And soon Yu Yang led people to press these 2 boys to arrive. When Yu Yang saw Chen Lu, he quietly pulled him aside and said that Sister Lu is not that simple. No wonder you said you wanted to do this, but the leader stopped it. Chen Lu immediately asked, what's the matter, what do you mean? Do you know why someone above blocked the case? After hearing this, Yu Yang nodded and interrogated him. The 2 of them told Chen Lu about the results they got. Chen Lu was also surprised after hearing it and said, what do you mean? This matter is related to Lin Zihua, the son of our director Lin Wenkai. Yu Yang nodded and said, the confession I got is like this, it was admitted by 2 people. Chen Lu was also a little dumbfounded when she heard this. It took a long time for him to say that he can't do it. The prince is guilty of breaking the law and the common people. No matter who he is, I have arrested this person today. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Sister Lu, don't arrest her impulsively, but arrest her, but you can't arrest her. If you arrest her, it's very likely that Lin Wenkai will give you small shoes afterwards. Chen Lu asked as soon as he heard it, what do you mean by watching Yu Yang whisper a few words in Chen Lu's ear? Yu Yang said after speaking, Sister Lu will do it like this. Can Chen Lu be able to do it as soon as she hears it? Yu Yang said after listening, don't worry, Sister Lu will definitely be able to do this. As long as you do what I said, you will definitely be able to capture this Lin Zihua and bring him to justice. As soon as Chen Lu heard that Dao was good, he did as you said. After speaking, the 2 separated and Chen Lu pressed them. Moonlight Qinghai and Hu Zongming went back to the Public Security Bureau. Yu Yang also took people back to Huanghai headquarters. After Chen Lu took the two boys back to the Public Security Bureau, the interrogation began immediately. The two boys were recruited very quickly. What Yu Yang said was the same as what Yu Yang said. When Yu Yang handed the two to Chen Lu, he also handed the confessions of the two to him. Soon these two boys were pressed down, and when Chen Lu returned home at night, I thought it was time to arrest that Lin Zihua. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone and called out and waited for the call to be connected. He immediately said, "Brother, I ask you, do you know any TV station reporters or something?" Chapter 162. As soon as the person on the other end of the phone heard it, he immediately said that I knew him. "Little girl, what are you asking about this? Morning Dew heard about my brother. I asked you to do me a favor. What would you do?" After he finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone pondered and said, "Little sister, are you crazy? Do you know whose son that is? That is Lin Wenchai's son. If we don't get it right, our jobs will be ruined, you know." Chen Lu said into the phone after listening, "You are still not my brother. You don't always tell me that our police are doing things for the common people. No matter who it is, as long as he violates the law, he will be responsible. Why today you heard that this matter is Lin Zihua, the son of Lin Wenchai, you dare not arrest him? Brother, I'm really disappointed with you," the person on the other end of the phone hurriedly said. "Little girl, it's not what you think. I mean, are you sure that Lin Zihua did this?" As soon as Chen Lu heard it, I was sure, because the two people he ordered had already been caught by me. As soon as the person on the other end of the phone heard something, you have already caught the evidence. Okay, if that's the case, then do as you said. Chen Lu smiled satisfied when she heard this. After a long time of trouble, Chen Lu called his elder brother Chen Yuhu. This Chen Yuhu is the deputy director of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau. Ever since this Lin Wenchai became the head of the Public Security Bureau, he has been promoting his people, cultivate his own cronies, and constantly exclude Chen Yuhu. Because Chen Yuhu usually handles cases, he is also meticulous and unselfish. And this Lin Wenchai is not the case, so his heart is also very big when facing Chen Yuhu. I got this Chen Yuhu, the deputy director. In the end, nothing happened, just sitting there all day at work. This Chen Yuhu just didn't go to work very much when he was angry. As soon as he received this call from Chen Lu today, he thought about you, Lin Wenchai. Seeing that your son has caused such a big trouble this time, what should I do with your old boy? Thinking of this, the more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he discussed with the Chen Lu brothers and sisters about how to do this. Chen Lu said to Chen Yuhu on the other end of the phone, "Brother, wait for my call. When I find out where this kid Lin Wenchai is, then I'll call you, and you will lead the people from the TV station to sweep Huang." Chen Yuhu as soon as he hears about it. After speaking, the brothers and sisters ended the call. As soon as Chen Lu hung up the phone, his phone rang again. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Yu Yang who was calling. He picked it up immediately and listened to the call. Yu Yang of the head said, "Sister Lu, I have already found out where that kid Lin Zihua is. And there are 2 women with you. You can bring someone over to fight pornography now, and I will send you the address immediately." After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang had already sent someone to secretly investigate this forest slip. Soon all Lin Zihua's information will be in Yu Yang's hands. It is clearly written in the information that this Lin Zihua is idle all day long, not doing his job properly. The biggest hobby is to pick up girls, often appearing in some entertainment venues. When Yu Yang got this information, he had an idea at the time, so he told him the idea when he handed Yu Gongqing to Chen Lu. Soon he sent the address to Chen Lu's mobile phone. Chen Lu was overjoyed when he saw it and immediately sent the address to Chen Yuhu's mobile phone. "Tell Chen Yuhu that my brother will see you tonight." Chen Yuhu, I was very happy when I received the address and said, "Little sister, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter tonight." After that, the brother and sister ended the call. Immediately after Chen Yuhu, he called his friends in the TV station and newspaper office. His friends are all journalists. When they received a call from Chen Yuhu saying that they were going to crack down on pornography, they were worried that there was no good news. As soon as he heard this, he agreed immediately, but Chen Yuhu also kept his mind. He didn't say who he was going to investigate. He was afraid that these people would not dare to go after knowing it. Just like this, he made an appointment with his friends and he took a few police officers and went straight to the hotel where Lin Zihua was. He was doing this in secret and no one knew about it. Chen Yuhu was afraid that someone would inform Lin Zihua and let the kid run away, so he controlled all the waiters downstairs and said that the police were smashing pornography, and these waiters saw that they were police and they didn't dare to move one by one. Watching Chen Yuhu take two police officers and these reporters to the top of the second floor in the elevator to the door of one of the rooms. Chen Yuhu knocked on the door of the room with his hand and said, "Open the door quickly." The police sweeping pornography just said this, but the people in the room were frightened, and the people in the room were not Lin Zihua, who was doing business with others. This kid is fooling around in this room tonight with two women. At this time the three of them are all naked on the bed. The two women were horrified when they heard the police knocking on the door outside. Lin Zihua didn't care at 1 o'clock and rushed said to these two women, "What are you two afraid of? My dad is the top officer of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau." The two women were relieved a little when they heard this, thinking to themselves, it seems that they still have to accompany the high officials and they are not afraid of anything. Chen Yuhu saw that there was no movement in the room and he shouted to the room to open the door quickly. "If we don't open the door again we will rush in." When Lin Zihua heard it, he shouted to get out. "Which police station are you from? Believe it or not, I will call my father. You will be laid off tomorrow." Chen Yuhu thought that this kid is too crazy. Lin Zihua's words some reporters outside also heard. When they heard this their hearts froze for a while, thinking, is this person still a big man? Chen Yuhu thought to himself, if these reporters knew his identity no one would dare to shoot again. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to the two policemen behind him knocking on the door, "For me." These two policemen are the kind of tall people who are about 1.8 meters tall. When the two came to the door they lifted their legs with all their might and slammed the door with a kick. "Two people, you and I will kick the door open very quickly." Chen Yuhu was the first to rush in as soon as the door was kicked open, and the policemen and reporters who followed him rushed into the room. As soon as Chen Yuhu rushed in, he saw that there were three people on the bed, two women and one man, all naked. These reporters hurriedly set up cameras and started filming the female reporters, all of them blushing. Chapter 163. Lin Zihua was also a little scared when he saw it, thinking that no matter what he did was dishonorable, and if it was really filmed by these reporters it would not end well if it got into the news. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "I see who of you dares to shoot again. Do you know who I am? Do you still want your job? Believe it or not, you can all be laid off with just one phone call from me." After he said these words, although these reporters felt that they had no idea, in their hearts they thought again, will he be bluffing to scare people on purpose? So after he finished shouting, these reporters should still shoot as they should. Chen Yuhu looked at Lin Zihua and shouted to Lin Zihua to put on his clothes quickly. "If you don't want to be taken out like this." Lin Zihua was a little anxious when he saw that he didn't quell these reporters and policemen and shouted at Chen Yuhu, "Who are you? Since you dare to arrest me, do you know who my father is? My father is a dignified police chief, you know." Just this sentence, these reporters were a little scared at that time, and immediately stopped filming. The two policemen also stopped when they heard this. Lin Zihua was shocked when he saw this group of people, but he became proud again and said, "I think who of you dares to arrest me? You are so bold. I am a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and you dare to sweep my pornography. Leave me all your cameras and hurry up and get out of here." These reporters stand there without moving the camera, but their lives are. Chen Yuhu, who was next to him, looked at it and shouted at the two policemen. He didn't rush over to Zhang to handcuff him. "I'm worried about what happened." The two policemen thought that something had happened anyway and someone was blocking them. They were also relieved. In the past, the old General Lin Zihua and the two women were all handcuffed. These reporters were also excited at first sight, thinking that Chen Yuhu is really good. Lin Zihua quit at first glance and shouted at Chen Yuhu, "Who are you? Do you dare to sign me up?" After hearing this, Chen Yuhu smiled coldly and said, "Lin Zihua, if I dare not sign up with you, I will tell you the truth. I am the Deputy Director of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau. My surname is Chen and my name is Chen Yuhu." Lin Zihua was also taken aback when he heard it, thinking, how did he meet this kid? This kid is a famous stubborn donkey. It's not a good thing to meet him today. Thinking of this, he shouted at Chen Yuhu, "Chen Yuhu, you are so bold. You are a small deputy director. You dare to arrest me. Do you know who my father is?" As soon as Chen Yuhu heard that, "I don't care who your father is. I knew that you dared to openly prostitute. Since you have done something illegal and chaotic, then I will arrest you no matter how hard your backstage is or who your father is." These few words Chen Yuhu said are sonorous and powerful. The reporters he brought and the two policemen next to him listened, and they all complimented in their hearts, thinking that it was good to say, if all the people in the public security system were like Chen Yuhu, that would be really great. Chen Yuhu saw that Lin Zihua and the two women were still naked. He immediately instructed the two policemen to rip the sheets off the bed, and the result was on the three of them. and escorted the three people back to the Public Security Bureau. After returning to the Public Security Bureau, Chen Yuhu will be there right away, began the interrogation of the three men. Soon the news of Lin Zihua's arrest spread in the Public Security Bureau. When Chen Yuhu was interrogating Lin Zihua, suddenly a person came in from the outside. Chen Yuhu looked up and was taken aback. The person who came in was not Lin Zihua's father, Lin Wenkai. As soon as Lin Wenkai entered the interrogation room, Chen Yuhu hurriedly stood up and said in front of Lin Wenkai. Before he could speak, I heard Lin Wenkai say, "Chen Yuhu, you have done a good job. It should be done. I have heard. How did this kid get caught by you? You should handle it fairly and don't take it on my face. How to deal with it." As soon as Chen Yuhu heard Lin Wenkai's words, he knew that although he said so, but there is something in this. Chen Yuhu thought, you don't have to follow me. If I don't understand the meaning, then my deputy director will be in vain. I thought that no matter what, since I have done this thing, I will do it to the end. Thinking of this, he pretended not to understand what he said. Director Lin, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter impartially. After hearing this, Lin Wenkai nodded, and when I said it was okay, I left first. After that, he left the interrogation room, and when he returned to the office, he picked up the water glass on the table angrily and slammed it down. When he got to the ground, he smashed the water glass into pieces. Chen Yuhu, how dare you dare to arrest my son? He was getting angry there. Just at this moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He reached out and picked up the receiver and put it to his ear. As soon as he answered the phone, the person on the other end of the phone asked, "Is it Director Lin Wenkai?" Lin Wenkai immediately said, "It was me. May I ask you?" I heard the person on the other end of the phone say, "I'm Chu Gorui, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee." Lin Wenkai was taken aback when he heard it and thought to himself, why did Chu Gorui call me? I just listened to the person on the other end of the phone and continued. I said, "Lin Wenkai, you are a director of the Public Security Bureau, to be so lax to discipline your son. You go online to see what your son has done." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Wenkai was a little dumbfounded when he heard it. He put down the receiver and hurriedly turned on the computer. He casually clicked on a forum and saw that there was a title on the first article on the forum. The second generation of the official was arrested for being involved in pornography so rampant. Shouted loudly, "My father is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Led the police not afraid of power and brought the second generation of officials to justice." Wait for him to click on the video again and watch it again. The person in the video is not his son Lin Zihua. And who is it? Lin Zihua and two women in the video stay naked on the bed. Lin Wenkai saw the darkness in front of him and almost fainted, thinking, who is this? Who posted this video online? So how did this video get to the internet? Those reporters are ready to make this matter news as soon as they go back after taking the photos when this matter is discovered by their leaders. Scolded them all. Some reporters were still not reconciled, so Zhang sold the news to some acquaintances of other newspapers. Yu Yang also sent someone to keep an eye on Chen Yuhu's success in capturing Lin Zihua. After Yu Yang got Chen Yuhu and had already arrested Lin Zihua to the Public Security Bureau, he immediately sent someone to find a way to get the videos recorded by the reporters from the TV station. Chapter 164, Happy Kwang Yushang. As soon as Yu Yang got these videos, he sent them to the internet. Yu Yang thought that the most evil person like this should let him go to hell. When Lin Wenkai saw the video was posted online, he was also a little dumbfounded and hurriedly picked up the phone and wanted to call the mayor. Yu Bingliang called. He just thought that before he picked up the phone on the desk rang again. Lin Wenkai looked at it, hurriedly picked up the phone again and heard the person on the other end of the phone say, "I said, Lin Wenkai, how did you do this? Or you? How did Zihua get this thing online? Who did this?" After a long time of trouble, the person who called was Mayor Yu Bingliang. Lin Wenkai on the other end of the phone heard it. "You don't know that this damned Chen Yuhu led the reporter to do it? Uncle, quickly think of a way, otherwise if this matter becomes a big one it will be troublesome." Yu Bingliang sighed and said, "About literary talent. It's not that I didn't think of a way for you. Now this matter has become a big deal. I heard that everyone in the province knows about it. In my opinion, you will be planted this time. Your position as the chief of the Public Security Bureau is definitely not going to be preserved, but if you keep the Green Hills, you are not afraid of running out of firewood. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Let's find a way to find out who is behind it." As soon as Lin Wenkai heard about his uncle, was there no other way? As soon as Yu Bingliang heard it, "I can't help you for the time being, because the above may soon send someone down to investigate this matter. If what I do for you is discovered, even the mayor of me may be implicated. When the two ended the call, Lin Wenkai was completely dumbfounded, and soon after the second day the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission really came down. In this investigation, Lin Wenkai's usual corruption incidents were all found out, and in the end, because of his corruption, he was completely beaten to the end by the position of the director of Shuanghui. The new director is served by Chen Yuhu. Because Chen Yuhu is not afraid of power this time, no matter whose son you are, as long as you break the law, I will dare to arrest you. Especially his phrase past, handcuff it to me. I'm worried about what happens. I'll just wait for this video to be posted online. Many citizens commented on the internet one after another, this is the good official of our people. This is a good policeman. All policemen should be like Chen Yuhu. So after the above decision, the new director was appointed by Chen Yuhu. As soon as Chen Lu here got this news, let alone the joy, thinking that this time, thanks to Yu Yang, if it wasn't for Yu Yang, would my brother be the director? Thought here. He came to Qi Mansion and thanked Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Sister Lu didn't have to be like this, we are all Huanghai people to do these things should be. Followed by listening to Chen Lu changing the subject and asking Yu Yang, do you want to be a policeman? If you are willing to be a police officer, you are definitely a good and qualified police officer based on your ability. When Yu Yang heard that, can he make a lot of money? Just this sentence, Yu Xiaoyan, Qi Mengru and Chen Lu next to him were almost out of anger at that time, thinking to himself, how did this kid know that money was lost in his eyes? After a long time, Chen Lu said, I can't make a lot of money. As soon as Yu Yang heard that Sister Lu can't make a lot of money, I don't do it. Chen Lu heard that Yu Yang is a good person like you. I don't want to see you go astray. Don't think I don't know if you have set up a club called Hero Hall now and you are still with that Yan family bangs. Yan Mengjiao is a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, right? Yu Yang nodded and said yes. As soon as Chen Lu heard that, Yu Yang, you are still so young, you can't just mess around in society like this. If this goes on, it is very likely that you will go down the road of crime in the future. Yu Yang waved his hand at Chen Lu and said, Sister Lu, stop talking. I know what you said is for my own good, but I grew up in the mountains and my dream is to earn a lot of money in the future and live a life of a superior person. Although I set up a society, I have never done a bad thing, but on the contrary, all of you must be good people when you are a police officer. Don't some people do bad things behind their backs without relying on their clothes for inspection? You see, if it weren't for my brothers Lin Wenkai and Lin Zihua, they would have been at large all this time. Then you are all police officers, why don't you arrest people? Why don't you bring that Lin Zihua to justice? Just these few words, the person who asked Chen Lu was speechless. In the end, Chen Lu sighed and said, okay Yu Yang, since you said that, then I won't advise you. But I still hope you can understand, don't continue to mix in the society. I still have something to do in the bureau. I'll go back first. And here he stood up and left Qi's mansion and went back to the bureau. As he walked out, he was thinking, how could he convince Yu Yang to break up with that Yan Mengjiao? Do you really want to use that method? But looking at Yu Yang, this young man is still quite good. If he really married him, it would not be a bad thing. After Chen Lu left, Yu Yang, Qi Mengru and Yu Xiaoying were left in the house. The three of them were chatting and suddenly the phone in Yu Yang's pocket remembered. Yu Yang took out the phone and looked at it. The call was from Kwang Yushang and he hurriedly picked it up. I heard Kwang Yushang on the other end of the phone say that, Master, I want to take a leave to go home to my sister to get married. Yu Yang immediately agreed and said that one day I will drive you back. When the time comes, I will use that car as a wedding car and I will drive it myself, to send a relative. What do you think? Kwang Yushang was so happy when she heard it. Kwang Yusang was born in the mountains since she was a child. Whoever married their daughter-in-law would get a tractor. Came to pick up the bride. When Kwang Yushang heard it, Yu Yang not only wanted to drive him back but also used this car as a wedding car to send his sister to marry. He was really happy for his sister. Thinking of this, he immediately said, thank you, Master. What is Yu Yang polite when he hears it? On which day you told me that I would drive you back when the time came? Kwang Yushang heard it. My sister is getting married the day after tomorrow and I'll go back tomorrow. Yu Yang heard it and when it said it's a deal and I'll take you back tomorrow. When he hung up the phone after speaking, Kwang Yushang was very happy. When he told his little sisters about this, his little sisters also happily said that our boss is really nice. Chapter 165. Soon the time came to the second day. Yu Yang came to the clinic early, said to Kwang Yushang, let's go, I'll take you out to buy something first. As soon as Kwang Yushang heard that, Master, you can drive me back, I was very happy. I didn't need to buy anything. Yu Yang shook his head and said, how can it be possible? At least to bring some gifts to the uncle and aunt. What else did Kwang Yushang want to say? He was interrupted directly by Yu Yang and said, "Don't talk, you have to listen to me today." Kwang Yushang saw such a good boss where to find it. Not only do not usually put on the air of the boss but also when employees encounter something. He also gave help. Just like this, Yu Yang drove the car and took Kwang Yushang directly to the Huanghai building. When Kwang Yushang saw it, Yu Yang brought him to the Huanghai building. He turned around and said, "The things here will be very expensive. Why don't we buy it in another place?" Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it. "No need to buy it here. I stopped listening to me so soon." Kwang Yushang didn't dare to speak as soon as she heard it. Yu Yang surprised Kwang Yushang when he saw it. He also felt a little sorry and said with a smile, "Nothing, usually in the clinic a lot of things are taken care of by you for me. You are not only my staff but also my apprentice. The master treats the apprentice better, that's what it should be. Let's go in." After speaking, he led Kwang Yushang into the Yellow Sea building, and now Yu Yang came here again. He remembered the first time he came here when he just came to Huanghai City. At that time he had just come out of the mountains and had nothing. In just a few short months he also had his own career and his own friends. Although it is not rich, but it can also be regarded as a rich man. Now that he came here, he felt that the gas was much stronger than before. He first led Kwang Yushang to the clothing area. As soon as he walked to the side of the clothing area, he immediately walked over to a shopping guide. Asked, "Mister, do you want to buy clothes?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, I want to see women's clothing." When the shopping guide heard it, he immediately said to Yu Yang, "Mister, okay, please come with me." Kwang Yushang, who is next to me, knew that Yu Yang was trying to buy clothes for him. He immediately said that the master is no longer needed. The clothes here are very expensive. Yu Yang said very domineeringly, "I told you to buy it and you can buy it. This time you go home, I must dress you up and go back." After speaking, he grabbed Kwang Yushang and followed the shopping guide Wang Yuyang to the clothing area. When Kwang Yushang was held by Yu Yang, she felt her heart pounding. He has grown up so big and has not held hands with any boy yet. As soon as Yu Yang held his hand today, he inexplicably felt his heart beat faster and his face turned red. Yu Yang followed the shopping guide forward, but he did not notice any changes in Kwang Yushang. When I came to the women's clothing area, Yu Yang said to the shopping guide, "Look. What clothes does he wear better?" While speaking, he pointed at Kwang Yushang with his finger. "Look at this." Shopping guide looking up and down Kwang Yushang. "I thought in my heart that this guy is really lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend." He watched for a while, then reached out and took a dress from the side. Said to Yu Yang, "A body like your girlfriend would definitely look good in this skirt." When Yu Yang heard this, he turned to look at Kwang Yushang and thought to himself that he thought of us as a couple. But to see that Kwang Yushang looks really good, I don't know who will be cheaper in the future. When Kwang Yushang heard that the shopping guide misunderstood him and Yu Yang as a couple, he also looked up at Yu Yang at this time. The eyes of the two people just met. Kwang Yushang at that time blushed and bowed his head. "The heart beats more powerfully," I thought. "If I can really find someone like Yu Yang in my life, then I will be content. But as he is so capable, there should be a lot of girls who like him." Just then I heard Yu Yang say, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and change this dress to see how it goes." Kwang Yushang reacted to this sentence. He blushed, thinking, "Oh, what do you think? They are your masters." Hearing that Yu Yang asked her to try on the clothes, he hurriedly agreed, took the clothes and ran into the fitting room. Yu Yang saw Kwang Yushang like this and thought to himself, what happened to him? Why is it so strange? What did he blush? Well, I asked him to change his clothes. He did not blush. Ah, alas, I really do not understand. Just when he thought of this, Kwang Yushang had already changed her clothes and walked out. Yu Yang said at the time that it was good, this dress was really good looking. She saw that Kwang Yushang was wearing a pink dress with a ponytail. This dress is really fitting on Kwang Yushang's body as if it was tailor-made for him. Just to show his perfect figure, the girl's breath came to him. Yu Yang said at that time, "How much did you buy this dress?" This shopping guide immediately said that, "Mister, this skirt is 800 yuan. Followed by Yu Yang and picked some other clothes for Kwang Yushang which cost him more than 2,000 in total. After the bill was settled, as soon as the two walked out of the Huanghai building, Kwang Yushang said to Yu Yang, "Master, look, you spent so much money today. I am so embarrassed." After a long time of trouble, the clothes that this girl Kwang Yushang usually wears very cheaply are also the kind of street stall goods that she spends dozens of dollars on the street stalls. Even more than 100 yuan of clothes he almost never bought. Today Yu Yang took him for a while and spent more than 2,000 yuan, nearly 3,000 yuan. At that time he was a little embarrassed. When Yu Yang heard it, he immediately said that he had nothing to do. I will take you to other places to go shopping and buy something for the second old man. Soon Yu Yang took Kuang Yushang to buy some other things. The two of them drove away from Huanghai City to Kuang Yushang's house and went to Kuang Yushang's home to live in about 30 miles away from Huanghai City, in a village in Nanshan County. The two people arrived at the village where Kuang Yushang is located at noon. Shanlang Village. Shanlang Village is a particularly remote small village. Usually few outsiders will come over. Today they saw a car drove to this village. Everyone is very curious, thinking who this could be. So many people followed behind the car looking at who the car was heading for. Kuang Yushang also lowered the window at this time. Said hello to the people outside, such as 3 uncles and 4 aunts. When everyone saw it, he said, "Oh, since it is Shangshang back." For a long time Shangshang is Kuang Yushang's nickname. Some people say that it seems that Shangshang has been doing well in the city over the past few years. You see, she still came back in a car. Could the driver be her boyfriend? At this time Kuang Yushang was also very happy in her heart. He was born in this small mountain village since childhood. The family conditions are also very poor. His sister gave up her studies in order to let him go to study. Now he also has a stable job. The income is also very good. My return this time can be regarded as a homecoming. Chapter 166. Such a young boss. At this time, after Kuang Yushang's guidance, Yu Yang also drove the car to the door of Kuang Yushang's house. As soon as the car stopped, Kuang Yushang got out of the car and shouted to the yard, "Mom, I'm back." Kuang Yushang's voice just fell and 2 people came out of the room. These 2 are women. One is a middle-aged woman and the other is a girl about the same age as Kuang Yushang. As soon as Kuang Yushang looked at the middle-aged woman, she immediately rushed over and hugged the middle-aged woman and said, "Mom, I'm back." After a long time of trouble, this middle-aged woman is Kuang Yushang's mother's surname Su, called Su Mei. The one next to him, who is about the same age as Kuang Yushang, is his sister Kuang Yuan. Followed by a lot of villagers watching. The lively one of them said, "Su Mei, this time the 2 of you are lucky. You can see that Shangshang is getting along well in the city. Look at the car that came back." At this time Kuang Yushang's sister Kuang Yuan just looked up and saw Yu Yang, thinking, who could this be? Could it be Shangshang's boyfriend? Thinking of this, he immediately said to Kuang Yushang, "Who is that Shangshang? You are giving an introduction." After Kuang Yuan's reminder, Su Mei also saw Yu Yang. Said to Kuang Yushang, "You don't want to introduce us to us, let the young man keep standing outside." Kuang Yushang also felt a little embarrassed when she saw it. "Hurry up. Speaking of Mom, let me introduce you, this is my boss. I was working under him." At this time the villagers who were watching the excitement behind them listened to the whispers of what to be the boss at such a young age. Look at this age, should not exceed 20 years old, this is too young. At this time Yu Yang, who was next to him, hurriedly walked in front of him and shouted at Su Mei, "Hello, auntie." Yu Yang came here this time wearing more formal clothes, wearing a suit and a tie. Kuang Yushang's mother Su Mei saw Yu Yang and thought at the time that this young man seems to be quite difficult and he has his own career at a young age. Thinking of this, he said hurriedly, "Please take a seat in the room." Yu Yang heard that I even brought a present for you in the car, so he walked over to the car and opened the trunk. Everyone looked in the trunk of the car and it was stuffed to the brim. Su Mei said, "At a glance you seem to come and buy these things." After a few people moved everything into the room. Look at Yu Yang in his carry-on bag. He reached out and took out a jewelry box, opened it, and everyone saw that there was a bracelet in the box. Just listen to Yu Yang say to Su Mei, "Auntie, this is for you." Su Mei immediately said, "No need, this guy should be quite expensive. How can auntie accept it?" Yu Yang immediately said that auntie was all right. "You can take it for you." And after he finished speaking, he reached out and took out a box, and handed the box to Kuang Yuan. Said, "This is for you." Kuang Yuan saw that there was a pattern of a mobile phone on the box with Huawei P40 written next to it. Kuang Yuan had heard that this phone cost several thousand. He immediately said, "Oh, how can this be done? It's too expensive and I can't accept it." His mother Su Mei also said right next to him, "This thing is too precious." When Yu Yang saw that they didn't accept it, he immediately said, "If you look down on me, you will accept it." Kuang Yushang immediately mentioned her sister when she saw it from the side, "Take it for you." Kuang Yuan reached out and took the phone after listening to it. The people watching the fun next to them thought to themselves after reading it, "As expected from the city, the shot is really generous. If our daughter can find such a person, it would be great." At this moment the situation next to me met and asked Su Mei, "Mom, where's my dad?" When Su Mei heard Kwang Yushang's question she sighed and said, "Your dad, lying in the house." Kwang Yushang was shocked when she heard it and hurriedly asked what was going on. As soon as he asked this sentence the happy look on Su Mei's face at that time disappeared. Replaced by a sad face, Kwang Yushang knew that something was wrong at a glance and hurriedly asked Mom and Dad what happened to him. Su Mei sighed and said to Kwang Yushang, "Shang, your dad's legs have been suffering from rheumatism. Before walking with crutches. 6 months ago her condition suddenly worsened and she can only lie in bed now." Kwang Yushang burst into tears when she heard it said. I went to see Yu Yang, who was next to my dad at this moment, and stood up and said, "Auntie, where is my uncle? Can you take me to see it? Maybe I can help him treat it." When Su Mei heard it she looked at Yu Yang and thought, "How old are you? Will it still heal?" When Kwang Yushang listened to it she thought that he opened a clinic. His medical skills are also very good. Maybe he can really cure my dad. If it can be cured then but great. Thinking of this he immediately said to Su Mei, "Mom, come on, let's go see my dad together. Let our boss see my dad. You don't think he is young, but his medical skills are quite powerful. I was working part-time in his clinic." Su Mei and Kwang Yuan were both very happy when they heard it. These people watching the fun, I thought this young man is still a doctor. Su Mei immediately walked a few steps to Yu Yang and said, "I also ask you to work hard to heal the legs of our old Kwang." Yu Yang immediately talked about, "Auntie, don't worry, I have to see the patient to know the details." Kwang Yushang's father Mine Wine was lying in the room. As soon as a few people entered the room the Mine Ship Wine was also done at a glance. Su Mei immediately walked to the bed and said to him, "Look at our daughter Shang is back." Kwang Yushang hurriedly walked to the bedside and said, "Dad, how is your leg?" Mine Wine, listen. Speaking of Shang, "I'm fine, are you okay outside?" Kwang Yushang heard that, "I'm fine outside, Dad, I'm back this time. To heal your leg let me introduce it to you," and he turned around and said, "Dad, this is the surname of our clinic owner Yu Yang. His medical skills are very powerful, he will definitely be able to cure you." At this time Yu Yang looked at the bed and saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed about 50 years old. After watching he walked a few steps to the bed and said to Kwang Xuanju, "Uncle, hello, can you let me check your legs for you?" Chapter 167 Double Happiness. Kwang Xuanju heard it up and down and looked at Yu Yang thinking that this young man should not be 20 years old this year. Could it be a great doctor? But he thought again the family must be a kind-hearted but also the boss of his daughter. Let him take a look, if it can't be cured forget it. Thinking of this he nodded at Yu Yang and listened to Yu Yang talking to Kwang Yushang next to him. To lift the quilt Kwang Yushang hurriedly lifted the quilt. When the quilt was lifted Yu Yang saw what was going on at the time, but in order to make it less sensational he still checked it symbolically. He pressed his hand on Kwang Xuanju's leg, asked how Kwang Xuanju felt. He also answered one by one, and when Yu Yang finished checking he said to everyone, "Uncle, I can cure this leg, can let him attend the wedding tomorrow without crutches." These people watching the fun, I thought this guy is blowing right. Lao Kwang's leg is an old problem, he actually said that he can be cured and he can attend Yuan's wedding tomorrow without crutches. Kwang Yushang, Kwang Yuan and Su Mei's mother and daughter Sunyi were all overjoyed. Kwang Yushang hurriedly came to Yu Yang and said seriously, "You can really make my dad stand up again." At this time Kwang Yuan, who was next to him, also came over. At this time he came to Yu Yang with tears in his already excited eyes. "Thank you so much, please feed my father for treatment." He will kneel down for Yu Yang to see Yu Yang and hurriedly stretched out his hand to hold Kwang Yuan and said, "There is no need for this. Uncle's leg problem has not appeared for a day or two and it is still a little complicated to cure. But don't worry, I can definitely let my uncle attend the wedding tomorrow and can walk normally. Now I will write a prescription immediately. You send someone to hurry up to follow my prescription will be caught." Kwang Yushang said. As soon as she heard it, "I went to find you a pen and paper," and hurried out the door after speaking. After a while he brought a pen and paper and handed it to Yu Yang. Look at Yu Yang again, take over the paper and pen and write a prescription on the paper. After writing the prescription Yu Yang handed it over to Kwang Yushang and said, "Go find someone right now and take the medicine according to the prescription." At this moment a middle-aged man came out of the crowd and heard this man say, "Shang, give me the prescription, let me go, I rode a motorcycle very fast." The person who speaks is Kwang Yushang's uncle in terms of seniority. When Kwang Yushang heard that it was Kwang Dongfang he immediately said, "Thank you so much, uncle. As soon as Kwang Dongfang heard it, "Why are you being polite to me?" After speaking, he stretched out his hand and took the prescription and said to the crowd, "You wait first, I will come when I go." After speaking, he took the prescription out of the door and ran to the town to get the medicine. Yu Yang saw that someone had already taken the medicine. He turned around and said to Kwang Xuanju, "Uncle, because of your leg problem it has been a long time. So there will be a little difficulty in the treatment. If you want to be able to have an effect quickly, you must cooperate with acupuncture plus drug treatment to achieve faster results." At this time Kwang Xuanju was also very happy. Since his legs can't move, he has been lying on the bed all day and everything at home has fallen on Su Mei and Kwang Yuan. He is also in the eyes anxious in the heart. If it is true he can walk normally tomorrow to attend his daughter's wedding. How good would that be? Unexpectedly Shang he actually brought back a genius doctor. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed at Yu Yang and said, "Young man, as long as my leg can be cured, any treatment will do." As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, the uncle might have a little pain during the treatment for a while, but you can bear with it a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yu Yang's hand and he didn't know when there was a silver needle. The crowd watching the excitement was also surprised when they saw it, and someone asked in a low voice, "Did they see it? Where did he get that needle from?" Look at the person next to him and shook his head and said he didn't know. It seems that this young man really has 2 strokes just relying on his technique. This young man is definitely not simple. I heard someone say next to him, "Stop talking, look at him to start treatment, and then look at Yu Yang's first needle in the foot of Kwang Xuanju." Yangquan cave, followed by him and pulled out the needle again in Kwang Xuanju's thigh. Sanyanjiao and other acupuncture points are also punctured. Kwang Xuanju didn't feel anything at first. After a while, as Yu Yang kept distorting him, his legs slowly felt stronger and stronger. He felt that the leg was on fire. Soon Yu Yang finished the distortion. Looking at Yu Yang's forehead, he saw the mineral bath box next to Khan and hurriedly took the towel and handed it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang reached out and took the towel, wiped his sweat and asked Kwang Xuanju, "How are you feeling now, uncle?" Kwang Xuanju said to Yu Yang, "Boy, how come I don't have any feeling in my legs now?" Everyone in the room was startled when they heard this. The crowd watching the excitement thought that this young man would not be treated for a while. Completely paralyzed, Lao Kwang, Su Mei and Kwang Yuan next to them were so frightened that their expressions changed. Kwang Yushang also looked at Yu Yang nervously next to him, and then Yu Yang was not nervous at all and asked Kwang Yushang calmly, "What do you think?" Kwang Yushang said it as soon as she heard it. "I don't think it should be like everyone guessed, there must be some reason." Yu Yang was delighted. Directed at Kwang Yushang nodded and said, "You are right. I just put acupuncture on my uncle's leg. Because I pierced some acupuncture points, my uncle's legs have been unable to move for a long time. I used a needle to pierce the acupuncture point, such a stimulation, so there was a short period of unconsciousness. It will be fine after a while." Everyone was relieved when they heard this, and at this moment the mine east who went out to get medicine came back. "Will be handed over to Kwang Yushang soon." When Kwang Yushang saw the medicine, she immediately asked Yu Yang what to do next. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, find a big vat and then boil a vat full of water, and then prepare a large plastic bag and dig a hole in it. Cover this tank and let my uncle shoot in it for an afternoon. Uncle's leg can be healed by tomorrow morning. Kwang Yuan said immediately when he heard it, "Wait for me to boil the water first." After he finished speaking, he ran out in a hurry, and after a while the water was boiled, and found a jar and then poured the water into the jar and put the medicine into it. Yu Yang turned around and said to Kwang Xuanju, "Uncle, you get up now and go outside to Kwang Chuan Wine and immediately ask young man, can I do it?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Uncle, if you believe me, stand up." Kwang Xuanju listened, speaking of which he lifted the quilt up and scared the ground from the bed. Since he had been unable to move his legs for a long time, when he stood up suddenly he felt his body shake, and Yu Yang next to him hurriedly stretched out his hand to support him and said, "Uncle is now walking forward." Kwang Xuanju saw that he really stood up successfully and he immediately gained confidence. With the help of Yu Yang he walked out step by step. Su Mei, Kwang Yushang, and Kwang Yuan, mother and daughter, when they saw it they cried with joy. The people watching the fun are also happy for them when they see it. A middle-aged woman watching the fun said to Su Mei, "Su Mei, it's a good thing that your old mind has recovered. You see that Yuan is getting married again tomorrow and your old mind's leg has been cured again. This is really a double happiness." Chapter 168, The Lost Kwang Yushang. At this time Yu Yang had already helped Kwang Xuanju to the front of the water tank, put a bench in the water tank and let him take off his clothes. And then Yu Yang helped Kwang Chuan into the water tank, let him sit on the bench inside, and then took the plastic bag, to cover the water tank. Made a hole in the plastic bag to allow Kwang Xuanzhou's head to stick out. After Yu Yang finished these things, he returned to the house again. Kwang Yushang hurriedly came to Yu Yang and said to him, "You are the great benefactor of our family, I don't even know how to thank you." Kwang Yuan and Su Mei nodded when they heard it, and Su Mei said, "Yes, Shang is right. I don't know how much you need for the treatment of the little genius doctor," Yu Yang said to Su Mei, "Auntie. Your daughter works in my clinic. We are both employees and friends. How can I get paid for doing this? And he is also very capable, but it saves me a lot of trouble. And your family's family conditions are not good. The treatment fee is not needed." Yu Yang's reputation is in this small mountain wave village, and it spreads. Some people say, "Do you know what?" Kwang Xuanzhu added. "That daughter Kwang Yushang came back and brought back a young man. This guy is not easy. He cured Kwang Chuan's leg as soon as he got home. As soon as the other one heard about it, don't talk nonsense, I don't know about his legs. It has been many years, how can you say that it is cured?" This one said unconvincingly, "If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. What I said is all true. I just saw with my own eyes that he can walk without crutches. As soon as this person hears that there is still this matter, then I have to go and see, and it will be spread like this for a while. Everyone in this small village knows it." This time many people came to watch the fun, and the small yard of Kwang Yushang's house was crowded. At this time Su Mei and Kwang Yuan saw that it was already noon and they were busy starting to cook. Soon when the food was on the table, Su Mei also flowed a lot, and the villagers who usually have a good relationship with their family, eat here. While eating, Su Mei looked at Yu Yang and then at his daughter Kwang Yushang, and Su Mei suddenly had an idea in her heart. "It just so happened that our family Shang has no boyfriend yet. Judging from the young man's age, he should not have a girlfriend. If our family is Shang, it will be a blessing for him to marry this young man in the future." Thinking of this, he immediately asked Yu Yang, "How old is the boy this year?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he said, "Auntie, I am 19 years old." And Su Mei asked, "Do you have a girlfriend now?" When Kwang Yushang listened to it, she naturally knew what his mother meant. He took a peek at Yu Yang and thought, although Yu Yang's appearance is not so outstanding, since he has such medical skills at such a young age, he has also done such a big favor to our family this time. I really don't know how to repay him if he doesn't have a girlfriend. If you can really find such a person in this life, that is the blessing that I have cultivated in several lifetimes," Yu Yang here said immediately after hearing Su Mei's question. "Auntie, I have a girlfriend." When Su Mei heard this, she sighed and thought, "Oh, it seems that Shang in our family still doesn't have this blessing." He thought again, it's not surprising that this young man is so capable. There must be no shortage of girls around. Kwang Yushang next to him heard Yu Yang say that he already has a girlfriend. He felt a burst of loss in his heart at that time. After eating, it will soon be afternoon. Yu Yang asked someone to lift the plastic bag on the water tank and put the Kwang Chuan wine out of the water tank. "Let him get dressed again." Yu Yang asked, "How are you feeling now, uncle?" Kwang Xuanzhu said to Yu Yang, "I feel these two legs are hot now. But now these two legs are stronger than before." Yu Yang said to him, "Uncle, this is normal because your legs have just recovered, you need to rest. Take a night off tonight until tomorrow, you can just throw away the crutches and walk normally." Kwang Xuanzhu was so happy after hearing this and said to Yu Yang, "Thank you so much, young man, I really didn't expect that I would be able to stand up again." Soon someone mixed Kwangchuan wine into the back room, and soon it will be night. Because the room at home is very small. Usually there are 3 rooms, just enough to live. He and Kwang Xuanzhu, a room, Kwang Yuan a room. The remaining room was where Kwang Yushang lived when he was at home. This time it made Su Mei anxious. He called Kwang Yushang to the side quietly and asked, "Shang, where do you think the little magician should live tonight? Usually the rooms at home are just enough to live in, only your room still has a bed idle there. You said that the little genius doctor came all the way to accompany you and also cured your father's leg. I can't let him live outside alone. I thought so. Clean up the unused bed in your room and let the little magician live in the same room with you. What do you think?" Kwang Yusang blushed after hearing this. Is it appropriate to say mom? As soon as Su Mei heard that, what was wrong with that? At present there is only one way, otherwise you can't let people live outside alone. Wouldn't this be too condescending to others? When Kwang Yushang heard this, she nodded and said that's fine. So Kwang Yushang returned to her room, tidied up the other bed in her room and made the sheets. and then called Yu Yang and said to him, "Master, our place is a little small. If I wronged you tonight, I will live in the same room with me." This Kwang Yushang has grown up so much that he has never even talked about a relationship, and suddenly let him live in the same room with a boy tonight. After he finished speaking, he felt that his face was hot. This Kwang Yushang is very beautiful in her own right. His face blushed. Yu Yang looked up. Kwang Yushang's blushing was like a hibiscus oozing out of water at that time. Yu Yang saw Kwang Yushang blushing shyly like a blooming peony. So he looked straight at him at the time, and he didn't even answer what Kwang Yushang asked him just now. He waited for a while to see what he asked Yu Yang, and since he didn't answer him, he looked up at Yu Yang and saw that Yu Yang was staring at him. Chapter 169. This time his face turned even redder, and he wished he could sow into the ground and burrow in and never come out again. At this time Yu Yang also noticed that there was something wrong with Kwang Yushang. He just remembered that he had been staring at others. This time, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he still felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head with his hand. Just as he was about to speak, Kwang Yushang's mother Su Mei shouted from outside. "Shang Shang, is the bed ready now? It's getting late. There is still a lot to do tomorrow morning." Su Mei shouted outside, which eased the embarrassment between the two, and Kwang Yushang hurriedly agreed. "Already packed." As soon as Su Mei agreed, she went back to her room and went to sleep. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere between the two, Yu Yang asked Kwang Yushang, "Have you read the medical book I gave you last time?" Kwang Yushang said immediately after hearing it, "I watched Yu Yang and heard it. That's fine, I'll test you now." Kwang Yushang nodded as soon as she heard it and heard Yu Yang ask, "Where's the air hole?" Kwang Yushang reached it immediately. Qihai point located in the lower abdomen, anterior midline 1.5 kun below the umbilicus. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction, followed him closely, and continued to ask what is the main purpose of this acupuncture point. Kwang Yushang answered after a little thought. Indications: abdominal pain around the umbilicus, edema and bulging abdominal fullness, water and grain not dissolving, defecation, obstruction, diarrhea, incontinence, stranguria, enuresis, nocturnal emission. Yu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, then I'll ask you, where is Guanyuan acupoint?" Kwang Yushang replied immediately. Guanyuan point. Positioned on the lower abdomen, anterior midline 3 kun below the umbilicus. Followed by Yu Yang and asked about attending. Kwang Yushang said immediately. Indications: apoplexy, consumptive cold, exhaustion, thinness and weakness, abdominal pain, cholera, vomiting and diarrhea, dysentery, prolapse of the R********M, hernia, blood in the stool, drowning of blood, dysuria, frequent urination, urinary retention, nocturnal emission, white turbidity. Followed by Yu Yang and asked about the locations and indications of some other acupuncture points, and Kwang Yushang also answered them one by one. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Yes, it seems that you have worked very hard during this period of time. This time it seems that I will be able to teach you acupuncture slowly when I go back." As soon as Kwang Yushang heard this happiness in her heart, she didn't mention it. Said immediately, "Thank you, master." Kwang Yushang just finished speaking and listened closely. Yu Yang continued, "Then you take off your clothes. I point to an acupuncture point. You answer his name and indication." Kwang Yushang blushed again when she heard this. "I felt my heart was thumping and thumping. I thought to myself, in this room alone he will do something when I take off my clothes, right?" Thinking of this, he secretly looked at Yu Yang with his eyes. When Yu Yang saw that Kwang Yushang was standing there motionless, he immediately said, "Why don't you take it off? Is not sorry. I remember that I told you when you were just about to worship me as your teacher. The rules of learning Chinese medicine. If you feel that you are not used to this, then forget it." Kwang Yushang became nervous when she heard it. In his heart he really wanted to learn Chinese medicine, especially when he saw Yu Yang's miraculous medical skills, healed his father's leg without much effort. He was unhappy when he saw Yu Yang. He was afraid that if Yu Yang was angry he would not teach him again, said immediately to Yu Yang, "I was wrong, master, please don't be angry." Yu Yang said immediately after hearing it, "You definitely can't do this. Undressing is nothing. Some apprentices have to wait on the teacher when the master can't move on the bed. It is a common thing to wipe the teacher's body. Just like you, if I can't move one day, can you still take care of me?" Kwang Yushang was even more frightened when she heard this. Said immediately, "Master, don't you get angry. I know I was wrong to say this," so anxious that tears rolled in his eyes. When Yu Yang saw it, he really scared Kwang Yushang. He said immediately, "It's alright, I don't blame you. The following is not an example. Kwang Yushang said immediately after hearing it, I will never dare again next time. Yu Yang listened, nodded and said, then go ahead. Kwang Yushang nodded after hearing this and then slowly undressed her upper body, was dragged down. When he took off the last piece of clothes, Yu Yang looked at Kwang Yushang's eyes like light bulbs. Kwang Yushang looked up and saw Yu Yang staring at him with two eyes. His face was as red as he was about to drip blood and his neck was red. He subconsciously put his hand on his chest, but when he looked up and saw Yu Yang he was so frightened that he hurriedly put his hand down. Yu Yang looked at Kwang Yushang and felt a burst of heat on his body. He swallowed. Kwang Yushang took a look. Yu Yang kept staring at him with two eyes and did not torture his acupuncture points. He muttered softly. How can there be a master who keeps looking at his apprentice like this? Didn't he agree to let me recognize the acupuncture points? Kwang Yushang's voice is extremely small. If it were changed, the average person would definitely not be able to hear it. But how good Yu Yang's hearing is. I heard what Kwang Yushang said just now clearly, and Yu Yang felt blushed after listening to it. Finished. The image of my master is not good in the hearts of the apprentices. Thinking of this, he smiled awkwardly at Kwang Yushang. He hurriedly pointed at an acupuncture point with his hand and asked Kwang Yushang, what acupoint is this? Kwang Yushang arrived immediately. This is the air cave. Yu Yang followed and pointed to another degree and asked, what acupuncture point is this? Kwang Yushang immediately answered, Zhongwan point. Because this acupuncture point is all over the body, so in the end Kwang Yushang also took off all the clothes below. Every acupoint that Yu Yang pointed to touched Kwang Yushang's skin. In the end Kwang Yushang's skin turned red. At this time Yu Yang looked at Kwang Yushang and liked it more and more. I wanted to be such an obedient apprentice. How can it be cheaper for others in the future? Might as well be cheaper than my master. Kwang Yushang didn't know yet that his unscrupulous master had already made up his mind on his apprentice. Yu Yang thought this hand involuntarily went from the top to the bottom. When Yu Yang pointed to a place below with his hand, he asked, what acupoint is this? When his fingers touched Kwang Yushang's skin, Kwang Yushang's body trembled so much that she did not fall. I wondered why he still touched here. But when Yu Yang asked him what acupuncture point was this, he had to bite the bullet and say it was the perineum. After Yu Yang finished asking, he nodded and said, yes, you really worked hard for a while. Well, it's getting late now, so let's go to bed first. Saying this, he sees Kwang Yushang standing there blushing, looks like a delicate flower. He stretched out his hand and took Kwang Yushang into his arms. This time Kwang Yushang was frightened and hurriedly said, Master, what are you doing? Yu Yang said cheekily, sleep with me, otherwise it will be a little cold for me to sleep alone. Chapter 170. The sky has changed. When Kwang Yushang heard Yu Yang's words, she thought in her heart that it was already May and June and it would soon be July. Also said that a person sleeps cold. Obviously just want to take advantage of others, but also find reasons. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, Master, you are dead. Are you trying to take advantage of your apprentice? Yu Yang blushed when he heard this. Followed him in a bold voice, how do you speak? Your master, am I such a person? I thought you were too shy just now and wanted you to get used to it. I was afraid of you in the future, shy to learn in place. Kwang Yushang whispered in her mouth, the master is that kind of person and the master is very bad. What did you say? When Yu Yang heard it, Kwang Yushang hurriedly shook her head and said, it's nothing. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, don't think I didn't hear it, although it's May or June now. But it's still a little cold in your mountain area at night. Don't you have the heart to watch your master freeze? When Kwang Yushang heard it, she knew that Yu Yang did it on purpose and wanted to take advantage of him. But he still nodded and whispered, shall I sleep with you? The sound of his words is extremely small, similar to the sound of mosquitoes. But this sentence Yu Yang heard clearly and clearly thought, how a good apprentice. Why did Kwang Yushang agree? Because from the bottom of his heart he also likes Yu Yang better. Since he met Yu Yang, he has not only solved the problem of work, and the boss Yu Yang is usually very good. And this time Yu Yang personally drove him back, attended his sister's wedding and helped his father heal his leg. Although he already knows that Yu Yang has a girlfriend and it is very likely that he will not be with him in the future, but just now when he was hugged by Yu Yang, I thought in my heart, no matter what happens in the future, as long as I can see him all day long, it will be fine. Life is like this and he can't leave regrets for himself, so he nodded and agreed. Yu Yang saw that Kwang Yushang had already nodded and he hurriedly picked him up and put him on the bed. And then he also took off his clothes 3 times and twice got on the bed and pulled the quilt, covered the two of them and reached out to hold Kwang Yushang in his arms. This Kwang Yushang felt that Yu Yang was cold at that time. It was like a small stove on his body. He immediately whispered the master would lie and he was so hot and said that he was cold. Yu Yang laughed dryly when he heard it. Said it wouldn't be cold if you were there. As soon as Kwang Yushang heard that the master was a satyr anyway, he thought about his apprentice all day long. This time, no matter how thick-skinned Yu Yang was, his face was a little red due to Kwang Yushang's words. Fortunately, Kwang Yushang wasn't angry and didn't say anything. Very soon after a while, Yu Yang fell asleep holding Kwang Yushang. He was asleep but Kwang Yushang couldn't. Kwang Yushang has grown up so much and has never been in love once. I haven't had much contact with the boy. Tonight he was hugged by a little boy about his age. He felt like he was holding a little rabbit in his arms, thumping and hopping. Fortunately, Yu Yang just hugged him and didn't do other more extreme actions. Because Yu Yang also knew in his heart that he couldn't be too hasty. Kwang Yushang couldn't run away anyway, and if he acted too hastily it would easily scare him. I have to take it slow so that Kwang Yushang can follow him willingly one day, so he just slept with Kwang Yushang in his arms this night and did nothing. Coming soon the next morning, Yu Yang and Kwang Yushang also got up early. The relationship between Kwang Yushang and Yu Yang has grown a lot this night. Kwang Yushang immediately got dressed and was ready to go to the house of his father Kwang Xuanju to take a look. What happened to his father's legs? Has there been a complete recovery, as Yu Yang said? When he and Yu Yang got dressed and walked out of the room, Kwang Yushang looked up and tears of excitement came down at that time. He was seeing his father Kwang Xuanju, looked at him with a smile. Kwang Yushang took a few steps forward and asked, "Dad, your legs are really good." Kwang Xuanju nodded and said yes. This is not still have to thank the little doctor. Without him I may not be able to stand up for the rest of my life. After he finished speaking, he immediately said to Yu Yang, "The little magician slept well last night." Yu Yang hurriedly nodded and said, "Uncle. You slept well last night, uncle. Your leg has just recovered. It is not easy to be too tired. You still need to pay more attention to rest in the past few days." Kwang Xuanju nodded frequently and said, "Little genius doctor, I know." Yu Yang hurriedly said, "Uncle. You don't always call it that, little genius doctor. You can just call me Yu Yang." At this time Kwang Yushang, who is next to me, is also talking. "Dad, I am also studying medicine with him. He is my boss and my master." Kwang Xuanju nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay. You and the little genius doctor should study hard." Kwang Yushang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will." This day is his sister Kwang Yuan's big day, is very fast and the family starts to get busy. When it was time to pick up the bride, Yu Yang personally drove his Baojun sedan. Going to send Kwang Yuan to marry the family is very happy. In a blink of an eye the day passed and it was night again. Yu Yang prepared to go back to Huanghai City with Kwang Yushang on the second day. Just after dinner in the evening, Yu Yang's cell phone suddenly remembered. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at it. It showed Sister Lu called. Yu Yang knew that the call was made by Chen Lu. He hurriedly walked out the door with his mobile phone and picked up the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, before waiting for him to speak, he listened to Chen Lu on the other end of the phone. "Yu Yang, where are you now? Something happened." Yu Yang was shocked when he heard that and hurriedly asked what happened to Sister Lu. Just listen to Chen Lu say, "Yu Yang, let me tell you, my position as a brigade captain has now been removed. My job has been lost and I am now at home." Yu Yang was shocked after hearing this and hurriedly asked Chen Lu what was going on. In addition, Lin Zihua and his son, who were arrested some time ago, were also released, and Lin Wenkai resumed his post as director of the Public Security Bureau. In my opinion, this thing is definitely not right. In addition, do you know how the position of my brigade leader was removed? Someone told me about it, and the people on the underworld have a good relationship. In my opinion, this matter must be someone who wants to target you behind the scenes. You are still looking for a place to hide for a while, and it is very likely that they will attack you soon. Yu Yang thought at that time. It seems that Huanghai City is about to change. Chapter 171, Operation Hurricane. After a long time, the trouble was in the murder case that Yu Yang helped Chen Lupo last time. Lin Zihua was arrested on suspicion of whoring, and Lin Wenkai was also arrested on suspicion of corruption. This has annoyed Yu Bingliang because this Lin Wenkai is his right-hand man, since he promoted Lin Wenkai to the post of director of the Huanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. This Lin Wenkai not only gave him a lot of gifts, but in some things Lin Wenkai also helped him a lot. There are some things that he would not be convenient to do, he will teach Lin Wenkai, so Lin Wenkai is not only his nephew but also his right-hand man. So this time Lin Wenkai was caught and pissed him off. I thought I had to find out who was behind it. This investigation quickly brought out Chen Lu. Yu Bingliang slapped the table angrily and said, "Isn't this Chen Lu the captain of a small criminal police team? I've already been greeted. Let them stop handling this case since this Chen Lu dares to arrest people." At this moment he calmed down and thought about it. How could this city road solve this case so quickly? At that time I also specifically asked Zihua and the others and they said that they did it very cleanly at the time. How could it be so fast? The case was solved. When he thought about it he had to figure out whether someone was helping him behind his back. We must also find out who is behind him. Thinking of this old boy can work hard. Just secretly investigating how Chen Lu solved the murder case so quickly. It didn't take long for him to get a message that Chen Lu solved the case because there was a person behind him to help him, and immediately followed him to check out Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Bingliang got this information he made him happy. He thought about Yu Chen Lu since he dared to collude with people in the society. Now that this handle has fallen into my hands, Chen Lu, how can I spare you? It didn't take long before he found out that Chen Yuhu and Chen Lu were brothers and sisters. It was Chen Yuhu who led someone to arrest Lin Zihua. When Yu Bingliang checked all the information he wrote a report letter and sent it to the Huanghai Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The general content of the letter is written like this. Huanghai City Public Security Bureau Criminal Police Brigade Chief Chen Lu colluded with Yu Yang, the boss of the road in the Yellow Sea. Huanghai City Public Security Bureau Director Lin Wenkai framed Deputy Director Chen Yuhu, and also complicit with them, and deliberately rushed into the room when Lin Wenkai's son Lin Zihua was out on a date with his girlfriend. Said he was involved in pornography, which was later verified. Lin Zihua was indeed dating his girlfriend at the hotel that day. That day he also drank some wine. When Chen Yuhu led people in, they had already arranged a woman in advance, so that the woman also deliberately took off her clothes and went to the bed. That girl is a young lady Chen Yuhu found in the footbath shop to frame Lin Zihua. Because this Chen Yuhu and this Lin Wenkai were always at odds, so he framed it. This old boy is stunned to hold it is not reasonable, turned over the whole process of this matter and handed the letter up. After the letter was delivered, this old boy thought to himself, Chen Yuhu Yu Yang, I will uproot you this time and this Huanghai City will be what I said in the future. And soon sent people down from the top. As a result, the position of the captain of the criminal police team on Zhongcheng Road was smashed to the end. The position of Chen Yuhu's deputy director of the Public Security Bureau is also the same to the end. And released Lin Wenkai, and resumed the post of director of the Public Security Bureau. This is what happened in the past. When Yu Yang knew about these things, he knew that this thing would definitely not play. Lin Wenkai was released this time to restore the position of the director of the Public Security Bureau. He must start with his heroic haul. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Chen Lu on the other end of the phone, Sister Lu, wait for me and I'll go back to Huanghai City immediately. Chen Lu hurriedly said, Yu Yang, you wait. If you are outside now, you don't have to come back, lest they catch you. As soon as Yu Yang heard that, how could that be possible? My brothers are all in the Yellow Sea now, how can I leave them alone and run away alone? And my own business is also in the Yellow Sea, how can I leave? I have to figure out who is behind me. It's just that Sister Lu can't help but let you be implicated because of me. Don't ask them now, they must have started to arrest me again. I have now become a fugitive. Sister Lu will not contact us anymore from now on. After speaking, he is ready to hang up. Chen Lui on the other end of the phone yelled into the phone, Yu Yang, what are you talking about? Who do you think of me? Chen Lu is not a broken criminal police team captain. What can be wrong? Yu Yang, I tell you, I could have imagined it long ago. You go on like this, sooner or later one day is going to suffer. At that time I advised you not to listen. Now you want to cut off contact with me as soon as you encounter something, right? Yu Yang, I tell you, even if you really become a fugitive, no matter what you will become in the end, even if the whole world doesn't want you anymore, I want you. After saying these few words, when I listened to Yu Yang, I was a little confused at that time and I thought to myself, what is Sister Lu doing? Is this confessing to me? At that time he was stunned here. When Chen Lu on the other end of the phone heard that Yu Yang did not speak, he immediately continued and said, I will tell you, Yu Yang. As for other things, I see if there is any other way to solve. If you are not in the Yellow Sea, then you do not come back. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yu Yang to say anything. Yu Yang was so stupid at the time. Just as Chen Lu hung up, Yu Yang's cell phone rang again. Yu Yang saw that the number displayed on it was Deng Haidao's and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Put the phone in his ear and before he could speak he heard Deng Haidao on the other end of the phone say Brother Yang is broken and the big thing is bad. Today a lot of police suddenly came to arrest gambling. Yu Yang was about to say something when he heard someone on the other end of the phone shouting to not move. And then came the sound of the phone falling to the ground, followed by him and never heard Deng Haidao's voice, only the noise on the other end of the phone. After a long time of trouble after Lin Wenkai was released when he learned from Yu Bingliang that all these things were done by Yu Yang, this kid was furious. At that time I thought, Yu Yang, we are not finished. As soon as he returned to the Public Security Bureau, an anti-criminal team was immediately set up, attacked Yu Yang's Hero Hall overnight. He also gave this operation a name called Hurricane Operation. Chapter 172 Kwang Yushang's Confession. It was on this night that the attack on the Hero Tang began. This Lin Wenkai personally brought people to the casino of Hero Hall. It just happened that Deng Haidao was alone in the casino with a few brothers from the Hero Church. These people in the casino are still completely ignorant of their actions this time. Because Yu Yang's casino is the largest casino in Huanghai City. These people also have special trust in Yu Yang and feel that playing in Yu Yang's casino will not suffer because there has never been a 1,000-year-old thing here. So there are a lot of people in this casino Yu Yang, and there are hundreds of people playing here tonight. All upstairs and downstairs are full of people. These people were having fun when Lin Wenkai rushed in with someone from outside. At first the members of Hao Hantang wanted to resist. Lin Wenkai stretched out his hand and pulled out a pistol from his waist at that time. The chandelier on the roof was covered with a bang. At that time the dome light fell in response. This time all the members of Hao Hantang were stunned. Look at the other policemen, all of them pulled out their pistols and shouted not to move, squatting down and covering their heads with both hands, followed by Lin Wenkai facing the back. Said with a wave of his hand. All the gambling funds are confiscated and all people take away. At this time Deng Haidao was alerted. When Deng Haidao saw that it was not good he immediately ran to the second floor. Made a phone call to Yu Yang, who knew that Yu Yang had just picked up the phone, and before he could finish speaking these policemen rushed over. First put a gun against his head, followed closely a policeman reached out and knocked down his mobile phone and then grabbed Deng Haidao. Just this time there are quite a few members of the Hero Tang and this time they were all caught. At this time when Yu Yang heard that Deng Haidao's voice was gone from the phone he could only hear the noisy voice from the other end. Yu Yang knew that Deng Haidao would definitely be arrested without asking. Yu Yang felt at the time that there was a huge black hole in front of him which was going to engulf him and his Hero Tang. At this moment Yu Yang heard someone calling his master from behind, "Where are you?" When Yu Yang heard that it was none other than Kwang Yushang he hurriedly turned around and replied, "I'm here." At this time Kwang Yushang came to him and said that the master, I thought you had gone, why did you go out and answer the phone for so long, now it's getting late. As soon as Yu Yang heard this he said, well, let's go back first. At this time Kwang Yushang waited close and at first glance he felt that Yu Yang's face was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong with you? Why do I think your face is a bit wrong?" Yu Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, let's go first." As soon as Kwang Yushang heard that Yu Yang didn't say anything he didn't ask again. After the two returned to the room Yu Yang didn't say a word and lay down on the bed. Kwang Yushang knew at a glance that something must have happened. He hurriedly asked the master, "What happened to you? Did something happen? Can you tell me anyway, I'm still your apprentice." Yu Yang said with a sigh. "It is very likely that I will not be able to teach you medical skills in the future." Kwang Yushang was frightened when she heard this and hurriedly said, "What's the matter? Master, did I do something wrong? Made you angry?" Yu Yang shook his head and said, "Not you. Are you particularly curious about what I do? How can you open your own clinic at such a young age? And my medical skills are also very good." Kwang Yushang nodded and listened to Yu Yang and then said again, "Then I will tell you my story today." Yu Yang told Kwang Yushang the whole thing, that he had no parents since he was a child and grew up with his master. His master and his uncle taught him martial arts and medical skills. Also told Kwang Yushang what he did when he came down the mountain this time. Also said that he is the Yellow Sea, is the underground overlord. After he finished speaking he continued to speak again. "This time if I don't get it right it is very likely that I will be arrested." Kwang Yushang was stunned after hearing these things. When he heard that Yu Yang might go to jail this time he immediately talked about the master. "Then you don't go back to Huanghai City, hide in my house for a few days and leave as soon as the limelight passes. Binhai Province. Yu Yang shook his head and said I can't leave. My brothers and friends are now in Huanghai City. In addition, many people under my command have been arrested. These people are all good brothers and good friends with me. Even if I Yu Yang fight this time, I don't want my life, and I want Zhang and the others to be rescued from the Public Security Bureau. Huang Yushang was moved when she heard it. I thought, where do people like this go to find their brothers and friends, so polite? Nowadays it is rare in this society to be so loyal to brothers and friends like Yu Yang, although he is the underground overlord of Huanghai City. But he has never done anything bad, on the contrary he also opened a clinic. Since the first time I saw him I felt that he was not a simple person. Thinking of this, he looked at Yu Yang's eyes full of admiration. I thought that such a person would not be able to really come together with him even in the future. But you can't leave regrets for yourself in the future. Thinking of this, he saw Yu Yang lying there, frowned and thought. The two of us are about the same age. He holds the fate of thousands of people in his hands, shows how difficult it is for him. Thinking of this, he made up his mind at that time. Since I also like Yu Yang's combination, don't pierce this layer of window paper with him. Thinking of this, he couldn't be shy anymore, and after taking off his clothes 3 times he also lay down beside Yu Yang, stretched out his hand and hugged Yu Yang. Yu Yang was taken aback when he saw it and hurriedly asked, "You? What are you doing?" Huang Yushang said with a blushing face, "Master, I know you like me, but I also like you in my heart. Master, I don't care who you are or what will happen to you in the future, I will give myself to you tonight." Yu Yang hurriedly said, "No, no, no. You will regret it in the future. I am now myself precarious. If something really happened to you, didn't it hurt you? Yes, I like you, but you are a good girl. Now I am in danger of going to jail. If you do something to you, it will hurt you." Huang Yushang heard the master, "I do not regret. Even if you really go to jail in the future, no matter how long, I will be waiting for you. Even if the whole world ignores you, I Huang Yushang are willing to marry you." Chapter 173. When Yu Yang heard this, he hugged Huang Yushang and asked, "You really don't regret it?" Huang Yushang nodded and said, "Okay. Speaking of the master, since the first time I saw you, I knew you were definitely not easy. No matter what happens in the future, I will not regret my decision today. I also know that you have a girlfriend, and I do not expect you to be responsible for me in the future. I don't care about forever, only care about once owned. In the future, as long as we can be friends and see you often, I will be satisfied. I am willing to give myself to you tonight." When Yu Yang heard that Huang Yushang had already said everything at home, he also really liked Huang Yushang very much. But how could he have that thought now? The fate of thousands of brothers is now in his hands. He was also afraid that if he was really caught, it would also hurt Huang Yushang. Huang Yushang is a good girl. I can't hurt him, I have to make Yu Yang's woman very happy. Thinking of this, he reached out and patted Huang Yushang on the back. In fact, I also like you, you are a good girl, but there is absolutely nothing I can do to you tonight. I have to find a way now. How can my brothers be rescued? As soon as Huang Yushang heard that, "Let's go to bed first, don't be too anxious, I believe there will always be a way." Yu Yang nodded. At this moment, the phone he put next to him suddenly remembered. Yu Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was from Yan Mengjiao. He hurriedly connected it and put it in his ear, then heard Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone asking Yu Yang, "Where are you now?" Yu Yang immediately said, "I am not in the Yellow Sea now." Yan Mengjiao on the other end of the phone said with a sigh of relief, "Well, you are not in Huanghai City just now. The people from the Public Security Bureau are arresting you everywhere. You find a place to hide first, and after the limelight passes we will find a way to rescue other people. By the way, let me tell you, their Public Security Bureau only caught a part of the hero Tang. Most of the remaining people, I have taken them to a safe place, you can rest assured." Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, "Thank you so much." Yan Mengjiao said, "Look at what you said. What is the relationship between the two of us? Why are you still so outside?" "Well, I'll hang up first, I have to arrange other things anyway. You must pay attention to your own safety, don't let them find you." Yu Yang agreed and the two ended the call. As soon as Yu Yang hung up, another call came in. Yu Yang saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He immediately pressed the answer button and put it to his ear. "Who is it?" "I heard a boy over the phone ask, are you Yu Yang?" Yu Yang said right as soon as he heard it, "I'm Yu Yang, whoever you are." Just listen to the boy on the other end of the phone. "I am Chu Gorui. I heard that someone framed you. Where are you now? How about it?" Yu Yang heard it. "I am fine now." Just listen to Chu Gorui on the other end of the phone and continue to say, "Yu Yang, I have a very big thing that I want to cooperate with you. How do you see it?" Yu Yong listened to Chu Gorui as soon as he heard about something. In fact, I know what happened this time because you helped Chen Lu with a case last time. The Lin Wenkai that aroused was the nephew of Yu Bingliang. As soon as Lin Wenkai was arrested, Yu Bingliang was pissed off. Lin Wenkai and his son can be released are the ghosts of this Yu Bingliang. This Yu Bingliang, I have long disliked him. He is the mayor of Huanghai City, and this Lin Wenkai usually do not less secret deeds. Now as the secretary of the municipal party committee of Huanghai City, this Yu Bingliang doesn't take me seriously at all. Now as soon as this Lin Wenkai was released, he resumed his position as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Now Chen Hu, deputy director of the Huanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Chen Lu, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, have both been slapped. Huanghai City has now become his Yu Bingliang's world. Yu Yang, I know although you are the underground overlord of Huanghai City, but you haven't done a single bad thing. On the contrary, the law and order in Huanghai City is much better now than before. In the past there were many gangs in the Yellow Sea, but they all managed their own stalls, are thinking about how to expand their own territory. Fights often occur. Since you became the underground overlord of the Yellow Sea, it has never happened again such a thing as cheap. So if your hero Tang was hit hard this time, surely the rest of the previous gang had to be ready to move again, and began to fight for territory, and by that time there may be frequent fights in Huanghai City. And this underground gang has always existed. No matter how you suppress it, there is no way to completely suppress it. Yu Yang, I think that although you are the Yellow Sea and the underground overlord, you have also done a lot of good things. Some things we have. When it is inconvenient for the government to do it, it has to be solved by people on the road like you. So this time I want to cooperate with you, but also for your heroic Tang and for my own position, Chu Gorui. Yu Yang immediately asked, how do you want to cooperate? Just listen to Chu Gorui said, you rush to Pingjiang tomorrow morning to find Cao Ruolong, director of the Pinghai Provincial Public Security Department. I will send you an address immediately. You just follow this address. In the past, Yu Yang said that it was good as soon as he heard it, so I wish us a happy cooperation. This time Chu Gorui heard that it was good and we have a happy cooperation. After speaking, the two ended the call. When the phone hangs up, all the haze in Yu Yang's heart is dissipated this time. In any case, this thing finally had a turning point. So how did Chu Gorui know? After a long time of trouble, this Chu Gorui knew Chen Lu's eldest brother Chen Yuhu. After Chen Lu's deputy director of the Public Security Bureau was removed, he was in a bad mood and called Chu Gorui and asked him out for a drink. The two of them made an appointment at a restaurant. In the process of drinking, Chu Gorui found that Chen Yuhu was in a very bad mood and his face was not right, so he asked, Xiao Chen, what happened to you? Why do you feel bad? Chen Yuhu sighed and said, alas, you don't know what's going on. At that time he had a murder case in the city. How did Chen Lu ask Yu Yang to help him solve the case? I told Chu Gorui about the whole thing. Chu Gorui said that Yu Bingliang was too much. When he heard that the fire hit the top beam and the door, slapped the table with his hands. Did he think that Huanghai City was their home? This Yu Bingliang has never taken me seriously. If you let him go on like this, he may be the next person to deal with. At this time Chen Yuhu suddenly said, if Brother Chu wants to bring down Yu Bingliang, I have a way. Chu Gorui hurriedly asked, oh, what way? Chen Yuhu said immediately, now want to take down Yu Bingliang, only cooperate with Yu Yang. Because Yu Yang's hero Tang is the most difficult time now. If we want to find him to cooperate, I believe he will definitely be willing, and he has a good relationship with my sister. Chu Gorui heard that this is a good way. And Xiao Chen, you still don't know he also treated my wife. This Yu Yang is still our family's benefactor. Chen Yuhu patted his hand after listening to it and said on the thigh, that's the case, but it's great. I believe that if you join forces with Yu Yang, you will definitely be able to bring down Yu Bingliang. Chapter 174, Yu Bingliang's backstage. When Chu Gorui heard this, he nodded and said, okay, let's do that. I will contact Yu Yang immediately when I go back. In this way the two went home after eating. Chu Gorui picked up the phone and called Yu Yang as soon as he got home. Yu Yang ended the call with Chu Gorui and was ready to go to Pingjiang City tomorrow morning to find the director Cao Ruolong. Yu Yang just hung up the phone when the phone suddenly rang again. Yu Yang was still wondering who would it be this time. While thinking about it, he reached out and took the phone and saw that the caller ID on it was Chi Mengru. He hurriedly picked it up, just put the phone to his ear, and before he could speak he heard Chi Mengru on the other end of the phone say, Yu Yang, where are you now? This morning the police came to school and home to arrest you. Did you do something outside again? It seems that the exam is about to be taken. Do you still want to get a good result next year? And Sister Lu's position as the captain of the criminal police brigade has also been removed. Is it also because you have made a mistake this time? What have you done?